for the Royals. Now, Heasley does have a mean stash and some pretty good hair.
Big hair fan.
Yeah.
Big stat. Mustaches, I go back and forth on. I go back, ladies, some of the ladies love mustaches. Some do. I don't know if sometimes you got to get the right one.
Amy Lawrence is on record with her love for the mustache.
Really?
Yeah, the mustache ride at the theme park in, I guess she broadcasts from New York. There's a really good mustache ride over there.
Is that what they say?
That's what they say. That's what she says.
Okay.
So the mustache can rock and roll. How did Bubich do last night, by the way, on the bump?
Bubich didn't do great. Not a great start for Bubich. He got the loss. He dropped to 1-5. His ERA is now up to 7.68 on the year. Not good for Bubich.
I'm really, really impressed with. These texts today, man.
You guys are gonna make my spleen hurt from laughing today. I can tell.
Oh, your spleen's gonna be crushing you on Friday. Trust me.
Well, the texters are doing a really good job at bringing the laughs out this morning. 325. I don't know who sucks worse, you two or Kevin and Corey. 682. RJ's hilarious, but I don't know what these subs are doing. But again, RJ is funny.
Thank you.
There are some really
flatter
good
him.
817. I feel like y'all are the Benji Gill and the Jeff Fry.
Jeff Fry versus A-Rod, Michael Young.
That is really good, man. That is really good. Thank you for welcoming us in this morning, ladies and gentlemen. We were here for you yesterday. But I guess today's the bigger problem, Wolchuk.
The issu's RJ. Yesterday, we really didn't get a lot of hate. As soon as Gaylord's back, it's like bleep these two schmucks.
Yep. Man, this you guys got. There's no animosity here. There's no fighting.
No, get out of here. What are you doing? I want you to leave. All right?
We don't
the bleeping door, Gaylord.
We don't fight. We don't fight here.
No, we hug.
We hug.
Hugs and less pounds.
Less
Everybody.
pounds. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
What rhymes with hug me?
Yeah.
So Kyrie Irving, huh?
It does rhyme with it.
What a drastic change in events here with Brooklyn. I'm thinking, okay, all of a sudden, RJ sends us a brilliant email. I'm ready to talk about Kyrie. He's going to put a trade request in. Where's he going to go? Then all of a sudden, 2 hours later, nope, Kyrie's opting back in and he's staying with the Nets, and most likely KD's staying too.
Oh, so disappointed. Like my entire day was ruined. The whole day was ruined.
Man.
Just because of that one move. Just opting in. Now, maybe he can opt in and do the sign and trade. I don't know. I'm sure he can figure something out.
Yeah, that's still, I guess, something that could technically happen. Now, I don't know if you guys saw his quote, which I will pull up here in just a moment. But, yeah, it does feel like it was, okay, go seek your sign and trade. And then Kyrie did that for a little while and was like, okay, there's not really much out there for me. Let me go ahead and just opt in here. The craziest thing would have been, and no one could rule it out because we're talking about Kyrie Irving, so nothing is seemingly off the table other than logic. And Kyrie, and they were like, hey, he might just opt out and go play for $6 million in Los Angeles. Say bye to the $37 million player option with the Nets for 1 year. And go play with the Lakers for $6 million. And they couldn't rule that out because Kyrie is so wild.
It's now we'll see if this can last one more year in Brooklyn. And I have zero faith.
Has it even lasted to now?
No.
Like they've kind of just coexisted, it seems like.
I guess Brooklyn's just going to say, okay, thank you guys for staying. And we'll see if this last year will end up being the year that we can finally put all the pieces together, right, Kyrie? There's no excuse. You're finally going to be able to play all the games.
Man, speaking of subs, how about NBA owners, man? Just having to sit there and simp to these players left and right. Like, just, I don't want to play here. No, I don't want to play here. No, you know what? I'm actually going to be in. I'm opting in. You don't want me here? Oh, too bad. I'm still opting in.
I can't get more money anywhere else. So you know what? I'm opted in. I'm not bleeping leaving.
Yeah, it is like it. They have zero control, which is fine, whatever. I don't care. But it's just like I can only imagine like the only time a billionaire has absolutely no power. It's the only time. It's in sports.
Now we're going to
basketball in particular.
Basketball in particular.
Oh, I know. And it seems like the players always have that power.
Like they've got control in football. They've got it. Yeah, for the most part in baseball, hockey. Who knows? Soccer. Who knows? I bet you the players have a lot of.
Oh, absolutely.
I bet you the players.
The Messis, the Ronaldos.
Yeah, they got all the
Mbappes.
Yeah, But in basketball, it is all players.
It's I think it goes to show you the perception right now of Kyrie. One, just how drastically people now think and view him, and people just aren't willing to take that chance right now. I think it's the trust factor. He's lost that among the rest of the NBA. 903 are Will Chambers and Pat Doney available for Wednesday, and then a great one from the 682. We weren't bleeping on you all yesterday because we were hungover, and I think that's also very.
So was I.
Yeah,
I don't get hangovers.
I think you still might be.
I don't get hangovers, man. Yesterday was rough. It was rough.
I can't wait to get Tales from the River with Gaylord Choppy.
I'll tell you something, man. That was country ass.
You still sound hungover though. And
Well,
we're getting
that may have been from last night.
We're getting gosh.
That may have been from last
He
night.
just kept the party
No
rolling.
wonder you've got a fatty liver.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up next, let's talk more about RJ's heater experience and John Morant going viral as we continue to get you ready for NBA free agency. That and more next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G.
best week in the world when it comes to the weather. With the heat and whatnot, yesterday was a pretty nice day, and it looks like we're getting another one where the high's like 90, 91.
Let's go.
Yeah, buddy.
77 degrees here at the radio station, 78 degrees at DFW Airport. That is pretty dang wonderful. You know what else is wonderful?
What's that?
My mom is wonderful.
No, his mom
Thank you.
Is very wonderful.
Really?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And you know what's great, RJ? She actually has a twin.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
That's awesome.
we're both set.
I appreciate it, guys. We have myself, we have Walchuk, and we have Lucius Alexander, 3/5 of the G-Bag Nation.
Where's Lucius?
We will be out spreading the love with all of our Fort Worth Tolos this Saturday at Hop Fusion Ale Works, which is off East Broadway in Fort Worth. We will be there from 1 to 4 Saturday afternoon. Of course, we will have 100 of our one-of-a-kind pint glasses to give out. Hop Fusion, super easy to find for any of our listeners, just south of downtown Fort Worth. Big Cat Burgers for all of your food needs will be in the building, the tap room with over 20 beers on tap. It will be a delicious, eventful Tolo Saturday at Hop Fusion in Fort Worth. That's going to be a great time. Gaylord, I know you made an appearance with the Brew Crew in Mansfield last week. Heard it got off the chain. And Walchuk, this, I believe, is going to be your first stop along the Brew Crew tour outside of our On Rotation Brewing, where we did the broadcast with G-Bag about a month ago or so. But, Brew Crew Tour 2022 continues into Hop Fusion, South Fort Worth on Saturday. Lucius and then myself and Zach Walchuk. So it's going to be a fantastic Saturday. We look forward to seeing you out there. Hop Fusion is one hell of a spot. And you get the cheeseburgers, you get the beer. Where are you at on that? Are you going, when you're pairing your beer with a delicious food item, is it immediately pizza that comes to mind? Is it the cheeseburger? Or is it something completely different, Gaylord?
It's all mood, baby. It's all based on mood. Do I have the mood for? I'm always in the mood for pizza. I have found, though, I don't really care for pizza and beer mixed together. I don't think. I'm more of a burger guy with beer.
Okay.
But it's mostly mood based.
Is it the salty and the beer that helps out for you? I'm not sure.
It could be.
What the difference of the beer, what that does for you, maybe the meatiness.
It could be. I don't really know. I never really thought, I had an economics class at college, and the guy always referenced pizza and beer. I was like, man, it just sounds awful together. I hated that course that they took, or that lesson. I didn't like the pairing. Didn't care for the pairing. So I would probably go burger. I think I would go burger on that one. I might, if the schedule allows. If my schedule allows for it on Saturday with baseball. I will make an appearance there.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm pumped, man.
The girlfriend lives right next door to it. So,
Okay, perfect.
Literally right next door.
Well, at least have her come over, even if you
There
can.
you go.
You know
Why
what I
not?
mean?
Just pour her out to everybody.
I think.
Well, that's a bit of a strong word, but yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But that is pretty much where we were headed with that. Bobby Belt said he might actually be making an appearance as well, so it's going to be a who's who event. A who's who event is what it is going to be. Hop Fusion on Saturday, Brew Crew Tour. Now, I am curious because we had this conversation yesterday, and I don't know where you are at right now in your cigarette life. I don't know if it makes an appearance in your life at all anymore. But yesterday we found out that they are working to basically, the Biden administration is working to reduce the amount of nicotine in cigarettes. And so we started having, obviously, a heater conversation. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people were texting and saying like they had their first smoke at like 10, 11, 12 years old. I didn't know how old you were when you had your first dart.
I was 16. I was coming back from golf. My buddy Mike, he was driving.
Dirty Mike and the boys?
Dirty Mike. He was a bad influence, man. Bad influence.
Oh, there's always one of those.
He gave me a Newport. Here, take a rip.
There you go.
So my first cig was a Newport Light, 16. I hated it, and then I wanted another one immediately.
Yeah,
they got me. It's
a weird deal. It's like it kind of made me feel like crap. Can I have another one, please?
Have another one. Yeah. So that lasted me a good 20 years.
20 years.
Well, on and off. Yeah,
on and off for 20 years, and now you're good. You're clean.
I haven't even thought of one since December.
Nice, dude.
I hadn't thought of it.
That's a good run without the smokes.
I'm a stress smoker, so there's been not a whole lot of stress in my life lately.
Okay.
If that kicks up again, who knows? We're not closing the door on anything.
right.
But,
never say never.
Never say never, right? But no, I've got not even when I play golf, I don't have a desire. That was usually my kryptonite. If I go play golf, especially in slow. I play golf a lot by myself. I like to deal with a better class of people, so I just go solo.
Of course, right. You are Gaylord.
I am Gaylord. Yes, absolutely. But when I go play by myself, there's a lot of waiting. Nothing better to do when you're waiting than doing that.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. That's a good point. Okay, well, so you are you're out of the game for now. You have not quit. You just put a pause button on there.
No, I've quit, but I mean, I reserve the right at any point to
re-enter
to re-enter. I suppose.
The arena. All right.
Well, A17 wants to know, how'd you get clean? Did you just go cold turkey? I was talking to Eric about that yesterday. My dad, who is back on it now, but he did go clean cold turkey for 10 years. I was very proud of him. Not so much.
I got COVID. And, so that was like, I was pretty sick during it. And I was like, I have no desire. I still have half a pack sitting in the house.
Good for you.
Just sitting in a drawer.
That's how you know you've done it, when you have it, it's easily accessible, and you still elect not to do it.
So, like, I was like,
Good for you.
that's like a week. Once it's out of your system for a week, I found myself, it was very, very easy. Then I got busy. And then when I'm busy, I don't usually,
Got busy. Was that a euphemism?
No, I was just busy.
Okay, very good.
And I find, when I have downtime, that's when I struggle the most with it.
Okay.
So I just didn't have downtime.
Downtime, boredom. That brings the worst out of us.
Next thing you know, it was like a month in, and I was like, well, crap. All right, we're good to go.
Nice. All right.
Amazing.
Yeah. No more heaters for Gaylord Choppy, as it is Gaylord Choppy and Two Fists of the G-Bag Nation with you here on a Tolo Tuesday morning. The text and the compliments are rolling in right now. 682, Chop's going to be chain smoking a carton a day by Friday with y'all scrubs. The 817, please bring Sean and Troy back. This is terrible. And the 469, I would rather listen to Sharif fart into the microphone for 4.5 hours than listen to these two shows for 2 more hours. Okay, so we are on fire this morning. It is great to have you in. We crank open the 6 a.m. club with the 6 a.m. headlines. And should the Cowboys bring in any of these free agents? 877-881-1053. That's next right here on The Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
There's lots of hitting room in left center as the center fielder Taylor plays toward right. And Leote hits a ground ball through the right side. That's a base hit. 1 run is home. 2 runs are home. A 2 RBI single for Leote. And the Rangers now lead it by the score of 3-1.
Couple of RBIs for Leote Taveras as he has another quality night at the dish as the Rangers knock off the Royals in the first game of that series in KC. 10-4, Martin Perez gets his 6th victory of the season with 6 Ks last night across 6 innings. And another great outing by the bullpen, Brett Martin and Brock Burke. Brock Burke, maybe something we can get into a little bit later. The usage of him has been a bit perplexing by Chris Woodward and the managers, but he's been brilliant when he has been used. Our buddy Jared Sandler had this nugget from Twitter after the game last night, but the Rangers bullpen over the last 6 games, over 27 innings pitched, they have a sub-1 ERA and are allowing hitters a batting average of just 141 and a 430 OPS. They've been really, really good. So the Rangers look to get a win, series victory tonight with John Gray on the bump as they've had their 2 studs at the top of the rotation, Perez and John Gray. With the first 2 games of the series, it'll be a 6:30 pregame with Jared Sandler. Rangers will look to get a game under 500 and improve to 36-37 on the year. Jonathan Heasley with a great stash and hair will get the start for the Royals tonight on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, 2/5 of the G-Bag Nation, formerly of the Nosebleed Seats, in for Sean Sharif. We are joined by, of course, Gaylord Shopping. We got Peyton Russell in for Troy Hughes this morning. Appreciate you cracking open the 6 a.m. club with us, turning it on, leaving it on this Tuesday morning here in DF Dub.
What is the main issue with the usage of Brock Burke?
It's just it's very peculiar, the length of time that they go without pitching him. It was about
It's like every 3 days.
It's sporadic.
It's like every 3 days.
He's maybe been your best bullpen arm outside of, say, a Joe Barlow, your closer. But he's been extremely consistent for you this year.
And do we have confirmation that Joe Barlow there's no relation to Kissin' Kate Barlow?
Yes,
we have confirmed that.
There is no relation there, and
Okay.
I don't think any relationship either.
I don't think Gaylord Choppy has any idea who Kissin' Kate Barlow is. If you know who Kissin' Kate Barlow is, text it in right now at 877-881-1053. How about that?
From you.
You did?
I did.
Dude, that's a good movie. And it's one of the only books I've actually read in my entire life.
I didn't know you could read.
Yeah, I didn't either, which was incredible. But that was the only way they would give me my college diplomas, if I could prove to them I could read the book Holes. And there it is. I gave it away.
Gosh, Holes is so good.
Holes.
Stanley
The name of the book
Yelnats.
is Holes.
Holes with, gosh dang it. What's his
Are
name?
you talking the movie now?
Yeah, the movie.
Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah, Shia LaBeouf.
Stanley Yelnats.
Yeah, Stanley Yelnats.
And the name of the
Good
movie is
flick.
Holes?
Yeah, Holes.
You never saw it?
We actually did a list.
heard of it.
When we were at 7-Eleven. We did a list of our we do a top 10 list at 10, and it was the top 10 holes. And the movie Holes made an appearance.
Did Courtney Love make it on there?
Courtney Love, I think, was OLI, a little outside looking in action for Courtney Love.
Yeah?
But
Okay.
she was right there, neck and neck, neck
Okay.
and neck with some of the best holes that this great world has to offer. Shout out to the texter who also is trying chicken minis at Chick-fil-A for the very first time, Walchuk, formerly a manager of Chick-fil-A.
Oh.
What a beautiful moment it is for this guy. And that's a callback. Kudos to him to yesterday. What's something you've just tried for the very first time?
Yes.
Or it may be something you've never tried at all. The chicken minis, I think they're pretty dang good.
They are.
But the spicy chicken biscuit at Chick-fil-A right now, I don't know how you're topping that.
And the spice. I'm a big fan of the spicy burrito as well. You can get the spicy chicken in the burrito, and I'm not really able to get into that game now that I'm on soda. But the Chick-fil-A breakfast, very underrated.
It's
And
absolutely dominant.
you still can get sausage there. It's the only time that we will serve something other than chicken.
They mix it up, little
I
sausage
say-
in the morning.
Say we, but I'm not there anymore.
That's right. R.I.P. to Wolchuk's managerial status.
So hit you with some 6 a.m. headlines before we get into a couple of free agents maybe the Cowboys should be looking into. I'll toss these names out. You guys can tell me whether you're in or you're out on some of these names. But the big headline this morning, of course, the NBA free agency getting underway later this week. We're on Jalen Brunson watch. But Kyrie Irving has opted in to his $36.5 million option with the Brooklyn Nets, and the latest rumblings are that indeed means, of course, Kevin Durant will also be staying with him in Brooklyn. So it seems like these two are going to run it back, and what I don't know, it looked like the tea leaves were the Nets were going to just blow this thing up and say, hey, we're sick of this. We can't trust you, Kyrie, KD, if you're going to have 1 foot in, 1 foot out, you know what, maybe we're just going to move on, and we're going to try and rebuild this thing. No. Seems like these two are going to be back, and the Nets are going to try and have this pair. Let's try and go for one more championship and make this thing right.
One more.
One championship. Let's go one more time and win the championship.
One more time. I think that this is like probably bittersweet for the Nets, because I'm sure in one way they just wanted to wash their hands of this whole thing and have Kyrie just like not even opt into his $37 million and just completely go elsewhere. KD forces a trade, boom, and we can just rid ourselves of this crappy 4-year Brooklyn Nets era. And now Kyrie opts in. You imagine both these guys are going to be there now for this year. Kyrie, I guess they could still try and work out some sort of sign and trade, but there's just nobody out there that wants him. And now that he's locked into $37 million,
oh, no way.
Especially nobody's going to want him.
No.
So this is where it's at. Now you hope, I guess, if you're Brooklyn, hey, we have the talent here. We still have Steve Nash. Ben Simmons, can we get anything out of him? And in the Eastern Conference, go try and make some noise. Kyrie Irving on an expiring deal, right? Final year of his deal here. So hopefully you have him on his best behavior kind of thing as he's trying to lay out an option to go get more money in the offseason next year from another team. I don't know, but my favorite part of all this was the Kyrie Irving quote from yesterday. Did you guys see this?
No.
He opts in, $37 million. Okay, here we go. And here's the tweet from Shams via Kyrie Irving. Normal people keep the world going, but those who dare to be different lead us into tomorrow. I've made my decision to opt in. See you in the fall. A11. I guess that's what he calls himself, which I don't really understand, but it doesn't matter.
I think it's 11. 11.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what that means. He's not the only one that uses that.
Like he does A11 EVEN. That's how he does. Weird.
I think Colin Morikawa uses that too. I wonder if it's a Nike thing or a Adidas thing. Who knows?
Okay. Well, yeah. Normal people keep the world going, but those who dare to be different lead us into tomorrow. I've made my decision to opt in. See you in the fall. So,
well, that fits into the 817 that just texted. I never heard a dumber show, because that definitely went over our heads there.
Mm-hmm.
On that one. Other quick headlines for you. The Big 12 looks like they're targeting Brett Yormark to replace Bob Bowlesby. Bowlesby, I'm sorry, as commissioner.
Oh, Bob.
This is interesting.
Bob's seen just about every team in his league leave.
Oh, Bob, I don't blame him for wanting to get out right now. But
Bob's my favorite because he was the guy during the pandemic that said, if I have to put shoulder pads and a helmet on, we're gonna play some damn football.
Yeah. So Yormark is COO of Jay-Z's Rock Nation, and he was promoted back in January. Previously was co-CEO of Rock Nation United, which was a global licensing division within the agency, along with his brother Michael. So it's be interesting for the Big 12 if they went this route. Now, nothing's official, but that's where the Big 12 is looking right now, and we'll see if that ends up happening. The Mavs, as they're going to be looking at all things free agency this week, but their equipment manager and their assistant to GM Nico Harrison, Keith Grant, retired after 42 seasons today. He was the last remaining employee from the franchise's first season back in 1980. He'd been with the club every year. What a wild ride for Keith Grant. So congratulations on an amazing career for him as he's no longer with the club. And yesterday we found out as Brittany Griner met with courts that her detention in Russia has been extended to 6 months.
Dude, like they're going to do the July 1 hearing. Is that when it's going to start? It's finally started. It's been 6 months already.
This is...
Someone get that poor girl out of there.
This is unreal. I feel for her. I really, really do. In Texas, they were landing and already doing a good job with recruitment, but the Arch Manning stuff is only going to heighten them by getting better and better 5-star recruits. They just were able to get 5-star defensive back Derek Williams on the heels of the Arch Manning recruitment. He's from Louisiana. He ranks as the number 3 safety, number 37 overall recruit in the country, 6'2", 185 pounds, big recruit for Texas. Those are going to just keep funneling in to Austin since Arch Manning has gone ahead and given his verbal commit to the Horn. So there's some of your 6 a.m. headlines. We'll continue to keep you up to date on everything that happens here on this Tuesday morning. But let's get into some Cowboys talk here on your home of Dallas Cowboys football, as we are less than a month away from training camp in Oxnard. We'll all be out there. We'll have that covered for you.
But, yeah, you guys are going to be there too, huh? Dude, I cannot wait for this.
Yes.
We are going, like, you guys are going to end your show early every night. You two are going to leave.
Okay.
The show early.
Hey,
we're going to go to dinner.
We're going to say Gaylord told us we got to leave.
Wait a second. It's 5 o'clock out there. You guys end your show at 5 o'clock. We'll be
fine. I was about to say,
but
we might get some Ranger games that end even a little bit earlier. I know that bothers Sean, but
yeah, it bothers me too. Trust me.
I'm sorry.
We'll probably have a couple of shows where we're off even before 5 Cali time. So we're gonna have a lot of hanging out. I'm looking forward to just a good team bonding experience of just hanging out, kicking it, shooting the bleep. Walchuk can't eat anything that's really tasteful in food or alcoholic in beverage, but we're still going to have a great time.
Yeah, that sucks that you can't drink any alcohol. We're going to have to change that. But no, we can't wait.
We'll make up for it.
Can't wait for you guys to be out there. We don't even want the rest of your crew to go. We just want you two to go.
Just the two of us.
That's fine with me. We can leave the other two. No, Broadus is going to be our DD and drive us around because I'm going to make sure I maximize the ounces of liquor that I'm allowed. Okay. Don't you worry.
Fair.
What do you guys? So wide receiver and RJ, Eric and I were out there for OTA and minicamp practices.
Not to brag,
and certainly because we're putting in the work here. Certainly the weakest position group without having Michael Gallup, without having Jalen Tolbert until the only practice of minicamp because Mike McCarthy decided we were good. We don't need the other two. The receiving group didn't look good, and Julio Jones is listed here. I don't think you two. I know I'm very not that interested in Julio. I just don't think he has much to offer you anymore. And then there's the availability questions. Like the name is there, but he barely was able to stay on the field last year for Tennessee. We thought maybe that was a good fit for him with the rest of that offense. I get it, Ryan Tannehill. Maybe that's an eye roll for you. How good do you think Ryan Tannehill is? But would you have any interest in Julio Jones?
I would probably say no. I guess my question is how good is James Washington?
And we don't know that because he had a foot issue that didn't allow him to practice.
I would probably lean towards no. I want somebody available, and Julio just hasn't been available. That being said, I do like Ryan Tannehill. I don't think that he's a game changer, but no, I think he's a good player. But I think that was more Julio not being healthy. I would probably say no. You guys?
Well, I mean, I just think that from the wide receiver position right now for the Cowboys, you're coming from a place of a bit of desperation. If you feel like, hey, we need to add another body here, none of these guys are going to be very expensive. So whether it's Julio Jones, I think Will Fuller's still available. There's a couple of these wide receivers. They're not going to be overly costly. If you need to add a body, like beggars can't be choosers this point in the offseason. Julio Jones, the upside on him is much bigger than Simi Fehoko. It's much bigger than TJ Vasher or these random guys that they got running out there right now. So I'd be fine with really any of these veteran wide receivers who have done something in the NFL. As long as the money looks correct. And Steven and these guys are not going to sign him if the money doesn't look correct.
Well, no doubt about that.
Now, are you guys familiar with the full name of Julio Jones?
No.
Quintorris Lopez Jones. Quinn Torres Lopez Jones. And I guess his nickname's Jet, for those of you curious.
Well, he does run like a jet, and he's had a phenomenal career.
Julio comes from where?
Yeah.
Julio, that's a good question. I'm not exactly
I didn't really see
sure.
the fit there, but
That's a fantastic question.
hey, I like the name Julio. The other two names, one would be, the Cowboys are rocking with, well, let's go as their backup swing tackle right now. Now, we talked about this yesterday. I think there's a lot of upside with Will Let's Go. He looks the part, but we saw Sam Williams at minicamp practice really work him pretty good. If Will Let's Go is pushed into action, you got to be a little bit nervous about that. Nate Solder's out there if you wanted to try and get a veteran swing tackle. He's 34 years old. He does kind of fit that bill, can play either side for you. Again, that's a money situation. The guy on here that does interest me, and his name just keeps popping up in correlation with the Cowboys, because you do have some affiliation with members on this coaching staff, like a George Edwards who was with him in Minnesota, but it's Anthony Barr.
Oh, yeah.
And Anthony Barr's a hybrid player that can give you multiple positions, and that's what Dan Quinn showed that he can really work with this defense last year.
It's true. I'd probably say no to Nate Solder as well. I'm more about getting younger. I don't want guys that are on the wrong side of 30 necessarily. Some positions I think you could deal with it. For the most part, I don't want a 34-year-old tackle who couldn't make it on the Giants.
I side with you there. I'd rather just rock with the let's go and let him get his growing pains out the way.
You know what I said to him? Well, let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, and this feels like kind of one of those years.
Good one, John. That's a good one.
Dad jokes are fire.
This feels like one of those years. They have not been, it's not like they're one player away. Hey, we need to go let's round out the roster with a vet or two here because we're making a push towards the Super Bowl.
Sure.
This is like, hey, we're kind of pedaling our feet here. We'll probably make the playoffs and get bounced, and then we'll revisit things.
And to your point, maybe they're feeling that way with receiver. Let's let a Simi Fehoko and a TJ Vasher go out there and get some reps, and that's why we're not bringing in a veteran receiver. There is a name that I'd like to throw out there maybe a little bit later on in the show at receiver. We can get to that. But coming up next, we have several Bleep Hole of the Week nominees. We're going to vote on them. I want you to join along, 877-881-1053. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Zero Res.
Frankel, do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of high gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, the praise is pouring in here on the truckwreck.com text line. The 979 says, at no point in this show's rambling, incoherent talking points were even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone listening to this show is now dumber for having done so. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. And that is one of my particular favorite moments in cinematic history. So I appreciate the call back there, 979. It's Gaylord Choppy back in the studio here with two fists of the G-Bag Nation, myself, Eric Giafalo, and Zach Walchuk. We have Peyton Russell in for Troy Hughes. Troy and Sean back next week. Well-deserved vacation. And we got a couple of things to get into here. We go around the NFL here in a few minutes. Plenty of sports content, all sorts of NBA stuff breaking seemingly by the minute with the Kyrie stuff, John Wall, and how it affects the Mavericks. We'll get into all that stuff. 7 a.m. headlines coming up top of the hour. We have a couple of Bleep poll now. I know it's only Tuesday, okay? But I think we may have run into the foregone conclusion for this week's award for Bleep poll of the week. Now, we'll get to the nominees. I think we have the top spot, though, in sports here. But the first story I wanted to bring you was this French track star. I don't know if you guys saw the story. Wilfried Hapio, he's the best 400-meter hurdler in France. And he ran in his country's outdoor championships on Saturday, and he earned a world championships bid. But 20 minutes before the race, someone had broke into the France Athletic Outdoor Championships arena or whatever, and this dude slipped past security, like the fake bloated Klay Thompson style. Yeah. Except this guy was coming to be a little bit violent, and he snuck in there, assaulted this Hapio guy, who's the track star in France, like beat the hell out of him. This dude was coughing up blood moments before the race started.
Oh, okay? Still raced?
He still raced. He's wearing a patch. Like when you watch the video, he just got basically in a fight, okay? Got assaulted. He's got a patch on his eye. He's coughing up blood. And next thing you know, he wins the race.
What a stud.
And it was a personal best record that he had with a time of just under 49 seconds.
The adrenaline probably helped.
Gotta have adrenaline.
Absolutely.
Must have it.
I mean, he just gets assaulted. He's probably freaking out. And all of that was probably just off of adrenaline.
Fight or flight. Or flight or fight, whatever it is.
What a legendary move right there from Hapio. And so now he earned a bid to the World Championships. His attacker is now going to probably get some jail time or whatever because he got arrested. But what a legendary move. What a clutch moment. And we can have some clutch moment conversations because there's a couple of guys who have been heroic in some ways. But I thought that was a really cool story. Wanted to show that guy some love there. Now, Bleep Poll of the Week nominees. We have two, sorry, Walchuk, but there's two Zachs making an appearance here.
Okay. No. I hope they spell it wrong.
One is a little bit more ancillary.
With an H?
No, with a K.
The K is wrong?
I think so. Half of Zachary, and Zachary is typically spelled Z-A-C-H-A-R-Y. So what's half of that? Z-A-C-H.
Yeah.
That's how you should spell it.
All right, it's fair.
Yeah.
So Zach Morris, screw him.
That's my opinion.
Screw him.
I've often said that about Zach Morris. I'm the same way. I mean, if I see an Eric, E-R-I-K, yeah, I'm looking down on you and your parents and your ancestry. I mean,
in your ancestry?
Your ancestry. No,
like we're going that far.
The whole crew, man. The whole
crew. You could be a Viking. I don't care. I'm looking down on you.
Well, the first Zach has a K. The first Zach.
Screw Zach Martin, too?
No, I love him.
Okay.
Yeah,
my spleen hurt.
I mean, that's where we draw the line, bro. That's where we draw the line.
There's always an exception to the rule.
We are slowly chipping away at Gaylord Choppy's spleen every time we make him chuckle or laugh. Borderline even smile. There's some pain there.
Is there a way to remedy this situation? I mean, are you taking anything for this?
It's just over-the-counter drugs, right?
I'm not taking anything.
So there's nothing to help with the inflammation?
You're an animal.
I don't know. Like, I'm not impressed with doctors these days. They just, they kind of just do your thing and they say, there's nothing wrong with you, and they let you go. And I'm like, well, hang on a second. Hold on. I got a spleen that's enlarged or something wrong. So I don't know. We'll see.
Just drink more.
Well, they
Seems to be what I'm doing.
They say laughter is actually good for the soul, so it's going to be bad for your spleen this week, but it will be good for your soul, so you can take solace in that. We start with the first Zach, who spells it with a K. So he's coming out of the gates, down.
He's fulfilling this
early.
obligation.
And basically, this is Zach Greinke, okay? And I know you saw this, Choppy.
Oh, he's a heavy grunter.
He is a grunter.
He is a big-time grunter.
Yeah, he is. He will grunt on you, but he will also troll you as well if you're a non-child asking for an autograph.
That's exactly right. Now, I had no idea about the grunting there with Greinke, but I do love some alliteration. So if we have Greinke the grunter, that's fine with me. But I guess what happened was someone posted a picture, and it says, right before I took this picture, Greinke acted like he was about to sign my ball. So there's a kid like hanging over the edge of the stands, and Greinke's walking up to him, and the dude takes a picture like as he's reaching the ball out with the pen. It's just like the moment where Greinke's about to grab the ball and sign my ball. And I guess as the guy writes, he says he came over, Greinke came over, grabbed the ball, looked at me, and then chucked it as far as he could. I asked why he did that, and he said, quote, for my amusement. Weirdest player I've ever met.
Man. Okay, now a couple things here. This is amazing.
It is.
It's like a total D move.
It's the biggest D move. That's why it's like guaranteed foregone conclusion. I think Greinke's bleep hole of the week, but it is hilarious.
Now he walks over looking all disheveled. This photo of Zach Greinke could not be more unappealing of him. He looks like this is a professional athlete. Like, remember that.
But you wouldn't know it by looking at him.
You wouldn't know it.
There's not one single part of looking at him physically that would make you think to yourself, this guy is a professional athlete.
The other thing is, if this is a 5-year-old kid, 10-year-old kid, 12-year-old kid, 14, that deserves a beating. This kid, man, that's holding this ball, this guy shaves his arms. He's got stubble on his arms, okay? You don't shave your arms unless you're on TRT, okay? Like, that's arm shave guy. Arm shave guy injects into his delts. That's what he does, okay? So, like, I have no sympathy for this guy. Like, if you're that old asking for an autograph of a, has-been pitcher, I mean, you deserve to get mocked like that.
I tend to agree with you. I think it's pretty dang hilarious. I mean, is there someone, as a grown man, RJ Choppy, are you sticking your ball out for any athlete to sign or any type of memorabilia, bat, ball, glove, jersey, whatever it may be? Isn't there a line there on an age? Unless I don't know. I guess if it's like specifically for your kid, like, I can't wait to bring this back to my kid, something. But
it can always be a gift to somebody.
Yeah, so it can always be a gift to somebody.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree. There's not really an age. Like, if you're going to keep it for yourself, there's an age. If it's a gift for somebody else, no, there's no age.
Okay.
Now, if you're going to keep it for yourself, I don't know. It's weird. It's like I'm not really an autograph guy. I have a lot of them.
I'm not either. I'm always I'm not going to bother someone. I don't really, unless it's just a situation where, hey, it falls into place, but I'm not someone that asks ever.
I'd rather a picture.
Yeah, the picture is I agree. I mean,
I'd rather neither. I'd rather they just leave me alone.
If you're the athlete?
Yeah, I don't want like if I was the athlete, I'm like, just leave me alone. Like, I'd rather I don't want to do either.
Oh, for sure. If you're the athlete and you've been around the block and you're like, okay, I've done all the signings, I've done all the photos, I'm good here. And then it's like, some grown man wants to walk up to me and get some signature. But the fact that Greinke did take that, throw it, and then I guess presumably just kind of walk away.
What a jerk.
It's so jerky, but it's also pretty dang hilarious. So nice work, Zach Greinke. Now we go to the other Zach. This guy spells it properly, Walchuk with an H. This is Zach Wilson, quarterback of the Jets.
Okay.
More specifically, his mom, Lisa, who we all know pretty well at this point. She was an absolute fireworks show at the draft. The NFL draft, and then she's pretty loud. She's kind of loud mom on social media, that kind of thing.
I think that's downgraded her a little bit, and she's since been replaced by the NBA draft moms.
The NBA draft moms really stole the show.
Hang on, I didn't.
You didn't?
I didn't notice this.
Oh, well, you need to do some Googles.
Wow. Well, it's probably past your bedtime on NBA draft night. You had to get up early.
No, I
get
watched
it.
the draft, but I didn't notice like an article about the moms because I left right after the show on Friday, so I didn't.
That's how you know this guy Gaylord actually might be in love over here. He's not even noticing other smoke shows. That's incredible.
Can't really blame him, but you should do some Googles in terms of
Google NBA draft.
the
moms.
NBA
Yeah,
draft
just do
moms.
NBA draft moms, and it's moms plural. Usually there's like one mom or sister, okay, that steals the show, Aiden Hutchinson style, but or Luka Doncic style. Remember, it was his mom, Luka's mom, for his draft, but there was two of them for the NBA draft this year. Zach Wilson's mom, she posts a story about some local donut shop, and some writer, like an actual sports guy, writer guy, and he comments on it and basically just says, "Wow, you look like you ate all the donuts. Damn, girl, chill." And then of course she smacked back pretty good. I'm not going to read the entire paragraph that she sent him, but I'm like, yeah, that deserves a pretty good Bleep Hole of the Week nominee right there.
Yeah, anything she said, I'm fair game with. You do not call out a woman like that.
Or
That
a
is-
women, either one.
Or a women.
Multiple.
That is disrespectful and disgusting.
And disgusting. Okay, not only is it disrespectful, it's also disgusting.
First off, you know me. I'm not into the fat shaming.
Right.
And that is crossing the line.
I have noticed Walchuk being a little bit more okay with the fat shaming
I'm
as
down
he slims down.
almost 40 pounds.
Look at that.
So
Amazing how perspective changes.
it
You're
really
damn right it
is.
does.
It really is. Yeah, why don't you get off your ass and do something?
Drink a little bit more water.
I heard Walchuk say that at one point in the last few
Stop
weeks.
it. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, that's great.
No, but he did. I actually need to pull this up. I know we have an airplane story, Choppy, that we need to get to. Maybe we need to save that
We
for
can
the
save
other
it
side.
for Man Card Court
we
if
can
we need
save
to.
that.
Okay, we can
Yeah.
save it for Man Card Court because I do want to read you
We're
this
bringing that
quote.
back?
I'd like to.
All right.
I've never gotten to participate
Let's
in
do
Man Card
it.
Court.
I'm in.
And I used to love that segment.
Okay.
If
I
the
did
Tolos
too.
would like to, we can
If
bring
the
back Man
Tolos
Card
want
Court.
it, we can bring it.
Okay, I do want to close down this segment here with Walchuk's verbatim quote at Cowboys practice about 3 weeks ago. At this point, Walchuk probably down 25-ish pounds.
I never said you could.
Feeling like
You
a
could
million
share this.
bucks.
I don't even know if it's true.
Walchuk said when talking about James Washington, who was in a boot not working out with the Cowboys, quote, Walchuk, he says, "He looks out of shape. It might just be his jersey, but he looks bleeping fat."
Oh, man.
That was the exact verbiage Walchuk used there. So, yeah,
You know what
no
it is?
fat shaming allowed, guys.
He's just got a unique body style.
That's what it is.
And I think it was the jersey.
I think it was the jersey. I don't think it was the bloating in or around the midsection there.
Man, I try to blame clothing all the time.
Oh, yeah,
If
that's
I
the
can.
move. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what
you
I've
gotta
done
do.
my whole
That's
life.
for clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it
the
was my
NBA
clothes.
draft moms. Shout out to them.
All right, headlines, top of the hour, your radio sports page here on a Tolo Tuesday with Sean and RJ, Gaylord Choppy, and two-fists of the G-Bag Nation in for Sean Sharif and Troy Hughes. Thanks for waking up with us. Let's go around the NFL. Are these two really about to fight, man? This is ridiculous. We have Julian Edelman also talking about Bill Belichick. He's a little bit scared. And Jimmy G gets called out next right here on The Fan.
Let's get that car to that kid. Texas Can Academy, right off the car. Not the kid. If you got your
About to go around the NFL here. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation, formerly of the Nosebleed Seats, in for Sean Sharif this week. We got Gaylord Choppy back with us as he had a wonderful 3-day weekend.
Yeah, buddy.
Partying. We'll hear more about that weekend coming up a little later on. Peyton Russell in for Troy Hughes. Appreciate you rocking with us on the fan cam via Twitch and YouTube, as well as on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. We'll have your headlines for you coming up on the other side. But right now, let's go all the way around the NFL. And my goodness, this story that broke yesterday, Adrian Peterson and Le'Veon Bell have reportedly signed deals for a boxing exhibition in July at Crypto.com Arena in L.A.
Is everyone getting in just going to become like this is everyone's career path? Like when your career is over, you're just going to box? Like Frank Gore and Darren Williams and now Le'Veon Bell and Adrian Peterson?
Yeah, it's a weird deal. I mean, I kind of like this era that we're moving into here because it does make for, I guess, a little bit of entertainment. Not that I will be paying to watch this if that's what it's going to take, but we will all get the highlights, especially if there is a Nate Robinson-style KO situation. I'm sure we can all...
He's still dead on the canvas.
Yeah, he's still laying right there. They've been working to peel his body off of the mat, and it's taken some time. And now we get Le'Veon Bell and Adrian Peterson. I mean, I know Le'Veon Bell ran into probably a bit of a financial snag.
I think both of them probably are really in need of money. That's why they're doing this.
How in the world is Adrian Peterson in need of money?
Well, Eric, I think we know that he parties hard on his birthday.
Oh, that's a good point. We need to pull up the details of the Adrian Peterson 30th birthday party. Are you unfamiliar with this?
I feel like you usually just have that on the ready.
I do. I mean, don't get me wrong.
I have all my things bookmarked.
There's nothing that I think Eric gets more joy in sharing than how much money Adrian Peterson spent on his birthday party one year.
Bro, this is some of the most amazing details ever. It was his 30th birthday, Adrian Peterson. He flew out like hundreds and hundreds of guests on his own dime to a super sick, nasty, nice hotel in Houston, I believe. It was like 300 plus friends and family members. Then they had like this whole like outdoor deal where there's like it's like the tarp stuff up top is like the roof. I forget, but it's just like an outdoor setting, and it's like a tent city is what they called it. Ooh. And they had a lemur available for rent and a python.
A lemur?
They draped the python like a scarf over Peterson's shoulders. They imported snake charmers out of Dallas and world-renowned belly dancers from New York. Again, an elaborate tent city, Moroccan couches, velvet drapes, ice sculptures bearing Peterson's initials, imported trees, and a throne on which Peterson alone would be allowed to sit, okay? The cake designer baked a royal palace flanked by a fondant camel and elephant. Wale, the rapper, agreed to perform. Jamie Foxx was the DJ, and in the final hours before the party, more than 100 workers rushed to set up stripper poles, a hookah bar, and a cigar humidor in a tent called the Man Cave. Even the porta-johns were over the top, with silver sinks and shiny floors. You would have thought you were going to the bathroom at a Ruth's Chris, said one of Adrian Peterson's closest friends, okay? So that is, I mean, they had fire breathers, they had sword swallowers. I think actually Walchuk was a part of that crew.
Excuse me?
And they rented the camel. I mean, it was an insane birthday, all on the dime of Adrian Peterson. There's photos of him entering the building. Look at this, Chop. Riding a camel.
That's why he needs to go ahead and fight Lev Bell.
It was like a $12 million birthday party. He
spent all of his money.
The single worst financial decision I've seen in quite some time.
Now you have this exhibition boxing match in July.
You're right.
See how it goes.
No, this all makes sense.
I support throwing yourself a big, huge birthday party because is that what other people are supposed to do anyway for you?
Other people should do that for you.
Other people should throw you a 30th birthday.
Does Adrian Peterson know that there's no weapons allowed? Like there's no switches or anything that you can bring in?
I just don't know why you had to import.
I knew somebody was going to go there. I thought about it.
Yeah.
No.
I thought about it, but I thought better.
And to be honest with you, I don't know about you guys, but I've completely blocked out the 2.7 yards per carry that Le'Veon Bell gave the Ravens last year while donning the number 17. I just completely have blocked that out of my memory. My football memory, like when I pull up Pro Football Reference, it doesn't reference that.
No, I think we've already spent way too much time talking about him personally. Now, Warren Sapp, when's the last time he was even brought up? Because he was also
Sean and I bring him up all the time because he rejected us with great prejudice.
Oh no!
At the Super Bowl one year, we went up to him and said, "Hey, Warren, you want to talk to us? We'll do an interview here. We're the home of the Cowboys." He goes, "The Cowboys? They ain't here." We're like, "Yeah, we know." He goes, "Pass."
I don't think he'd do that again.
Yeah, probably not.
I think now he's probably looking for any opportunity.
He's any port in a storm right now.
Right.
Back then, he was the big swinging, you know what, on NFL Network, and now nobody cares about Warren Sapp.
Well, Warren Sapp's back in the news because he was talking about the Raiders workout with Colin Kaepernick, and this is what he had to say.
I mean, do you see Kaepernick coming back? I mean, he tried out with the Raiders recently, but I heard the tryout wasn't all that great.
I heard it was a disaster. I heard it was one of the worst workouts ever. I'm wondering how the hell this happened and the tape didn't get out, right? I mean, somebody wasn't over the fence or nothing? Come on, man. We live in a world right now where you put a drone up. Hey, it ain't like they can stop you. They ain't gonna stop the workout talking about there's a drone up here. We don't know who this is. I mean, what? Come on, let's run this. They don't even send them up the ladder anymore. You know, we used to go out to practice. Send the guy up the thing, he's shooting practice off. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, we just interviewed Josh Norman. He pretty much said, look, you can't sue a company and then go back and try to work for them.
Audio courtesy of Vlad TV, which he was interviewed on.
Vlad Guerrero got his own like Oprah-style channel.
No.
Good for him, man.
But, yeah, Warren Sapp really just telling the world, we had kind of heard.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Broadus' sources said, yeah, it was a bad workout.
Okay, because, Ian Rapp said, sounds like it went well and that he impressed with the doors open.
Yeah, that's probably because Ian Rapp. Haven't we discovered this about our insiders? The game is dirty. They get a text from an agent and then they just copy and paste and send it out.
He gets
so that
spun to a positive.
agent says, "Hey, Ian, it was great work. I mean, we crushed it, bro." And then he'll tweet it out 5 seconds later.
Well, speaking of agent, his agent did reach out to Pro Football Talk, Florio, and said, I guess Warren didn't talk to the general manager or the head coach. I spoke with the GM several times that they thought Cap was in great shape, threw the ball really well, and encouraged any team to call about the workout. He would tell them the same. I don't know. I would like to see. Can we see a video of this thing somewhere? I would love to see a video of this.
I would too. A lot of people are alleging on the fan text here, by the way, Choppy, that Warren Sapp was not obliging you on the in-person face-to-face interview for some type of his personal halitosis issue. Didn't want to put you through that.
Yeah,
he's got some bad breath.
Allegedly,
I could see it.
Bad breath or BO. Which one would you rather have? Chronic, all day.
I
all day.
Like what would I personally rather have or deal with from somebody else?
Both, either one. You get to have one or the other, or you have to deal with one or the other.
I think
your lady's got one or the other.
Oh, if it's my lady, it's a tough deal because I have to.
So tough.
Because the breath thing is like I can stay away from you kind of deal. Like a terrible body odor situation is like I can distance myself and still be impacted. But if it's my girl, obviously at some point she's going to expect to get a kiss, and that's going to be tough. I'll take option C, which is always a part of these would you rathers, right? Which is just death.
No, you can't.
There's no death. There's no escape route here.
There's no escape route. You got to have one or the other.
Man, if it's
I'll take the BO.
Yeah, if it's my lady, I'm going to go BO.
If it's my lady, I'm going BO as well.
That's a tough call.
100%.
But man, I really don't.
I know. As soon as you say it, you're like, wait, I take that back.
No, I don't like either option, but I'm going to rock with the BO. Julian Edelman, otherwise known as Edelnut.
I'd like to isolate. I'd like to isolate Walchuk just saying, but I'd like to rock with the BO.
Thank you. He was on the I Am Athlete podcast, and he talked about how he's still scared of Bill Belichick to this day. He was very fond of the Bill Belichick impression, and this is Edelman.
I just saw him. recently. I went and, I visited the team. And he was like, look, like, if I have to turn on the TV and see you doing me every day, like, what are we doing here? Like, that's what he would say to me. And I'm over here, I'm sitting on eggshell. I'm still scared of the guy. I don't even play with him. He's still like, he's like the emperor or something, you know what I mean? So I walk in and I'm all, hey coach, it's all out of love. He goes, look, just shut the off.
So good. Dude, Edelman does some really, really good impressions. Now, we have another Edelman story about Jimmy G that we'll get to. We'll get to that one a little bit later because we are running out of time here, and I do just want to show the people how good, Edelman does. He takes pride in some of these impersonations. He does a really good Belichick, and after the Falcons collapse in the Super Bowl versus the Patriots a few years ago, Edelman got on the SportsCenter set and recounted his time playing with Randy Moss with the Patriots, and this is one of our favorite clips in Nosebleeds history.
I remember those days. I'll tell you one quick Randy story that he always used to tell me. He goes, Edelnut, there are about 14, 15 of you in this league. There's only one Randy Moss, 98 first round, get to know me.
That's strong right there.
Edelnut.
Edelnut.
Such a stud. There it is around the NFL here on Sean and RJ. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo in for Sean Sharif. We got RJ, otherwise known as Gaylord Choppy, when we are in. Peyton Russell in for Troy Hughes here on this Tuesday morning. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, your 7 a.m. headlines. Rangers and Royals from last night. Lots of news in the association. The latest from Brittany Griner and Deshaun Watson. What is going on with him? Plus, do you have any interest in a reunion with this former Cowboy? We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
You're listening to Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
1-2, ground ball right side right to Nate Lowe. He outruns the batter to the bag just barely, and the ball game is over. The Rangers have won it by the score of 10-4.
The Rangers get a 4-run second inning, and then a homer from Mitch Garver, his 8th of the year in the 4th to put them up 7-4, and they never looked back from that. 10-4 as the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel had the final call for you here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. They get game 1 of this 3-game set in Kansas City to improve to 35-37 on the year. Back at it again tonight. Pre-game for you at 6:30 with Jared Sandler. First pitch from Kauffman Stadium at 7:10 with the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks. It'll be John Gray, the righty, taking on Jonathan Heasley, a fellow righty who's 1-3 with a 4.14 ERA, as the Rangers will look to take this 3-game series in Kansas City. As, RJ, we had this conversation yesterday. Martin Perez got the win. He went 6-2, was shaky in the first 2 innings, but recovered nicely. Eric and I kicked this around because Martin was asked prior to his start yesterday about his future with the Rangers. And he really tripled down. He said 300% he wants to remain a Texas Ranger
300%.
past this year. And the majority of the fan text was in line with that. Hey, we would like to hang on to Martin Perez. Where do you stand with that here as the deadline looms? Would you rather the Rangers look to move Martin, or are you, they should probably hold on to him as well, 1 year, $4 million deal?
I guess my question would be, what was the plan going into the year? Now, I'm gonna say that knowing that they probably didn't plan on him having like a 1.94. They probably plan on him maybe making the team, and then maybe being a 5th starter or whatever. I would err on the side of, is it likely that this is the new Martin Perez for the next 5 years? Chances are it's probably not. So I would get as much as I possibly could for him. That's just me. And then if he wants to come back in the offseason, he's a free, right? He can come back. Or whenever I think his contract's up at the end of the year. He can come back.
It's just a 1 year, $4 million deal.
Then he can come back. If he wants to remain, and then you get the most for him. You've got to be able, you're still looking to build this roster. You're still looking to get better and deeper as an organization. And Martin Perez can bring you back a B-level prospect. You go get it. And then you try to re-sign him in the offseason because you're probably not going to make the postseason this year. And if you do, what are the prospects? Are you going to win the World Series? That's still the goal, right? That's still the ultimate long-term goal, is to win the World Series. And, Martin Perez being on your team in August and September of this year doesn't really help you out to do that.
No, that is fair. And in listening to Chris Woodward talk, when I've been able to go out there and, whenever Eric or Matt is out and Jared steps into that play-by-play chair, which he does a fantastic job, and then I slide in for Jared, this team's going all in this offseason. They're looking at from next season on, they're a postseason. We're trying to get to World Series contention. The rebuild is over. So, this might be the last trade deadline where they look at themselves as sellers, if you will, if they even are.
And then this is where you really got to strike. And there's 2 instances that I can remember off the top of my head where a team traded a guy at the deadline knowing that they wanted to bring him back and that he wanted to go back. One was John Lester, who the Red Sox traded to the A's, and he wound up not going back, right? I think he went to Chicago after that. And then the other one was the Yankees trading Chapman to the Cubs, and then he came back in the offseason.
Right.
So we've seen it.
I like that. I didn't even consider the idea of Martin being traded and then coming back, because he does love it here in Texas.
If he wants to be here, then sign him in the offseason. You've shown this past offseason that you don't mind opening up that checkbook. Do they even call that anymore? Right, nobody cuts checks anymore. Why do they still say you open the checkbook?
Yeah, it's a good.
Let's just open the debit card.
It's fair. Open up the debit card. It's like the term.
We're just gonna swipe the card for you.
Pocketbook. Like books don't exist anymore, right? Like no one's pulling out the pocketbook
or the money clip.
Just a purse now.
I guess
we're not calling it a pocketbook.
I think we've done away with the
satchel.
The pocketbook.
Yes. Indiana Jones wears one.
It's clutch.
Are you guys serious? You guys just bleeping with me right now? It's a callback from The Hangover.
Yes, it is.
Love you
wear a
guys.
beeper. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo in for Sean Sharif. We got Gaylord Choppy, Peyton Russell in for Troy Hughes as we rock with you on this Tuesday morning. Thank you for hanging out with us in your DFW sports station, home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers here, 105.3 The Fan. You can usually catch us on the G-Bag Nation with Gavin Dawson and Brian Broaddus 2 to 7 here on 105.3 The Fan, formerly of the Nosebleed Seats, as we will take you to 10 a.m., give way to the KMC Masterpiece. Other headlines for you. My goodness, NBA news. We're going to have a lot of it this week. Still the latest on Jalen Brunson. It seems it's trending. He's most likely going to head to New York. Still nothing official. And maybe he does end up staying at Dallas Maverick. But we did get Jake Fisher, who covers the NBA.
Friend of this here show.
Yes. For Bleacher Report, does a fantastic job. Was tweeting and has been making the rounds on other shows. He said that it is shifting, and it's more likely than not that Jalen Brunson will become a member of the Knicks.
Yikes!
That's the latest buzz that he is hearing.
This is huge. I think honestly, I think this would be a blessing in disguise. Not because he's not a really good player. He's a very good player. I just don't think he's worth $25 million a year.
I don't either.
Yeah, I mean,
I think you could find Jalen Brunson somewhere.
I think the biggest loss is the asset, right? I mean, I think that's what the Mavericks need right now. It's just to maintain trade pieces, to trying to improve the roster.
This is what this is what the Warriors did with KD. Once they knew they couldn't re-sign him, they did the sign and trade.
And they were able to get D'Angelo Russell.
And then they knew they didn't want Russell.
They flipped him for Wiggins.
They flipped him for Wiggins and Kuminga.
Yep.
Remember the pick. You've got to resign yourself. This is when you've got to become shrewd. You got to resign yourself to the fact that he's not going to stay, and you got to sign and trade him. Get something back.
For
something
sure.
of value.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's the big thing.
The Knicks apparently just got 1 million draft picks, so.
Yeah, they got all sorts of stuff, and they can't just sign him outright. So the Knicks still need help in getting Jalen Brunson at the number that he's going to want, which is apparently, at least that $25 million a year mark. And they're still $6 or $7 million away from that. So they should be, the Mavs and the Knicks should be in constant communication because, I'm under the impression at this point it seems like a foregone conclusion. The story's been written. Jalen Brunson, it feels like he's going to the Knicks. It's all laid out there. They're going all in for him. And his dad is on the coaching staff, so they know what they need to do to get him. And that's the way it's going to be. Now you just need the Knicks and the Mavs to kind of play together here and allow the Mavs to get something in return, because that is the worst thing, is letting Jalen Brunson walk out and getting nothing for him, because you don't get the cap space. You don't get anything. There's no benefit to him just leaving and you getting nothing in return.
And we'll talk about some other free agent fits for the Mavericks coming up at 8 o'clock. Mavs Moneyball did a great job of talking about sign and trade options for Jalen Brunson. I know on G-Bag on Friday, we were talking a lot about Julius Randle. That would be a dream. Mavs Moneyball basically said it's unrealistic. The money doesn't work there for Julius Randle. This is what could work in a sign and trade. So let me throw this at you, see what could happen here. Randle or Fournier is too much. Barrett and Reddish, that combo, too much. Burks and Reddish is too much. So this is what you could do. Nerlens Noel and Cam Reddish. That would be a fit. You could do only Alec Burks or Nerlens Noel. Or you could do a one of Nerlens Noel, Burks, or RJ Barrett, and one of Quickly, Grimes, and McBride.
So I don't think that RJ Barrett they're going to let go. And I don't think that Manuel Quickly either is somebody they'd be willing to let go. He's a guy I would love to have.
Yeah, I would like him.
Would really like to have him, but I don't think that is going to be something the Knicks are going to be overly interested in. But if I was the Mavericks, I'd be trying to get him. I think the Nerlens Noel, Alec Burks thing is probably the most realistic. And maybe you get your draft pick back from them that they have. I believe it's next year's first round pick.
Yes, and that's big. You know, at least you can throw that into it. And Nerlens Noel, I get it. We've had him before. But
he's going to eat hot dogs on the bench?
Yeah, if you're talking about at least just trying to get better defensively and adding a rim protector, he can provide that for you.
Yeah, he's got that specific skill set that you can use, and the team needs that right now.
You could probably do worse. They could probably do worse.
Yeah, they could do worse for sure.
So there's just some options for you. Elsewhere in the NBA, we talked about this earlier, but if you missed it, Kyrie Irving opting in to his $36.5 million option with the Brooklyn Nets.
Yep, that is correct, and it looks like everything will remain with the trio of KD, Kyrie, and Ben Simmons. And Kyrie, his quote after opting in to the final year, $37 million with the Nets, quote, "Normal people keep the world going, but those who dare to be different lead us into tomorrow." And I don't want to be led anywhere by you, Kyrie. So I don't know where we're headed. I don't know where you're taking me and us.
He's a bit of a nut.
I would like to get off at the earliest exit ramp, please, sir.
Man, he's a bit of a wild card. There ain't no doubt about that.
I mean, wouldn't you rather be on the side of the road with your thumb up as opposed to being led by Kyrie anywhere in the world?
Look, I would rather be in a vehicle, I think, for the most part, if I know I'm safe.
Even if Kyrie's leading where you're headed on the earth that he believes is flat.
Right off of it because he thinks it's flat.
Right. He's just going to lead you right off the edge of the earth.
It's a pie. He thinks it's a pie.
Man, is Ben Simmons the most stable guy they have on that roster right now?
It's still Kevin Durant, don't you think?
No, I think Ben Simmons might be more stable than KD.
No,
Ben Simmons ain't Googling his own name in Twitter.
That really is just a combustible threesome.
Well, and at least you know what you're getting from Ben Simmons, which is nothing. But like you know that. He's not teasing you with I'm going to be some amazing MVP guy and then give you nothing. You know on the front end, this guy's being open and honest. You're getting nothing from me, and he sets the expectation there, and there's something respectable about that.
Poor Nash is like the biggest problem with Dirk was he had hoop earrings.
Oh,
and butt cut.
So bad. John Wall is set to join the L.A. Clippers after he reached a buyout with the Houston Rockets. Should we watch out for the Clippers now with John Wall?
Man, dude played 0 games.
Oh, man. He hasn't played much, I will say.
Yeah, look, I do think we have completely forgotten about the Clippers because they are going to get Kawhi back.
Right.
And they are going to have PG-13, and they are going to have now John Wall. I'll bet you, look, you can do worse than John Wall as your third best option.
I don't know what the heck to expect from John Wall.
I don't know.
He hasn't played, and Eric and I were talking about this yesterday.
He can be super fresh.
What is it, 2 years since he's seen any playing time?
It's been a little bit weird with the way that it's gone for him. He played in 2018. He played 30 games. In 2017, he played 41 games. It was the 19 and 20 season. He didn't play at all. And then 2021, he played 40, and then he didn't play at all last year. So, you're talking about dating back to 2017, this dude has played in like 120 games. So it's not much. There's a stat out there that like Dirk has played more games than John Wall has dating back to like 2018.
Oh, I do remember seeing that in the regular season.
Yeah, it's just a crazy stat there. So, yeah, it's tough to know what to expect, but if you're getting him at like vet minimum or something extremely,
why not?
It's like, hey,
take the risk.
The reward here is that John Wall becomes John Wall again, and holy smokes, that's a heck of a talented trio there.
Absolutely.
With the Clippers.
Brittany Griner is going to be detained in Russia for another 6 months, and her court date is set for July 1st. As this is just a saga that seems never ending for Brittany Griner.
Get this poor girl out of there, man. What's taking so long? Now, granted, she did. She broke it up. You can't break other countries' laws. Like that's you're just asking for it because they don't have the same rules necessarily that we do. Like we have like a right to a speedy trial. She's gonna be sitting in detention for like 6 months before she even gets this thing. It's gonna happen next week, July 1. But she's been there for months now, just sitting around.
It's terrible.
Sucks.
That's a wild story, bro.
And so is everything that's going on with the Washington Commanders and Dan Snyder. Apparently, he's declined to accept the House committee's subpoena, according to sources.
Could you imagine having so much money that you just tell the federal government, nah.
I'm good. Sorry.
We're all right here.
I'm declining.
Just going to go to my island that I own.
Gosh,
I'll use my Goodell meat shield, and I'll be fine.
I'll get on international waters, and you can try to chase me down with a pirate ship.
I get it. I've talked to Cowboy fans about this, and they think, no, I don't want Dan Snyder to have his team taken away. I don't want Washington to be any good.
No.
I don't think it's going to matter. I do. There's no reason for him to have ownership of this team. The NFL needs to vote to have it taken away. What are they doing? This is terrible.
Well, it's. I mean, you blame the NFL. It's the owners of the team that really get to decide. Like,
I said the NFL owners.
Yeah, all the other 31 owners get to decide, and they probably all have a pretty good idea where the bodies are buried for each other.
Well, he gave them the perfect out as soon as he went ahead and messed with the books and took money out of their pockets.
I agree.
That's all they have to lean on.
I agree.
He pooped where he sleeps, and now they have the perfect out to say, hey, we can just fall back on that. We don't have to worry about any of the other misconduct stuff.
Pooping where he sleeps, but not where he eats.
Right.
Yes. That was
you
definitely
can't do where you eat.
Right.
You can't do where you eat, man.
Yeah.
Now we have lawsuits that have been filed against the Houston Texans because of allegedly the team enabled Deshaun Watson's behavior.
Yeah, they gave him the NDAs and everything.
They gave him the NDAs,
and the hotel rooms.
Now he may have had that. May be a contract thing where he gets a hotel room. I don't know. Right? They'll find that out.
Sure.
I do want to know, like, because Tony Busby said he's the attorney for the alleged victims.
We have Tony Busby and we have Rusty Harden.
Yeah. So Busby
Great
said
names.
They knew or should have known. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, why should they have known? Like, should they have known that he was doing all this stuff? Like, do most employers know what their employees do off site? I don't know. Like, I was thinking to myself, why should they have known? Like, they certainly could have known.
Yeah, I mean,
and maybe they did know, but I don't know that they should have known.
I don't know.
I think it's likely they knew, though.
If they provided the hotel rooms, they provided the NDAs, they had to know something weird was going on. And honestly, and it's not to like blame the alleged victims in this scenario, but like if you're one of these massage ladies, it's like, okay, you're giving me an NDA and you're making me go to a hotel room to perform this situation. This smells a little fishy on the front end.
It smells totally fishy. Oh, of course.
It is.
Oh, yeah. It smells very, very fishy.
Sure.
I just look at it like for the way he said that. I was like, yeah, I think I personally think they knew. But I don't know that I could say as an attorney they should have known. I don't know. Just that you know me. I like to read into to words.
Yeah.
I read in everything.
You read into the words.
I don't read.
Right.
I read into everything.
You just read into the words.
Right.
I like that about you. What was the Cowboys' best offseason move? Do you have any interest in a reunion with this former Cowboy and a great story about Joe Burrow that will only grow his legend? That next on The Fan.
Let's get some AG1 in your life.
And Associates, if you are struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS, credit card, or medical debt, you do not have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to living life again. Call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS.
All right, Jaron Kearse was the single best move of the Cowboys offseason. I defy you to tell me otherwise. 877-881-1053. Tolo Tuesday morning stands for Turn It On, Leave It On here on your DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. It is Sean and RJ with Sean Sharif and Troy Hughes out on vacation. Gaylord Choppy still holding it down with 2/5 of the G-Bag Nation, myself, Eric Chiafalo, and Zach Walchuk. Thank you so much for waking up with us this morning. Friendly reminder that 3/5 of the G-Bag Nation, myself, Zach Walchuk, and Lucius Alexander, will be out spreading the love with all of our Fort Worth Tolos this Saturday at Hop Fusion Ale Works, right there, East Broadway in Fort Worth. We'll be there from 1 to 4. It's the Brew Crew Tour, and it's going down once again this Saturday. Of course, we will have 100 of our one-of-a-kind pint glasses to give out. Hop Fusion, super easy to find. Any of our listeners, and it's just south of downtown Fort Worth. So they'll also have the Big Cat Burgers for all the food needs there. So we'll be doing burgers and beers. Hop Fusion Fort Worth Brew Crew Tour. Rides on. We look forward to seeing you, myself and Zach Walchuk and Lucius Alexander. All right. Now, Cowboys offseason, are we all in agreement about Jaron Kearse? That's the single best move, right?
From a player standpoint, we don't want to go with Dan Quinn just coming back.
I guess that's fair. I'm
just looking to,
I'll allow it.
Find a way to say, hey, there was one that might have been better.
I guess Dan Quinn is probably more important to the defense than Jaron Kearse is.
From a player standpoint,
there's no argument.
Mammoth.
It has to be Jaron.
I would think it has to be Jaron. I'm trying to think of who else it could possibly be.
It's like, what else did they do here? Maybe you say drafting Tyler Smith, or you liked one of these other draft picks that they brought in, Tolbert, something like that.
Yeah, I think they hit on some of these picks, but from a free agent standpoint, certainly.
Re-signing Gallup. I don't know. Some people might feel like that's the best move.
I like Kearse more than Gallup.
But Jaron Kearse is the one.
Bite your tongue, young man.
I'm sorry. I'm not biting anything.
Yeah, he's made a real change in his life. He's not a biter anymore.
No? Okay.
No. And I like Gallup. It's nothing against him, but I do think there is a massive wow factor when Jaron Kearse steps onto the field. He is the leader of that secondary, but specifically the safety group. It is a massive change in okay, the general has stepped out here, folks.
Yeah, and he stands out physically. He's a monster. But it's not only bringing him back, but it's also the deal that they got him at. 2 years, $10 million.
Steal.
It was something that I would consider a steal, no question about it. And Kearse was Cowboys' leading tackler last year, and it is. He plays the safety position, but he's versatile all over the place. He was the quarterback of the defense where he had the green dot. Yeah. He was the one communicating everything. And Dan Quinn loves to do the big nickel looks where you got three safeties on the field, and Jaron Kearse is acting as a linebacker.
Right.
And so the Cowboys do a ton of that. And so one of the reasons why they're able to is having a guy like Jaron Kearse and his versatility. I think he was the surest tackler in the league last year as well.
Absolutely.
Not only the leading tackler for the Cowboys, but he just doesn't miss tackles.
Yeah.
It was a complete surprise last year how good he was.
Amazing. I think he had 4 missed tackles all year, which was good for second in the league in terms of starting safety or something. It was fantastic.
He was also incredible against tight ends. He did a really good job against some of the best tight ends in football, and that was an area the Cowboys were struggling with ever since Byron Jones left. They had a matchup there where you could put Byron against some of the best tight ends in the game, and they were searching for that ever since he left to go to Miami. Kearse has been a really good matchup with some of the better tight ends. A good text-in was the 682, and I'm glad that somebody is texting this because most of the people are always hating on this player, but restructuring Tank. And I think a lot of the negative towards Tank is how much money he's making. Now when you're basically paying that guy $10 million a year, I think that's a steal for the type of player that you're getting for him, who does everything right. When you watch the All-22, he is without question still one of the best players on that Cowboys defense. But I get and I understand the sack numbers aren't where you want them to be.
Yeah, that was definitely a solid move. I thought you were going to go with the 903's text saying bringing back Brian Angerer.
I do like bringing back Brian Angerer, but I wasn't going to say that just because I knew that would upset you. You don't believe that punters are people and kickers are people.
I think that's not true. They're just not football players.
Right. There's a difference. But you need them. They're necessary civilians on your team.
Amen.
They're just civilians.
They're
just civilians.
Whatever, dude. How many games did the Cowboys lose last year, you think, because they didn't have a good kicker?
Well, they lost a total of 5, so I don't know.
Maybe all of them.
They would have been undefeated if they had a respectable
you said
kicker
it,
last
baby.
year.
He's fine. He was fine.
He was not fine. Greg Zuerlein?
He was fine. They put him in...
He won you the game in Los Angeles.
Yeah, they put him in...
Now you want to talk?
Got you to overtime in New England.
He wasn't great. He wasn't very good. But
Peyton's a football guy, man.
You know, when you I don't like to look at
Kay Adams is on the screen.
She's gone. Where'd she go? She left.
She's an Amazonian woman now.
Yeah, Amazonian. That's right. There you go.
Love the Amazonians. Okay, so I also wanted to bring this to the table here, gentlemen. We have a fun little story about Joe Burrow back in college at LSU.
Oh, yeah.
And it's Joe Burrow was the man. And everybody loves Joe Burrow. There's not much to dislike about him, what he was able to do on the field for the Bengals. And he's just kind of a cool cat, man. Everybody's seeing it's Joe Cool. Everybody likes him. And so when he was the quarterback at LSU, there's a former former LSU Tiger defensive lineman now with the Los Angeles Chargers. His name's Braden Fehoko. I don't think he's related to Simi Fehoko, but I might be wrong. Okay, might be just an extremely talented family.
I'm gonna look him up because Simi's got a very unique look.
Well, Braden Fehoko, former teammate at LSU of Joe Burrow, defensive lineman, recounts a story of a spring practice where Joe Burrow was playing quarterback. It's ones versus ones. It's red zone, and the NFL linebacker for the Ravens, Patrick Queen, stepped over the line a little bit and hit Burrow. You never hit Burrow or a quarterback in practice. And just listen to this story here as it's told by a former LSU defensive lineman.
So senior year, spring ball. I mean, it's, you know how it is, bro. Nobody wants to practice during spring ball. We're doing red zone, and you know how Coach O is. He stops the period before we get into the red zone, and he's like, I want good on good, best on best. I want you to rip somebody's ass. And so they do like a play action, and Joe like runs a fade. So he throws the fade, and D-line just reaching for the quarterback. Patrick Queen like just kind of overreaches and like hits Joe, and it's not a hard hit, but it's the quarterback. It's crazy. Like usually you hit a quarterback, the O-line's fighting and stuff. The first person to throw a punch was Joe. And then after that, like he was like, no, f*** that. Like keep him out. We're gonna finish this period. Dice this up.
Okay, man. Alpha Joe Burrow says, nah, I will punch you, Patrick Queen, beast of a linebacker. And then I'll say, no, you're staying on the field, and I'm going to dice up the ones. And that's apparently exactly what he did.
What an absolute stud. And my research is telling me no, unfortunately, no relationship between the Fehokos.
Dang it. Okay. It's all good.
The hair, though, is quality for both.
Yeah, the Fehoko hair is a real treasure. It is.
And Braden actually Texas Tech to LSU. So
that was
really in there.
Okay. Very good. Now, Patrick Queen. So I actually just saw it. So Patrick Queen's the guy in the story who hits Joe Burrow in practice, right? He's a linebacker for the Ravens. Well, he just commented on a tweet from Marlon Humphrey, who's a teammate of his, formerly of Alabama, now a teammate of his with the Ravens, one of the better corners in the league. Marlon Humphrey tweeted out, "Sweet home Alabama, smells good outside. Fun week/weekend ahead. Let's go." So Marlon Humphrey's going back to hometown Alabama. This is cool. July 4th weekend. Former LSU linebacker Patrick Queen, and now teammate with the Ravens of Marlon Humphrey, just commented on it on Twitter and just said, "Cousin lover."
Oh man.
That's some shots fired there.
Yeah, it is. Especially half of Louisiana, North Louisiana is basically southern Arkansas.
Yeah, and Arkansas is sort of the mecca there. Or is it West Virginia?
I think it's they've got their own. They're fighting. They got some infighting going on. And which one's
they got some inbreeding.
Yeah, which one's top notch on that one? My thing is, what was that initial tweet? Sweet home Alabama smells so good. I've been to Alabama. Doesn't smell so good.
Doesn't.
No.
A lot of bugs driving through there.
Dude,
Your car will look a lot very nasty.
Hey, I did want to mention to you guys a couple of things here. The first of which is the Mavericks $10.9 million trade exception from the Josh Richardson trade officially expired last night at 11 o'clock.
It did.
So they will not be able to utilize that this summer, which is
wasted it.
Definitely, I know it was a bit of a waste. I wish they would have timed out the trade for Josh Richardson a little bit later last year so that it could be like in the middle of when everything's going down. You know, even if it was just delayed by like 5 or 6 days.
Time it to match the start of free agency.
Right. That would have been nice. So they swing and miss there. And then Luka and Goran Dragic are playing together for Slovenia right now. And they were at the podium together doing a little presser. And they asked about the possibility of them playing together in Dallas next season. And Luka's response was, I would like to answer that, but I think it's a $100,000 penalty if I did. You should ask the GM about that.
Wait, how is that a penalty for him? Players can't tamper. We've known this for years.
Yeah, they're always talking to each other.
Yeah, that's what they do. You can't. Employees can't tamper in a CBA kind of thing like that.
But at least our guy's thinking about it. Or is that actually a detriment? We don't want our guy thinking about that.
Yeah, just go recruit, bro. Dame Lillard's posting photoshops of Kevin Durant and Portland Trailblazer uniforms.
Yeah, we need Luka not worrying about this.
Goran said that we can't talk about it till July 1st, which is rapidly approaching, boys and girls. Get ready.
Dude. I can't believe it's July.
Yeah.
Almost.
It is pretty wild.
Yeah, the Griner thing's this week. It's insane.
It's insane. It's almost July.
Yeah, I mean we're inching closer and closer to Oxnard,
July 4th
California.
weekend.
What?
Yeah,
Why does everything have to go by so fast?
Time moves very quickly.
The quicker we get to
Gaylord.
football, the happier I'm going to be.
No, that's fine. I'm not saying that, but the quicker we get to football means the quicker I'm going to get to 43. Like, just pause things here a little bit.
Well, you still look fantastic.
Thank you. I know I'm aging like fine wine.
You don't
but
say I know, okay? Just be humble about it.
I said thank you.
No,
You did say thank you.
There's no humility in
I mean,
Gaylord
I'm not
Choppy. That makes
questioning
him great.
your manners at all.
Sometimes you real game recognize game, and recognize myself.
We have some good Mavs conversation.
I can't even say that with a straight face.
Potential Mavs free agent fits coming up at the top of the hour. Who would be your ideal home run derby field? And Walchuk's got some e-news for us. Where's the rum gone? Christian Bale back as Batman. All that and more next right here on The Fan.
But let's get you to Diamonds Direct right
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals is buyersbarricades.com.
We have the Home Run Derby and the MLB All-Star Game, which is fast approaching. You can still go out and vote for your favorite Texas Rangers to make the All-Star team. You can just go to texasrangers.com or MLB.com to vote for that. Rangers victorious last night 10-4. They're back at it tonight, 6:30 pregame with Jared Sandler. First pitch at 7:10 from Kauffman Stadium with the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks. But before we get to some entertainment news, there was a fun article from CBSSports.com picking their ideal 8-slugger field for the Dodgers Stadium Showcase via the Home Run Derby. I think the one player that I'd love to see in the Home Run Derby is Aaron Judge, and he's since said that he's not going to be competing. The Home Run Derby's kind of turned out like the slam dunk contest.
Yeah,
we don't do it. We don't get to see our favorites.
No, like Judge did it once. He won. He's like, "Yep, I'm done." You just won't see him. Whether you think it's going to screw your swing up and you're going to have a terrible second half of the year or not, these guys just don't want to do it anymore.
It's annoying. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Go out there and just do this.
Like let's throw some money on that. They're putting $1 million on the line, whatever. They've got to find a way.
There's a way we can make this work. Maybe we just lessen the amount of rounds. Maybe we just do one round or two.
Ooh. Yeah, TV pays money for that, right? They don't want to do that.
Or is there a way to add other events or something we can to help fill that airtime? I mean, let's do something to help incentivize the best hitters in the game to do this.
Yeah.
If we're talking about, like, who would you want to see in this? To me, the top two guys would be Judge. I want to see Vlad Guerrero Jr., Pete Alonso. You want to get the best hitters in the game to do it. And I can somewhat understand the justification, but you get stuck with some of the guys that are like, like Kyle Schwarber, he should be in this. Yordan Alvarez should be in this.
Yes, Yordan. Forgot about him. So, I'm just writing down a list here. Schwarber. I want to see Bryce.
Okay.
I want to see
absolutely.
Bryce. I want to see Shohei.
You do want to see Shohei?
Yeah, I do. I want to see Stanton.
Okay, yeah.
All right. I mean, these are guys that have been. Here's what I don't want to see. I don't want to see Alex Bregman hitting 365-foot line drive home runs.
I don't want to see Bregman in there either.
I want to see absolute moonshots, like these towering, high, ridiculous bombs. That's what I want to see.
I hear that. I'd like to get Daniel Vogelbach in there.
You know what?
How's that sound?
Jock Peterson, man. Do a show.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, I'm glad you brought up Jock Peterson. I actually forgot we had this audio. So you remember the Jock Peterson, Tommy Pham stuff, right?
Duh.
And do you want to go ahead and just reset this for anyone that
Tommy
might
Pham's
not
a
know?
jerk. That's the reset. Tommy Pham's a jerk.
It's all about this fantasy football beef.
They were in a fantasy football league, and I guess Jock Peterson used the IR in a way that Tommy Pham thought was, disrespectful, stupid, whatever. And Pham confronts him a year and a half later, mind you, in the outfield and slaps him.
He does.
Open hand slap.
So this is Chris Rose, who does a show on MLB Network, does a great job. He has Jock's former teammates on the show with him, and he asked them about Tommy Pham slapping Jock Peterson. Here's the audio for you.
Josh, what was your reaction when your former teammate Jock Peterson got slapped in the face by Tommy Pham?
What the hell, Jock? Do something back. First and foremost, what the hell are you doing letting somebody slap you? That's number one. Number two, I knew it was going to happen. I saw the text message.
You weren't in the league.
I'm not in the league. No.
This was going on all of last year. So we would hear about this in our clubhouse before this ever happened. And the biggest one was when we went to San Diego that end of the year. And he literally did not leave the clubhouse. Jock did not leave the clubhouse because he knew Tommy Pham was out there and Tommy Pham wanted to slap him and beat him up. And so he just stayed inside the clubhouse, didn't take BP for 3 days, just hid inside the cage and then would come out to the game. It was fantastic. Wow. So the whole clubhouse, everybody knew this. And he thought that it Tommy left or that Pham had left the league and he was good to go, came out and then,
What a grudge to hold. I mean, that's been a year in the making and he just walked up to him and slapped him.
Well, first of all, how do you not know he's still in the league? Second of all, man, you can't be. You're a Major League Baseball player. You're going to sit in the clubhouse for 3 days. I'll take BP.
I'm only going to come out for the start of the game.
Because you're scared of Tommy Pham? Bro. Come on now.
It's amazing the fantasy football beef and how real that got. And this is all over. Real. Tommy Pham accuses Jock Peterson of cheating because he stashed an injured player on his bench. And I get it. I mean, I've had heated. I think we all have. I mean, if you take fantasy football seriously, we get into passionate fights over this with our buddies, especially if there's a lot of money involved in this.
Yeah.
But I thought that was an incredible story about just how Jock Peterson was dodging Tommy Pham last year.
How? Like Tommy Pham, like, come on now. Like, what are you going to do? He's using the rules of the league. What are you getting upset about? I never understood why he was so upset. Be upset at Trout for being a bad commissioner. Don't be upset at Jock Peterson. And Jock, be a man, dude. Don't be sitting out there in the clubhouse scared of going out there to take BP because you got to confront Tommy Pham.
Yeah, and he ended up getting slapped anyways.
Yeah.
He did.
How'd that work out for you? So you basically wasted 3 days of your life in the clubhouse.
That's right.
And Chris Roadshow on John Boy Media now. He moved on from MLB Network. So
hang on a second. How does Chris Rhodes, how does John Boy Media, who basically made a career out of posting 30-second videos of ball strike calls, afford to get Chris Rhodes away from the MLB Network?
He's blowing up, man.
Yeah,
dude.
The John Boy guy, that whole situation has
making a lot of money.
Skyrocketed, yeah.
A lot of money. A lot of texts coming back in terms of who they'd like to see in the home run derby. Chaz Chisholm, absolutely. Yeah. Josh Bell, Jesuit's own. He can smash.
Is he in D.C. now?
He is. DC. He just had a really good series for the Nationals here in Arlington.
Right, he did.
Luke Voit, Giancarlo Stanton.
Oh, God, Voit.
And how about Adolis Garcia? I'd like to see El Bombi in the home run derby.
I mean, we've got an easy 8 to 10 guys you just named. They can easily make this work.
No doubt. A couple of the other names that CBS Sports listed: Austin Riley of the Braves, Will Smith of the Dodgers, Rafael Devers of the Red Sox.
Will Smith can really smack him out of there.
He can. Mike Trout's never done it.
He's never done a home run derby?
He's never done the home run derby. I, for some reason, thought that he had.
I thought he went homerless.
In 2019, he said, maybe 1 year I'll say to myself, hey, let's do it. But he's actually never done it.
Huh.
And then Byron Buxton of the Twins, who I never really thought of as a power hitter, but
he's got 30 pop.
He does. I mean, his home run numbers are there.
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be fun. And he's an under-the-radar player.
Dude, Aaron Judge is on pace for 61 homers this year.
Him and the Yankees are out of this world.
I mean,
still get knocked out in the first round, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
If they play the Astros.
I know, right?
They've been outstanding, man. Their pitching, I saw to where their collective pitching was like better than Mariano Rivera's, like the height of his powers.
They're on pace. I think I saw they're on pace for like 119 wins, which like set the record.
Yeah, they're crushing right now.
There's no way they can keep that up, right? Like you can't keep that up.
There's no way.
I know it's.
You think they're due for a post All-Star break collapse?
I mean, you
to
can't
come back to the field.
But I mean, we're 70 games in here, and they're playing at a 7-something clip. Like that's not. Nobody would have thought that's sustainable either. I don't know. Maybe it's just one of those years. They keep making comebacks.
And don't worry, 682 caught the Will Smith reference. Eric's beating me down with the slap jokes when it comes to the Will Smith stuff.
I kind of love it.
It's just it's good. Don't get me wrong. Now let's slide into some entertainment news. There's a lot that has kind of happened over the last couple of days. First off, you two Italian brethrens, and maybe I'll have a quiz on who's the better Italian later on in the week between you two.
Well, Choppy's a vet. I mean,
you're already conceding defeat.
No, not at all. I'm just lowering expectations,
Who's hairier?
and then I'm gonna come over the top with it.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I think what's your chest and stomach look like?
Shaved right now, so it doesn't look that hairy.
Okay, so you hate on the arm shavers, but you're cool with the chest and tummy.
Well,
shavers.
I just wanted to get a good. I didn't want to have the natural sunscreen.
Oh, okay. You had a shirtless river weekend. Yeah. I get that.
I'm giving you both homework assignments, and now I found a reason why there's no excuse for either of you.
No excuses.
No excuses. Play like a champion. You can score 1 month of Paramount Plus for free in support of women's soccer, baby. All right? Through July 18th, you can sign up for a free month of Paramount Plus by using the code GLORY. All right? Now, this is in support of women's soccer this summer because they've got the CONCACAF Women's Championship where 8 women's clubs are going to compete in the tournament. with the goal of qualifying for the 2023 Women's World Cup, if I can speak here, in Australia.
It was a mouthful.
It was. But the whole reason for this is one of the best shows that I've seen recently, The Offer, which is all about the making of The Godfather, is on Paramount Plus. I told Eric about this yesterday. RJ, no, you're a big fan of The Godfather. This show's incredible. It's 10 episodes long. You both really need to watch this. Eric, I know you're a big Godfather fan. It's truly a must-watch show.
The Offer.
The Offer.
Lucius has been all about this. Walchuk now. Every time I see him, like by way of hello and greetings, it's like, this is amazing.
I binged it in 2 days.
Hour episodes?
They're about 45 minutes to an hour long.
Perfect. 45 minutes. Love it.
Really good.
Man, I got so many things I got to watch, though.
I know, but this should probably go to the top. This is right up your alley, man.
Can you add things to the list and move them right to the top? Is that how it works?
I think you just go ahead and bypass. It bypasses everything and goes straight to the top.
All right.
Walchuk's biggest problem is whenever he does end up having kids, he's gonna realize, wow, I can't just decide to binge something in 2 days.
Yeah, but that's not true because you've come back to me with stuff that you've binged. So I know when you want to watch something, you find time to watch it.
It took me like a month and a half to finish the final season of Ozark. Like it's been a tough run right now, man.
Make sure you got hustle in.
I had more time when I had more time when I had young kids.
Really?
Oh my God.
Oh man.
Dude, what's your kids getting to sports?
Yeah, I guess that's true. Your weekends are
what weekends?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Shuffling back and forth, like the sport, the cost is outrageous. Practices, with 2 kids. I mean, and we drew the unlucky straws this year.
Did you?
None of them practice on the same night, so it's every single night.
No.
Something different of the week.
Wow. Christian Bale
I can
also
tell
said
you love that.
He would consider playing Batman again, but under one condition. Christopher Nolan would have to ask him to do it.
Ask him nicely.
He would have to be
must say
directing
please.
Another Batman film, and then he would come back and play the Caped Crusader.
Hey, I'd be 100% in on that.
I'd be in on it too.
I would welcome that. I was not crazy about the Twilight vampire guy that they just used.
Edward?
Yeah, Edward.
Oh, you didn't like Robert Pattinson?
Can't say that was something that
Not up your alley?
I just couldn't take him seriously. Loved Catwoman. Wasn't in on the
I liked
Batman
him. I thought he was
casting.
fine as Batman.
Were you constantly looking for Bella? Is that what you're looking for?
That's exactly what I was
You thought he was going to sparkle?
I was waiting for the werewolf guy to show up.
Is it Jacob? Is that who it was?
Yeah, look at you, man. The Twilight knowledge is pouring out of
Dude,
RJ
I love
right
Twilight.
now.
I
love the Twilight saga.
Choppy glistens in the sun
What's
as
your
well.
favorite one? New Moon? Is it New Moon? Is that your favorite, or is it New Dawn? Whatever it is.
I don't know, but I think that might have been the worst one.
I don't have a favorite.
New Moon?
But we also have, and this cannot be true, Johnny Depp playing Jack Sparrow again. Even though he said he would never do this.
So apparently he could reprise his role. Now, this is the rumor. It would be for $301 million.
Woo, maybe it'll happen.
So he got dumped by the franchise in 2018 amid these allegations from Amber Heard. And Disney allegedly dropped the bombshell in a new interview with the Aussie outlet Pop Topic. The deal is reportedly for Johnny Depp to return as Jack Sparrow. He's 59 years old, and he could get $301 million. And if I were him, I'd tell them to go take a hike.
You wouldn't do it?
Y'all dropped me when I had allegations against me? Sorry, ain't you doing that.
Double or nothing.
Double or nothing. You shouldn't have dropped me then. I didn't do anything wrong. I told you I didn't do anything wrong. What'd you drop me for? Because you want the bad PR? Man,
I would
someday someone's going to hold companies
really
accountable.
No interest in it.
I've never seen any of them.
Really?
No.
First one's really good. I don't know about the
I've
rest.
heard good things. I just never, not my cup of tea.
10 potential Mavs free agent fits. Do any of these names interest you? Let's talk about that next on The Fan.
with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
The latest news surrounding our Dallas Mavericks, according to Jake Fisher, friend of this year's show on Sean and RJ, who covers the NBA for Bleacher Report, it's shifting that it is more likely than not that Jalen Brunson will become a member of the Knicks, as it does seem as though, and we know that the Knicks are doing everything they can to pry Jalen Brunson away from the Dallas Mavericks. How do you feel about that? And we've got 10 potential Mavs free agent fits, courtesy of Callie Kaplan of the Dallas Morning News. What do you think of these free agent moves? 877-881-1053 to join the conversation via the truckwreck.com text line. Appreciate you getting up and Toloing, turning it on, leaving it on with us here on this Tuesday morning. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation, formerly of the Nosebleed Seats, in for Sean Sharif. We are alongside RJ Choppy, otherwise known as Gaylord. Choppy.
Hello, how are we doing? Thanks for having me on my aboard.
Hey, it's our pleasure.
Yes, it is.
To join you. Thank you for joining us. And we got Peyton Russell in for Troy Hughes. And thank you very much for watching us as well on YouTube and on Twitch, twitch.tv/Dallas FanCam. So, gentlemen, the Jalen Brunson stuff, we went through this a little bit earlier. If you missed it, the Mavs no longer have the trade exception that expired yesterday, which they had from the Josh Richardson deal. The sign and trade options for Jalen Brunson, courtesy of Mavs Moneyball. We went through some of those. It appears, getting a guy like Evan Fournier or Julius Randle is going to be too much. What they might be able to pull off is a combination of a Nerlens Noel and a Cam Reddish, or you can get one of an Alec Burks or Nerlens Noel, or a combination of a Noel, a Burks, or an RJ Barrett, and a Quickly, a Grimes, and a McBride in exchange for a Jalen Brunson. There also might be the potential of you throw in, the first-round pick that you can maybe get back to recoup some of those assets. So, I think the main thing is, look, if you lose Jalen Brunson, I think we're all kind of feeling this money might be a little bit too much for a guy that we like a lot, but we're saying, I don't know that he's an all-star, and I think there are those within Maverick circles that wonder, how good of a passer is he? He is an okay three-point shooter. He's not an elite defensive player. I don't know that he's worth over $25 million, which is where this is going to get to. There's a lot of things in New York that are reasons to why I can understand Jalen wanting to go there. You play for your dad. You're able to now work with a guy who used to be your agent. You can be the guy in New York. You can be closer to home where you grew up in the state of Pennsylvania. There's a lot of pros for Jalen Brunson to leave there. But if you're the Mavericks, the biggest thing is just don't let him walk for absolutely nothing.
Once they recognize that he's gone, that may be now.
Yeah, I believe it already is now.
If they know he's gone, then they've got to pull off this sign and trade, just like Golden State did with KD. And you get back D'Angelo Russell and you flip him for something else. You don't even have to take a player that you actually want. You may not even want this guy that you're going to get back on your team. But if they have, you got to find a player with value on the open market, who has value elsewhere if you don't want them. Or if it's find somebody that you want to be able to keep who you think makes your team better. Is that Cam Reddish? Is that RJ Barrett? Is that Quigley? Is it Noel? Whoever it is, find somebody that you think either has value that you can flip elsewhere again, or that you can use. But you got to get something for him.
Yeah.
Shoot, get one of the 97 picks they just drafted. The Knicks just got this at this draft because they traded out of every pick.
Yeah, there's a way to make this work here, and I believe the Mavericks are probably on the phone with the Knicks trying to work stuff out as we speak, because it behooves the Mavericks, and the Knicks need a little help here still to sign Jalen Brunson. They don't have enough cap space at the moment to just sign Jalen Brunson to the 4-year, $100 million or $110 million contract that they are reportedly going to offer him. So the Knicks need a little help to do it. And if the Mavericks know that Jalen Brunson is going to the Knicks and there's not much they can do other than pay him like $35 million a year, which they're not going to be willing to do, then it's like, okay, this is the way it goes. Jalen, I get it. They're rolling out the red carpet for you. You go there, but let's make this amicable for both of us. And the Mavericks have the roster spots for it. And so don't let an asset just walk out the building and get nothing for him. I think the Mavericks are too smart to allow that to happen. Hopefully the Knicks are just ready to dance a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out in the coming days. Shifting focus, though, to 10 realistic potential fits for the Mavericks as we get closer to free agency. And Callie Kaplan, who's a friend of the station, was on with KMC last week, did a fantastic job. And she gives us a good list. And it starts off with one that we pretty much know about. And this might be a foregone conclusion. And it's Goran Dragic, who is playing with Luka right now for their home country.
Shredded Luka.
And he really is, man. He really is looking
leaner.
But we did see a bicep. We did see a bicep.
He's looking buff
for the first time in Luka history.
We did see a bicep.
So Dragic is 36 years old. He'd be playing for the veteran minimum. Why the Mavs? It's basically he's a big fan of Luka. They're best buddies. They play together on the Slovenia national team. He mentored Luka growing up, and I think that this is all about the Luka team morale. Right, and Eric, you've discussed this, and I think we're all on the same team here. This is still all about you want to keep Luka Doncic happy. You just traded his best buddy, Boban, to Houston, who was a fan favorite. Go ahead and bring in a new best buddy for him. And I still believe, and I know that there's some people that disagree and might believe that Goran is washed. I still think he's a capable player that can give you some solid minutes off the bench, but especially that veteran leadership in the postseason. Yeah. I think he can add something for you in those minutes.
Oh, I don't think he's washed. I mean, he is old. There's no doubt about that. I don't think he's completely washed. I'd give it a shot, but it depends on what the money's going to be and any kind of compensation. But man, it's just, aren't we going down the same Euro road again? Another one. It's like this team. That's what they are. The Mavericks are just basically a European basketball team, and that's fine. That's fine, but we want to lure free agents in here. Are free agents lining up to play with Goran Dragic? I don't even know they're going to line up to play with Luka Doncic.
Yeah,
we haven't seen any proof of that yet.
Nobody is lining up to play with Goran Dragic.
No, I mean, these guys play, and these free agents go to where they have buddies from AAU. That's it.
For sure.
That's it. We got to be able to get in on that, man. That if you want free agents, you got to get in with the AAU crowd.
Yeah, and hopefully that's something that Luka will be doing in the coming years. The Mavs aren't really in a position right now to be able to make a play on any of these big time dudes anyways. So right now, hey, getting a Goran to fill out the end of the bench and not really have to depend on him much in the regular season, but postseason, I think he can bring some value on the court to you. And then the off the court value is, like you said, keeping Luka as happy as possible. And that is always right at about the top of the priority list, I would imagine, for Nico and Mark Cuban and just everybody in the Mavs organization. Sure. You got to keep Luka happy. And Boban's gone. Okay, bring in Goran, and that can kind of mitigate that friendship loss there for old Luka.
Next name at 27 years old, shooting guard Gary Harris, who was with the Orlando Magic last year with a salary of $20.4 million. He's expected to get the taxpayer mid-level exception this year. And after trading for Christian Wood during the draft process, the Mavs emphasized that they want a two-way wing depth player as their next target. Harris happens to be one of the best 3-and-D options on the open market this offseason, so he's expected to command significant interest from playoff expectant teams. Gary Harris might be a name the Mavericks are interested in.
Oh, Gary Harris. Yeah, and these are the type of names you're going to be seeing. It's not like you're not talking about Bradley Beal, we're not talking about Kevin Durant and all that kind of stuff. You're talking about just guys that are here to fill out a roster, have a specific role for you, and you're getting them at a good number. That's really where you're at right now. And that's why you don't want Jalen Brunson to leave for nothing, because right now you're trying to keep as much talent as you can, and you're not really getting anything at all, even cap space or anything, if Jalen just leaves.
Cannot let him leave for nothing. That's the number one thing you cannot do. you've got to be able to get some kind of compensation for him. You got to recognize he's not going to come back.
But I think the Mavericks are in a good place where the roster really only needs, I think, even with the loss of Jalen Brunson, but especially when he's on the roster, like the Mavericks have a strong roster. It's not like oh my gosh, we still have a massive hole here and here, and
you fortunately have Spencer Dinwiddie.
You still have your bench is pretty strong right now. Bringing in Christian Wood now, it's just like it provides depth there. And so I think you're still in a pretty good place with the roster. And so the Mavericks just need to find those specific skill sets at the right number and get these guys in here. So whether it's Gary Harris or name that role player, that's where you're at.
But no disrespect to Gary Harris, but there's also a move the needle atmosphere, at play here. Like, does Gary Harris move the needle for a Mavs fan?
No.
Mav fans were like, well, wait a second. Why would we get rid of Jalen Brunson? Even though that we all agree that he's not worth $25, $30 million a year.
Right. But I do think that this team needs to add players like they did with Reggie Bullock last year, which wasn't a move the needle addition.
No, it's not.
But certainly helped them in the postseason.
No, you're right. And that's fine. And fans will deal with it. And once they watch the players play and, see what kind of run they go on in the postseason. But from an offseason, from an excitement towards the season standpoint, I'm just talking, like, if I'm a fan and, like, I look at this team and they lose Jalen Brunson and they replace him with Gary Harris, what happened here? We just went to the West Finals and now Gary Harris.
Right.
Who doesn't sound like – he sounds like an accountant.
Yeah, he does. Some of the other names to just throw out there from a center forward perspective, you got Isaiah Hartenstein, who is with the Clippers.
Your Jewish brethren.
8, 5, and 2 while shooting 62% from the floor. You have Derrick Jones Jr., who was with the Bulls last year.
Airplane mode.
He's only 25.
Because he dunks like a monster.
Very athletic. JaVale McGee, of course. And then...
Because he goes AWOL for a while.
He does.
Yeah, he does.
Otto Porter Jr. is another name that I've seen circling quite frequently with the Mavs Association. Would be really cheap. Mavs certainly got to see him in the Western Conference Finals. Interesting, long defender. And there's also Taurean Prince and TJ Warren as some other names that could be out there that the Mavs could be interested in, as well as possibly Malik Monk, who's still very young and could also be very cheap and available. And he just had the best year of his career.
And he said he's willing to take less to go to the Lakers or to remain there. But yeah, I like the idea of Otto Porter. Any of these 3-and-D, the wing guys, I think that's what the Mavericks are looking to add. I don't think they're necessarily looking for a specific Jalen Brunson replacement. I don't think they're trying to duplicate a Jalen Brunson if they lose him.
No, you could find a Jalen Brunson in the draft, I think, somewhere.
Yeah,
Just,
you
not
can
this draft.
For sure. You can develop something like that, but I think what the Mavs want to add right now is probably that some length on the wing and that does the 3-and-D stuff.
Sure. Also real quick, you got to figure and ask yourself, all right, what is Luka going to view? He's watching what's happening, and if he sees they lose Jalen for nothing, he's like, do I trust it? Am I going to trust this front office? Like, they knew the player was going to leave, and they didn't try to get anything for him in a sign and trade. Like, they weren't creative enough. Like, if I'm Luka, I'm looking at everything right now to see, and I am judging every little move they make.
Yeah, and that's the thing that the Mavericks have to balance constantly throughout this Luka era is making sure that even just optically it comes across like they are doing everything in their power to make sure that they're building a championship team around them.
Yep. We got a text from the 972 Kevon Looney from the Warriors. It seems as though he is all in on returning to Golden State. So he's probably not going to be leaving the Bay Area. Coming up next, the Cowboys have invested the least in which position inside of the NFC East, and which categories were they the best in? We go inside the numbers next on The Fan.
Stick around.
on Friday, November 4th at Toyota Music Factory. Tickets on sale right now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Some Americans will spend $200,000 on rent over a lifetime. It's time to invest in yourself instead of your landlord. Meet Divvy, a new kind of rent-to-own. Pre-qualify online and use your approved budget to shop for a dream home. After you move in, built-in savings grow into a future down payment. And within 3 years, you're mortgage ready. Get your home shopping budget for free at livedivvy.com. That's LIVEDIVVY.com. Divvy Homes is represented by Divvy Brokerage LLC in certain markets. For more information, visit divvyhomes.com/brokerage-licensing.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hey, this is Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door. I'm a Tolo. Call me for your residential and commercial garage door needs. Mention you are a Tolo and receive 10% off. Call me at 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
If your alarm system is over 4 years old and you don't have DFW security, it may soon stop working. Phone companies are shutting down the 3G network. Upgrade your home or business to DFW Security. Get alarm monitoring for as little as $15.95 a month at DFWSecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of high gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, it's Gaylord Choppy and 2/5 of the G-Bag Nation with you here on this Tolo Tuesday morning. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on here on your DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Congratulations to whoever is about to win some Chris Rock tickets. How exciting is that? All week long in the 8 o'clock hour, we will be giving those out. Thank you for waking up with us. Friendly reminder, we got the Hop Fusion Fort Worth Brew Crew stop going down on Saturday, 1 to 4. In Fort Worth, Hop Fusion, and it'll be myself, it'll be Walchuk, and it'll be Lucius Alexander, all three of us of the G-Bag Nation, and we look forward to seeing you there. We will have 100 of our awesome Tolo pint glasses, which we're very excited to hand out to you for free, of course. They got the burgers, they got the great beers on tap. It's going to be an outstanding time Saturday afternoon, Fort Worth, Hop Fusion. We have some Cowboys to bring you here, but Walchuk, before we do that, I wanted to just mention that Ole Miss absolutely dominated in Omaha, not just on the diamond, but also in the Jell-O shot competition.
We remember that? Yes, because Arkansas was dominating.
Arkansas had a nice moment.
They had a nice, solid, about 1,000-shot lead at one point.
They were on a bit of a heater there for a second.
They were on a heater.
That is impressive.
And they got knocked out. Their team got knocked out. So all the Razorbacks left, all the Woo Pig Sueys.
That's right. That's
Should've
right.
just stayed to try and make sure they won the Jell-O shot tournament.
If they were smart, they should have.
Yeah, if they had like an actual
desire to win,
competitive spirit within them, and then they could just kind of drink their sorrows away, you know. But the College World Series, it goes down Omaha, Nebraska. We know this. The Jell-O Shot National Championship is held across the street. Okay, it's a local bar. And they challenge participating fan bases to down as many Jell-O shots as possible over the course of the week. And so Ole Miss, of course, winning the national championship on Sunday for the first time in program history. The Rebels were, they were fired up, as their fans were. So it's Rocco's Pizza and Cantina who holds the Jell-O shot competition. And last year, it was Mississippi State. They set the all-time record last year. Just short of 3,000 Jell-O shots over the course of more than a week. And it's like,
Ole Miss
okay.
blew them away.
Yeah, it's like, wow, 3,000 Jell-O shots. That sounds like, man,
pretty good.
They went hard. Nah, not the case. Arkansas did have a nice moment there. They had Arkansas, who came in second place this year, absolutely crushed the record by Mississippi State the year prior with almost 9,000 Jell-O shots.
Jeez!
9,000?
And they were $4.50 a piece.
$4.50 a piece. I'll give you the numbers on how much Rocco's crushed on
That's
this.
ridiculous. $4.50 for a Jell-O shot is a crime.
Oh, dude.
Well, when you compare it to like a beer and stuff, it's probably cheaper, but
no, that's a crime.
In Omaha, I bet you a beer is $4.50.
Okay.
In no world should a Jell-O shot be $4.50.
Inflation's killing us all.
That's
man.
ridiculous.
They looked at the gas prices and they're like, yeah, we're going to need to up these Jell-O shot prices.
Man,
Rocco's can go bleep themselves.
I tell you, I filled up in Oklahoma this weekend. It was it was premium was under $5. It's like $5.60, $5.70 here.
Wow.
It's like $1 cheaper up there.
I don't know what the premium life is. I'm like, give me the dirt.
Oh, unleaded, always.
Give me the dark stuff. So, nonetheless, we have Arkansas doing a nice job there at $4.50 a pop for the Jello shots, but it was the on the diamond victor, Ole Miss, with over 18,000. 18,000 Jello shots for Ole Miss and their fans, which means they spent just the Rebels alone over the course of the week spent almost $75,000 on Jello shots.
Okay? Incredible.
Which is just ungodly. And then Rocco's made about $130,000 on Jello shots throughout the course of the week. So congratulations to Rocco's and congratulations for 2 Omaha victories for Ole Miss.
So they sold like 30,000 Jello shots, 35,000 Jello shots, something like that.
Something crazy.
Good gosh, man.
It was a hell of a run by all participants, except for, of course, Stanford, who had slightly over 200 Jello shots purchased.
I have no idea what brand they used in those Jello. I'm trying to figure out the amount of money that they spent to make them.
Oh, dude, I bet their markup is
it's
about
insanity.
1,000%.
Gotta be.
It probably cost them 10 cents to make a Jello shot, and then they turn around and flip it for $4.50.
Absolutely.
Dude.
Good for them.
They're robbing people.
Way to go, Rocco's.
But
you know they're using plastic bottle stuff, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're not.
Oh, for sure.
They're not busting in anything that's got to get
Burnett's vodka or something. You know?
They're using hangover vodka right there,
They're
man.
using Kenny from Quinlan's rock and roll tequila.
Rock and roll tequila. Yes, sir. All right. So we talked about the Cowboys receiver position earlier, and we went through Julio Jones, and should the Cowboys maybe be interested in bringing him in? The Cowboys have actually spent the least in investment at the wide receiver position in terms of draft capital and salary of all teams inside the NFC East.
Over a certain time period or for this particular offseason?
Heading into this year, just period, among the roster as a whole. So if you look at the New York Giants in terms of salary and draft capital combined, they are spending over $32 million on their receiving core.
And they have no touchdowns to show for it.
God.
It's very sad.
The Giants had not one wide receiver find the end zone last year. And I'm pretty sure the Cowboys had a defensive tackle find the end zone last year.
Yeah, they did.
Wasn't it Carlos Watkins who had the big play? And maybe it was the Saints game. I can't remember. But, yeah, not one wide receiver. They had the first-round pick, Kadarius Toney. They give all the money to Kenny Galladay.
Yep.
And it's like, nope, none of these guys. And it's not their fault. I mean, Jason Garrett was running that offense.
Sure, and the quarterback plays bad.
They had a total. I mean, they had the fewest offensive touchdowns in the sport last year.
They did. So this is based off the top 3 receivers on the team. Galladay's making $18 million. Sterling Sharp's making $10.8 million, or Sterling Shepard making $10.8 million. Yeah, he's still playing. And Kadarius Toney,
that's a lie,
is making $3.4 million.
Jeez.
And then of course you had Shepard, which was drafted in the second round several years ago, and then Toney, who they took in the first round. But that's a lot of money that they're spending and not getting a ton of production. The Eagles are now spending over just under $31 million. A.J. Brown's making $25 million. Devontae Smith is making $5 million. And Quez Watkins is their number 3. He's the cheap one. He's making $866,000. Then you have the Commanders. They are spending $16.2 million. Their big signing, Curtis Samuel 2 years ago, $11.5 million. Jahan Dodson at $3.8 million. Terry McLaurin, wonder why he's holding out. He's making just over $961,000. And he's averaging over 1,000 yards receiving over his first 3 NFL seasons. It's clearly good. And then the Cowboys. Number 4 in terms of money spent at just over $16 million, with Michael Gallup at $11.5 million, and then CeeDee Lamb on his rookie deal with $3.5 million, and James Washington at just over $1.1 million.
So they're
not
spending less?
They're spending less than the Commanders by, we're talking about roughly $100,000, but they're spending a considerable amount less than both the Eagles and the Giants right now.
Man, that's surprising.
It is.
It's because it's a much better core.
It wasn't the case until this year, of course, when you got the $20 million of Amari off the books. Draft capital, the Eagles are number 1. Of course, they just sent a 1 and a 3 to get A.J. Brown. They spent a first-round pick on Devontae Smith, and then Quez Watkins was a 6th-rounder. The Giants are 2, first-rounder on Kadarius Toney, second-rounder on Sterling Shepard, and then they signed Galladay as a free agent. No draft capital used.
Yeah, that's true.
Commanders, 3rd most draft capital, first-rounder on Dotson, 3rd-rounder on McLaurin, and then no draft capital. They signed him as on Curtis Samuel, signed him as a free agent. But number 4 is the Cowboys. First rounder on CeeDee Lamb, 3rd rounder on Michael Gallup, and then they signed James Washington as a free agent.
Man, this team drafts, they do find good players, but they have zero awareness of positional value when it comes to the draft.
They're not. They've decided not to. I mean, it seemed like they were putting a ton of value into the receiver group.
It is this team,
not much now when you're looking at it.
It hasn't hurt them necessarily, but the fact that they haven't taken a quarterback in the first round since Troy Aikman is malpractice. Looking at it from a draft perspective and positional value, malpractice. Again, it hasn't hurt them. They lucked into Romo and they lucked into Dak, but man. Like they're sitting there. I mean, think of how many running backs and linebackers since 1989 they've drafted in the first round, and 0 quarterbacks, and only a very, very small number of receivers.
Yeah, they've traded for them.
They've
taken Dez and
Joey
CD.
Galloway. They traded for Joey Galloway. They traded for Amari Cooper
and Roy Williams,
and they traded a 1 for Roy Williams. But they only drafted Dez and CD. That I'm trying to think of what other wide receiver in the first round.
I think that's it
that they would have taken. Like they've completely ignored positional value. It's crazy, and they're still, they've had like 5 losing seasons since, Bill Parcells took over, and all of them happened when they lost their quarterback.
Well, and when it comes to the wide receivers, though, I wonder if they're starting to understand just how many awesome wide receivers there are just in the world right now.
Well, that's kind of
you can find them seemingly anywhere.
Sure, I think that's a great point. I mean,
you found Michael Gallup in the 3rd round.
Is that kind of what this is telling us? You don't need to spend a ton to have a decent wide receiver core. You need the elite guy. You need the alpha. But you can fill out your receiving core by hitting in the mid rounds, because we are in this golden age of receivers where we're with 7-on-7 the way it is with the spread offenses in high school and college. You're able to draft receivers that are hitting the ground running now, where it used to be one of the most difficult positions to translate from college to the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can get away with it. They clearly have. They clearly have gotten away with it. I mean, think how much different could it be? Better could it be? I mean, they've clearly gotten away with it, though. Because their receiving core, well, it's not as good as it was last year. Last year was, top 3 in the league entering the season. It's certainly a good core still.
Yeah, absolutely. The Cowboys also were top 3 in were best in these 3 categories last year. They were number 1 in the NFC at opponents' 3rd down conversion last year, which is a shout out to Dan Quinn. They were also best in the NFC in completion percentage allowed. They were they made it difficult. Of course, Trayvon Diggs was fantastic in that area. And they were best in the NFC in punt return average. Their coverage units were noticeably better. I know we got on to Bones Fossil last year when it came to some of the weird, fake punt situations. And I get that. He is certainly aggressive, but the coverage units certainly took a step in the right direction. I know we often look over the special teams aspect of the game, but that was definitely a noticeable stride.
3 phases, Walchuk.
All 3 phases. Got to get it all 3 phases, boys.
All 3.
Amen. All right, Man Card Court is open.
Oh, no.
Gaylord Choppy brings us a story about a Man City star, plus what is happening at Wimbledon. Are they taking a page out of the Qatar World Cup notebook? Find out next right here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to QC Kinetics. One of the best things that's happened.
Court. We're going to bring that back.
It's been years.
It's a favorite of mine, man. I used to love listening to the morning show. And, I think it's time to get into a man card court ruling here because I think we got some violations we need to discuss. One on an airplane and one regarding a Man City star. Also, Wimbledon's doing some weird things that we've got to address here on Sean and RJ. Appreciate you spending your Tuesday morning with us, turning it on and leaving it on. Hashtag Tolo, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo in for Sean Sharif. We got RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell in for Troy Hughes, rocking with us. 877-881-1053 to participate when we dive in to Man Card Court. Okay, so let's get this started. RJ, you sent this over. We got a Man City situation.
Yeah, this is Phil Foden, who plays for Man City. I'll be honest, I don't know really anything about him.
Okay,
I'm not a big soccer fan. I mean, I enjoy keeping tabs on the World Cup and stuff. But so he was at a beach and he was recorded over the weekend by an onlooker arguing with his girlfriend Rebecca Cook.
Man, there's nothing worse. Your vacation, you're hanging out, lovey-dovey, romantic, and we're going to spend a day on the beach bickering?
Yeah.
Come on, sugar.
Spoils the whole thing.
Spoils the entire thing.
Did he get caught looking at another female on the beach and honey got upset? Or
no, I think it's a little bit worse.
Worse.
I think what had happened was, so she could be heard screaming. We can't take you anywhere. This always happens. It's a day out on the beach. He argued with her in front of shocked holidaymakers and resort workers after she grabbed his phone while he was swimming in the sea. So he is swimming, and she grabs his phone.
Oh, I know where this is headed. Okay. Okay.
So she apparently said, "Get back over here." She looked at him in the water and said, "You, get over here." Well, evidently, she went and started looking through his cell phone. And that's when things went awry.
As it often tends to do.
Well, you're looking for trouble.
Yep.
You'll find it.
She was shouting and screaming. They were here for a day. It all started down at the beach. She looked through the phone. Now, this is a big topic of discussion because, nothing good ever comes from looking through your girlfriend or your boyfriend's phone. Nothing good. You're looking for something. You're looking for something bad. You're always going to find something bad. If you're looking for something to be upset about, you're going to find something in that phone is going to annoy you.
Mm-hmm.
Something. You don't know what it is. Something in that phone is going to bother you.
Is it usually in the text? Is it usually in the text, or is it usually in the pics?
Probably both.
I would think it's probably not in the pics because I think the pics are.
You're smarter, a smart, mischievous person is not going to be.
Got to look at that deleted folder, I think.
That's true.
The hidden folder.
And the pics are in the text.
The pics are in the text.
Yeah, the pics are in the text.
So you got to find who's, you would go through the text, I think. So someone, so she went through his phone. Big mistake. You're better off not knowing. You're looking to get upset. When you go through your girl or your dude's phone, you're looking to get upset. It's just going, even if you don't find something that's really that bad, somebody in there is flirting or whatever, and it's just going to ruin you.
Yeah,
mentally, it will cripple you.
And I say the text, but oftentimes it could just be the Insta DMs, something simple like that.
Never go through. No, you don't want any part of that. You don't want any part of that smoke.
So she's digging through the phone and she finds the inevitable, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, now the 337's coming in saying Foden got caught bringing 4 girls to a hotel room during a World Cup qualifier in Iceland. He had a girlfriand then, too.
So there's a history
there's
here.
There's a history here. But, yeah, I mean, you got, also, you got to look for the Snapchats. You got to look out for the Snapchats, but you can't look out for them.
Man.
My kid has a Snapchat. I wonder why he got it. I don't want to know.
The Snapchat,
But,
man.
yeah.
You want to talk about not going through something that's going to make you upset. Don't look at your kid's Snapchat then.
Don't ever look.
Wait, so this Phil guy is after some strange? That's just kind of his thing?
It sounds like it from
he's a soccer player. I mean, it sounds
the text.
like it. Yeah.
Okay.
So rule number 1, just don't bother. Don't bother.
We're not exposing.
If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. You just don't even bother looking.
254 saying y'all need to chill out. Why are you exposing these people? We're not exposing these people.
No, we're not exposing.
This is an open story on the internet.
Yeah.
We're just talking about this as man card court is in session.
We're not breaking the news here, but what's the man card violation in this scenario? Like, he got this phone stolen from him. It wasn't like he offered it up, so I don't know. This feels like
Is this a her thing or
is this a female card violation? Do they
It's
make
a female
cards?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
It's an any card.
So there's woman cards and there's man cards.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
All right, so
Equality.
we're ruling on her.
Yeah,
So she shouldn't have been going through the phone. Or is this a man
no,
card violation?
Like they're both in the. Obviously, he's in the wrong.
Don't
with something.
have your phone easily accessible.
No, I don't.
Choppy, are you a screen down guy whenever you set the phone on the coffee table?
It depends. It's just a lot of times.
Okay, so you're not thinking. Okay,
if it's at night, I'll put it screened down because I don't want to light up.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I don't really have a way. I don't just put it down any way. I don't think. Maybe I do. I don't notice it.
The 940 says my wife cuts men's hair for a living. I'm terrified to look through her phone.
I would be too.
Yeah, you don't want to do it because even if she's doing nothing, you're still going to think she's doing something. Like, don't even bother. And I know I'm the last person to give relationship advice to.
Yeah, for sure.
Just that's a big mistake.
All right, you could work on a book of like what not to do, right?
Absolutely.
Like a what not to do relationship advice book.
Well, I mean, look, I always said, don't go to drug rehab from somebody who's never taken drugs. They don't know.
I guess that's a good
You
point.
want somebody who's kicked the habit.
Right.
I'm the person to tell you how to quit smoking.
That's true.
Not a book.
The second one
As
is
he takes a vigorous sip. He's proud of that one.
the airplane violation. Now, this is clearly a violation.
Clearly.
The previous one, I think, is all the above. He sounds like a sleazeball, and she knew what she was getting into. She shouldn't have gone through the phone, but I think she's going to be better for it. Don't, look, this guy was cheating on you. You deserve better. Now, this guy, big no-no on the airplane.
So, a TikTok user at DaddyStrange333. It's a great name.
Sounds like a great stand-up gentleman.
So this man named Larry, who's being addressed as Larry on the TikTok post, is seen getting reprimanded by the user and a flight attendant for sharing a graphic photo or several graphic photos with all the passengers. This man on a Southwest Airlines flight airdropped a pic of his.
Okay, I think we get it.
To all passengers, leading the police waiting to escort him off the plane upon his arrival. Now, not all the passengers, because he airdropped it. This is why I don't have an iPhone. You ain't airdropping me one of your pictures.
You can't receive pictures.
I can receive them.
Green text messages.
Doesn't matter. I can receive them. Then I airdrop though.
What a nightmare!
This
did
video,
he do it on purpose? Was it a purposeful
that
thing?
had to be accidental.
Not really, dude. The hubris on some of these fools. They're like, "Hey,
you
watch
think
this."
He's purposefully doing that?
Oh yeah,
The flight
bro.
attendant asked him,
I think it's possible.
"Why are you doing that?" And he said, "Just having a little fun."
Oh
Boom.
my
Told ya.
gosh!
Unbelievable.
That is sick and disgusting.
I mean,
dude,
is there some admiration for the confidence?
No, not at all.
No, okay.
No.
Just posing the
I mean,
question
there's a
there.
little admiration for the confidence,
No,
but
there's not a single
really.
person on that plane. I mean, there might be one that was like, "Yay! I'm so happy I got that."
No, nobody was like, "Yeah," but I'd have looked.
You'd have looked?
Of course, why not?
Yes, you would have.
I don't mind. I
You
gotta
couldn't
look.
help
You gotta
it.
look. You gotta see what people are
Couldn't
working
help
with.
it.
I mean, you always have to scout the competition and see
No,
what
you
You
don't.
have to see what they're working with.
You do not.
It lands on your phone. You open it. You're gonna
You
have
open
to
it.
look at it for a
You open
second.
it.
It'd be, oh my gosh, and immediately
Next time you're
it's
hanging out with your
gone.
friends, you're gonna say, "Look what I got on my phone."
No,
sent to me."
I would not.
And you're gonna show it off to people.
It
It's
would
a
be
conversation
deleted.
starter.
It is a
Absolutely
good
gone.
conversation starter. You're not going to believe what happened on my flight. Like when all those
Right,
people
but
get
I'm
off
not
the
showing
flight,
it because it's gone. It's off my phone. It's deleted.
but then you go to the recently deleted page.
No,
There's always
not,
a way.
Nope,
Chuck.
not pulling it back up.
This is how it works. Okay, this guy sends you the photo. Then that was a Saturday. So Saturday night when you land, this is from Detroit to Denver. You land in Denver. You're hanging out with your friends and their wives, and you start busting this photo out. Look at what just got sent to me. And then somebody in the group's going to start showing pictures, and sooner or later, you're going to see boobs.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the ploy. That's the long play there.
It's a long play here, guys.
Well, you convinced me. I'm convinced.
You guys just aren't devious enough. You got to get into the long game.
214 dude did it on purpose because he almost certainly has a humiliation fetish. He's into that sort of thing. And no, if you're at Love Field, do not do that, 903. Absolutely not. And you never know. Maybe it would accidentally go into the work emails. It's just there's so many risks involved here.
Oh, my gosh, man. Once it's in the cloud, too. It's
so many risks involved.
It's out of your control forever. Hey, one quick update for you when it comes to Wimbledon, which may be considered the single classiest sporting event in all of sports. They are letting the people know that, hey, any tennis fans that are coming to enjoy the tennis, you're not going to be allowed to do any of the devious things that the soccer fans at Wimbledon are allegedly perpetually doing. No drugs, no booze, and, of course, no sexual parties. Because apparently, according to the Daily Star, residents have discovered sex and drug parties over the years, and they're simply not tolerating them. This year, Wimbledon residents have reportedly posted flyers around town explaining police patrol have been told to keep an eye out. So there's flyers basically on like trees and telephone poles that are stapled around that just says basically no drugs, no booze, no intercourse for Wimbledon. Trying to keep it classy over there. Yeah. Same thing the World Cup is doing for Qatar. Except that's like a government thing, and this with the Wimbledon just seems like residents are over it. Like, I don't know. I don't know what type of craziness goes on at Wimbledon, but apparently it's enough to where the residents are like, all right, thanks, but no thanks. It's like the people in Panama City. Remember for all the spring breakers for years and years and years, they just come to Panama and for like a month straight, they just completely obliterate the beach and the town. And the people of Panama were finally like, you know what? We're not going to stand for this anymore. And now I think spring break looks quite a bit different than it did maybe a half decade ago. Maybe Wimbledon and the residents are trying to do the same thing. Clean up the streets, man. Good for them.
Yes, Wimbledon is tennis.
214-469. Yes, Wimbledon is definitely tennis.
I got you. Yep, tennis. Absolutely.
Oh, my bad. I'm thinking World Cup.
I know, it's okay. It's all right. Coming up on the other side, which non-superstars could shape the upcoming NFL season? And RJ had quite the weekend. We hear about that next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game
It on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Oh, yeah, fist pumping. Oh, we're fist pumping into the power hour here. We got Crosstalk with KMC coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll go around the rim, all your latest NBA news. There's a lot of headlines to get into. Kyrie opting back in, the latest on Jalen Brunson, so much more. Gary Payton the second. Are the Mavs really being considered suitors to sign him? We'll go around the rim, talk more NBA on the other side. About to get into some NFL conversation. We've got some non-superstars who could help shape the upcoming NFL season. The Rangers victorious last night, 10-4 over the Royals. They will look to take at least the first two, if not, keep the sweep possibility alive of this series in Kansas City. John Gray getting the start tonight, looking to get over 500 in wins this year, improved to 4-3 on the season against Jonathan Heasley. 6:30 pregame with Jared Sandler, 7:10 first pitch at Kauffman Stadium with the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks. Here on your home of Texas Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. Also your home of Dallas Cowboys football. It's two fifths of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, formerly of the Nosebleed Seats. We got Gaylord Choppy with us as we are in for Sean Sharif, who's on vacation. Peyton Russell in for the vacationing Troy Hughes as we party with you on the Fan Cam, available on Twitch and on YouTube. And you can join the conversation on the truckwreck.com text line 877-881. 1053. Gentlemen, I did see this courtesy of The Ringer, and I thought it was fun because we talk about the superstars all the time.
Why wouldn't you?
We're always talking about the quarterbacks. I mean, it is a quarterback-driven league, and I get it, RJ. If you had it your way, it would just be quarterback on quarterback.
I would pay the quarterbacks $150 million and then just give everybody else their pittance.
But football's the ultimate team sport.
Yes.
And there are other guys that matter.
Mm-hmm.
So here are some individuals that might end up shaking things up and have a big impact on this season that aren't your traditional superstar names. And we start in Buffalo because nobody circles the wagons.
Like the Buffalo Bills.
Like the Buffalo Bills. How about a guy who certainly broke onto the scene last year in one of the biggest games? Gabriel Davis,
dude,
Bills wide receiver.
He is the flavor of the offseason. Every time we start talking about wide receivers, Gabriel Davis gets mentioned. Fantasy, Gabriel Davis, the duo between Stephon Diggs, Gabriel Davis, Josh Allen. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, the dude's been steadily improving year in, year out, and it feels like he's due for one of these huge ones. We'll see if he can meet the expectations.
Didn't he have like the go-ahead touchdown against the Chiefs before Patrick Mahomes?
He might have had, I know he had at least two. He might have had 3 touchdowns in that game.
I think it was definitely 2 at the end.
Yeah. He was a huge player.
Yeah, it was good
in that game. And he was a touchdown machine really all year long. And reports out of Buffalo, and I know Mike Bassick's been big on this. He might be Josh Allen's favorite target. I know him and Diggs is the number one guy, but Davis is going to have an opportunity because there's no Emmanuel Sanders there anymore, and there's no Cole Beasley. So his target share is going to pick up in that offense. There's no doubt about it.
Gabriel Davis versus the Chiefs in that playoff loss, he had 8 catches for 201 yards, 4 touchdowns.
4. Okay, so I was wrong about the 3. He had 4 touchdowns. Holy moly.
Yeah, he was a beast in that game. So when you end the season on a high note like that, and you're in an offense like Buffalo's that everybody expects to be one of the best in the league, and they got Josh Allen, they got weapons, Dawson Knox, decent tight end as well. It makes sense why Gabriel Davis, everybody would be pretty hot on him right now.
Also, Marcus Peters of the Ravens. He missed all of last year with an ACL tear. Are you guys feeling a bounce back, or are we not talking enough about the Ravens? They did have so many injuries last year, specifically on that defense. I mean, that defense should be a lot better. They spent money on Marcus Williams. They always do a good job with drafting. Lamar Jackson was hurt. I thought Lamar was having a heck of a season, and he was proving all the naysayers wrong about the inability to come from behind. He was checking off a lot of those boxes where it was like, okay, he's great at playing with a lead, but you get down, by multiple scores. Is Lamar good enough to bring you back? He did that against the Colts. He was able to do that in several games, but that team just got beaten, banged up. He was part of that, and the Ravens fell apart towards the end of the season. They're healthy now.
And they didn't have their MVP candidate.
Right.
Yeah, I would think a lot of teams would fall.
Might be sleeping on the Ravens. I get the AFC is really tough.
People are definitely sleeping on the Ravens this year.
And Marcus Peters coming back is a big reason for that as well.
Well, and Ronnie Stanley, he was out, and he's one of the best left tackles in the sport. And so not having him, plus, of course, the loss of Lamar Jackson, that kind of stuff, they were just riddled with injuries. J.K. Dobbins, like their entire running back group, I think, ended up getting injured.
That's why they had to bring in Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah, and then they were still a tough out. Like even with Tyler Huntley playing quarterback and stuff like that, the Ravens are just one of those teams that are consistent. They're tough to beat pretty much no matter what. And now that they're healthy again and everybody's riding the Bengals, we'll see what happens with the Steelers and their quarterback situation. Of course, we'll see what happens with the Browns and their quarterback situation. Deshaun Watson and the hearing that's actually taking place, I believe, as we speak right now. He might be suspended for the entire year, which creates a bunch of dominoes. Like, if Deshaun Watson gets suspended for a year and you're the Browns, are you just going to ride Jacoby Brissett here? Because Baker's not going to want to be like, that's done.
They're paying $230 million for 17 games with Jacoby Brissett.
I wonder if they could. I wonder if they would finagle a way to go get Jimmy G. I wonder if they say, "Hey, we have a good roster."
You got to be able to afford Jimmy and Deshaun. Well, is Deshaun's money gone?
Yeah, it's gone.
He's suspended.
Well, when you're suspended, it's just suspended without pay. You're not getting that money.
There is.
But is it a cap charge?
Well, so yesterday there was a report from Sports Illustrated where there was something that the Browns were going to try and work out potentially if indeed it was an indefinite 1-year suspension where the contract would go on a 1-year hold. So it wouldn't kick in until following the suspension. So they wouldn't be on the hook for any of that money for this year.
So they would just put a pause in it, and then the 4 years would start the next year kind of deal? Okay.
But it's only getting $1 million this year, right? It's just, this first year was just $1 million deal. They did that on purpose.
For Watson?
Yeah.
Either way, I mean, so
they just pushed everything down the
they
road.
Would push it for a year.
I can't imagine Jimmy's going to take a 1-year deal.
The Garoppolo thing's fascinating. And where he could end up going.
Well, because for him, you say, hey, 1 year to be on a respectable roster and go do some winning. Like, wouldn't you rather do that than go to Carolina where they have nothing, or go to, I don't even,
Seattle.
Like, it's not going to be Seattle, same division. I don't see that happening. But yeah, those are the types of teams where it's like you just want to go be on a crappy team where you're inevitably not going to look good and then not going to be able to parlay this 1-year deal into something more substantial next offseason. The Browns give him an opportunity to say, hey, like, this is a ready-made roster. Jimmy Garoppolo, can you go do something kind of fun here? Can you go win some games? I'm just thinking that might be an option for them and
Jimmy,
for him.
I'm looking at like, dude, I've been to the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship game 2 of the last 3 years. Like, I'm not going to go prove it anywhere else. Like, I've already proved it. I'm going to go somewhere and get my payday.
You're going to try and find a team that's willing to give you a deal that has you being a starter type quarterback for them for multiple years.
That's what I would try to do.
I mean, that makes sense.
That's my goal.
I just don't know if there's a team out there. Does anybody want to tie themselves to Jimmy Garoppolo at like decent money for more than 1 year? I don't know if a team's willing to do that.
Not right now. It seems like everyone, unless there's an injury that happens in training camp and there's a contending team, but feels like all those spots are filled as of right now. So that's why it's interesting what happens with Jimmy G. The other names on this list, you got Tyler Boyd with the Bengals.
Yeah, that's a good receiving crew, man.
It is.
I mean, just a great skill position offense in general. But for Tyler Boyd to be, he's their third wide receiver, right?
So underrated. Yeah,
Chase and Higgins.
And Higgins. How about Devontae Parker with the Patriots? You know, they needed a top guy.
They did.
We think he can end up doing something there?
I think he could. I mean, it depends on how much you like Mac Jones.
Right.
I like Mac Jones quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I think he has a ceiling. Certainly he is capped. I would probably say on his best year, he could be maybe on the outside of the top 10 or the back end of the top 10 in his best year. But more often than not, he's going to be, that, 12 to 16 range, which, by the way, the 12 to 16 range in the NFL probably has 18 quarterbacks in it.
Yeah, no kidding.
There's probably about 18. You get your top 8, and then you got about 18 guys that are all the same, and then you got garbage.
Jalen Hurts. This is a huge year for him. It's fascinating. You have the 2 former Bama quarterbacks, Tua in Miami, Jalen Hurts in Philly. Both teams have question marks about their starters, and they've done everything to provide them with everything they need to succeed around them. Like, they've gone all in, getting A.J. Brown, getting Tyreek Hill, like both sides, opposite conferences, but it's, all right, here you go, guys. This is your prove it year. You're in year 3. Go out there and show us why you're our guy. Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Yeah, it is. It does feel that kind of that make or break it season for both of those quarterbacks a little bit. And I mean, both those guys should be confident that they can go out and do some fun stuff. Jalen Hurts was respectable, and it's funny and Choppy, you could probably.
I could definitely. I don't even know what you're going to say, but I could definitely.
You can definitely, not probably, on the odds for MVP. Like, Jalen Hurts has skyrocketed over the last couple of months in terms of like his MVP odds.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. I haven't looked at Jalen Hurts' MVP odds because I like to live in reality.
Yeah,
but
that's fair.
I'm sure they've skyrocketed.
But yeah,
it's a fantastic point, Eric.
Those are big. Those are big storylines, though, for the NFL season. Is like, how does Tua look? How does Jalen Hurts look? Is either one of those franchises really going to want to tie themselves to either of those quarterbacks for years to come? I don't know. I don't know if either one of them will show exactly what needs to be seen, but they're going to have every opportunity to do it.
I'll wrap this up with Joseph Noteboom of the Rams, former Plano Senior High product.
What a name.
My alma mater.
What a great name, Noteboom.
Yes. And why is he important? He's replacing Andrew Whitworth at left tackle for the reigning Super Bowl champion LA Rams.
That's a good way to go out. Like Whitworth, just win a title and decide to retire. I mean, that's pretty cool.
But, hey, now you've got to protect the blind side of Matthew Stafford. But, hey, my guy from Plano Senior, Joe Noteboom, you can do it, buddy. You can absolutely do it. There's just a few non-superstars to discuss. Also, I do want to sprinkle in Sebastian Joseph Day. Might not be a household name. He's reunited with Brandon Staley.
Is
with
his
the
first
Chargers.
name Sebastian Joseph or his last name Joseph Day?
Last name's Joseph Day.
Okay.
First name
hyphenated.
Sebastian.
It's difficult, man.
But he was a savage for Staley in L.A. with the Rams, and it was very well known, like, okay, he's going to go back to get him to play with the Chargers. He's a nose tackle. And that's why he's going to help that defense have a ton of success up front. It's just going to be heavenly for that Charger defense. But RJ, you were
Charger defense was.
They need all the help they can get.
All the help
they went in. They spent money and they did it. I think there's going to be a massive improvement on that side of the football for them this year. Chargers are going to be a fun team to watch.
Oh, for sure. The run defense for them was terrible last year, but like Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa, come on now, that's going to be nasty. Derwin James, and then who's the corner from New England?
Oh, J.C. Jackson.
Yeah, J.C. Jackson.
I mean, dude, like they got up. It's make or break time for them.
Yeah,
well, I mean, they disappoint every year.
Well, but good for them that they actually decided to say, "Hey, we have the quarterback that we love. He's on a rookie contract. We're going to throw all the money at this roster right now while he's still on that rookie contract, and we'll see what happens."
Okay, we'll get RJ's vacationing stories on the other side. Plus, we'll go around the rim next on 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get some AG1 in your life.
See, it's if you are struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS, credit card, or medical debt, you do not have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to living life again. Call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS.
Thank you, Peyton Russell in for Troy Hughes. It is Gaylord Choppy and 2/5 of the G-Bag Nation here with you, filling in for Sean Sharif on a Tolo Tuesday morning. Thank you so much for waking up with us. About to go around the rim here, and then we will do some crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece in about 15 minutes. We have another stop on our Brew Crew tour coming up this Saturday, Hop Fusion, which is going to be an outstanding time from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon. It'll be myself, it'll be Zach Wolchuk, and it'll be Lucius Alexander. So that'll be 3/5 of the G-Bag Nation. Maybe Gaylord Choppy stops by for a little cameo.
You said Bobby Belt maybe too?
I think Bobby Belt might be sliding through as well. Ooh. So it is going to be a fun Fort Worth afternoon. Very easy to get to.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Peyton will be there. He's of age, so all is well. They got delicious burgers and great beers on tap. Plus, we will have our one-of-a-kind Tolo pint glasses to hand out. So looking forward to seeing you in Fort Worth, Hop Fusion Brewery. All right, right now, it's time to cut the lights out, put the kids down for a little morning nap, I guess, and let's go all the way around the rim.
Oh, let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
All right, so one thing I want to mention here in regards to the Dallas Mavericks, we know Jalen Brunson, all signs pointing to him going to the Knicks. Now, Knicks fans are not overly happy about this because Knicks fans are used to much bigger names than Jalen Brunson. And so they're already being loud on the interwebs about the idea of, really, we're doing this for Jalen Brunson, which was the same reaction I was having during draft night where it's like, okay, the Knicks are really selling all this stuff, and they're opening up all this space, and it's all for Jalen Brunson. Knicks fans are used to at least being in the big name sweepstakes. It's just, get me the Carmelo, get me the KD. Let me just even talk about getting LeBron or Wade or Bosh or Bradley Beal, name that superstar, Damian Lillard. But no, it's Jalen Brunson. So they're being loud about it, and I wonder, maybe possibly, could Jalen be seeing that and be like, you know what, it's just not worth it. Mavs fans appreciate me, okay? It's a little bit more quieter on this side of town. Go to New York, and it's just going to be filled with bing-bong vitriol.
Bing-bong.
So I'm like, I don't know. Maybe just maybe. I'm grasping at straws here, and I'm trying to be hopeful, but it seems like Jalen Brunson on the outs. Well,
man, here's the real quick. If the Knicks, I said this to Sean. If the Knicks want you, I don't.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. But we know what Jalen Brunson is.
This is a good player. Fascinating study. Let's go through the last big name stars that the Knicks have zeroed in on, said, all right, this is our guy.
This is the guy.
And then how they have fared afterwards.
Yeah. If they want you, that tells me I need to run.
They might have all failed miserably.
They've all failed. If they want you, I think I want somebody else.
I think Kyrie and KD might be the latest.
Yeah. I know, right?
Because their careers have not gone well.
No, they have not. They've not gone well.
This might be, RJ, you might be onto something with this. Normally, I think you're a schmuck, but this is a great point.
Well said.
I say that lovingly.
Thank you. They're few and far between. They happen every now and then.
Gary Payton II. Looks like he is commanding some interest.
469 said, why do you do an NBA segment right before a crosstalk, knowing that crosstalk is an NBA segment?
That's a great point.
100% of the time, just bad programming. That's fair. I don't know.
I mean, shoulder shrug, MJ shoulder shrug, and you move on. No, I got a couple of questions for the fellas that will not.
But
be
it's
NBA
not
related,
only we're gonna talk some vacation.
Yeah,
it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, everything's gonna be okay.
But this is an NBA. This is an NBA week right now. So I apologize to you.
So Gary Payton II is apparently on the Mavericks' radar, considered among the most serious suitors for his services. So that'll be something to monitor. Gary Payton II, he's a guy that brought some value as a role player to that Warriors team with what he brings defensively and stuff like that. So that's just another name to throw out there from a Mavericks standpoint. And again, those are the type of guys you're going to be looking at here. You're not, if you're losing Jalen Brunson, Don't expect to say, oh, we can go get another big name to replace. No, you're filling in the gaps on the roster, and good news for the Mavs is there's not a ton of them. You're just looking for specific skill sets here and there. Now, we also got word that the Spurs might just be in tear-down, rebuilding kind of mode here, and DeJounte Murray might be available. And the Atlanta Hawks were reportedly very, very on the verge of trying to pull off a deal for him.
Nice get.
A lot of teams are going to be interested in this dude if he's actually going, if the Spurs are going to make him available, or if he just kind of makes himself available. Then that's going to be a piece that a lot of teams, I would imagine, are going to be interested in. And then, of course, the Kyrie stuff. He opts into the final year of his deal, $37 million with the Brooklyn Nets. Seems like, okay, everything's kind of kumbaya. It's going to be him and KD and Ben Simmons. They're going to ride this out one more year. Well, Brian Windhorst just recently came out and said over the last couple of hours, high-ranking people believe that Kyrie to the Lakers is not off the table after heavy mutual interest.
Really?
So, because we know that was really the only team that was interested in being like, okay, can we work something here with Kyrie? LeBron's running things there. So if he signed off on it, the Lakers were the only team that felt like maybe they'd be open to it because they're operating out of desperation and they're operating out of, we need to microwave another championship right now in the next year or two. So they were going to be the team that was kind of willing to bring on Kyrie, but that still remains to be seen. But no other team's going to be interested, especially at this number. Now, and I don't know if the Lakers actually have what it takes now that Kyrie has opted into the $37 million. I don't know, unless the Nets are willing to take on Russell Westbrook in a signing trade. I don't know how, and I don't know why they would be interested in that.
Could they do that and then just he doesn't even play for them, right? It's just, it's essentially a buyout situation.
Yeah, but then
which is, I think, what the Mavericks would do if they decided to go that, because Jared talked to us about that. Sandler, that was one of his pitches. Basically, just help your cap situation.
And as a tease for the KNC Masterpiece, I believe they're going to be opening up their program at 10 o'clock with some Russell Westbrook Mavericks ties.
They definitely are opening their program at 10 o'clock.
They definitely have. Yeah, that's true. That's true. No overtime
did tweet
for us.
This. They're talking Westbrook.
And then John Wall gets bought out and is now planning to sign with the Los Angeles Clippers.
Actually, kind of like it. Kind of like it for them and for him. If he actually plays, he ain't a bad third option.
No, definitely not a bad third option. And I would imagine they're going to get him at a pretty team-friendly number. And we'll see what happens. That'll be the Clippers.
$47 million?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the dude's, he's doing fine.
Yeah,
he's doing
he'll be
fine.
all right.
He can take a team-friendly deal, I would imagine, and rock and roll. Got to be grateful.
Can you imagine just say, $47 million.
No problem.
Jeez.
Yeah,
that's the year. That's the year.
It's amazing, man. It's pretty amazing. All right, there's a little around the rim for you. Now we hand things over to Gaylord Choppy, and he explains to us why he was out yesterday. It was not for his liver or any of the other organs in his body that we were kind of, Walchuk and I were kind of assuming.
I was worried.
It was health issues,
It's not totally true.
It was.
Well, I did have liver issues yesterday, but it wasn't because of what I have. It was because of what I did over the weekend.
Oh, yeah. Bad decision after bad
I was
decision.
taking yesterday off anyway.
Love when you destroy the liver.
Yeah, I know. Big time. No, to Oklahoma. But like northeast Oklahoma, not like the real part of the state. Like this is like the kind of more, Arkansas kind of part of the state. Little hills, little mountains and stuff, if you will. Some scenery. Flow to the Illinois River. Not that one. Not that Illinois River. The Oklahoma-Illinois River. There's two different ones, apparently, which I just found out about an hour ago when I Googled it. But this is my first river trip. I've never floated a river before.
What?
And I
have
never
gone to like San Marcos or anything?
I've never done that. This is the most country-ass thing I've ever done in my life. At this farm, what is my buddy Wesley, who's got a farm up there. They grow plants legally. So that's what they do there. But
oh, nice.
Yeah, it was fantastic. But this was a river, and I found out how neat nature was on this trip. I have never really been in nature of this magnitude. Floating rivers, which I'm petrified of snakes, by the way.
Oh, me too.
I was like, the whole reason I've never floated a river.
Were they in the river?
No, there weren't. But I did bring a wiffle ball bat with me.
That's why Walchuk's not opening the airdrop when he receives it.
Right.
He's just scared of those things.
I'm terrified.
So I brought a wiffle ball bat on the river with me in case one came near me. I was like, pow, just slap this thing.
Always good to be prepared.
You have to be prepared. I had a machete, but I wasn't going to do that.
Machete.
So we did 2 days on the river. We floated it one day, and we sat in it the other. Total hillbilly stuff. It was great.
Sat in it like you basically just like kind of bathed in the river
Basically
for an
just
afternoon?
bathed in a river for an afternoon.
And just boozing?
Well, it takes a lot out of you floating.
It does. It does, because I realized I am not a strong swimmer. And I was floating, and I had to catch up to the group. And I paddled like 3 times my feet. I'm like, yeah, I'm not catching them.
Or you start cramping.
It wasn't a cramp. It was a matter of just, I'm not.
It was the talent or lack thereof that he just doesn't possess that skill set.
Yeah. So we're on the river, and we did that for the full day on Saturday, and then Sunday we just kind of sat in it all afternoon. I got to give a big shout out though to Athletic Greens, because never on vacation have I been so regular. This was fantastic. This was the healthiest weekend I've ever had in my life when it comes to being on vacation. I just want to throw that one out there.
That's when you do the
little bit
cha-ching,
of a plug.
Peyton, when you wake up.
Cha-ching. Where are you, Peyton, with my cha-ching? Okay, this is great promotion. If you're on vacation, you have those problems. Trust me, I did not have those problems on this vacation. I think I made us late to the river both days.
Chobby didn't consume any solid foods. It was just A1 Athletic Greens and booze. That was the diet.
That's all you need.
Of course, he was just riding porcelain all week.
Yeah, I was riding porcelain a lot of the times. Riding a 4-wheeler for a little bit. That was fun. I thought, again.
Did you wear overalls?
No, but I did have a matching top bottom.
Oh, I saw that pic.
You saw that pic? It's a floral. It's a button-down floral shirt with floral shorts.
I don't know if you realized you airdropped it to me.
Yeah,
you what?
You airdropped it to me.
I did.
Yeah, I saw the outfit. The first thing I thought was, that guy bleeps right there.
Yeah. Oh, that outfit. It's amazing. It really is amazing. But shooting guns, I'll go to a shooting range every now and then, but I've never busted out something I've never really busted out something with a scope on it.
Oh, but you did this weekend.
I did. And, you could still see the mark on my eye.
The kickback?
Yeah. Well, I didn't, it was uncomfortable where it was sitting on my shoulder, so I moved my shoulder over top of it. Huge mistake.
Oh, my God.
This thing, bam, right in the eye. Got me right in the eye. I'm a good shot, though. I think not. But whatever.
I don't think Chobby would be a good shot.
No,
Leave the gun, take the cannoli.
I was pretty awful. But I had a question. This was an argument that was had over the weekend. What is driving music to you guys?
I don't know if there's a specific genre for it. It's just like whatever mood I'm in. Kinda.
Yeah. Okay.
Because my playlist varies.
I like a good mix. Classic
mix?
rock. You can mix a little bit of country in there if you want. Now I'm specific when it comes to the country.
Yeah. You like Gary
do you
Allen
like some
and
hip hop and R&B? Absolutely.
Okay.
Just mix it up.
Okay.
Walchuk's a mixer in general, though.
Well, I guess I'm the idiot then. That's cool.
Walchuk's never had just a normal bowl of cereal. It's always like at least 2.
Okay, that's not true.
He's just a mixer.
But I do like a good mixed bowl. Why? What were you thinking? You're thinking just country.
To me, driving music is like you said, classic rock and country. And,
I do play mostly classic rock.
Your girls banging like club music in the car?
They wanted
EDM.
they wanted like 04, 06 hip hop. And I'm like, I'm kind of out on that.
They wanted to get some Nelly and some Luda up in there?
No, I like Luda. But they wanted some Lil Wayne, some Nelly. Like, they wanted some just, that era.
Yeah.
Weezy F Baby.
She's with similar probably to some of the crowd that I've run with. A lot of Lil Wayne as well. And Drake.
Yeah, and I'm like, man, that's Drake too. I'm like, that's not driving music for me. I got to have some boy, am I old, Bob Seger in there. I need some Poison.
Oh, yeah.
Some
Def Leppard.
Yes, I want something that's old when I'm driving. I don't know. I think the car goes faster.
Some Bon Jovi.
I think the car goes faster when you got that kind of music going. That's just me. But I was overruled. And I was, and I love hip hop, but I was, that's what we listened to on the road. And it just, I had to ask you guys because you're kind of their same age.
We do have a lot of texts coming in, though. I really just listen to 105 through the fan Well,
yeah,
there you go.
That's
Well,
the
I drive.
driving music right there.
And
Amen to that.
If I'm out of location, I can just listen to the Odyssey app. And if that's not working, I just pull it up on Twitch.
And if that's not working,
YouTube.
Boom.
And if that's not working,
then you have an
I
Android.
call into the station and have them put me on hold. That's how bleeping dedicated I am.
No, that's great. I'm glad you're back from your weekend. Gaylord Choppy and Two Fists of the G-Bag Nation with you the rest of the week. And kudos to you. You choose your battles, right? Like that wasn't one that you were going to win, but I'm sure you came up on the victorious side.
I lost every battle.
Every battle?
Every single battle.
Did you win it later that night?
Yes.
My man.
But that's just tying the score.
That's right.
No, but
you got to come out on top. You got to win the battle, and I lost every battle.
But for us, that's the real win.
Yeah, that's true.
No, I'm happy for
you. You woke up in the morning happy.
Yeah, by the way, from the 817, yes, it was a romper that I was wearing. It was a male romper, which I'm comfortable with. And I need to get another one.
That's good. The rompers and the Hoochie Daddy shorts, that's what this season is about here, the season of the 2022 summer. All right, let's cross-talk with the KNC Masterpiece next right here on The Fan.
But let's get that carpet clean, Greenway.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at buyersbarricades.com.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. We've got Kevin. We've got Mike. There is no Corey. He is on vacation. How are you two gentlemen doing today?
Good, and they arrived at their vacation destination.
Fantastic.
And he got passports for his kids and everything, and so they're living their great beach life.
Oh, good. I am glad that they are beaching and having a good time. Now, before we get into, as the text acknowledged, will most likely be heavy NBA content, which I'm sure.
Okay, well, let's have beach talk then.
We will
Are you
get
a
into.
beach person?
I don't. The sand is. It's like that line from Star Wars. I hate sand. It gets everywhere.
all the crevices.
Poor Luke.
It does, but otherwise, the beach is. I think we all enjoy the water.
Sometimes I think it's kind of boring.
Yeah, I can't spend those that can just lay on the beach the whole day. And my dad's one of those. He's a beach bum.
Or all week.
That's because he's a cigarette smoker.
Can't do it. Well, and he loves a good book.
Because he's just outside. He can just run a train on the cigarettes and then
Wasn't expecting that.
Enjoy the book.
Well,
and
Eric is just rude.
No, I mean it's the truth.
My dad's listening and punching you through the radio right now.
No, there's nothing wrong. It's not an
You're
indictment.
calling him out and you're making him sound horrible.
Are you outing him as a cigarette smoker?
Outing him.
He's outed himself. Okay.
Oh,
I mean, come on.
So disrespectful.
Nicotine is being reduced in cigarettes, or at least they're attempting to do that across the nation here. And I'm curious, how old are you guys? If you've ever tried a cigarette, how old were you when you tried it?
Never have.
Yeah, I'm going to go around the room. I'm super boring. I've never had a cigarette either.
Ooh, this threesome on the
apologize.
side of the table. All three cigarette virgins.
Well, me and Choppy have had enough for all three of you. Then. How about that?
Did you used to be a consistent smoker?
No.
Okay. You?
Yeah, I was, yeah.
I remember when I first started working here, and I would have to, like, maybe I was doing overnights or like coming in here, and there'd be Choppy 5 minutes before the show starts, just pounding through a heater, man. The good old days.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What happened?
What happened?
COVID.
Life became less stressful.
Yeah, I got COVID, and I was like, I'm kind of done.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, that was fine.
I'm proud of you, too.
I'm fine.
Good for you. Now, a cigar every once in a while. Definitely have smoked a stogie here and there.
Is that just usually like in a big occasion or just okay?
You know, a couple. It's a. Is it anytime a child's born, right? Isn't that the celebration you do? So
I have to smoke a cigar.
Yes,
when the
I've had several.
Yeah, that's the law.
Right in front of the baby too, and you blow it in the baby's face.
Right in front of the baby.
Gosh.
I've had several of my good friends that have now had children, and I've celebrated with them, and we've smoked a couple of stogies together.
Do you think babies? Go ahead.
No, do you feel like when they have children and do you feel like you?
Yeah,
you feel pressured to
that's
have
hurtful.
babies.
I feel very pressured. I'm looking for my wife right now.
Really? Hey! You don't have to necessarily be married to have a baby.
Right.
I
That's
tried
true.
it that way at first. This time I'm going the more conventional route. I'm sure my mom will be excited, but don't feel pressured.
I feel pressured.
Does your mom know that you're pregnant, expecting?
Yeah, she does. She's pretty stoked.
Yeah, very nice.
Do you think babies look weird when they're born? Because my wife's already been like, do you think our baby's going to be cute?
The head.
And I was like, not when he's born. Because I think babies, like across the board, I thought my son looked weird when he was born. I don't usually think babies are like super cute. It's cute because it's a baby, but then you look at its face and you're like, I mean, I get it. You were packed in there tightly. It'll take a second, but
Packed in there
tightly. They look weird, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I have the same experience with both of my daughters. It's like this is a beautiful, amazing moment, but this is not necessarily the most beautiful looking thing that I've seen. And it's even funnier when you look back. Like now I have a 2-year-old daughter and a 1-year-old daughter, and when I look back at them when they were born, it's like, oh wow. And in the moment I'm like, oh, this is amazing, this is beautiful. And I look back and I'm like, yeah, the photos from when they were born, it was alien-like. It looks nothing like they do today. I will say that.
Well, you're onto something, Aggie.
Yeah, and the pressure's already being brought up. She was like, you don't think our son's going to be cute when he's born? I was like, no, eventually.
He's absolutely going to be cute to the both of you.
We'll see, because I felt that same way about Brandon. All the love was there and the emotion, but you're just like, yeah, let's see how you fill out.
But to the rest of us, aliens.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks anybody else's child, newborn, is beautiful.
Aliens.
Not when they're still gooey. You know, after a while, like, you know, you dry them off and you give them a little bath and then maybe. But at first, no.
You got to get the yuck.
Yeah, they'll say an alien.
You got to give it about probably 3 to 6 months, and then they start looking a little bit more like an actual human being.
Yeah,
Sure.
you got to wait till they look like a human.
And then it's just
Love will be
cuteness
there
overload.
nonetheless. Don't worry about that.
One quick.
What?
Well, I mean, you love, but it's like, you know, I mean, this is what, for, you know.
Oh
look,
my gosh.
Hang on. You know, like, it's different. Like, when the baby's born, the mom's been a mother for 9 months. The dad's been a father for 9 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, well, now what? Like, when my first one was born, it was a C-section, and I'm sitting there and I'm talking to there's like an anesthesiologist like sitting right next to me, and I'm just having a chat with her. It was a guy, and all of a sudden I hear this crying, and I'm like, who's over there crying? That's your baby. I said, wait, now? Hang on, I wasn't ready for this. No, stop. Put that back in. I need to prepare. That C-section went from like 30 seconds in and out, and then I couldn't take my eyes off the placenta that was just sitting there.
Now that is
creepy.
That was an eye-opening experience.
No, it was the most
That's not going to be your
thing in my life.
I didn't cut the cord last time either because I was really nervous I was going to screw it up. I've had a lot of time.
That ain't the cord.
And I realize I know how biology works, but I'm really actually very nervous about that. I'll tell you the other thing I'm nervous about, regardless of which way she delivers, is last time I looked down at the wrong time. Like, you're there to get your hand, I'm going to go with the word squozen. And that's what you're there for. Is last time I was there to feed her ice chips and be quiet and let her squeeze my hand. And that's what I was there for. But I looked down at the wrong time. Like, at the wrong time. So this time I got to remember, keep eye contact. Eye contact with my wife, and that's all we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And when the baby's out and crying and the doctor lifts it up, circle of lifestyle, then we look.
Then you're good. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to be to try and be a hero in that moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
you
good to
gotta
know.
Self-awareness. Know your strengths and weaknesses
It
there.
really freaks you out the first time you see it.
So see, maybe you don't need to have a kid, I guess is my point. It's don't feel pressured into it.
I'm less pressured now. So thank you very much for this.
See, we helped.
Yeah,
we did. What's coming up on the show? We know opening Russell Westbrook. I liked that tweet.
People seem to have thoughts about that before.
Well, it was angersome, but I kind of get where we're going.
Okay. Well, I'm encouraged by that. And then
I don't like the player either. Don't concentrate on the player we're getting.
Cap relief.
Right.
And then at 11:20, if you took a baseball vacation, what city or team would you want to go see? And at noon o'clock, if Brunson leaves, can Christian Wood be just as good and keep the Mavs at the same level they were?
That's rhymes. It's a nursery rhyme.
Christian Wood be just as good.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Rangers question very quickly. So Martin Perez gets the win yesterday. Yes. We had this conversation.
How many times in your head do you have to try to correct his last name?
I do it all the time. Like
I just say Perez.
It's annoying to me.
That's what it is. In English, it's Perez.
Oh,
I get
my
what it
goodness.
is in Venezuela, but I'm going to say Perez.
It's tough. What do you think? Deadline comes. Are you wanting the Rangers to move him or just keep him?
Keep him.
I want to keep him because of this. We're already down to 3 starting pitchers for the rest of the season. Until this is later in the show. What time are we talking about?
I believe that is at 1 o'clock.
So at 1 o'clock, we are talking about the Rangers rotation now. And because in the minor leagues, our guys haven't developed this year, you're down to 3 starting pitchers. Here's the other deal. If I am Seager and Simeon's agent, and you just dump him for another Spencer Howard, kind of Kyle Gibson type of trade, I'm their agents. I'm going, hey, we're going to play this like A-Rod played the Texas Rangers. We're getting out of here next year. And so I would look at it and go, you better show me that it just wasn't to appease the fans to sign 2 guys, and then we're just going to keep trading guys that can pitch. So that's how I would look at it.
Real quick, though, devil's advocate, could they not say, hey, we kind of think this is a fluke? Like, what are the chances Martin Perez, has been his whole career, then all of a sudden he's Jake Arrieta?
I know he's not. I'm not offering him 3 for $60. I'm offering him a 3-year extension at, let's say, $36 million. Average pitchers on the free agent market get 12.
Yeah.
I mean, look what John Gray's been an average pitcher his whole career. What was his contract, 4 for $60?
Yeah.
Do I have it right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so he got $15 million. He was the 3rd overall pick in the draft. So there's a lot of probably people in the Rangers front office going, hey, he's pitched in Colorado. You have to pitch 2 different ways. 50% of the time he has to pitch another way. What if he just has to pitch one way all season and then for 4 years? What could he be? And so I would look at it and go, look, if Martin Perez, if all of a sudden the LA Dodgers are offering me their number, I know it didn't work out before, 3 overall prospect and number 7 overall prospect, which it was Willie Calhoun, who had no position, and then 2 nobodies.
Yeah.
When you're not a top 10 prospect in an organization, you're kind of a nobody. It's all this fake stuff that we've come up now with. Here's our top 30 prospects. There's only 26 spots on a major league team. You know, like even your top 5 prospects. Look at right now. How's Leody Taveras looking like for the future? Doesn't look. Bobby Thompson, 1st round pick. How's he looking like for the future, right? I mean, then you make these trades and you can't use them all. You can only have 26 guys on your major league team. So I would look at Martin Perez and go, it's not a no-go, but I have to look at what I also have to do to help Seager and Simeon, who did sign here, because all it takes for them is to pull an A-Rod, and I'm not saying this offseason, but play here for 2 years and be next year, let's just say 72 and 90 because you couldn't figure out a rotation and your guys weren't ready to pitch. I'm Seager's agent. I'm going, hey, man, thanks for the money. We'd like to get traded too. If we're doing this trade thing, if we're trading off everybody who could help us get better, trade us too.
It's interesting. KMC coming up next. You will have more of that. I can't wait to hear this Russell Westbrook conversation. I will be listening.
It's going to piss you off.
I'm ready to be pissed off.
All right.
In a positive way. But I'm open-minded, and I think you should be too, as you listen to them from 10 to 2. Boom, that rhymed too.
Yeah, buddy.
We'll be back.
By the way, the breaking news, so it helps our segment.
Yeah,
out.
what is it?
Adrian Wojnarowski 2 minutes ago. Russell Westbrook, you won't believe this. He opted into $47.1 million.
He did? Wow, who's his agent? Fire him.
We're back 5:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Hugs and hand pounds, everybody.
Coming up at 10, Odyssey station. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Forget Kyrie. Mavs fans want to trade for Russell Westbrook. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. I'm going to allow you to have all of your feelings, okay?
You've already lit it up by saying we want Russell Westbrook.
Let's trade for Russell Westbrook. We will explain the seemingly complex but actually very simple reasons why. Now, in the meantime, we got word yesterday afternoon, this would have been during G-Bag, that Kyrie Irving exercised his player option to remain with the Nets. Now, some people think that means they're just going to reboot it and bring the whole thing back. And then I know Brian Windhorst said, hey,
LeBron's best friend.
Yes, something about LeBron, but then also said that does not necessarily mean that the Lakers and Kyrie are off the table, which could throw a monkey wrench in this, so we'll ignore that part for now. All right.
Okay.
Trading for Russell Westbrook as a player seems like an insane idea if you just focus on the basketball aspect of it, does it not?
100%. I can't stand watching that human being play basketball. He infuriates me. I hate his over-the-top celebrations. I've talked to people that covered him in Oklahoma City who say he could never understand the last 5 minutes of a basketball game are different than the first 40 to 43 minutes of a basketball game. Like he never understood, even at his prime, how to control a game at the end of the game. And It infuriated Kevin Durant and some of his teammates that he just couldn't understand that the last 2 to 5 minutes is a very different game than the first 40 plus minutes. So that being said, I am not a Russell Westbrook fan of his game at all, but the Mavericks are a little bit up against it where they're at building a team, and it's not because of Nico. I love Nico. I am so happy that Nico is now our general manager, and I believe that Mark Cuban has given him a lot of power. Nico did not sign Tim Hardaway Jr. That was Cuban and Donnie Nelson more led on that situation. And so you sit here with a guy in Tim Hardaway Jr. who, when you traded for him, the Knicks said, look, we're going to trade you Porzingis, but you have to take on this horrible contract. He can play basketball, but man, did we screw up giving him close to $20 million a year. And because of that, and there's more years on it, you have to take him if you're going to get Porzingis. And the Mavericks said, all right, we'll take him at that contract. We understand you've tried to unload him to 29 other teams, including us, and we've said no. But to get Porzingis, we'll say yes. And then 2 years later, the Mavericks said, how about we re-sign that almost exact same deal for a 4-year contract? And then the Mavericks found out months into the contract, oh no, 29 teams don't really want that contract and want to give us back good assets. It's almost like, we will take it if we can give you this horrible contract.
Now, there is one person who said he had one bad year. He's better than Brunson and Hardaway and Bertans. But pretty much everybody else is like, no. And this is
totally understand. I'm with you on that part of it.
It probably boils down to this from the 817. You guys saying that Mavs fans want Westbrook caused me to vomit in my mouth. All right, so I think that distills what a lot of Mavericks fans feel. However, this is what we're doing. From the 972, they asked it as a question. This is our strategy. If we can't upgrade the roster by adding anyone of significance, why not try to clear out as much cap space as possible? Ha ha ha! And that is exactly what we're doing. To the surprise of, I don't know, literally nobody, Russell Westbrook did, in fact, opt in to his player option of $47 million, which is exactly what we needed him to do to make all of this work, because here's how it goes down. Put aside, if you can, for a second, and then we'll reevaluate and see if people still support this or do not support this. Russell Westbrook is on the books 1 year, $47 million, and then he's a free agent. Our proposed deal would include Davis Bertans and Tim Hardaway Jr.
Both on 3-year deals.
Exactly. 3 more years on their deals.
Right.
Yes.
This year plus 2 more, as in this year, 2022 through 2025, they're on your books. You will never have any cap space. In fact, for the most part, you will never have more than the taxpayers' mid-level exception going forward for the next 3 years. For the next 3 years, to add players in free agency, you are looking at paying $6.3 million as a maximum contract in the competition to get players that hit free agency. Now, I know you can do sign and trades here and there, but also when you're at $150 million or over,
luxury tax,
you can't do sign and trades for free agents. So you can't. Literally, when people are like, we should go get Mo Bamba, we can't. You can, but you can't. It gets really hard when you get over $150 million to do sign and trades. So that's why in a whole bunch of different scenarios, just to give you a few, that's why the Lakers, if they still want Kyrie Irving, thank God he opted into $36 million, because if it became a sign and trade, it was going to be close to impossible to pull off. If you look at the Golden State Warriors, they're not doing sign and trades for being over the luxury tax for the last 5+ years. You can do trades, but guys have to be under contract. So when you look at, somebody became a free agent, let's work out a sign and trade. When you're over $150 million, it becomes almost impossible to do. So looking at this deal, I'm not a Westbrook fan. Please don't look at this as Mike's a Westbrook fan. No. In fact, I do not want him on the team. There's part of me that says you do this trade and you immediately buy him out like you bought out John Wall in Houston. I won't go that far because I'm going to have trust that Jason Kidd maybe could get that human being to understand basketball besides just putting up good stats. But if I get rid of Hardaway and I get rid of Bertans and those 2 guys next year, I'm down to now about an $80 million team. If next year the money goes up, which people think it will, you could have possibly you could have about $30+ million in cap space.
Oh, it'd be more than that.
It could be more than that, right? I'm being conservative with that number because we don't know exactly what the number will be. It could be up to $40 million.
I actually, just real quick, I don't want to get you too riled up, Mike, but I think it'd be more than that. I think the salary cap for next year is at 122. Okay. So I think you could have 45 to maybe even more.
So that's where I'm looking at this. If you think that next year, and more props to you, if you think next year that Luka Doncic, Dinwiddie, Tim Hardaway Jr., Christian Wood, Dorian Finney-Smith, Reggie Bullock, and Maxi Kleber, those are pretty much your players that you can count on next year. If you believe that that's going to get back to the conference finals and have a chance to win the NBA championship, God bless you. I don't, but I do think that's a team that makes the playoffs and has trouble getting out of the first round. But if you think that that team can win it all, then good. I'm glad. Then don't make this trade. But if you think, my gosh, what if you had Luka Doncic, Dorian Finney-Smith, Christian Wood plays great, and you sign him to a extension or to a new deal, and you have $25 million of room to play with those 3 guys to build around? Doesn't that sound a lot better than, hey, here's what we're doing. We're going with our core that we have. We never will have any money to spend except $6.3 million. Then I don't get what you're doing. The other thing that you could do, I'll throw this out for another one, is it makes no sense to just have Dwight Powell and Maxi Kleber be on this team and then just have their contracts run out, because it doesn't help you financially much at all.
Right.
You either have to go all in on, we're keeping Dwight Powell, we're keeping Maxi Kleber, we got to get rid of, let's say, Hardaway and Bertans, and there's only one way to do this. I wish there was other ways, Maverick fans. The Lakers on the other side of this, they are stuck, and they could go, Westbrook is a negative for us.
Yeah.
And we can't get rid of him. We want to, but we're struggling to.
He doesn't fit. The money's ridiculous.
Hardaway does fit there. Bertans does fit there. They spread the court out. Westbrook, they tried it. It doesn't work. I'm not saying it's going to work here. I'm almost giving up on the 2022-23 season, even though, hey, I'll be intrigued to see what Luka and Westbrook look like. If it's bad and Westbrook is ruining your chemistry and Westbrook is taking the ball away from you, say go home.
Yes.
You're not playing here anymore.
And it still works for you salary-wise because you get them off the books.
Yeah. You're not taking Westbrook to become a championship team. You're taking Westbrook to get rid of Hardaway and Bertans' horrible contracts.
But in the same way that, you're trying to get that those extra years off your books off of Bertans and Hardaway, the Lakers are also in a place where they would have to suffer through one more year of Russell Westbrook's salary before clearing that up. So, like, taking on all that extra salary for the long term, would you have to tack on a draft pick or something else to sweeten the pot for them to make that deal plausible?
We had discussions at one point if Josh Green has to go into the deal, because if it includes draft compensation, quite frankly, I would still be interested in doing it. But I am curious from the Lakers' perspective, because you're right about that. If the Lakers view every year, or LeBron views every year as, what are you doing to help me win a championship? Now, I might be wrong, because I see some Mavericks fans are like, hey, I want to optimize every year of Luka, and I 100% get that. But sometimes I do wonder if you can look at like bigger picture stuff with Luka, whereas the Lakers are like, let's just focus on this year. And I wonder, because you might be right, I wonder if the Lakers are willing to make that kind of sacrifice. But you might be right. It could require other considerations.
Let me ask you this, Reggie. What do you think LeBron James is going to ask for in free agency next year? Do you think he's going to take a team-friendly deal with – I'm asking as a real question. Do you think he's going to take a team-friendly deal with the LA Lakers?
I have no idea. I would be inclined to say no, but I have no idea what his goals are at this point.
It will be, if he wants to, he can sign close to a 2-year, $100 million contract in the offseason. Let's just say he does that, and his first number is close to $50 million. That would put Anthony Davis and LeBron James at $90 million, and then Taylor Horton Tucker at $11 million. To your point, they'd have 3 players on their team at $100 million. So I look at it from your perspective of, hey, don't the Lakers want to maybe clear out Russell Westbrook and just have Anthony Davis on their team at $40 million and Taylor Horton Tucker at $11 million? That would be a $51 million team, and only 2 guys are on the team. I don't know if they want to do that, because as soon as LeBron James says, I want to be back here, you're now at over 100 or at $100 million team with 3 guys. And you have $20 million approximately to fill out 12 roster spots.
Now, I don't want to go down this path too much, because then somebody was like, well, who are you going to sign with that free agent money? Because in my mind, it starts to run away with me, and I'm like, hey, Nikola Jokic will be available. But then I get the pushback is, well, big time free agents don't come here. So we probably won't have that conversation right now. So you've convinced some people. There are other people who are like, I still can't do it. I understand your logic, but I still can't do it.
I understand. It's not easy for me. Watching Russell Westbrook play basketball, it makes me want to throw up sometimes.
And there are some people, wow, holy cow.
That's how disgusted I get watching his dumbass celebrations.
Holy cow.
After making a layup where he got touched and now they're down by 12 points.
And there are some people who push back and think that he's not as bad as you think. If you look at just the basic numbers, I get that. He was, or has kind of developed into he's been less aggressive, and his shooting has never been like particularly amazing to begin with, especially obviously 3-point shooting. So I don't know.
That being said, I don't think this is going to happen. I think this is a possibility for the Mavericks. I do think they look at it and go, hey, if Jalen's leaving to go to the Knicks, which, look, he pretty much is, and they pretty much are
this morning
90-10.
Okay.
That he's going to the Knicks. The 10% is that the Mavericks won't play ball with the Knicks, even though the Knicks right now supposedly are talking to the Clippers about throwing Nerlens Noel over there and adding picks to it.
So they can get
So then they don't have to do a sign and trade with Dallas. They can give him the 4-year, $100+ million contract, and they don't need the Mavs at all. But I would say, I wonder if Jason Kidd, I can't imagine at 33 years old, Russell Westbrook is going to change his attitude about basketball and his IQ about basketball. But I just wonder, he was with LeBron James, one of the smartest basketball players in the history of basketball, and it didn't help his IQ at all. Frank Vogel had to bench him the last 5 minutes to give their team a chance to win a basketball game. So I don't think that Jason Kidd is going to figure out how to get Russell Westbrook, how to understand basketball, especially at the end of a basketball game. Nobody's been able to coach that into him. But I do wonder, Westbrook and Luka, I'd give it an 80% chance of not working.
Yeah.
But there is a 20% chance it'd go, I wonder what it would be like with those two guys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL records most likely to fall in 2022 and the players who will break them. And don't forget, we'll be doing our Rangers ticket giveaway later in the show. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Talking a lot of NBA. We'll get back to the NBA in just a little bit, but on an intriguing football topic that I wanted to talk about in terms of potential records that could fall in 2022. But before we get to that, your guy, Reggie, that I've determined is your guy based on very little. Would you consider betting money on Jameis Winston to win Comeback Player of the Year at 6-1? Because CBS Sports says that is one of the 3 bets that you have to make. Jameis Winston, Comeback Player of the Year, 6-1.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I would. And not because
he
of the
is your
LASIK.
guy. I knew it.
This is the funny thing about Jameis, right? And there's a real big question mark when it comes to Jameis in particular, and not just like all the other Jameis stuff, is that offensive line is real experimental. Like they've drafted, like, didn't they draft Penning?
Yes.
And that's a guy who a lot of NFL folks are like, ooh, not sure if that's immediately going to work out the way you want it to. But if that line holds up, they have invested a big amount in those wide receivers. And so if you give him protection and you give him the opportunity to like have great receivers on the other side, Jameis Winston has like the talent to make that thing go really well. When you have like Chris Olave and you have Michael Thomas, and I believe they brought one other. They brought someone else in that I can't remember. Was it Jarvis that came back to
I'll
to
double
New
check
Orleans?
that. I think it might be.
But they've got a wide receiving core of talented receivers. If that line holds up, Jameis can be really scary. So yeah, I'd be interested in that bet.
Now, Jarvis Landry is in the fold. Now, one of the other ones, Rams to win the division. Yeah, that's all fine and well. Lowest scoring team in the NFL, 7-1 on the Chicago Bears. There are a lot of people who think the Chicago Bears are going to be the worst team in the NFL this year. I believe in
there's a lot of bad teams.
There are.
Yes, there
in
are.
Justin Fields, but man, it does seem like the way they're constructing this team is somewhat perplexing.
You know, I was thinking about that last night as Justin Fields. I was looking at one of his cards and I was thinking, usually when you get drafted, I don't know, what was he, 10th, 11th, 12th, somewhere in there?
Somewhere in the 13th, 15th, yeah.
So he didn't get drafted by anywhere close to the worst team in the NFL. But yet here we are going into year 2 and we're talking, hey, is that the worst team in the NFL? I mean, Jacksonville's still pretty bad. New York's still pretty bad.
Yeah.
I get like those 2 guys were drafted pretty high, but now we're looking at those teams as better teams overall than the Chicago Bears. So it's just weird that he got taken. Usually when you get taken as a premium quarterback and you drop in the draft to, hey, that team won 6 or 7 games, you have a chance to be more successful quicker, but yet he seems to be in the worst situation out of the 5 major quarterbacks drafted in the 2021 draft.
Compare the receivers that Reggie was just talking about with the Saints to Darnell Mooney, Byron Pringle, and Equanimous St. Brown as Chicago's presumptive top 3 wide receivers, and you could see potentially why some people are concerned about what Chicago is going to do this year.
Those are 3 of the wide receivers of all time.
Just the names?
Okay.
They just exist as wide receivers? Okay. That they do. All right. Now, for the better things happening in the NFL, is this the year? Although the record's only been there for 9 years, so it's not like it's existed forever. That the most passing yards in a season record goes down in flames. The current record, 5,477. Held by Peyton Manning in 2013. Drew Brady's got up to 5,300. You've got the extra game now. Are we going to topple that record this year? And if so, who is going to do it?
What's the
most passing yards in a season? 5,477.
They'll just keep going down. They're going to keep making rules and more games. I don't think we're done at 17.
I think you're probably right. So, do you think they cap it at 18 for a while, or?
I think in our lifetime, there's going to be 20-game NFL seasons.
Holy
now, I don't know, to your point, I don't know if that's 10 years from now, 20 years from now. I think Jerry Jones is going to want to accomplish a 20-game season in his lifetime.
Do you think they would consider
with what they do on that is
wiping out preseason?
No preseason or one preseason game.
Okay.
Because I think they would look at it and go, look, we're just going to have practices with other teams, but we are going to do more college football, right? There's no preseason in college football. I get you play Fart Schmo McGee 3 times to get 3 wins on your season, but there aren't. They do count. They count as regular season games.
Poor Nicholls State is okay. And so one of the things that leads me to believe you might be onto something there is Jerry Jones. When we've had him on, he's described it as, well, we've always viewed it as a 20-game collective. And that's why when they took on the 17th game, they just cut a preseason game. When they take on the 18th game, because I'm with you there, I 100% believe that is going to happen. They'll just cut another preseason game and you'll just be down to 2. And they're like, what's the big deal? You're still just playing 20 games.
I think a lot of the passing yards, the way that I was watching the 1993 NFC Championship game the other day.
Okay.
The way that they allow quarterbacks to not be touched, the way they allow receivers to not be touched, they're going to keep improving those penalties, as in they're going to give such freedom to quarterbacks and wide receivers. I think that we're always going to be looking at those records as those are easily breakable.
How much does it bother you then? And we might divert into a totally different topic here just a little bit. How much does it bother you that people reflect on those numbers with today's data in mind, and they're like, well, Troy Aikman wasn't that great. He never threw for more than 3,400 yards.
I hear them. They're stupid. But
I hear them.
Just go do me a favor, because I'm going to throw this out on the airways. I probably should do this in private, but I'm going to throw it out on the airways. Because the Cowboys just haven't played in many meaningful games in the last 25 years. I think it'd be really cool if Brad Sham and Babe Loffenberg got one of the players that was in the 3 NFC Championship games against the 49ers. And obviously they have to be able to break down things well, be a good storyteller, and they should sit down and they should talk over the 1992, 93, and 94 championship games. And so we as fans can experience Troy Aikman and hear them talk about Troy Aikman. The first half of Troy Aikman, he did get smacked in the head with a knee in the third quarter and had to sit out the rest of the game. But if you watch that first half of Troy Aikman throwing the ball, it looks like 1,000 miles an hour in between 3 people. And they're shorter passes. Or you could say, you could be I'm going to throw out my buddy here, but I'm going to, throw him under the bus, Jeff Kavanaugh, and just go, oh, he didn't throw the ball far, and he didn't do this and do that. Well, you know what? He saw that they were going to put a linebacker on Emmitt Smith. So what did he smartly do in that game? Take
advantage of that.
He said, okay, watch this. I'm going to snap the ball. Look downfield to Michael Irvin and Alvin Harper. And then as soon as Emmitt runs his route against this wide receiver, I'm going to dump the ball to him for 5 yards, and it's going to turn out to be a 22-yard gain. So I think he controlled the game tremendously. Super Hall of Fame quarterback. Did a great job. But if you are a person who never watched him play football and you just look at stats, you're going to go, well, Troy Aikman wasn't good. Tony Romo was better.
And I want to shout out the Twolos and Tolos. I guess I did apparently say Drew Brady because Tom Brady clearly lives rent-free in my head. I meant Drew Brees. It's the same. And then somebody mentioned Justin Herbert as a potential to break that record. We've talked about it. Supposedly all the rumblings are, and that's why he spiked up in some of the MVP rankings, is that they're just going to air it out all the time for the Chargers. Does the same logic hold firm for you in terms of receiving yards? Because clearly Cooper Kupp made a run at Calvin Johnson's record. Calvin Johnson's record is 1,964 yards. That's pretty damn impressive.
And that's the record for most yards in a season?
Yes. Receiving yards in a season.
Somebody will get 2,000. It's interesting.
1,947, I think last year was what Cooper Kupp had. So even with the extra game, he was still pretty close.
Yeah, I think we'll have 2,000-yard receivers. That being said, I think quarterbacks do a good job of spreading the ball around your best quarterbacks. I mean, you think of Patrick Mahomes, you think of right now Josh Allen. I know Herbert, I won't put him in that category yet. I'll put Joe Burrow there just because he took his team to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Think about how he uses T. Higgins and how he also obviously throws the ball a lot to Jamar Chase's. I do think that quarterbacks are going to throw for 6,000 yards in a season here pretty soon. And I guess that will probably allow one guy to get 2,000 yards on a team like that. But I do think the best quarterbacks seem to do a pretty good job of, yes, they have a number one, but it's not just locked in where we're throwing 10 catches for, 150 yards every game.
Now, to go along with some of the prime statistics associated with the passing game, Jerry Rice had 22 touchdowns in 1987. Randy Moss had 23 touchdowns in 2007. No other human has ever, yes, I know, Reggie, no other human has ever had 20 touchdown receptions. Do you believe that is in play? And I wanted to ask you
I'll
about...
lean towards no because of the 20. Is your league leader still, if they get double digits, it's a lot. But it'll probably happen because of the amount of games and the rules that have made it easier to score.
Now, somebody who jumped to mind plays on the team that you were just mentioning with Team T. Higgins, Jamar Chase. He had 13 as a rookie. Does the quality of other receivers on his team take out his opportunity to break the record? You know what I'm saying? Like, T. Higgins is a quality player. Some of these other people run in like tandems where they will also get touchdown catches. Do you think Jamar Chase could make a run at it?
20 is just so many.
Yeah. Only two people have ever done it.
I'm just looking real quick. Justin Jefferson had 10 last year. He's a good young premium. I'm seeing he had 7 the year before, so he improved, but he's not obviously catching tons of touchdowns, and he's one of the best. I look at stats and I go, I keep saying yes to all of these things, so I kind of also want to balance it out. It just seems really tough to get close to 20. Last year, Cooper Kupp had 16, Mike Evans had 14. Those were your two leaders in touchdown catches.
Yeah.
So to add 4 to 6 more just seems like a lot, even though I do believe, I don't know, in 2025 or 26, we're going to go to an 18-game season.
Okay.
I still think a touchdown catch per game just seems to be almost impossible to do when we look at kind of the history of the NFL. I know it's done every once in a while, but it seems like a touchdown catch every other game, and you're doing a heck of a job. I know that I'm kind of giving this away. Do you know how many guys caught 10 touchdown passes last year or more?
8.
You're right.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Only 8 guys caught double digits. So when we start talking about 20, I understand that it could be doable and could get done, but catching 10 touchdowns puts you in the top 8 guys in the NFL.
Now, the most revered record in all of the NFL, can it be broken? Times sacked in a season. Not sacks in a season. Times someone has been sacked in a season. That record is, of course,
was that David Carr?
Held by David Carr. 76 in 2002, which means he got sacked almost 5 times a game.
They beat us.
Zach.
That team beat the Dallas Cowboys on opening night.
I know, Mike. I'm surprised that's when you didn't turn
I was
on
in
the
Philadelphia.
Team. You're like, I'm a Texans fan
playing
now.
for the Mets. I remember it was obviously the Cowboys played on Sunday night, so I was able to watch the whole game, and I was in my hotel room, and I was like, I'm going to wear it so bad tomorrow in the clubhouse.
Yeah. Do you ever wish you would have just defected to be a Texans fan after that?
Oh, yeah, that would have went well for him.
Why? What are they in the middle of right now?
If you're a Cowboys fan and you don't live in Dallas and you're a true Cowboys fan, you're not one of those, I'm a Lakers, Cowboys, whoever, like, screw you. Like, figure it out. Stop picking the most popular
Mike's
teams.
taking out all his vendettas today.
It sucks.
That was
when you have to go into a locker room of kind of 26 Cowboy haters.
Yeah.
And you're like, my God, we just lost to the Texans on opening night. Quincy Carter, if we would have wore green jerseys, he would have had a perfect game. Because man, was he throwing it into the ground every time.
Wait, Kevin, do you think that Mike would have been happy, like, following the Texans when they would lose in the AFC, what was it, the divisional round every year? You think he'd be happy with
because
that?
he wouldn't have the same expectations of how great they used to be.
For another time, I feel like that's why I like the Mavericks and Rangers more, is because
they never had any history.
Yeah, you're like, nobody's going to pick on me for being this.
Yes, that is a very interesting point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Who will Mike eviscerate now?
Well, I'm going to give you some numbers. If this keeps happening, these two guys are pretty special. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, relax and enjoy the difference really means something. It's rooted in making buying easy and offering classic deals like max value for your trade and never charging over MSRP. So find new roads at Classic Chevrolet and get your classic deal today.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Remember, later in the show, we will be giving away tickets to go see the Rangers. We will also have Rangers manager Chris Woodward on at 12:20. And right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basser.
All right, so if you turned into the Ranger game yesterday at 7:05 on Valley Sports Southwest
and 105.3 The Fan.
And 105.3 The Fan, you thought, what the... Because Martin Perez, who's been so good this year, gave up 4 runs in the first 2 innings. And I was just like, oh no, like what is happening here? Obviously, Glenn Otto's struggling to kind of be consistent in the major leagues. Taylor Hearn has been sent down to the minor leagues to work on his game to come back to the majors as a relief pitcher. They're kind of giving up on Taylor Hearn being a starting pitcher. If you're getting sent down to the minor leagues and they want you to be a reliever in the minor leagues, they're not getting you prepared to come back as a major league pitcher, as a major league starter. Sorry. He's coming back to the major leagues, but it will be as a relief pitcher. And they have so many lefty relief pitchers.
How hard is it to change? I guess I don't want to derail you too much, but to change a franchise's mind after that point. Like, I get you might get in an injury bind, but I mean, like, really, really change their mind once they're like, we tried it, it didn't work, you're back to relieving. Are you kind of slotted there for good?
You get labeled pretty quick in life in professional sports. There's always a new draft. There's always 26 guys playing AAA or 25 and 25 guys playing AA. If you can't make an immediate impact and you didn't get paid $5 million or $4 million out of the draft, you better hurry up and show us.
Yeah.
Because we're not here. Jack Leiter has all the time in the world. Jack Leiter can put up a 5.5 ERA for the next 3 years in the minor leagues. I'm not saying that's going to happen. It probably won't happen. He's okay. He does that. He will still get 50 starts in the major leagues in his career. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but you want me to just give you an example of it doesn't matter how bad you are.
Yeah.
You get to keep doing it.
Yeah.
That's when you're the number 2 overall pick.
Yeah.
That's kind of how you get to do. That being said, you can show examples of where it didn't work out and they didn't get all those chances. Dylan Tate, number 4 overall pick in the draft.
Yeah.
So every once in a while, yes, there are still guys. Mark Appel, who just made it to the major leagues at 30 years old.
30, yeah.
He was the number 1 overall pick.
Was that 2013?
Yeah.
Yes.
But for the most part, you get a free pass at a certain point in the draft. And then for 99% of other people, you got to show in that opportunity that you deserve it. Because I'll give you an example. I know I'm getting a little bit off base, but this is a fun conversation. Glenn Otto has to show this year that he can be a starting pitcher on the staff. If not, I'm just going to assume this. And this is part of the conversation. As much as guys aren't developing at the AAA level for the Texas Rangers, or you could say even the AA level for their pitching staff, those guys are going to get opportunities. And if 2 of those guys hit, you're done.
Yeah.
Like Glenn Otto becomes a 4A pitcher. I understand this the best because I was the Cleveland Indians pitcher of the year in 2001 in the minor leagues. And
Just think about that. That's a big deal.
Yeah, like whoever, I don't know who the pitcher of the year was last year for the Rangers in the minor leagues, but I was the minor league pitcher of the year in 2001. And I got traded to the New York Mets, who had just made it to the 2000 World Series. 2001 was a disappointing year, and I got a few opportunities. And there's like, nope, not good enough. By 2004, I am out there in the wild as a minor league free agent at 25 years old. My career's been labeled and over as you're not a starting pitcher. I don't know how many starts I got at that point. 10?
Yeah.
15? I'm not exactly sure. And it was labeled as you're done. You are going to have to prove so much to us that you're anything more than a middle reliever in the major leagues. Taylor Hearn's 27 years old. And so for him, he's now been labeled. And to break that label, it's going to be close to impossible. It is close to impossible to break those labels. How can it happen? Well, Colby Lewis and Miles Michaelis broke the label. They went over to Japan. So there's a way to do it. Yeah. And I'm not saying that it automatically means that, but some guys go to Japan and then they just stay in Japan. CJ Nikowski.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he came back, if he did as a reliever, but sometimes you just go over there and now you become a Japanese pitcher for 5 years. You make good money and you say, all right, man, I got to live in Japan. That was kind of a fun time. It was a different time in my life. I never thought my career would take me over to Japan as a major leaguer, but that's what it did. Or you go over there, you pitch well for a couple of years, you come back, and people give you that opportunity because you did so well in Japan as a starting pitcher. So Glenn Otto, I know that they're not listening because they're in Kansas City right now. This is it. This is your one chance in your life to be a starting pitcher in the major leagues for the most part. If you don't take advantage of this June and July and possibly August, then you're labeled as you can't pitch in the major leagues as more than a middle reliever. And that's life as a professional athlete. Now, yesterday's game, luckily after Martin Perez had a really tough start to the game, he settled down, he kept the game at 4, and the Rangers offense took off along with the Kansas City Royals pitching stinks. Both things happened at one time, which is great. And their defense didn't do well either. So, the Rangers, they get the win. And they're the Kansas City Royals stink. Well, so did the Washington Nationals, and you lost 2 or 3 to them. So getting that win was huge. I don't think the Rangers ultimately can compete for a playoff spot this year, but I want them to stay in it as long as possible. This is a year of building towards possibly becoming a playoff team either next year or the year after, but I would like for us to beat up on some of these teams and get closer to 500 by the time we get to the All-Star break. And I'd love to be a little bit over it, but when you lose to Detroit a couple times in a weekend, you lose 2 out of 3 to Washington, you're kind of not taking advantage of a schedule that said you could do this.
Which Woody has told us in the past. He was like, is it missed opportunities?
Who we'll have on today.
Yes, 12:20.
All right, so let's talk about Bobby Witt Jr. because he's on the other side, and I think he's an intriguing prospect.
But another example of if he fails, he'll get
all the time in the world. All right, so, and I don't think he is. In fact, he has right now 11 home runs and 12 stolen bases on the year.
Okay.
If he were to stay on that same pace, he would get 25 home runs and 25 stolen bases. Who's the last rookie to ever accomplish 25 and 25?
Did Acuna do it?
I actually pulled him up to make sure that this was right. He had 26 home runs and 16 stolen bases his rookie year.
Well, I'm not sure then.
The next year he did go for 41 homers and 37 stolen bases. So he almost had a 40-40. Yeah. Mike Trout.
Oh yeah. I don't usually think, I probably should, that Mike Trout used to be
he had 49 bags. Yeah. And then, they were like, we're going to shut that down. And now I understand why they shut it down because he gets hurt so much, especially with his legs. But not only is Bobby Witt Jr. on pace to do that, there's a rookie on pace to do more than that. Julio Rodriguez of the disappointing Seattle Mariners, who he just got suspended for a game or 2.
Yep.
He is on pace for 30 homers and 40 stolen bases. So it hasn't been accomplished in a decade, but 2 guys right now, including hometown-owned Bobby Witt Jr., is on pace to have a 25 season. And I find this interesting ever since he moved to shortstop. And there's multiple things that go into this. Also moving to his natural position, shortstop. He is trying to learn the major leagues while playing third base, a position that he never played. In the month of April, his OPS was 5.58. He had 0 home runs and 6 extra base hits total. 5 doubles, 1 triple, 0 home runs, and 74 at-bats to start off his major league career in April. Looking at his splits here. For May and June, his OPS is 829, which is above average in the major leagues. He has 11 home runs in the 2 months as this month is coming to an end. This isn't a great stat for the team. It's a good stat for him. He leads the Kansas City Royals in RBIs at 38.
Okay.
That's great for him. For a rookie, that's great.
Yeah.
For the Kansas City Royals, that is not good. They are having a horrible season overall. But I do think right now, one of the reasons that I'm excited about watching the Rangers again play tonight is not only to see if the Rangers can pick up another win in Kansas City, but I am enjoying watching Bobby Witt Jr., who is also a tremendous defensive shortstop. I go by eyes. I don't know all the metrics that they do.
Yeah.
If you understand baseball, you know what a good defensive player
Right.
looks like and not. The other thing, too, is I didn't get to this. There's 1 minute left, and this is an update on Wes Johnson, the pitching coach for the Twins that has left or is leaving to go be the LSU Tigers pitching coach. He went from $350,000 to $750,000.
By leaving Major League Baseball.
Leaving Major League Baseball. There is now more money in college baseball than there is in Major League Baseball to be a coach, because a lot of the coaching in Major League Baseball is just giving the analytic stats. They don't want you to coach. They don't want you to do a lot of things. They're like, watch the video, change the video. Here's the stats on what you do. Where college, there's more coaching into it. There's more development, and there's way less money in minor leagues. So I think that it might be a smarter path for premium prospects. I know how much money there is, but if you want to get coached better, which I would have never thought this in my life, if you want better coaching, you should maybe go to A&M, go to LSU, go to UT, go to Oklahoma, go to Ole Miss, go to Mississippi State. Maybe the best developmental coaches for your son at 18 to 21, if they're a premium player, is to go to college, because I think a lot of the better coaches now are not coaching in the minor leagues. I wonder how many are going to stay in the major leagues if they get offered great opportunities. Chip Hell, who was my manager in Tucson, who was part of the 2019 Washington Nationals staff that won it all, he left to go be the Arizona Wildcats head coach.
So wild.
So now you're getting some of the better coaches in Major League Baseball or minor league baseball are leaving because somewhat the analytic community has said coaches are worthless. We don't need to pay them that much money. And so they're like, okay, if that's the case, I'm going to go coach college, or I'm going to go coach select baseball and do stuff like that. If it's going to be, you guys don't think we're valuable, or you don't want us to coach, you want us to just give stats.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, back to basketball. Who are some of the options for the Mavs at the taxpayer exception? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Odyssey station.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Who are some of the options that the Mavericks could be looking at for the taxpayer exception? If you want to get involved in the conversation, truckwreck.com text line, or if you want to get involved on the Twitch chat, on the Fan Cam, with the YouTube, we appreciate all of y'all. So, you're looking at $6.3 million, where you're, if you're 3 for 22, if you prefer to look at it that way with the increase that would come along with that. So 3 for 19, 3 for 22, somewhere in that range as the taxpayer exception continues to go up. Who are some of the names that are going to be in the mix? And the first name that I want to bring up, because people were asking about this to start the show, I know The Athletic made mention of it yesterday, and it has caught some traction today, is Gary Payton II. And don't call him Gary Payton Jr. or you will infuriate Reggie.
Okay. This was a real question from my son. It was a good question because obviously he wasn't alive for Gary Payton. He goes, hey, is Gary Payton II's dad, was he a better defensive player than his? I was like, it's not close, Jake. He might be the greatest defensive guard in the history of basketball.
The glove.
He was that good. And he was a great player all around. He was
a great player.
So I was like, Gary Payton II is a good basketball player, Jake, on defense, but him and his dad don't compare.
Yeah.
But I'm interested in Gary Payton II. And he seems to be the right type of attitude, energy, the right type of guy that you would want on your team. Now, he's almost 30 years old and has only played in 142 NBA basketball games. I mean, he's literally, this is the first year at 29 years old that he actually showed he could play in the NBA. So there are flaws, but we're also at $6.3 million. We can't get a good player at that number. And what I mean by that is, I don't think Gary Payton Jr. or Gary Payton II can play the last 5 minutes for you. Maybe he can, but I don't think he can.
Okay.
So I'm just looking at it going, all right, but he can give you 17 to 20 minutes a game.
And he is a great defender, which is what you need, because offensively he is shown to be exceedingly limited thus far.
Right, and that's where in Golden State he could, because I know you just get the hum because you're like, well, he did for Golden State, right? And they just okay, we need 4 players that are huge contributors offensively if we want to do that. You put him out there with Dorian Finney-Smith, Reggie Bullock at the end of the game, and you're like, all right, Luka, you might be getting triple teamed on this one.
Right. And we because we were running that lineup before the show started. Luka, Christian Wood, Dorian Finney-Smith, Reggie Bullock, and Gary Payton II. And in that instance, I could see how 2 of those guys would get overwhelming coverage. And if it's one of the days where the other 2 are hitting their threes, you're going to whip that team's ass. If it's not, it could be a rough go. So I understand what you're saying. I like the defensive versatility that we saw from Gary Payton II, but I think you're probably right. At this level, I think you can get a good player, but they're probably going to be limited in some aspect, hence why they are taking this deal.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting how many teams want Gary Payton. And I know that a lot of teams want, but at $6.3 million,
yes,
right? I mean, and that's the max the Mavericks can offer anybody, and that goes back to our first segment. It's going to be pretty much the max the Mavericks can offer anybody for the next 3 years if you want to kind of keep the team together, even without Jalen Brunson, because you're going to be a taxpayer the next 3 years with what you have on the team. So these are the type of players in free agency that you can add.
Now, I got 2 more options more immediately that I wanted to ask you about. Do you want to go back to that exact same team in the Warriors, or do you want to talk about a different team's player?
No, I know where you're going.
Otto Porter Jr.
I like him. He gets hurt a lot. I've always really liked him. I mean, he was a guy that used to be making close to $30 million a year.
Yes.
That's how good Washington thought he would be. And then he just kept getting hurt and couldn't contribute as much as they thought he could. And he kind of didn't develop as good as they thought he would because of injuries. I'd love to get Otto Porter Jr. at $6.3 million. I think he is a good defender, physical player, another Reggie Bullock-like player. if that makes sense. But I wonder if he's going to get more than 6.3.
If we're moving to a different team then, and I saw somebody from the 817, Malik Monk to Dallas, please. Now, Malik Monk is another potential option at the taxpayer exception. And now we're talking about somebody perhaps more offensively inclined than at least going back to Gary Payton II. I'm not saying he's a bad defender. I'm also not saying he's a great defender by any means. What would you think about Malik Monk?
I'd really like it. Now, supposedly he said he's only taking the taxpayer mid-level exception if it's the Lakers. I don't know if you saw that. But
I did not see that.
He's kind of saying, I want to go back to the Lakers. I'll even take less money to do it, like the mid-level exception on a tax-paying team, which the Lakers are. So he's kind of put out, unless things go really bad in free agency, $6.3 million is not what my market is. So I'd love it if he came here for 6.3. But he has put out there 6.3 is something I'll do for the Lakers.
Okay. All right.
Just to give you, because it's so little money. Think of freaking Dwight Powell gets $11 million.
I know.
Like, this is where
I try to ignore that sometimes.
Teams pay right now. I do think there'll be a mid-level exception team that pays Malik Monk around $10 million. That's what Reggie Bullock got last year. That's what teams that are under $150 million in their payroll have. I think Otto Porter Jr. is going to get more than $6.3 million also.
When we talked about Goran Dragic, obviously we slotted him in the veteran minimum. Yeah. So my question is about another person. Do you envision JaVale McGee as going more in the mid-level taxpayer exception or as a vet minimum possibility?
Maybe somewhere in between.
Okay.
More than vet min, but also maybe less than 6.3. But if you have to do it to get him, I understand. I mean, you're really only going to get one player out of this.
Yeah.
$6.3 million. So if you give him 6.3 instead of 4.5, fine. You know, I mean, that's not saving the $1.4 million or whatever is not going to get you another player. Are you just going off of Callie Kaplan's article right now?
No, Otto Porter was the one that I was interested in, and somebody texted in about Malik Monk. So those were the two that
she
jumped
actually
to
did
mind.
a very good article in Dallas Morning News, and she's listed these players. So I didn't know if you're.
She had JaVale as a taxpayer or a vet minimum, and so that's why I definitely wanted to get your input on that.
In her article, which I'd forgot about, but she's like, Jason Kidd does have a history with him because he was on the bubble Lakers that won the championship, which Jason Kidd was an assistant coach on that team. So a guy that's kind of been flaky in his career. And he's done a much better job at over the age of 30 because he had all the talent in the world in his 20s to be a very good player. He just was kind of too flaky to really trust. And he was here with the Mavs. If people forget, he is actually a Maverick at one point, and he was too flaky to contribute here.
Otto Porter Jr., I just want to go back to that for just 1 second because he pops up everywhere. Like you mentioned Callie Kaplan. Whether it's Bleacher Report, whether it's ESPN, people seem like Otto Porter Jr., they think would fit this system really well. Is there who is on your list of potentials then?
Okay, so I'm going to look at it from another perspective, and I think I'm going to be way off on what the Mavericks are trying to get. Right now, the Mavericks have three big guys that actually play the big guy role. Christian Wood, $14 million. Dwight Powell, $11 million. Maxi Kleber, $9 million. They are all on expiring contracts. I get that two of them probably won't get much money when they hit free agency, and they'll also, Powell and Kleber, be over 30 years old. So they're not going to be young free agents when they hit the marketplace. But I look at it and go, the Mavericks seem to not really care about the big guy situation after getting Christian Wood. He is on an expiring contract. Now, that can be good if he doesn't work out here. You're not committed to him. But it could be bad in that, guess what we're running into with the Jalen Brunson situation? The New York Knicks are willing to pay him $25 million or more, and the Mavericks aren't. Yeah. So we're going to lose Jalen Brunson. Well, what if Christian Wood comes here and gives us, let's just say 18 points, 9 rebounds, and is a good, solid, contributing player, but not an all-star? Well, what if a team goes, we have all the money in the world, and we don't know really what to do with it. None of the great superstars are coming here. What if we give Christian Wood $25 million a year? Are the Mavericks in the same situation going, son of a gun, man, we traded for him at 14. We thought we'd assign him to maybe, if he was good for us, a 4-year, $80 million extension. And now we're hearing he's going to get 4 years and $100 million. We don't want to do that. Well, don't we run into, well, guess what? We've gone through the playoffs 3 years now with Dwight Powell and Maxi Kleber. They're not good enough.
Yeah.
Nico Harrison, don't take my word. Nico Harrison said they're not good enough.
Yeah.
So you get Christian Wood, but on a 1-year deal. And I love that it's on a 1-year deal to see how good or not good he is for you. So my list is big men. I want to get a young big guy on a 3-year contract. And I don't know if he's going to get more than this or not. Jalen Smith was a bust of a pick for the Phoenix Suns at number 10 overall from the 2020 draft.
He usually is.
They dumped him into Indiana's lap so that they could get, Torian Craig, I think is the guy's name, who really didn't contribute at all for their playoff run. But if you look at what Jalen Smith was able to do in a free chance, this is what Dorian Finney-Smith got and Maxi Kleber got in Dallas, and this is how they figured out their way in the NBA. Jalen Smith, in the month of April, in a few games, averaged 14 points and 7 rebounds and 1.3 blocks. In the month of March, where he played a lot more games, he averaged 14 points, 8 rebounds, and 1.3 blocks. On 33% three-point shooting, and that was shooting 4 a game, and 52% from the field overall. He's 6'10". He can kind of block shots. He is, let me get his age real quick. He's 22 years old. Now, I don't know. Maybe his market's going to be more than $6.3 million, and this is why he's not being brought up. Or the Mavericks could care less about big people in the NBA because they got one guy that they can hopefully count on in Christian Wood, who they're still not even sure how much they can count on. So I look at Jalen Smith and I go, so we can pick up a 22-year-old guy who in the last 2 months of the season with opportunity, playing not like 40 minutes a night, playing 25 minutes a night, was able on 52% shooting, 33% three-point shooting, 4 3-point shots a game, average 14 points and 7 rebounds, and we're not interested at all? Now, the other guy who I can't give you numbers that are good, except for before he got hurt.
And just real quick, kind of looking around from like the Indianapolis Star and other places like that, there seem to be some people that do think Jalen Smith, to a certain extent, is going to get paid. And I didn't want to, I had to break this person's heart. Nick Claxton, it looks like he's going to be back with the Nets, and I don't think he would be able to afford that.
He's restricted too. So if you give him 6.3, Brooklyn can just say, all right, 3 years, $22 million, we match. You can't do anything about it. He can't choose the Dallas Mavericks. The other one is Thomas Bryant from the Washington Wizards.
And we have talked about this name in the past,
So he was a guy who I really liked before he blew out his knee. And after he blew out his knee, he came back last year. And then when he came back, they had traded for Kristaps Porzingis. So there wasn't a lot of time for Thomas Bryant to get on the court there. But I do like what he can bring to a team. He has a nice outside shot, too. He's developed that so he can be an outside shooter for you. Last year,
he's unrestricted, right?
He's unrestricted. You can sign. He's 7.4 points, 4 rebounds. He's 24 years old, 6'10". And I go, gosh, if I can get him on a 3-year, $22 million contract, I'll take that risk. Now, he's more of a risk because of his injury. And to know, can he come back and can he play 70-plus games for you? I don't know, because he played 10 games the year before, blew out his knee, and last year played in 27 games. But those are two guys I'm really interested in, but I think I'm way off because it looks like the Mavericks don't want another big guy on their roster.
Okay, and I was going to ask, I know you prefer size, but also would you prefer taking kind of a more risky gamble with that spot, knowing that if Thomas Bryant does like continue to come back from the injury and he's got size, he could matter for your team quite a bit.
Yes.
Or would you like to go with somebody that you're like,
JaVale McGee?
Yeah, exactly.
I'd rather pick the 22 or 24-year-old rather than the 34-year-old.
Okay.
I think we're still in a developmental stage of this team. As great as it was that we made it to the Final Four, the conference finals, I still look at it. I'm at 90-10. We're losing Brunson. He's not going to be on the team next year. So because of that, I'm looking at this going, look, I don't know if we're going to take a step back, but I don't know if we're going to take a step forward. I would love to get a younger guy on a 3-year deal because JaVale McGee is like a stopgap. He's a 1 or 2 year guy and his career's over. Most guys don't play past 35 years old. It's special when you're Kareem, Dirk, LeBron. guys don't usually last till they're 40 years old and are actually good at 37 through 40 years old. Even Kobe, who got hurt and blew, like guys at 35 years old usually go downhill in a hurry. So I'm looking at it. Why don't we look at guys that are more in their 20s than in their earlier mid 30s? And our big guy situation, we could be sitting here next year at this time going, oh my God, we have nobody.
Yeah.
We literally don't have a player over 6'7" who can play basketball.
Now, and I have to break one more person's heart. They've texted in a few times. What about Bobby Portis? So we got word that while Bobby Portis does have a player option that he'll clearly opt out of, it looks like the writing is on the wall that he's going to re-sign a multi-year deal to go back with Milwaukee.
Yeah, and $6.3 million probably wouldn't get it done. That's like PJ Tucker.
Yeah.
I love PJ Tucker. He's an older guy, a few years left in the NBA, but he opted out of over $7 million to take 6.3.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, if you could take a baseball vacation, what city, what team would you want to go see? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Rubin and Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS credit card or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to living life again. So call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. If you could take a baseball vacation, what city, what team would you want to go see? 877-881-1053. Now, to go along with that, we will have Chris Woodward on at 12:20 and also give away Rangers tickets in the noon o'clock hour. So congratulations, baseball fan. Good time for you. Now, you're taking a baseball vacation. What city or what team would you want to go see? Now, I've got this down to 2, and Mike, you might be able to help me make the final decision here.
I think that quite a few people, or obviously a lot of people, go on vacation in the summertime. Some people decide to make it a baseball vacation if they like baseball a lot, to go see other cities and then go to see their stadium. And I think a lot of people have been bragging about Kansas City Stadium, which is, I don't know, 50 years old.
That Kauffman?
Yeah. And because they've just done such a great job of renovating it and keeping it the way it is. I will say this, they deal with really hot weather too. I talked to my dad about this, and back when they had the horrible AstroTurf, the Texas Stadium AstroTurf, the players for the Rangers and the Royals in July and August, they would have ice buckets of water. And they would have to put their whole foot in those ice buckets with their cleats on. They would just play in wet shoes and wet socks. Because when you would go on that old AstroTurf, it was so hot that your spikes would start melting, or the shoe would start coming apart from the shoe.
I would worry about blisters in that instance, but I get you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, to try to keep your feet from burning and from your spikes from the glue. The glue would heat up on the shoe, so it'd separate the sole from the shoe. So you would have to try to do things like put your feet in ice water in between innings so that wouldn't happen and that your feet wouldn't burn. So that being said,
wild.
Kansas City has done a great job of renovating that. I think Kansas City could be a really fun place in September. So let me put this vacation together for you, because I know it's summer, but let me put a vacation for you in Kansas City together. Kansas City, you find a weekend where the Royals are playing and the Chiefs are playing. They're right next to each other. You go on Friday night to the Royals versus whoever. Let's just say you have the perfect vacation because you're a fan here. You go to Royals versus Rangers on September, whatever, on a Friday night. Saturday, you go around and you have all day to try out the different Kansas City barbecue places to see if they compare to your Texas barbecue places.
Will you report directly to Kevin Gray with that information? Because I know he's going to be backing up Kansas City.
You also have the Negro League Hall of Fame there.
I have been there.
Which give me a review.
It was awesome. It's not the biggest place in the world, but there are so many displays that you don't just walk by. I found myself stopping and watching things or reading things because I really did find myself invested while I was there.
Okay. And then Sunday, you go to the Chiefs versus the Cowboys. I know that never happened as the perfect scenario for being a Ranger and Cowboy fan, but I just think that would be. Now I'm adding football to that, and I know that might not be fair in this conversation, but I was thinking about this because here in the next few days, the Rangers are going to New York to play the Mets. How fun would it be for a baseball vacation, New York City, summertime, to go see the Mets and the Yankees? You have the two. You could go see the two best teams in baseball in the same city, and that would just, to me, be a really fun vacation if you planned it out during the summertime. If you love baseball, that you would have the city of New York, you'd have the nightlife of New York, you'd have the eating of New York, you would have all the different things that go with New York, and then you would have a Mets game and a Yankees game. I wouldn't want to knock out two games in one day.
Okay.
It's if it was a Saturday night, which does happen in New York quite a bit, so they don't compete on TV together.
I was going to try to argue for that. One of my favorite memories as a kid was we would go up to Chicago a lot because my family lived up there. Or most of my mom's family lived up there, is the Cubs. This was like right before the Cubs got lights. And so they would always play day games. And I remember we would go to a day game for the Cubs and then go out to the old Comiskey to see the White Sox play at night. By the way, I'm almost positive the Cubs were playing the Padres. Andre Dawson got plunked in the head, led to this ginormous brawl that as a kid was pretty much the coolest thing.
You were there for that?
Yes.
I remember that. Was it Shaw?
Eric Shaw.
Shaw, yeah.
I'm almost positive.
I remember watching WGN.
I was at that game.
That's amazing because I can remember.
Woo! So
Andre Dawson, he's laid there for like 30 seconds, and then when he got up, it was on.
Yeah, it was really cool to see as a kid. But like, I will push for the 2 baseball game in a day.
All right.
Here's my question that I need your assistance with. And by the way, when you were talking about people like taking these trips, my in-laws have done 2 minor league ballpark trips, one before COVID and then another one more recently.
Where did they go?
They went all across the...
Oh, they did a whole bunch of
minor
league. Okay.
Like they hit like 6, 7,
Okay,
8. They
cool.
did a whole bunch. All right, so I've got it down to 2 places. Denver to see the Rockies or San Francisco. I've not seen either one of those ballparks. A lot of the, like, not all, but a lot of the more iconic ballparks I've been able to see. Like, I've been to PNC, I've been to Fenway, and places like that. We were supposed to go to Denver and to go see Coors Field and go do all the things in Denver, but it was going to be in April of 2020. So clearly, that did not happen.
There wasn't baseball.
Yes, no, there was not baseball. Do you have a recommendation based on those 2?
Both are awesome. Both are great cities. Love Denver. Love San Francisco. I get, the all San Francisco hate from Barkley. Yes, there are dirty parts. I was going to breakfast with my wife and saw a man pooping in a cup. That's a tough one for,
Did you
going
expect
on vacation.
that to be said?
No, but it happened. So, Denver, I went there. I played there, but then I also went there last year right after the All-Star game and got to see the Dodgers play the Rockies, and I went as a fan. What a beautiful stadium.
The backdrop is the Rockies, is it not?
Yes. When we sat on the first base side, and so you get a great look at the scoreboard. You have a great look at the field, and then you see the mountains in the back. You can see the sun setting. I believe if I can remember it correctly, the sun is setting over kind of the third base side. So you get kind of the sunset happening and the mountains and just the great weather that Denver presents in the summertime.
Yeah.
So, and then you have so many different things to do in that area. Red Rocks, we went to Red Rocks to go see a concert. Which
we had
was amazing.
concert tickets for Red Rocks as well. So yeah,
it was just a great time. That's a great vacation. San Francisco, they have so many great restaurants there, and there's a lot of walking that you can do.
Yeah.
You can do the bike ride over the Golden Gate Bridge, which is really fun. And then the ballpark is just a beautiful ballpark. I've never been there as a fan. I've only been there as a player.
Yeah.
But to me, that was one of the best ballparks. It seemed like the fans, there wasn't a bad seat there. The fans are kind of a little bit on top of you. You're right there where the bay is. So if you're sitting closer if you're sitting higher up, I should say, in the upper deck, you can see the bay and you can see a lot more things. So those are both great places to go. And I would, if I went on a baseball vacation, as much as I like baseball, I wouldn't want it to be all about baseball. I'd only want to go to one game.
And then do some other stuff around.
But you're kind of like, yeah, we're going on vacation. Like Denver last year is like, we're going on vacation and we're also going to take the boys to go see a Rockies-Dodgers game, which was really fun.
Now, there's, as you could probably guess, there's a whole lot of feedback on this, including from the 254, the Savannah Bananas, which Gavin Spittle had brought up right before that from the 469. I'm a diehard Rangers fan, but I would love to see go to Chicago to see the Cubs play at Wrigley. And from the 214, I want to go back to Wrigley and they said that they went there for the first time, but feel like they need to experience the bleachers at least once.
Yeah.
Wrigley is interesting in that, like, parts of it are kind of a dump, but and I've said this before, the atmosphere is amazing.
And
Just inside or Wrigleyville as well?
Both of them. Wrigleyville is Ville is awesome.
Yeah, there's great places to kind of grab a beer and food before the game, or I know a soda, whatever.
Yeah.
There's really cool places that are right around there, and then after the game is over, to kind of hang out. So Chicago is a really cool one. I'll tell you, I've only been to see the White Sox. I've only played against the White Sox. But isn't that a bad area? And that stadium is not impressive to me at all.
The new Chicago White Sox ballpark is as sterile and boring as it gets. Like the old Comiskey was really fun. Some people brought this up.
One person said Japan. That would be a fun baseball experience. I mean, that's a long trip, but to get to see what it's like to go to that venue.
If I did not even go
Swaggy booties.
Yeah, I did not even consider that far out with my thinking, but that's a great answer. A couple people have brought up Fenway. Here's what I will say about Fenway. That atmosphere was awesome. They gave my son a little pin, and it was like, this is my first game at Fenway. And we got a ball in the warm-ups, which was super cool. That was also the day I learned that Ichiro was playing for the Marlins. So I was like, what? I did not know that at all. And so that place is small. It feels like it's in the middle of the city, just kind of next to a whole bunch of bars and stuff. But that place is awesome, but it's small.
How about this? The room we're in right now, which might not do great if you're listening on the radio. The room we're in now doing this radio broadcast, put two of these rooms together, that's the clubhouse for 40 men. Because it was made in 1900 or whatever. I mean, it is miserable unless they've done a little bit more improving, but there's only so much you can do.
Yeah,
where that ballpark is and when it was built. But that's for in the clubhouse. If you're going to a game, I bet it's really fun. I mean, it was really awesome to get to shag balls off of the Green Monster, which you have to ask the veteran guys. At least you did back when I played. Like, hey, because it's shaded over there. You don't have to do much work because when it does hit the wall, it bounces back almost into the infield. So you're not really doing much except standing there until batting practice is over.
From the 972, heading to Denver this weekend and gonna see the Rockies play. Can't effing wait. So multiple people there. People mentioning San Francisco, but I've also seen this one come up a couple of times. I would pick Toronto, and then from the 817, but only if they're playing the Rangers because I hate the Blue Jays, is that ballpark I do not feel like is beloved.
No, it's not much of a park. I mean,
going to the city could be fun.
The Toronto, I don't know how many city workers they have, but it's the cleanest city I've ever been to. I'm like, how many times are they cleaning the streets and everything? Because every city you go to, it's just tough.
You did not see somebody pooping in a cup.
Yeah, and San Francisco does have a whole bunch of homeless people. And you know what? If I was homeless, I would want to be in San Francisco. Because if I'm here, it's either 1,000 degrees for 3 months out of the year, or every once in a while there's a freeze that you're in big trouble.
Yeah.
San Francisco, it's somewhere between 55 and 80 degrees every day. And I'm giving you the low and the high that it could be. Like, if you're going to not have a home to go to or a place to sleep in, shelter, San Francisco would be a very nice climate to be in. Obviously, San Diego is another one. But yeah, Toronto, I've been there. The stadium is blah.
Yeah.
The kind of energy in the stadium is blah. I get what it's like in the playoffs, but I wouldn't recommend Toronto so much unless you also like hockey, because there is the Hockey Hall of Fame there. Possibly if you went there in April, you could check out a Maple Leafs game and a Toronto Blue Jays game, which could be really cool. But I think it's to me, it'd be more of a hockey trip than a baseball trip, but I get how it could be a really nice vacation. You can also, it might be a little bit too far away to go see Niagara Falls. Because when I was in Buffalo, that was only like a 45-minute drive, which was cool.
And some folks mentioned Target Field, Minnesota. That's a really nice place. You can also go to the Mall of America.
I've never been there. I've only been to the Metrodome.
It actually is pretty nice. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Would you watch this fight? We'll talk about it next right here on the Fan.
I'm personal injury attorney Shane Mullen.
Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental on buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Ceviche.
Ooh, that sounds good.
And we start.
There's no way you'd ever have ceviche.
No.
It's good.
What exactly is that?
It's like kind of a mixture of seafood on a tostada. Well, it doesn't even have to be on a tostada, but a lot of times it's served on a tostada with some like guacamole underneath it, maybe a little bit of lettuce. And then the seafood is cooked in like lemon. Pretty much. Did you know that acid can cook seafood?
No, I did not.
Let's go to football nuggets here.
All right.
But it's an interesting thing that happens to seafood.
We've talked about this before. If Deshaun Watson did get suspended for the season, Jacoby Brissett is going to be the plan. Just to hammer that home, Baker Mayfield was doing his youth football camp, which remember, he moved out of Ohio and to Norman, Oklahoma. Quote, I think for that to happen, there would have to be some reaching out in terms of reconciling. But we're both ready to move on, I think, on both sides. So even Baker Mayfield's like, hey, they reached out and came back. Maybe I would think about it. Before adding, but I both think we're ready to move on. Mike, are you ready for the Jacoby Brissett era with the Cleveland Browns?
Not at all. I'm not watching a second of the Cleveland Browns if he's the quarterback.
Oh, man.
I like watching quarterbacks that are good. That's my NFL experience. Or the Dallas Cowboys. So I won't say I like watching the Dallas Cowboys, but that's my team, kind of. And I like watching quarterbacks who are good. So when I get the matchup, or really young quarterbacks who I think could be good, I already know Jacoby Brissett isn't good, not going to be good, will never lead a team anywhere, so I'm not watching you play football. I'm not wasting my time. Jacoby Brissett versus the Seattle Seahawks. Worst matchup in the history of football in 2022. I'm not watching two crap quarterbacks play football against each other.
Wow! There you go from Mike Bassick. Now, let's go Daniel Snyder. And this situation is the dumbest thing, and it continues, is the House Oversight Committee has said that Daniel Snyder has refused to accept the subpoena. You know how they always have these like things? I've never gotten a subpoena, so maybe this is exactly how it goes. You know how like you'll always see in movies or TV shows and they're like, oh yeah, you're Steve Johnson, right? And you're like, oh yeah, what's up? Do I know you? You've just been served. And like, I don't know if that's actually how subpoenas usually get served, but
wait a minute. Run this back for me one more time because I must not be understanding. You said he refused to subpoena?
Yes.
Where did they do that at? I didn't realize that was something you could do.
Now, that's the thing. Is there's difference of opinion right here. Is the House committee is saying that the committee and has been and remains willing to, do whatever they can to accommodate his testimony. But they have attempted to serve the subpoena to him multiple times, and it has not worked. So, in response, a quote-unquote spokesperson for Daniel Snyder has said he has not refused to appear for a deposition. They offered only one date, June 30th, and Mr. Snyder's attorney is out of the country and available at that date. We have provided alternative dates. So they say they gave alternative dates. The House is like, that did not happen. He is refusing our subpoena. So this whole stupid process will continue for a while. But, I get it. You're busy and stuff. But this whole investigation was taking part kind of about your football team and stuff. I don't know. Seems like he'd probably be interested in the outcome, or at least, I don't know, maybe being in the country when it took place just in case something happens. But that's just me. I have not been in this situation before. Are you guys ready to watch the boxing match of Adrian Peterson and Le'Veon Bell? Because it is going to happen July 30th at the Crypto.com Arena, formerly, I do believe, the Staples Center.
That's right.
In Los Angeles.
How much money does Crypto.com Mavericks.com have if
Probably
they're-
about 40% less than they used
Yeah,
to.
I'm just wondering if their product keeps going down. And I know that the rich people just manipulate it to screw us regular people over. But
that could be about anything.
yeah,
to be
go
fair.
ahead, Reggie. I'm
Yeah.
done with crypto talk because I don't know how it works. I know how it works. I just know that the rich people are manipulating us.
Yes.
I thought that was fantastic, Mike. My question is, how much head trauma can you possibly want? Like, I mean, come on. Adrian Peterson and Le'Veon Bell have done a lot of running the football in the NFL.
Hell.
And they get out there and you're like, you know what we want to do? Punch each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exhibition, so I don't know how serious it'll be, but what I do know, also on the undercard, Nick Young is going to take on the rapper.
Swaggy P?
Yes, that is exactly who that is. We'll take on the
cheated
rapper.
on somebody, right? On a video.
Azalea?
Yeah.
And then
D'Angelo Russell, yeah.
D'Angelo Russell. Remember that story D'Angelo Russell told?
Well, I don't know if he
Or
like
videoed
specific.
it, or-
That was the thing, is he was taking videos where he had no business taking videos, letting the people know.
Whoops. Well, he is going to fight the rapper Blueface. So your card as it's shaping up thus far.
He works in Vegas with two other guys.
No,
correct?
that's the Blue Man Group. That's a different deal. I feel pretty confident about that, though. Not 100%.
Is the Blue Man Group still going strong in Vegas?
I only know the Blue Man Group mainly from like Arrested Development and that subplot, so I'm really not sure.
They might honestly travel the country now.
And they could be like hugely popular. I'm not saying they're not. I'm not familiar with that. So
it's not like Siegfried and Roy. Like they had to stop their thing.
what did you say? What's their name?
Siegfried.
Okay.
I know.
Siegfried and Roy.
Yeah, Siegfried.
Why did
and
they have
Roy.
to stop?
One of the Tigers tried to kill Roy.
And then what happened?
They lied about it.
They did?
Yeah.
The tiger didn't really attack them?
No, he was just protecting
No, the
them.
tiger lied.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't, because they caught him by his tail. I get it. I got what you're saying. And did one of them die?
Are they both? I don't know. He didn't die
Stop
from
asking me magic questions. I don't know the answer.
Coming up in Mike Likes It. What happened to Siegfried and Roy? And can I say their name right?
So far the card is.
One has just
no,
a
hold
normal-
on, Mike.
Roy is such a normal name. Siegfried.
Isn't that their last name though? You know what? You got a lot of work to do before 12:40.
No, those are both their first names.
Oh well, crap.
Maybe it's Raw then.
Nick Young versus Blueface and Adrian Peterson versus Le'Veon Bell on the card thus
That's
far.
not football. That's fake boxing.
Okay, they were
boxing has
football.
gone such a down. What other sport just has to get random people to do stuff that don't actually do the sport for us to watch?
I mean, we have celebrity all-star games everywhere.
Racing. Or like track and field, I feel like, where they're like, hey, I can run fast. I can also run
somewhat
fast.
golf. Like, hey, you want to watch football players play golf? No, I don't. I want to watch golfers play golf.
That makes sense.
But only the good ones.
Okay.
And now we're struggling with that whole live thing.
Yes, we are. Let's go to CJ Mosley, who, this is what he said about the Jets. I'm really expecting playoffs or bust. Do you think CJ Mosley is going to be disappointed with the outcome of the 2022 season?
I do, because of their division. I think the Jets can be a average team this year.
So
But
7, 8, 9 wins?
Yeah, but I don't think they can get to 8 or 9 because of their division. The Dolphins have everything to be a 10-plus win team.
Yeah.
The Patriots were good last year with a rookie quarterback.
The Bills are
the Super Bowl.
They're the favorites. Yeah.
So it's tough to say, oh yeah. I just wonder, what does bust mean when you're a player? Does that mean you quit? Does that mean everybody loses their contract? What does that mean for you as a player? Or bust? Bust what?
A move?
Oh. All right. You want it? You got it. Now, let's go. I kind of feel sad.
You're doing a rap song.
I kind of feel sad
Young MC.
that I made that joke right there.
All right, you got 2 minutes to get in this other football nugget.
All right. We talked about the Bengals yesterday. Do you agree that Joe Mixon, he said the Bengals might be the hottest thing smoking in the NFL this year? We met it with speculation last year. Do you believe that the hype train is up on the Bengals, or do you believe that when we go back to talking about the Chiefs, the Bills, now the Dolphins, that they're just going to fall back into the mix?
I don't think they're going to fall back into the mix because of what the Browns are dealing with. They traded for a quarterback who I don't believe is going to play, and they have Baker Mayfield right now, who we went just through that they're not going to play him. So I think the Browns are going to be a below-average team. I think the Steelers are going to be a below-average team. I think the Ravens are going to come back and be an above-average team, but nothing special. So I do think the Bengals set up to win that division again, and it'll be between them and the Ravens, and I don't think the Browns and Steelers are competing in that division. So I think they're in good shape. Winning the division helps, right? Because then you get a home game. You don't have to go through the situation where you're playing on the road the whole playoff.
Right.
So I think beating the Ravens in the regular season, better regular season record, will help them get back to making a run in the playoffs. So I believe they're going to make a run in the playoffs. I'm not going to believe they make it into the AFC Championship game again.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, if Brunson does leave, can Christian Wood keep the Mavs at the same level where they were this past season? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
All right. The month
#1 Odyssey station. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, on time and ready to roll. At some point in this hour, we will give away a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers at 12:20. We will have Chris Woodward on the show. But right now, if Brunson leaves, can Christian Wood keep the Mavs at the same level they were this season? So essentially what this boils down to, in my mind at least, can Christian Wood be as good as Jalen Brunson? And here's my thinking here, is because I get it. Like, your team would be better off if you had Jalen Brunson. Like, I certainly understand that. But the way I hear some people describe it is like the Mavericks are in some trouble if Jalen Brunson leaves the team. Whereas I'm thinking, well, how good is Christian Wood? Could he be as good as Brunson and lead this team to the same spot? Now, I realize the playoffs are a whole tricky different thing, but let's just focus on like the regular season for now. We can go from there.
And I think just to start this off, if Brunson leaves, which I would say both of us believe he is at this point.
I am more optimistic than you, but even then I'm 70 Knicks, 30 Mavs.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, Christian Wood becomes your second best offensive player.
Yes.
And it's really not even close.
Yes.
And yes, I think offensively, he can pick it up because let's remember, let's take out the playoffs, and the playoffs do count. Jalen Brunson averaged 16 points a game.
Yeah.
Christian Wood is going to average at least 16 points a game. I really think
So
be
anything
closer
below
to
that
20.
will be a disappointment for you.
100%.
Okay.
I think he's going to average about 20 a game on this team. And so I think offensively, he'll be able to contribute and be great offensively. Defensively, I mean, it's not like Jalen Brunson was really that good defensively. He's very limited with his size on what he can do. So I think that, yeah, you're kind of in a weird way replacing Brunson. The problem is I need the ball out of Luka's hands so much. If we're ever going to become a championship team, if you think about whether it's LeBron, Kobe, Jordan, I don't, it's really tough to have the ball in your hands that much and win it all. I think that's not all the reason. It's part of the reason that Russell Westbrook, James Harden, players like that have struggled to ultimately win it all, because you do run up against a team that makes other players make decisions and handle the ball. And if they don't ever really do it, it's really tough to say, hey, I know you didn't do it for 82. You want to do it for this 7-game series and help us win it all? Well, the answer is no. So Christian Wood can't help in that situation. So in a different way, I do believe offensively he can contribute maybe even more than Jalen Brunson in points. The issue is he can't help take the ball out of Luka's hands, if that makes sense, the way Brunson could at times take the ball out of Luka's hands.
From the 469, no. Brunson improved every year in the league. We'll answer this question. How much better has Christian Wood gotten in 7 years? I would say lots and lots.
Way
and
better
lots.
than Brunson. Honestly, if you want to take it from, he couldn't even be in the NBA.
He was a G leaguer.
His first 4 teams in the NBA, he wasn't even good enough to be in the NBA. So he went from, you can't even play in this league, to, hey, right before coronavirus, hey, this dude might be able to play.
Yeah.
And then teams were interested enough, including the Mavericks, to take a somewhat flyer on him at about $14 million. The Rockets win the bidding war in a sign and trade to give Detroit a little bit of something back and to be able to get him. And then he went to the Rockets and was averaging the last 2 years 19 points and 9 rebounds. So from 4 years of not being able to play in the NBA to the last 2 years being 19 points and 9 rebounds, yeah, he improved. And so did Brunson. It's amazing how many people have opinions that don't watch the sport or pay attention.
Or maybe they were. You might be right about that. But yes, Christian Wood has.
I don't have an opinion on hockey. There's a reason I don't have an opinion on hockey. I don't watch it.
What about here's a serious question, because we all think that this is going to happen. And by the way, if I didn't think it was going to happen before, I definitely think it's going to happen now. Did you hear the back and forth with Luka and Goran Dragic
Sit there like we can't talk about it.
Luka, they were asked about the possibility of playing together in Dallas, and Luka said, quote, "I would like to answer that, but I think it's about $100,000 penalty if I did. You should ask the GM about that." And Goran laughed and said, "Yeah, we can't talk about it until July 1st. From strictly a ball handling perspective, which is something I hope you do not, Mark, is do you feel comfortable 15 to 18 minutes of Goran Dragic?
You're right at the borderline of what I feel comfortable with.
I didn't pick that number by accident.
So more 15 than getting close to 20. I think if you start relying on a 36-year-old to play 20 minutes or more, I think you could run into issues. You have to remember this, too, with Dragic. He kind of took last year off. I mean, when did he join Brooklyn? With 20 games left in the season or something? Maybe 25 because he was sitting out with Miami. And so I think if he's on the team, which I do want him to be on the team, I think you have to watch how many games he plays and how many minutes he plays. So if you're like, all right, we lose Brunson, 75 games, 36-year-old Goran Dragic, 15 to 20 minutes a night, you're going to be in trouble by the time you get to the playoffs. He's going to be wore out. So I think you have to look at him being more of a 55 to a max 65 games played. And I think we need for him to average 15 minutes or less per game for him to have energy and to have something left at his age come playoff time.
Now, this question comes up a lot, or kind of I think it's sort of a question, sort of a statement from the 806, because we've seen this quite a bit in the last 2 days with people more and more like maybe thinking that Brunson is going to leave. If Dinwiddie could be consistent, could he take the ball up and be 80% Brunson replacement? Because I saw somebody the other day say they have the exact same skill set, which I do not agree with. But what do you think about that concept?
It's going to have to be. If we go on the assumption that Goran Dragic is going to be here, he can handle the ball for 10 to 15 minutes a game. And I don't need Luka being I control the ball 80% of a game. I mean, that's just too much to ask of a person. So I would say, yes, Dinwiddie's going to have to bring the ball up time. He's up at times. He's going to have to initiate the offense. He's okay at distributing the ball off the dribble. I mean, I don't think it's anything special. I don't think it's below average. It's an average guard working off the dribble and distributing the ball. So, yeah, he's going to have to be asked to do that more. By the way, he played in 16 games for Brooklyn.
Okay.
So he played it was Toronto. I think I said Miami because I remember him being in Miami, but he played in 5 games for Toronto last year and 16 games for Brooklyn. So 21 games played last year at approximately 20 minutes and maybe a little bit more per night. But you do have to watch Dragic. I do think he's coming to the Dallas Mavericks. And now that Brunson, I shouldn't say now, we assume Brunson's going to be gone. I'm sure Dragic looks at it as 2 things. I want to play with Luka. They were a Final Four team last year, and there are definite minutes for me here to play.
Now, somebody asked this question as well, my son has all kinds of thoughts about this, and we just kind of sometimes want to clear up some of these numbers here. Why not go after Vucevic and a developmental wing or player if Chicago goes after Rudy Gobert in free agency? So they would actually get Rudy Gobert in a trade because he's locked up for several years, and Vucevic is still under contract for another year. I imagine he would go out with that. So that is not going to be an option when people talk about it. And the whole reason I brought this subject up is I might be a chump for thinking this, but I look at Christian Wood versus Jalen Brunson, and I think we can be just as good. I would prefer that Jalen Brunson stay, and I still look at it as you essentially added Christian Wood for almost nothing. Like, I know you gave up your first-round draft pick, but I mean, you got somebody that the Mavericks in Hardy do you think it's fair to say the Mavericks may well have drafted him at 26?
Yes.
Okay. So you got him anyway. So I view as you almost got Christian Wood for nothing. So I get if you just add him to this team, clearly you're going to be better. But I look at a Jalen Brunson Mavericks team and think with Christian Wood, they can be just as good.
Yes, I can go with you there. Now, obviously, I think Luka's going to get better. So you're going to have a better Luka next year than what you had last year. And last year, he was still a top 5 player in the game. He's been a top 5 player in the game for 3 years now. So I think he can be a little bit better. I think Christian Wood is going to have to fit in quicker than maybe we hoped when we knew the trade was going down. Hell, maybe the Mavericks knew when they were trading for Christian Wood that they were losing Jalen Brunson. I think that they've known this for a while. It's just that over the since Thursday night of the draft, we've now got to know that the New York Knicks are going to offer something that the Mavericks don't sound like they're going to offer.
Right.
But right now, I struggle with that they're going to go 52-30, but we just talked about it earlier. Who are they adding at $6.3 million?
Yeah.
Goran Dragic. We've just talked about him during this segment of being on the team. And then this. I don't think they're going to go down the Russell Westbrook route. And what I mean by that is, and it doesn't have to be him. I should just stop using his name. I don't think they're going to go down just try to dump Hardaway, dump Bertans, dump Dinwiddie, dump players that have 2 or 3 years left on their contract so we can restart this thing. I don't think they're going to go down that path. That is a path that they could choose. If you're not going to go down that path, you got to trade Dwight Powell. He is an expiring contract for somebody that can help more long-term and more now. I'm not saying trade Maxi Kleber. I like him as a player. He does struggle with staying healthy. I mean, every year we get to the playoffs, is he going to be able to play? I mean, literally, every 3 years we've made the playoffs. Awesome job, Mavericks. Every year we've gotten to, can Maxi Kleber play because his back's jacked up, his leg's jacked up? He's just a guy that you need to play 20 minutes or less per night, and he's on an expiring contract. Can you, if you're not going to move your bad contracts to get out of them for another bad contract, but more of an expiring contract, can you take a couple of your expiring contracts where guys don't help you very much?
Yeah.
Dwight Powell can't help you win a single playoff game. He just proved that this last year. He proved it the year before. So if I look at it that way and I look at his $11 million, can I combine that with something else to go get a $20 million player that can help this team? Then, Kevin, I'm looking at it going, hey, 52 to 55 wins. It's a lot easier to see if I can go get a $23 or $24 million player that can help us. And maybe Thursday afternoon, you're on the show here, Kevin, and you'll be with Bobby Belt, and you guys are talking about, hey, it looks like we're getting Alex Burks, or it looks like we're getting Cam Reddish.
Yeah.
What can he do to help us out?
I think I'm starting to fall more in line with this from the 214. I have more trust in Nico than any front office since the 2011 Rangers. When he pulled off the Christian Wood trade, I do have a lot of belief. So I guess I am of the opinion that they have their plans B, C, and D.
Yeah.
If Brunson is, especially when we had Nico on last week and he chuckled and he was like, I think everybody noticed what the Knicks were doing. And he said it was the worst kept secret in the league. So clearly they've been on this for a while.
And I think he's okay with taking risk. I think trading Porzingis was a risk for what he traded for.
Oh,
that was not an easy decision.
People said the Mavericks lost that trade.
Here's the next one. He is taking a risk. It's not a big risk. I love the risk reward. He is taking the second best player out of high school in 2021 in the second round and saying he's a killer and going to be a killer. Now, I mean, that's all projection.
Yeah.
But I do like that. Jaden Hardy, who we haven't brought up in this conversation because I don't think he can help much out this year.
I would be inclined to agree with that because you got to work on his shot selection. Right. That is the number one.
But he is, last year on catch and shoot, 3-pointers that were open, he shot 54% from the NBA 3-point line. That's how good of a shooter he is. He was the best shooter in the 2021 high school class. Now, if you have to remember that here coming up soon, he would have never gone to the G League. He would have been in this last year's draft. He would have been a top 7 pick in the draft if there was no G League, no college, because of how good he looked like coming out of high school. It doesn't mean he's going to be good. It doesn't mean he's going to be bad. We'll find out. But I do like what Nico's doing. So I will be a little bit surprised. I won't say disappointed or optimistic that if we go to training camp now, after him pulling off the Christian Wood deal, it looks like they're not going to give Jalen Brunson $25 to $30 million a year. He has to have a plan, and I'm trusting him. To the person that texted in, I'm trusting him too. I'm really excited that because Donnie Nelson, I don't know him at all. I really liked him. I think he got comfortable sitting on his ass and just saying, we like our boys in blue, because he's like, I just don't want to take risk. I'm done with this. I'm a multimillionaire and I'm good. I'm 60 years old. I got Dilly Dallies down the road or whatever that puts on country music events and stuff or whatever. And I think Donnie either got discouraged with how little control he had, that Mark Cuban took it away from him. And I think the organization was a mess for 2 or 3 years under Mark Cuban. And maybe it's more Mark Cuban, but I feel like this organization now, with the leadership of Nico, with Jason Kidd and his coaching philosophy and style, and Mark Cuban, I think somewhat re-energized to maybe give these guys control, that we can be a better team.
And I will tell this, for somebody who's concerned about this, I think it's a different situation from the 682. Please don't let Luka become LeBron, bringing old players to our team. The difference with Dragic is he would be a vet minimum.
Right.
So it wouldn't hurt you like at all. It would take up a roster spot. So I guess if you consider that a negative, but it wouldn't hurt your salary cap.
Like LeBron did this. LeBron was like, hey, guess who agent Tristan Thompson is? Me. I would like to sign Tristan Thompson to a fart load of money. And then a year later, 2 years later, he's like, you guys don't know what you're doing. You're like, you demanded if we did not sign your client to this deal that you were probably going to leave. So we did it. So who messed up the Tristan Thompson deal? Because you demanded that this happen, and we did it. If Luka gets to that point and he starts demanding, like if right now, if he said, I demand you keep Jalen Brunson, and they said, the only way we can get him to say yes is 5 years, $175 million. And then Luka said, then you do it.
Yeah, that would be,
And then you're like, Luka, we can't get rid of him. We can't, he's it. We can't add anymore.
Yeah.
We're done because of this contract. You said, if we don't do it, you're leaving. So we did it. So you can't complain about it. And that's what LeBron would do. It seemed like, if you don't do this, then and then it's like, all right, we did it. And then he'd complain about it a year later that we have this horrible contract on our hands and a player that's not contributing enough.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Texas Rangers manager Chris Woodward right here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less, Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We'll talk with Chris Woodward in just 1 second in case you need to get caught up on all the basketball happenings of the day. Yesterday, Kyrie did opt into the last year of his deal. Westbrook is also picking up his player option. We will see if he stays there. And then John Wall got bought out and is going to be headed to the Clippers from here. So those are some of the latest basketball happenings. Still have not heard more of the buzz about Brunson, though clearly the writing has been on the wall that more and more some folks believe that he will be leaving town come Thursday evening, or at least the deal will be done on Thursday evening. Now, brought to you by BioAdvanced and TXU Energy, we bring to you Texas Rangers manager Chris Woodward. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. What's happening?
Well, I wanted to know, because this worked really fast, was your birthday wish for the team to come alive with runners in scoring position? Because the difference between yesterday's game and the weekend was quite startling.
Yeah, I asked for double digits, and they got it. It was Jonah Heim's birthday, too, so we did it for Jonah.
Okay, well, for Jonah Heim, we have been hoping that the birthday wish is for everyone to start voting and get that voting number in line with his production.
Absolutely. Second that, 1,000%. Very deserving of it, obviously. Extremely biased to our guy, but he deserves it. You look at all the numbers and what he's done behind the plate. It's been phenomenal. He deserves it, for sure.
Well, Woody, the Bassick family motto is get me 10 and I'll get you a win. As a pitcher. I want to talk about, people ask me this, Woody, and I know you're the manager of the team. You're not the pitching coach, but you're going over this quite a bit. People will ask me, how much of a pitcher's success or getting hit is based off of pitch selection versus pitch location?
It's a good question. I think one thing we've really focused on, you obviously got to have stuff. You got to have stuff to get people out. So the actual pitches themselves, and I think that's where the game has kind of taken a turn for the better for the pitchers, because the stuff has improved greatly. But we've hit on so much of just execution, just executing the pitch, making sure you're getting the pitch where you need to get it to. The spin rate, the movement on it, that's all great, and we work on that stuff and we talk about that stuff. But the actual pitch location and executing that pitch to that hitter is pretty important. And then knowing what pitches you throw well, I think, is the easiest thing. The catchers do a really good job. I know Bobby Wilson, our pitching coaches, they're constantly talking about these things and really understanding what pitches our pitchers need to throw and how often they need to throw them. Once we decide that, then it comes down to execution. So our pitchers should be fully aware of what their best pitches are, when they should throw them, how often they should throw them, and then their next step is, in the game, to just execute the pitch. And that's been a heavy focus of ours this year. The year before was, we're going to limit our walks, we're going to throw the ball in the zone. We were pitching around the zone too much, and this year, obviously, we felt we can transition into that. Let's go out and execute this pitch every time we throw it.
I love that answer, and I know that every game is different. Let's speak specifically yesterday to Martin Perez. He got off to a rough start. So was his transition after the first two innings, was it more pitch selection or pitch location? I know it's both, but in a general statement, what would you say is more? Is he just had to locate better, or he had to kind of maybe change up his sequencing of pitches?
Yeah, I think the adjustment he made was to kind of adjust the sequencing, like, throwing different pitches or different locations on those pitches. But also his execution had to, he got unlucky. You look at the first inning, and it was, not a ball hit over 80 miles an hour, and he gave up a run. And the next inning kind of started off the same way. He did walk a guy. He walked Taylor, which is, uncharacteristic for him. But then the next hit wasn't hit hard. Merrifield's ball was in the air a long time. It was just kind of a weak fly ball that found, the seam between, Tavares and Garcia. After that, he got hit hard because he missed more in the middle of the plate. which is what he doesn't normally do. And that was later in that second inning. But after that second inning, he settled down and really started executing those pitches. But he did change a little bit of the sequencing and how he pitches or what he was going to focus on throwing, because they were taking some of those pitches away from him. You could tell they were kind of leaning out of the plate, kind of staying the other way, and were on some of the pitches that he was expecting to throw to certain hitters. So he had to make some adjustments there, but his execution obviously also improved and kind of got back to what we've seen all year.
Now, I certainly understand that it can depend on where y'all are in the standings and everything, but is there like a general timeline for when you sort of have to make a decision, or Mitch has to make a decision about the potential of surgery this season?
I think so, and I think it all comes down to his comfort level. I know it's not 100%. You know, he's not performing at his peak physically. He's so tough. He's a catcher. He's got that mentality. He's never going to say anything. If he says it hurts a little bit, it probably hurts a lot. But he's tough. He's trying to get through it. Obviously, yesterday he hits a homer. We just got to obviously look after him. But at the same time, when he decides that it's no longer beneficial because it's either bothering him too much, I think he'll make that decision. I just want to make sure that we're supportive of that, and no matter what decision he makes, obviously I want to make it in the best interest for him, for the rest of his, obviously for his foreseeable future.
Is that a tough conversation to have at all? Like, obviously you're not going to dictate directly what he does, but could there ever be a part in that conversation where you do have to say, hey, like, it's not working the way it's currently constructed?
No, he's good. He's very accountable. He's very understanding and aware of how he feels, and he even said it. Like, if I don't perform the way I know I can, I don't see why I would continue to push through this.
Right.
If it bothers him, if it's hurting him, if it's hurting the team, he's very aware of that. He's been open to that. So my conversation is just like, I want to make sure we do what's right by him. Would I love to have Mitch Garber in the lineup? 100%. As long as it's Mitch, obviously, and we know that's operating, in a position where he feels like he can help the team. But he's very open and honest about his feelings about it. And he goes, if I'm not helping the team, or if I don't feel like I can, I'm not going to continue to do it. So we'll see.
So, Woody, over the weekend, we had the Angels and Mariners get into a brawl. I know you guys play those guys a lot. Usually when you play a team that many times over year after year, you can have some situations where you start kind of disliking that other team. I want to go back in your career. Did you ever charge the mound or kind of yell at a pitcher after hitting you? And if so, I'd love to hear that story. If not, can you remember when one of your teammates or one of your pitchers hit somebody intentionally or accidentally, and then it started a huge brawl where you're like, man, this is not fun trying to break up, or I want a piece of somebody for what they did?
Ooh. Yeah, it happened quite a bit. I don't know if I've ever been a part of like where a brawl like that. It was always the fake tough guy that goes out there and is yelling at the other team, and as soon as somebody comes in front of him, then he goes bananas and acts like he wants to kill everybody. But it never really escalates into what was the other night. I don't know what was happening outside of what we know, but for it to get that heated. Listen, we've had instances throughout the years where we had to, basically protect our guys, and nobody likes, if they're throwing at our guy a bunch of times. And, I know Carlos, anytime Delgado would get thrown at, up and in over and over again, I mean, it got pretty heated. And we definitely cleared our benches a few times. I do remember one instance where I was with the Red Sox, and Kevin Youkilis said, if Porcello hits me, I'm going after him. And we were all like, okay, we'll see. And sure enough, I mean, it literally happened that at bat. I guess I had hit him a few times, and he didn't like it. So he went at him, and I don't know if you remember that. There's some highlights on that one, but kind of got took body slam there. But there's some, those things happen. It's heated. You're playing the same team over and over again a lot of times. And it's actually not a terrible thing at times. Yesterday, obviously, or a couple of days ago, was when punches are thrown like that, and there was some serious issues going on there. You can see in some of the dog pile, but most of the time that I've been a part of it, it's just we all kind of go out there and we're jawing back and forth, and nothing really comes of it. When I was coaching, we got into it with I believe Miami. Oddly enough, it was for a 3-0 swing in the 8th inning. Obviously it came back a few later when I was managing.
And how much do you have to, in those situations now as a manager, try to protect your player rather than you could be, I mean, obviously as a manager, you could be upset that their manager isn't doing a better job of controlling, let's just say, their pitchers in certain situations. Like, yeah, so what? Like, we're hitting you hard. It doesn't mean that you just get to start hitting us with pitches that you kind of have to, I'm sure as a balance as a manager, go, hey, I'm trying to protect my players, but then also have to protect them physically from going after them and possibly getting hurt in a fight or getting suspended quite a few games.
Yeah, 100%. No, listen, if I ever feel like anybody's throwing at our guys intentionally, we're going to say something. And I know I mentioned something about, in Houston, it was part of their game plan to throw, Adolis up and in, and they did it too many times, in my opinion, around the face area. And I know they have to throw him hard in. He's absolutely killed the Astros, and I didn't like that, so made a comment about it, said something to him, and they haven't really done it since. So it's just one of those things where you gotta, once you feel like they've crossed the line, and you're putting your players at risk and in danger, then you don't see it as much nowadays, because obviously MLB has really hammered down on intentionally throwing at batters. It used to happen all the time. I mean, it was every week, somebody's getting drilled, and I remember being a part of it. Like, I never got hit intentionally. Tim Hudson actually is kind of a funny story. We didn't bench clear or anything, but he actually threw it at my head one time. Ooh. And I didn't know if it was intentional. I just kind of looked around like, this guy has great command. It's, he never misses a spot and falls at my head. So it wasn't until the next year I found out I signed with the Braves. I talked to Tim, and Bobby Cox kind of got us together, and he goes, hey, Timmy, tell him why you threw his head last year. I'm like, wait, you threw my head? Like, for real? Oh. And, he said it was because I made a tag on one of his players the previous inning. I was playing second base. He thought the player thought I kind of like kneed him in the back. There was no intent. I was just the ball led me over him, and I kind of caught it over him and tried to tag him. But for some reason he thought I was trying to like put a knee down in his back or something. So Hudson felt the need to kind of protect his teammate. But he didn't hit me after that. That was the only time he tried to do it. But, yeah, I mean, those things used to happen all the time. But obviously MLB's cracked down on that, and they don't allow that anymore.
So I went back and watched the specific brawl you were talking about. Were you concerned that Tim Hudson might judo toss you just like Euclid got? Because I was watching that. What did y'all say to Euclid back in the dugout? Because I'm watching, and Porcello's like backing up. He's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Euclid throws his helmet, charges him, and then he gets tossed, man.
Yeah, he got body slammed. No, we didn't really say much. There wasn't really much to be said after that. But I was just shocked that I never really heard a player. He literally told us. I think Mike Lowell and I were sitting in the dugout, and he told us right before he hits him, going after him, and he hit him, and that started the whole thing.
All right,
I got to go in the game and play after that.
Oh, awesome! All right, thanks, guys. So you're in Kansas City. Real quick. Do you like Kansas City barbecue? Is there a difference to you at all in Kansas City barbecue and Texas barbecue?
Man, I'm gonna sound really California right now, but no, I don't notice any difference. I'm gonna go with Texas is way better than Kansas City barbecue.
Smart.
Okay.
Smart. Now, what do you think about Whataburger versus In-N-Out?
You know what? I'm gonna do the right thing and go with Whataburger.
Smart.
I'm a Cali guy.
Smart.
I'm on air. There's a lot of Texans listening. No, I love In-N-Out, but listen, Whataburger's it's a good burger. But definitely Texas barbecue over Kansas City.
Smart man. Smart man. Well, we appreciate the time as always, and we will catch up with you next week.
All right, sounds good. Awesome. Take care.
There you go, Texas Rangers manager Chris Woodward. No, yeah, I absolutely looked up that brawl that he was talking about. He gets judo tossed. It was pretty awesome. Coming up next, it's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right. You want to blacken some fish? How do you do that? Next.
But before we get
Buddy Eric Nadel with Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler, inviting you to join us from Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, relax and enjoy the difference really means something. It's rooted in making buying easy and offering classic deals like max value for your trade and never charging over MSRP. So find new roads at Classic Chevrolet and get your classic deal today.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We got Mike Likes It with a special guest in just 1 second. But before we get to any of that,
let's give something away.
Right now, caller number 1087. That enthusiasm level was disappointing.
I was not going to be able to yell it.
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 right now will win 4 tickets to see the Rangers play the Twins on Saturday, July 9th. Also at that game, the first 15,000 folks will get the first ever Corey Seager Rangers bobblehead. You can buy tickets at rangers.com/tickets, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. And now it's time for some Mike Likes It.
I also heard at that game, if you're one of the first 15,000, if you're one of the
first 15,000,
thank you. You also get to interview for the Minnesota Twins pitching coach job.
Wow!
Which obviously doesn't pay nearly as much as LSU's pitching coach job does.
That's crazy.
All right, so I'm bringing in our special friend from the G-Bag Nation, Brian Broaddus, because you know what? I'm going to combine the two topics I just did there. LSU baseball, real quick, and really college baseball in general.
LSU baseball is very important to us.
And then also seafood. I feel like you are a college expert, a football expert, and a seafood expert. In the order, what would you put your expertise in if those were your 3 expertise? And do I have any of those wrong?
I would say I'm more football. I wouldn't say expert, but football. It's been my life. Food, and then college.
What is the food that you feel like you're the best expert at? Seafood?
Seafood.
Yeah.
Seafood.
Okay,
It's my background from being in Louisiana. And the older you get, the more you realize I don't watch as much TV. So I do watch a lot of YouTube, and I'm fascinated by people who cook.
Yeah.
So I go back. If I'm going to watch something on TV, Iron Chef, things like that. I love, Beat Bobby Flay, things like that are my shows.
All right. So I brought up to Kevin earlier during Football Nuggets Gridiron Gravy time, ceviche. And he said, "What's ceviche?" And I said, "It's the most amazing scientific thing that I can imagine with food. You just use lime juice and it cooks fish or seafood. In general, it cooks shrimp. It cooks
acid,
It cooks. How has this happen? Do you understand how acid cooks seafood? Because acid doesn't cook chicken, right?
Acid burns things. So with fish, I don't know the scientific reason. I know ceviche, when you were talking about it, I was thinking cook, and I said, I've only had it cold. So, and that's that. But when you talk about with the lime,
I think
juice,
it's always cold, right?
Always cold. I thought you were asking me like, well, how would you cook ceviche? And I go, Mike, it's always cold.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. But no, I think it's just the acidity that allows it. Again, I'm not a scientist.
Yeah.
I was lucky to get out of LSU like I did.
Yeah.
Did you ever aspire to be a scientist at any point in your life?
Never.
Okay.
Never.
All right.
But no, I'm interested in food science. And so I never thought about how lime or lemon or how acidity cooks food.
Yeah.
But you were talking about blackening.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring up, because then I'm going to bring Kevin in the conversation. I feel like sometimes if we get into food, if it's not the Thanksgiving rolls, I
like food, but y'all usually talk about things that I'm like, yeah.
So what also I love, which I've never tried, is blackening seafood. And I'm bringing all this up because I think it's summer vacation time. It's kind of a little bit, to me, more of a seafood time of year. Headed to Galveston tomorrow with the family. So I have multiple seafood questions that maybe we can enlighten the audience on, like I did on Helium a few weeks ago.
Okay, great.
Do you notice a difference if you are near, let's say, the Gulf of Mexico or near an ocean? Let's say when we go to Oxnard. Can you tell a difference in the seafood if it's supposedly fresh versus it's been brought to Texas or brought to, I should say, our Metroplex?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What do you feel like the major difference is?
I'm a big fan of fish tacos.
All right.
I watch more videos on how to make fish tacos, and it's a very simple dish, with the combinations with the slaw and the stuff but there's a place in Oxnard called Spencer McKenzie's.
All right.
And they make a fish taco there that's incredible. They have a shrimp burrito, fish and shrimp burrito that's incredible there. You just, there's something about the travel. I could tell you my crawfish boils that I've done in Louisiana are better than the crawfish boils that I've done here in Texas.
Because?
Just because the crawfish having to travel from Louisiana, and again, it's probably an overnight trip.
Can't you get them out of the Trinity?
Never done that. Never done that. But no, my seafood place here, Rex's Seafood, it's as fresh as possible.
Yeah.
But honestly,
when
you go to Florida or you go down to the Keys and you have a grouper sandwich or conch chowder or stuff like that, you could tell the difference. And like when and a lot of these shows too I watch when, Wicked Tuna is another one up in Boston area that you could tell the lobsters and things like that when they're brought right out of the water. Where Sean Sharif is right now, Maryland, the crabs and stuff like that. That right there, you can tell the difference.
Have you ever seen the Wicked Tuna show, Kevin?
I have not.
Okay, so I mean, it's somewhat of a dangerous job.
It's a very dangerous job.
What's the dangerous part? I'm seriously asking.
It's a very competitive situation because with the way that fishing guidelines are in control, you're only allowed to bring in certain amount of tuna. So, and the whole idea is to try and catch the biggest possible tuna, and then it's sold by the pound. So whatever you bring in, then that's the market value. So, and they immediately, as soon as they catch one, say they get a 661 pound tuna.
Yeah.
They bring it in, they weigh it, they test it. You would not believe all the things that they have to go through to talk about the quality of to how much. I mean, the highest quality tuna is always going to get more money.
That makes sense.
So that's, and the same thing if you've ever watched
the
Deadliest Catch.
The weather out there.
Yeah, it's not as bad. It's not as bad as the Deadliest Catch.
Okay.
Now, smaller boats, Wicked Tuna's smaller boats.
If you got asked to do that, would you say, what an opportunity, I am going to spend how long do they go out there, for 2 weeks?
Well, the Wicked Tuna's back and forth. That's a smaller operation because they're close enough to the shore. Now, when you go out when you start talking about Deadliest Catch, that's a season. That's a month.
Yeah.
They only have a month to get these crab legs in.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very, very dangerous. I mean, you're on deck with ice and you're in the water cold. I mean, if you fall in, you're done.
Kevin.
Wow.
Fish. Do you eat it at all?
Not really.
Shrimp.
I love shrimp. But not
is that
fish.
the only shellfish you'll eat? Crab?
I've tried lobster, but I only had it once when I was literally in Maine, and it was good.
There you go. Okay. Sweet, probably.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lobster and shrimp don't have a much different taste to me.
I don't think I've ever tried lobster.
To me, in my opinion, that lobster costs so much more than shrimp that I don't feel like it's worth the cost. I would rather just get shrimp and have a similar taste. I get that lobster's better. Don't get me wrong.
No, I'll tell you what. I watched a recipe this morning. I was up and a guy was making crab bisque, which is like a soup.
I have had that as well.
Soup with the crab.
I have had that as well.
In my life.
Yeah,
now.
Crab bisque is. I mean, seriously, if they were saying, "Hey, Brian, you're going to the gas chamber tomorrow," I would probably last meal. Some point of it would be crab bisque.
Okay,
some point.
I'm going to change the topic here a little bit from fish.
Blackened, then. We talked about that,
We
right?
talked about blackened. I was like,
get that thing
blackened
ripping hot.
I love eating blackened fish at restaurants, but I'm scared to do it on my own.
Yeah.
To cook it myself.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to change the topic real quick to the LSU baseball pitching coach.
Gotcha.
And $750,000 for a pitching coach in college.
Yeah, it's important to us down there. Baseball is.
And obviously UT it is,
Yeah.
A&M it is. We had on Coach Schlosselnagel who talked about how much money is getting invested in the SEC programs. Like teams are putting in $50 million a year now to improve their baseball facilities. LSU's one of them he talked about. Obviously, A&M put in over $100 million in 2012, and they're about to put in another.
It's important to them, too.
So how much money, do you know how much money is being generated in college baseball? Because I always thought that was a non-generating sport.
Not anymore. There's a couple sports at LSU. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here. There's football and baseball and basketball. Also, they all pull their own weight down there at LSU. And it's because of the facility. It's because of the love of the team. It's a very, it's super important. I mean, Skip Burtman, who was the manager when I was in school, Jack LeMay was the head coach. We were going nowhere. And then Skip Bertman came in from Miami and completely changed the dynamics of LSU baseball. Baseball in general in the Southeastern Conference is huge.
Oh my God,
it's huge. If you look at what Mississippi, the last 2 years, the national champions have come from Mississippi State and then also Ole Miss.
If you include Texas and OU as SEC schools,
And
6 out of the 8 teams in the World Series were SEC schools.
Absolutely.
So,
and Schloss even was like, and we had to upgrade our facility. Like we
bring
were behind.
the fact I love the fact that Oklahoma and both Texas are going to be in the SEC because all of their athletic programs are really, really good, and that just uplifts. See, that's how they're become self-sufficient because the interest of LSU playing a home series against Mississippi State or Tennessee or Florida draws revenue.
Yeah.
The stadiums are packed. They're packed every night. Season tickets are sold.
We're out of time, but help me out here. Do coordinators in the NFL get paid more than coordinators in college football?
Well, yeah. I mean, some of them, though, it's some programs, some of these Power 5 programs, though, you've got guys that are making $1 million. You look at example, with Bill O'Brien, being he's the offensive coordinator at Alabama. He's not making as much as he was as a head coach, but if he was an OC somewhere else in the NFL, he wouldn't be making the money he's making at Alabama.
Well, thank you, Brian, for fish talk.
Appreciate
little bit
that.
of college.
I don't know if I helped or not.
Exclusive.
But gosh, I'm just wondering now, and we got to go to break. Will the best coaches in professional baseball be college coaches rather than professional coaches because they will get paid more money in college than they will in professional baseball?
This portal stuff, it might be a problem.
Yeah.
Unless you're a really good program.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are jersey designs better or worse than they used to be? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Stick around. We've got much more to talk about next on The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Auto.
Odyssey Station.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to talk about jerseys, but I got a couple of other notes for you real quick. So 877-881-1053. Are jersey designs better or worse than they used to be? But a couple of different baseball notes for you.
Tell me.
Did you see that Bryce Harper is going to have surgery?
Yeah, they said they're still very hopeful that he'll play at some point later in the year.
And then this could be setting the stage. But did you see that Major League Baseball has said there will be no relocation fee if Oakland moves the team to Las Vegas? So they're just like,
go, please.
Yes. Come on.
20 years later. I just can't believe it. I just can't believe that we are in 2022 and 20 years ago should have been the last year they played in Oakland.
Like there seriously is like 14 people at some of those games. Like I know they're like, oh, we had 3,000.
Well, what happens to the Aviators?
I don't know what to tell you. All right. Now you brought.
They go to Oakland.
That's fine. That might be a better. That might be a better fit. Is you brought this up the other day and we talked about it. Now, was this solely inspired by the 72 throwback Rangers jerseys, which look outstanding, or are there other things that you base this question off of?
That's what got my mind thinking in this. My son loves those jerseys. I have not heard one person go, man, I hate when the Rangers go back to their original jerseys.
Yeah.
And the original hat. And is it just because we're nostalgic, or did they make jerseys better looking or more memorable? But I don't know. I just don't know what makes me, when I see Luka in the green Dallas jersey from the 80s that I grew up with Rolando Blackman and Harper and Aguirre, I just think those are the best Maverick jerseys. And the new Navy ones that say Dallas across it or Mavs don't come close. And so is it just because that's when I grew up, or are those jerseys technically to our eyes, are they better looking?
I have complicated feelings about this.
Really?
Yeah, because when you first brought this up, I started to think my favorite Rangers jersey was when they switched it over with the new ballpark and went to red. And I thought those were the killer jerseys. But to your point, then I started to think, or is that because that was about the time I was really, really getting into sports? Like, obviously, the Cowboys were kicking some ass. The Rangers opened their new ballpark. I got to go to the home run derby at the new ballpark. And, like, were the red jerseys really that great, or were they just different? And this is when I was coming into sports. So I understand your point about that 72 Rangers jersey is awesome. I thought those green Mavs jerseys were the best. Or is that just because, like, I just have that nostalgic trip? I don't know.
Mike, I think when it comes to the Mavs in particular, your thought would hold true, because I think that the Mavs have done a poor job of, like, upkeeping their aesthetic altogether. I think that, for one, everything that they've done in recent times all still harkens back to like 2002. It all feels very much like 2002, and they haven't like updated their brand identity. So when it comes down to it, I do think that those green jerseys are the best jerseys that the Mavs have made, but that's kind of because there's a low bar all the way together, all the way around.
Yeah, the script of how it says Dallas on there, and I know that as far as I can remember, they've never gone back to the 1980s home white jersey.
Yeah.
As in, I can't remember Dirk ever wearing that jersey. I can't remember him wearing the green Road Dallas jersey from the 80s. But my son thinks they're better. And I don't know. Our jerseys nowadays, and I know we're taking more of our local teams. I do like that the Rangers went away from the basic, and I just couldn't believe they did this for so long. Texas.
Yeah.
Across every jersey. It was like there was no such thing as Rangers. We were just Texas in the same script on every jersey, whether it was white, gray, blue, or red. It was the exact same jersey, just in 4 different colors. And I was like, this is boring. Are we trying to sell jerseys rather than, hey, we can sell jerseys because people buy jerseys all the time? Back when we were kids, you couldn't buy jerseys. it wasn't like in the 80s we could go get an Aguirre jersey or a Ruben Sierra jersey. It was rare to find how to get a jersey in the 80s. I believe in the 90s it started trending towards, hey, we're going to make jerseys for people to actually wear and buy of their favorite players. But I don't know. I'd like some help here from the Tolos on, are we doing a bad job of making new jerseys that we like? Or is it just that we like the nostalgic of going back to when we were a kid or the original jersey of a team?
As you might have been able to guess, Mike, people have lots of thoughts about this. Lots of thoughts. All right. From the 469, I hate the old Rangers powder blue and the 469. Hold on to that thought from another 469. Those Rangers green jerseys are terrible. So
the Rangers green?
Or excuse me, those Mavericks green.
Okay, I was like, I missed that game.
Fair enough. The Mavericks old green jerseys are terrible. So right there, that's two that I'm against the old style. However, then that is counterbalanced immediately from the 214. The original jerseys are way better for like 90% of sports franchises. And for the 806, teams try too hard right now. Sometimes simple is better, which is why I like the Longhorns and the Cowboys, how they keep it kind of back to the original.
I will say in this discussion, when we talk, and I don't watch a lot of hockey, I do think hockey sweaters,
hottie hockey,
yes, are very cool looking. Like I do like
especially
a lot
the Blackout Stars one.
Yeah, I just think there's maybe more you can do with it because it is long sleeve and just more maybe things you can do with it. Football, I've never thought too much about because literally it's a big number on the front, a big number on the back, and it's a color. Does that make sense? Like, there's not a whole bunch. I get there's certain things you can do. As right now, like the Denver Broncos are on NFL Network and they're showing Russell Wilson. You can have navy, or you can have white, or you can have orange.
But where you can get interesting is the script, though. Like the font that you use or the type that you use when it comes to the number or some of the accents. Like we're currently looking at the Green Bay Packers where you have like the yellow accent for the what is it, the shoulder there. Like I think those are the things that where it gets really interesting, or just the color combinations that you get.
Yeah, I guess I like that, Reggie. In the other sports, it's going to have a logo or the city's name or the state's name or the team's name. And so you can do a lot with the script and you can kind of, change it up. Like, I like that the Dodgers, as much as sometimes, like, I love that the Dodgers really don't do much, as in, we just think it's beautiful that it says Dodgers in blue, number in red. And it just, to me, it just pops and it looks great, on the front. And I know on the back, it's and to Reggie's point, it's the way that you make the number. It's the way that whether you want to do it kind of, I know I'm going back to football back and forth, but the way the 49ers kind of had at one point in the 90s, which I thought was kind of cool, how it kind of had that black.
Oh, the drop shadow?
Shadow I thought was cool for them, which was very different, back then, where there's so many different when you go to like a little league baseball tournament, when you go to, or high school or whatever, and all these different teams, you can see a zillion different ways to make jerseys. And I feel like we're making more jerseys now because my son was asking me about this. I said, literally, when I was playing on major league teams, we had a white, a gray, and a colored jersey. That was pretty much what we had. We did not have 5 or 6 different jerseys the way that when he's playing MLB The Show or the NBA stuff, right? In NBA, you used to have your road jersey and your home jersey. That was it. Your white and your colored jersey, and that was it. Now there's a whole bunch of different ones, but I don't find myself loving a lot of the newer jerseys that come out.
Huh. Okay. All right.
I do love that I know I'm different than the one Tolo out there. I do like that they came back with the powder blues.
Well, and I do see multiple people pushing back, man. I had that Buddy Bell powder blue Texas Rangers jersey. Love it. Still love the Mavericks jerseys from the Reunion Arena days. And so then just
which tee do you like better? The old Rangers tee that they wore the other day, the 72, the block tee, or the tee that they went to in 1994 when they changed stadiums?
I think that one.
You like the newer tee better,
but and that's why I was still trying to figure out, like, is that just a response to like that's the better tee, or is it because like that's why I was like, oh man, it's a new ballpark. It's my ballpark. It's the Rangers started to get good and everything like that. I'm not sure. And then somebody threw in a whole nother thing about this is Man, I like the jerseys and everything, but holy crap, did they get expensive? That's like a whole different part of this discussion that doesn't really deal with the fashion of it versus like how many people rethink their jersey selections now when I feel like, and this is not to be like too old person or whatever, but like back in the day, you're like, this is my favorite player, so I'm going to buy that jersey. Now, if you're like, well, I like Jalen Brunson a lot, but what does the future hold with free agency? Or what does is this player going to get traded? Because you have to drop a lot of cash for some of these jerseys.
Go ahead, Reggie.
Can I pull you guys into that older person place? Because it seems like, for one, you guys are going to have the side of nostalgia that will pull you a little bit further back. And then also, you guys obviously have a little bit of a question if like newer jerseys are better. But being the guys that you are, like mid to early 40s, correct?
Yeah.
Are there any newer jerseys that you can point to definitively and go, oh, no, I like that one?
So in a weird way, I think one that is controversial to especially people that are 40 or older, but I agree with my son. I think it looks awesome, is the Chicago White Sox South Side jersey that's black with white pinstripes because it's so different, if that makes sense. So, yes, there are some newer jerseys, Reggie, that I like. I actually do like now the Rangers white jersey that it says Rangers across it in cursive rather than Texas.
Yeah.
You know, at home it used to be, you know, it's going to say your team name. On the road, it's going to say your city name or your state name type of deal. And the Rangers went away with that forever. That I do like their new white ones way better. And gosh, newer jerseys. How about the NBA?
I would have to go back to some of those city ones because in the moment, my son would be like, oh, what about this city one? What about this city one? I feel like there was a Milwaukee one. I'm going to go double check on that, a city version that I was like, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Was it the one that said Cream City on it?
Yes.
Are you serious?
I think so.
They have one that says Brew Crew
Is
now,
it not?
I believe.
Oh, yeah. I was just looking at the Brew Crew one. Man, maybe it is, but my son showed me one of those, and I was like, that's
I'll tell you
awesome.
what, I do love the Milwaukee Bucks jersey with the buck on it.
Yeah.
I think that's a very cool looking jersey.
What, like the newest iteration with like the really menacing looking stylized buck?
Okay, so you need it to be a more aggressive mascot that I do not hate those Cream City jerseys whatsoever. I don't know if the internet has decided that they don't care for them, but
there's jerseys I hate. Let me ask you, Kevin.
The trash bag jersey.
Well, that was for one game on opening night when we lost by 1,000 to the Lakers. Thanks a lot, Antoine Walker. You stink. Booby shaker. All right. I thought the 1980s road jersey for the Rangers was pathetic, and I couldn't understand why they stuck. It's just a gray jersey that said Texas in like just the script is just here's blue Texas across a gray shirt with buttons on it. Okay. Like, there has to be more here than that. So I will, like, I'm not saying all the old jerseys are great. I thought the old jersey of the Rangers when I was growing up in the 80s, that like Bobby Valentine and, you know, kind of your Ruben Sierra, Nolan Ryan's jersey that he wore on the road, pathetic. I mean, there was no personality to that jersey at all.
What's y'all's takeaway for the Rainbow Astros jerseys? Because I always love those. I also hate the prison style throwback Steelers jerseys.
I don't think anybody loves those. Yeah, I'm with you on, and I wonder how much, because Mike, you used this term when you were talking about the South Side. It's almost like a script South Side on with the White Sox. The idea that they were different, especially from like what you see around the league. There was a uniqueness to those like rainbow Astros, like orange to yellow gradient thing that they had going.
I do like it in certain ways that the Astros use it, whether it's down the side of their Navy jersey now, where it's just kind of, you know what I'm talking about, where they have it. I think that's cool looking. I think it's a cool jersey in small batches, like a Sunday jersey. I think that we like the powder blue a lot, unless we wore it every day as a road jersey.
He's like, it's a curveball, not a fastball.
Yeah. So, or maybe it's a fastball instead of a curveball, the way baseball is now. But I would just say that Jersey people, Let's do a better job. There has to be more creative people out there that can make jerseys that I think are better. And not all jerseys are bad, and not all jerseys are good now. And same with the old times. But I just feel like when the Rangers wear that 72 jersey, we need to break that out more. We need to break out more of the 80s Mavericks than this other Maverick stuff we break out.
I feel like if you care so much about this, you should kind of take up the cause. I got a catchy name for you too. What about Jersey Mike? I feel like that could be like not super popular, but like solidly popular.
I'll put my own juice on it.
Well,
isn't that what they say at Jersey Mike's? We got the juice.
There goes our market share. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Rangers need 2 starting pitchers. Are you prepared to wait a year or two? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Miss anything from your favorite fan show? Check out the podcast page at 1053thefan.com or hit the
ACLB 0052136E.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Rubin and Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS, credit card, or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to living life again. So call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS.
And here's the pitch. And there's a long drive to left field. That is hooking in the corner, and that ball is history. Mitch Garver, a 2-run homer. And the Rangers lengthen their lead to 7-4.
Woohoo! And they would go on to win 10-4 right here in your home of the Texas Rangers, 105 through the Fan. Now, our question here is the Rangers need 2 starting pitchers. Are you prepared to wait a year or two? 877-881-1053. But before we get to any of that, I want to tell you, Saturday at Hop Fusion Ale Works in Fort Worth, the Brew Crew Tour rolls on. It'll be Lucius Alexander, Eric Chiafalo, and Zach Wolchuk representing that G-Bag Nation. They'll be in Fort Worth at Hop Fusion Ale from 1 to 4 p.m. And they will be also bringing 100 of those one-of-a-kind Brew Crew pint glasses. So Fort Worth, you know the Fan loves you. So we will be out there on Saturday. Make sure to stop by, get your Brew Crew glass while we are at it. Now, back to baseball.
Yeah.
The Rangers have 2 holes in their rotation.
Yeah.
For sure right now. Do you think fans are patient enough to wait it out for a year or two? I'm assuming until the prospects are ready, unless you mean something different, and then we'll go from there.
Well, yeah, so here's the situation the Rangers find themselves in, playing close to 500 baseball.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to play possibly over 500 baseball against the teams that we feel like they can.
Yeah.
They're better than. They're better than Detroit. They're better than Washington. They're better than Kansas City. And right now, the series is 1-0 Texas in this series at Kansas City. Maybe they'll play good against New York, and we won't expect them to play good against the Mets coming up. But at this point, as we're getting into July, before we know it, after this weekend is over, it'll be July 4th. At that point, I think the Rangers were hoping Cole Winn, AJ Alexy, Spencer Howard, maybe somewhat of an unknown. I know Cole Reagans is having a very good year, just got promoted to Triple-A. They were hoping that there would be this, and Glenn Otto, who got off to a decent start and is struggling right now, they thought all of these guys, their hope and thought, all of these guys are going to be pitching well enough at the upper levels of the minor leagues that we're going to have tough decisions to make. And if a guy has 2 or 3 bad starts in a row, we can send him down and have him work on our stuff because AJ Alexy now is pitching well in AAA. So, hey, Cole Winn, if we need to send you down for a couple starts to get right, get right. Hey, Spencer Howard, he is the guy that Philadelphia was developing 2-3 years ago before everything went haywire and we got him for Kyle Gibson. But because these things aren't happening, it looks like the Rangers might have to go the rest of this season with Martin Perez pitching pretty good, John Gray pitching pretty good, Dane Dunning being a solid starter, and then 2 spots where they're like, we're kind of running bullpen out there and hoping for the best. Because if you want to get impatient, you're going to have to make trades. And then, gosh, I know that during Crosstalk, we talked about Martin Perez.
And you definitely can't move on.
If you move him for nobody that's ready to pitch, and you're probably not moving him for guys that are major league ready.
Yes.
Because then that team would just use the major league ready guy they have. So if you do trade him, you're down to John Gray and Dane Dunning for the rest of the season.
Which is not advisable, at least not to me. Do you still think there's a chance then that like a Glenn Otto or somebody like that who we have seen could, because I've given up on, obviously Allard, Howard. I have just, fair, unfair, I've just moved on from them. So what about somebody like
I feel like Colby Allard is starting to go into that 4A pitcher, unfortunately. I really like that trade. I thought he would be better. He hasn't been. It doesn't mean his career's over. It probably means more that he's going to be a middle reliever. And here's the deal. The Rangers have so many freaking left-handed relievers. Now, they're not all considered left-handed specialist.
Yep.
And I know that that's getting taken out of the game a little bit because you either have to finish the inning or face 3 hitters, one or the other. And so it kind of limits you on just having what you'd consider left-handed specialist. But I don't know this. Would the Rangers consider right now not pushing for a playoff spot, but going, we have one kind of too many outfield / third base, middle infield prospects. It's tough to say too many, but we've drafted Foscue. We've traded for Josh Smith. We've traded for Ezekiel Duran, who we just sent down. Leody Taveras and Bubba Thompson were premium prospects.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I guess Bubba Thompson hasn't made it to the major leagues, but I wouldn't consider him a premium prospect in baseball. He's just a nice prospect that looks like he can play in the big leagues here sometime soon. You traded for Steele Walker in the trade where you're like, hey, you've seen all of these okay guys. Are there organizations that are like ours that aren't winning?
Yeah.
But they're lacking a lot of depth in their organization. Is there any way, these are always tough trades to pull off, can we trade depth for a guy that's a young starting pitching? And what I mean by that is like somebody who's, let's say, 28 to 25 years old. I'm not expecting to get a 22-year-old stud pitcher out of these prospects. But is there a way to get a guy that still has like 3 years left of time before he hits free agency where we know we have control over him to shore up our rotation now? Or do you just say, as a Ranger fan, this is where you text in and stuff, do you just say, no, you know what? We're going to struggle with the back end of our rotation the rest of this year. I don't want to clog it up possibly with adding a solid veteran pitcher who has 2 to 3 years left on a contract.
I like in that scenario, I would definitely be intrigued by that because then you would still have them also in a cheaper deal. And they're not so old. Like even if you got somebody who's 28, well, if you're like, I don't think we're going to be good for 3 years. All right, well, a 31-year-old baseball player does not necessarily, that's how old Martin Perez is.
Right, and he should have 3 to 4 more years left of pitching in the majors.
So you're still viable. If you told me like a veteran, like if we would have been chasing some of the big money names, like I could see how that would be different. But in this instance, especially, it's Bleacher Report, so take that for what you will. But one of their writers had the top 10 prospects at each position, and they've got Foscue and Duran at 5 and 6 for second base. So if you're telling me like they think that the Rangers have 2 of the not only top 10 but top 6 prospects at second base, which is a position that you would think would not theoretically be open for many, many years, well, hell yeah, I'm interested in listening to that.
And I think that here's the deal too, that the Rangers have to start really making tough decisions on. And I know they've barely pitched in the major leagues or haven't. But what do we think of A.J. Alexy and his 7 ERA in AAA?
Yeah.
Because they were counting on him being in the rotation sometime around this point. Well, at a 7 ERA, we can't work with this. We can't promote you with that.
Yeah.
A 1.8 whip. You're allowing almost 2 people on base per inning, and a lot of them are obviously scoring with a 7 ERA. So I'm wondering if we do take, to your point, the second base situation. Where in the world is Justin Foscue ever going to play a day in the major leagues for the Texas Rangers? You name me the day that Marcus Semien isn't your second baseman.
Yeah.
You name me the day that third base that Josh Smith, Josh Young, who you have kind of going to vie for that position because you can't really move him to third base. I don't know this, but I remember asking this when they drafted a second baseman with the 14th overall pick. I like drafting shortstop center fielders because I can move them in a lot of different positions.
Is the thought just real quick as far as that, if you have the ability and the arm strength to play short, I can probably move you across the infield.
Yes,
and then
your coordination, right?
Okay, and then the same logic for center field. If you have the speed and arm to play there, I could probably move you across
I have 3
the
positions for you. If you're limited to just a left fielder or if you're limited to just a second baseman, what were the 2 positions we were trying to push Willie Calhoun into? He was a second baseman for the Dodgers, and he will not play 1 day of his life at second base in the major leagues. And that's why the Dodgers were like, man, he can hit, and we think he's a major league hitter, but we don't know what to do with him. There's no DH in the National League at that time, and he's not a second baseman, and he doesn't look athletic enough to just throw in the outfield and have him start running down fly balls. So that's why he became available to a major league team in a trade. And so I look at some of our maybe areas of strength and go, how quickly do the Rangers want to turn that into something else? And then, unfortunately, it doesn't mean A.J. Alexy's never going to pitch in the major leagues and never be successful. But you start looking at Glenn Otto's and A.J. Alexy's and Colby Allard's and Taylor Hearn, and I'm not going to give up at all on Cole Winn. He's a first-round draft pick that's just struggling a little bit. But Spencer Howard has struggled in Philadelphia, now here with us. You have all of these guys. At what point do you say we need to, because Philly kind of got us on this one. And let's see how it plays out.
They got us.
But you do this and you go, hey, if we don't think he's going to develop into what maybe people think, move him now. Yeah. And there's still more development, and we could be wrong on this. It could end up that they develop into a really good player/pitcher. But I'm just wondering right now, should the Rangers take, let's just say, I have no clue what you could get for this, and he's having a bad year, you'd be trading him at a low point. A.J. Alexy, Justin Foscue, Bubba Thompson, or Leody Taveras, either one, and one other guy, Spencer Howard. I'm just throwing out 4 or 5 guys. If I combine those 4 or 5 guys to a team that is lacking depth in AA and AAA in their minor leagues and thinks, hey, man, those are pretty good prospects that were for the Rangers. They're just all not having very good years. Or Bubba Thompson's having a good year, but they don't see him as maybe their everyday center fielder, where we can see him being our everyday center fielder. Could we get somebody's solid starting pitcher that can help us now?
I do think that's possible, because you see teams make trades like that all the time when it's the I can fix them principle, right?
Yeah.
That we talk about all the time. But I do need you to answer this one question that a couple people from the fan text pointed out. You don't just want to get rid of Justin Foscue because he went to Mississippi State, right? I know you had some negative things to say about the state of Mississippi.
I did not. I correctly stated a fact. You asked me what they're number 1 in, and in my mind, I remember seeing like a poll that they were number 1 in poverty, and I hit it on the head. I actually got something right. I'm not against Mississippi at all.
You just needed to clarify.
I would say this. I worry, though, when the Rangers coming up. Like, nothing against Jace Young. I don't know a lot about Jace Young. Josh Young's younger brother. He's supposedly going to be somewhere picked between like 5 and 15, right? But he's not going to go as high as 3. I don't want to pick with my first round. I do not want to pick landlocked second baseman.
Okay.
Because we run into this issue. When you sign Marcus Semien or another guy develops into that position, what do I do with a landlocked second baseman who can't play short because of his arm strength or speed, can't play third base because of his arm strength type of deal? I can't put him maybe in center field. I don't know if you can or can't. I don't know everything about him. But I would say to my scouting director, right now it's Kip Fagg, I would say as a general manager, you are not allowed to ever draft a second baseman or a left fielder in the first round. In fact, I get nervous about drafting just first baseman in the first round unless it's Spencer Torkelson. I know he's having a horrible year. It better be like, without a doubt, this dude's going to pop 30-plus home runs, 100-plus RBI, score 100 runs, bat around 280, and we don't have to. He is going to be so good, he is going to be one of the 15 best first basemen in all of baseball 2 to 3 years from now.
Well, if I was Kip, I would just respond by going, what are you going to do, fire me? Yeah, I didn't think so. But that's just my own personal opinion about the situation.
If I was running a front office.
Torkelson is having a terrible year.
Horrible. But he's not going to be horrible forever. He was the first overall pick out of college, and he should end up being good. But this has been way over his head for where he's at developmental-wise.
Just a quick side note to all of this. I'm really encouraged by this. I thought this was really cool. Did you see what Martin Perez said, I think on Sunday? He said, I want to be here 100%, then paused and said, no, make it 300%. I've been in 2 other places and nowhere have I felt as good as I feel here. Here now, I feel like I don't do my job on the field one day. I can still do it in the clubhouse. I can help these guys. It's not just about my career, but about this team.
That's why I want him here.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy about trading him unless somebody blows me away with an offer. I'm already struggling. We just had this whole segment on, we only have 3 starting pitchers now for major league rotation, and we're struggling at the upper levels for our guys developing quickly. And then lastly, on NFL Network, the game where Aaron Jones goes crazy on us, which he is right now, but the Cowboys are winning 21-15. our old Jalen Smith got a big tackle there as he kind of, whiffed, and then as a safety slowed him down and rode him for about a yard or two. Then Jalen Smith got half a tackle on that one, so that's awesome. He fell to the ground on that one.
So why don't you stop hating, Mike?
How is he not on an NFL team?
You want him as a basketball player.
How in the world did he get a big contract?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan because he had a good story. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea.
to Brew Crew Pint Glass while supplies last. Get more information on the Fan's Brew Crew Tour on our events page at 1053thefan.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
You were waiting for that?
I was, absolutely. Hey, as we've established on the intro and the outro, I'm very much a creature of habit. So if you want to trip me up, just change any of your verbiage, and I'm like, hold on, how come you didn't say how am I doing? Because I was ready to fall apart. I'm also dealing with vacation Mike over here. Mike is about to go on vacation. Corey is on vacation. Do you think I should go old style Gavin Dawson and have a show all by myself?
I think you should do it at least one day. It's pretty fun.
Ugh.
You know, you book a guest every couple of hours. You take some texts. You get some takes going. You take some phone calls.
Can I run all East Coast radio?
I think you should. Yeah, I think that's about the only way to do a solo radio show. Shoot, 15 monologues would be pretty tough.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the plan for now is we're going to have Bobby Belt in. What do you think? He said he wants to run the baseball segment, so I'm going to title it for him, all right? What do you think about this? Our new baseball segment, Trying to Get to Second Base with Bobby Belt. Do you think that's a good title for a baseball segment?
Yeah, I don't think there's a problem with that.
All right. That's what I'm talking about. Mike, where are you going on vacation?
The beautiful beaches of Galveston, Texas.
Oh, glorious.
As last year, we took the family to the Bahamas. Cost a lot of money. Had to get all these passports and everything.
And did you
we
say
get
they
there,
seem,
and the next day later, our boys go, we like Galveston better.
Wow.
Like, screw you. But it's going to cost us a lot less money next year because we're going back to Galveston.
Yeah, that's terrific. Galveston's not bad, man.
No, it's good.
Yeah,
they like the waves better. We're
Sure.
like, what about the clear, calm water? Like, we actually don't like the clear, calm water. We like
want
the
the
more
violence.
wavy Gulf of Mexico water.
Like the
all right.
unstableness of the Gulf? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, where you can't really see what's in the water
Yeah,
at all.
you never know.
Yeah.
What else is there to do down there besides the beach?
We usually cook. We cook ourselves instead of going to restaurants.
Yeah.
There's probably great restaurants in Galveston to get seafood and stuff. We like just going to the grocery store and then buying the food and then cooking it ourselves and kind of.
Do you run a house or something?
Yes. Yeah.
Nice.
We are going to be.
It's like a lot of work, Mike.
We
Not
are
really a vacation.
He likes cooking.
I do like cooking. I hope it's a vacation. I know it is a vacation, but I'm hoping it's
You're cooking for what, 15, you said?
all the in-laws are going to be there, which I do really like my in-laws. I'm not lying about that. I do like them, but there's no way to get my wife, her sister, her brother, their spouses, their kids, their parents, and to have a cordial, really, like there's going to be at some point, there's not going to be like fist thrown or anything, but there's no way that you're going to get 5 days together, that everything's going to be good, that kids aren't throwing fits, and then somebody's like, well, you shut up because your kid, and you're just like, oh, great.
Do you have rules about these vacations, Mike? Because
that's a good question.
Because I'm one of these guys that if I go with a bunch of people, they used to call this the broadest rule.
Okay.
And I took a bunch of people, when I got my Super Bowl money from Green Bay, I took a bunch of people to Cabo, a bunch of my buddies. And I told them, I said, listen, here are the rules. I go, you don't have to do a damn thing I want to do. I'm going to schedule deep sea fishing, golf, restaurants, whatever you want to do.
I like this.
You want to do it? Great.
Damn, big bonus.
Yeah, it was.
Super Bowl, man.
Super Bowl, bro. We won it.
Yeah.
Champs. But we took that and I told everybody, you don't have to do anything. I'll schedule stuff. If you want to go deep sea fishing, I'll tell you what time that is. If you want to go play golf, I'll tell you what time that is. My rule was always, it's a vacation. You're not on my schedule and I'm not on your schedule.
I love this.
Yeah.
So you just kind of put the ground rules out there. And if somebody doesn't want to go shell hunting, on the beach, they don't have to go.
Yeah, I love
that. You could sit in the chair, sit in the sun, watch people go by, drink Topo Chico all you want, All right. But you lay out the ground rules to everybody. And that way,
how'd the wives react to that?
No problem. See, I was single, but my buddies brought friends, and I said, listen, if you want to sit up at the swim up bar at the pool, my tab's on me. Go ahead and do it. You know, you don't have to do anything. You do what you want to do.
I'm going to tell them this tomorrow.
But see, I think it helps.
Listen, you punks.
No, I think
is that how you started off?
I think it helps. No, I think it helps everybody. I think it helps everybody realize. Listen, I'm here to enjoy myself.
Yeah.
I'm
Don't
not
get
here.
guilted into
I'm not
group
here
behavior.
to fix meals for you and have to deal with your kids being all in my face. Yeah. I'm going to do what I want to do. You do what you want to do. Hey, dinner will be at this hour. If you want to come eat with us.
It doesn't mean I like you anymore or like you any less. It doesn't mean I love you anymore. Yeah, because I think sometimes if I disengage, they're like, well, Mike's just not. He doesn't really like being part of our family. It's like, no.
I
just
feel that way on the show sometimes.
I just don't like doing that. So I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah.
So you're saying I'm always on vacation? I kind of
Well, I just feel like if you kind of set some ground rules that listen, I'm here to enjoy myself.
I like this.
I'm not here to entertain you, but I'm going to set stuff up.
Yeah.
And every day, that's what it was funny. Everybody would come back for dinner and it's like, hey, what'd you do today? Man, we played golf. That's a beautiful course you got us at over here. Hey, deep sea fishing. We hooked we got a marlin. It was fun. We got a sailfish. I'm like, cool. I'm glad you enjoyed that. It just makes it for an easier.
Dude,
it's a great idea.
Especially you got people that like to do early morning activities,
Absolutely,
and you
yeah.
really just want to sleep in on your vacation.
Absolutely, you do. You want to, you want to get up. Maybe you want to go have some breakfast, go to the swim up bar, whatever. I mean, you don't sit outside, read a book. You don't have to go deep sea fishing if you don't want to.
Let me ask you a question about that. On vacation in general, are you more of a relaxed person or a do stuff person?
Much more of a relaxed person.
Okay.
Yeah, because when you go do stuff, you're often in like big groups on little tourist buses with people you've never met. And I'm like, I don't want to spend my vacation on these bus rides and these tours kind of like having to whisper to my friends because we're in this big group of people we don't know. There is some stuff that I have done that have been cool, like going out to see Pearl Harbor and stuff like that. But
yeah.
Most of the time I feel like it's much more relaxing just to go to the beach, wherever you are and just kind of hang out with the people you're there with.
Has this made your vacation better, do you think?
Yeah, I can't wait to lay down the law tomorrow.
I still think
it's the Broadus rule. Phone a friend if you need to.
That's what I'm
He'll
doing.
have
It's
your
called Broadus at like 1 o'clock when everybody gets to the house. And I'm going to be like, here's my friend Broadus. Here's the rules. Broadus, you tell him.
No, but just make sure the vacation's about you. I mean, it sounds selfish, but it makes it easier for everybody else because then again, you don't get the anxiety of having to take care of everybody.
So who's on the show with you tomorrow?
It's going to be Bobby for the rest of the week.
Okay, that's right.
So me and Bobby are going to get after it. Now, you said you get along with your in-laws.
I do, yeah.
What percentage of folks, just in general, you don't have to speak for yourself, do you think get along with their in-laws?
Sufficiently, 85%.
Really well.
Yeah.
What about really well?
Really well?
Yeah.
5%.
Wow.
Yeah. I kind of feel like there's maybe out of 10 folks, you might like 6 of them.
Okay.
And the other 4, you would just, you're kind of like you avoid them at all costs.
You just gravitate towards the other 6.
You just kind of find yourself not always getting caught in the kitchen with them or something like that.
I think I get in trouble by just doing what I want to do. And they're like, Mike doesn't enjoy our company or whatever. And that might be the case in that moment.
Yeah.
But to Broadus' point, I just don't want to talk about that or be part of that. So I'm just going to go into this room and hang out by myself or
do you
watch
say
this
you're
game.
going or do you just kind of vanish?
Just go.
That's what I do too.
Just go.
Absolutely. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. It is Tuesday Rangers player show at 3:20, and Leody Taveras is going to join you.
Woo! Do you think the Rangers now look across their roster and they're like, here's who we need to jumpstart this week, so let's put them on G-Bag?
Yeah, he's coming in for his G-Bag blessing at 3:20. Appreciate that. We have some good Jalen Brunson conversation and why the Mavs should probably think twice about letting him go right out of the gates.
Woo! All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Remember, tomorrow we'll lead you straight into Rangers, so 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Bobby Belt time.
Bobby Belt time.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome in. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Every day at 2 o'clock, we talk about everything that has been developing in the world of sports since last we broadcasted with you. Well, let's do that. Let's general at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander. Of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Got another 4.5 hours today, Brian. Big show.
Looking forward to it, man. It's kind of like the old days when you and I were like, kind of like navigating through, trying to kind of figure some things out. Had a lot of fun, and you know what? I was driving home last night. Didn't have Eric with me. Didn't have my carpool buddy. So that was kind of like I was talking to myself on the way. You know, one of those things.
Well, feel free to give me a call.
Yeah,
you know, or maybe
like,
you enjoy that.
You know what? It was funny because, like I was saying, Eric yawns the whole time. Eric makes me tired after a show.
He's probably bored of me talking nonstop.
He's probably bored of me talking nonstop. Yep. That's absolutely right. But no, I just I love working with you and Lucius, and it's but I miss our guys. You know, they're doing a good job in the morning, but we'll carry on without them.
Yeah, they do sound good there in the morning, and salute to them for carrying on and helping out the station wherever is needed. We're looking at some pretty good text activity, Brian. I think you struck a nerve with that vacation conversation.
Everybody not. I don't look at the text. My pals are over on Twitch, and they're all saying, "What's up, BB," and stuff like that. You know,
now
I'm kind of a hero over there.
During Crosstalk, Lucius, we were talking about: do you like to go on vacation and do planned group activities, or are you more a lone wolf amongst your traveling party?
Okay, group activities. We're talking about the 3 or more, right? Talking about a whole lot of people we have to gather,
3 or more,
get together on the clock and everything. I might do one group activity with the group.
There you go.
Then after that, we're going to splinter up a little bit.
Yeah.
Or just meet down at the beach or wherever we're at type of thing. Because I do like to go do the activities, but I'm not much on the schedule.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'll schedule like 4:30 in the afternoon. You know what I'm saying? I'm waking up at 9. That means I have a whole day to kind of get there instead of, we got to get up and rush. Blah, blah. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing anything. We got to rush and we're out. It's a vacation. I need to relax.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty good compromise, you know, because my mom is super planner and she has like 2 activities a day. And I drew a line in the sand a while back. I said, I'm not doing any of your activities, but maybe I could do one like every 2 or 3 days. You know, maybe that's decent. I could borrow something from Lucius just to show I'm a team player.
Yeah.
You know?
I do want to do it with you guys, but you guys, you know,
we're doing
you're killing
a lot.
the vacation vibes.
We're doing a whole lot. Waking up early. We got one after lunch. You know, we got to schedule in the pool time because then we got another thing coming. We got a luau at 6:30. We got to be at. It's like, oh, okay. No. You know, and you know, you don't want to be a total party pooper on them.
No, you don't.
No, but you know, that's one of the reasons why, again, I funded the trip. You know,
there you go.
I funded the trip, and I wanted everybody.
So you don't take this approach on other vacations?
No, I do. I take it on other vacations as well. People know.
Oh, you fund all the trips.
Yeah. Well, the ones, like I said, this one I wanted to because these were guys and gals that throughout my career always supported me. No matter whatever decision I made, whether it was to be a grad assistant or work for nothing, or these were people that were always in my corner. So I wanted to thank them for always caring about me the way they do. And so, yeah, I took the money and I got the house and I organized all the trips and paid for the stuff and everything like that. And it was my way of thanking them. But I've always taken this approach. I don't have to have every single minute of the day planned for me to have a vacation. But when I talk about group activities, you know, I might meet you at dinner.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's a nice group activity.
Yeah, like we got a table of 8 here at the Mexican food place.
I'll be down at the pool. Just be there, okay?
Exactly. I mean, the tab is open if you want, you want that Pacifico or Dos Equis, whatever you want to drink.
Yeah.
Feel free. It's tabs open. Yeah. But yeah, to me, it's I want to hear about how deep sea fishing was. And I might show up.
Yeah.
I might show up on the thing with you. I might show up and go play golf or go deep sea fishing with you.
That sounds fun. Yeah. I love the idea of deep sea fishing. I'm always worried about getting seasick and then being out there for a couple of hours.
It happens.
It does. You got to get used to that.
Yeah.
903 says we've done vacations with my sister-in-law and her family before. She tries to plan everything on a daily schedule. and I'm out on that. Yeah, some of those sister-in-laws, like they have the type A personality, and they're just like, they're buzzing. They love getting all the organization going, and they're the other mom who's kind of like that is like vibing with them hard, and they're kind of competing to organize and schedule it out the most. And those are the kind of conversations I typically like to avoid. Although, like I said, you do want to let them know you're a team player. I think it's good stuff to keep in mind as you head out to summer vacation season. Yeah. We are just 51 hours now from the start of free agency in the NBA, and it's a huge story. Kicks off Thursday at 5. They did away with the midnight thing because it was unnecessary and it wasn't capturing views and clicks and stuff like that like it could in prime time. So we get it at 5 o'clock, and it's a huge decision for the Mavericks. We have data, and I'll do it long form coming up at 5 o'clock. I'll do it a little bit shorter right here because we have a lot of other stuff to get to. But to me, it gives a pretty clear answer. You got to be willing to outbid the Knicks. The max is 35. We're still down here at 25 and 27. I'm not trying to tell you he's Kevin Durant, but he's worth 65% of max, isn't he, at least? And maybe closer to 75 or 80. And the biggest numbers are, Kevin Pelton did a story today, ESPN Insider. You can read it. His numbers when Luka was out suggest he can continue to be efficient in a bigger role. And there's actually a history of players like him, ball handlers, who can actually get more efficient when they use the ball more, probably because they get in rhythm and they can be more aggressive. And I know he has shortcomings. But so does Luka. Luka doesn't play much defense either. So the Cavs maxed out Kevin Love. And he was half of what he had been when he was a superstar by himself in Minnesota. His game had massive shortcomings, but you need guys that can exploit matchups to build a contender, and I think Jalen Brunson can do that. And, I said it yesterday. I fear it more today that I think the Mavs' egos might be playing a little bit of a role here because they said earlier you're only worth $14 or $15 million. Yeah. They want to be men and stand by it. And I think there's places where billionaire businessman Mark Cuban gets hurt a little bit because his ego in the negotiation, like Shark Tank Cuban shows up right here. And I don't know if that's a good thing. So that's where I'm at. I do think it would be a significant mistake if you let Jalen Brunson go for nothing because you don't have anybody that can do what he does for you, Brian.
Yeah, but we talked about it a little bit. The plan was, with Wood, with Hardaway, stuff like, again, it's probably not the perfect plan in everybody's eyes. Everybody's like, oh, damn, Hardaway, what are you talking about?
You get offense, but you don't get that kind of offense.
Yeah, but
you don't get the offense that you can throw the ball to and watch Hunt for a good opportunity for 12 seconds.
Yeah, but they feel like, though, the offense that they're going to get from Wood is better than what they're going to get from Brunson.
It might be more efficient, but you need types of players.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have a real backup point guard at this point, even without a Jalen Brunson. And I hear you, and I think you are providing great information into how some people inside the organization think, and they might be looking, and maybe it ends up being a blessing. Maybe they have reasons to believe that Jalen Brunson can't be efficient, but there's a pretty good sample size of when Luka Doncic was out, not only in the playoffs, but earlier in the year when he had to miss those 10, 15 games, and Jalen Brunson's true shooting percentage was actually a little bit better than playing more off the ball.
No, there's a reason to have Jalen Brunson. I just, again, to me, it's, when, we talk about, oh, this is just a slam dunk thing for the Mavs. I don't think it's necessarily that slam dunk that we think about. Yeah. I think this is there are some concerns. The thing that I appreciate the most about it, and you're absolutely right. I mean, because I asked a question a while back about, what happens when Luka gets hurt or Luka's not available or Luka needs a rest? Who's going to handle that? And, it's Brunson. We were talking about Brunson. That's the guy. But then the more you dive into, the more that you realize that, okay, maybe that you can find somebody to do that for far cheaper.
Okay.
Maybe you could find somebody that, it's not going to cost you $27 million.
That's a good exception to bring up. I think that's a really good point.
I think
if they have a plan to bring in somebody that can do that other stuff and you don't want to pay Brunson 30, you're going to pay this other guy 8 and it turns out they're right. Okay, I'll go hands off. This front office deserves trust from me.
Yeah, see, that's the thing that I'm going on what the front office is looking at right now. me personally, I'd like to Brunson. I have no problem with Brunson. But the more that you dive into and you talk to people around the league or within the Mavs, it's like, well, listen, this is what the guy can do, and this is what he can't do. And is that worth $27 million a year, $30 million a year? There's a lot of people saying no, it's not worth that. And do they have a better plan? Well, we'll see. Probably if I'm telling you the plan is Hardaway and Wood and all that, you're probably going, no, that's not a better plan, Brian.
Well, after the last decade where they overpaid Harrison Barnes, Wes Matthews, Chandler Parsons, I just can't imagine them deciding to not overpay the guy who helped them get to the conference finals.
I think they're in a new mode of operating over there.
Okay.
I think that we talk about this don't fall in love with your players bit. There's a time in the past I think the Mavericks fell in love with their players. I think now they're making better basketball decisions. And
I hear you.
I love Rick Carlisle. Donnie Nelson comes on our show when he did, and he was great. But I think there's a different group of decision makers, and I think for the long run, it's going to be better for the Mavs.
I would agree with that, and I didn't think I would say that because I was such a big fan of how Rick Carlisle and Donnie Nelson did, their jobs for the Mavericks for over a decade. Okay, 214 says too much for a backup, and I don't think Brunson's a backup anymore. 469, if you're starting a team, you pick JB over Woods, but high ceiling next to Luka, and Woods is higher. I don't know. I think I would probably take Christian Wood over Jalen Brunson. If I was building a team just generally, but specifically for this team, they don't have another point guard. And it's going to be tough to find one as good as Brunson. I know Brunson has holes in his game, but you're not going to find one as good as JB. Dragic is going to be our backup point guard next year. I think he's old. That's what the 972 says. I don't think you can count on him to stay healthy and to have the energy level to play 25 minutes a night as a backup point guard. I think you're probably, looking at him missing quite a few games, load management, and being more in the 10 to 15 minute a game type of guy. The Big 12 is targeting Brett Yormark to be its next commissioner, Brian. Some college sports news.
Yeah, I have some friends at Rock Nation. I need to kind of get a heads up. I saw that today, and I meant to reach out.
Wait. You got friends at Rock Nation?
I do.
So you can get us in a Rock Nation brunch? So we can start on Instagram?
Is there a brunch?
Oh, yeah. There's a great
I do.
brunch.
I actually
it's
have
a boost for our Instagram numbers, bro. If we just get invited to the Rock Nation brunch and show off a little bit.
Where's the brunch? Is it here in New York?
Hell, I don't know. They haven't even invited me.
No, seriously. I'm asking a serious question.
I think I don't know. It's wherever Jay-Z wants it to be.
You know what? I actually do have good connections there with Rock Nation. I actually do. And so I can get us a scouting report. I meant to do that walking in, and then all of a sudden 1,000 other things.
Brian in the building.
Maybe I'll get you in the building. Maybe I should probably not show up. But I mean, I've had a couple of people. They do a good job with their sports agency and stuff like that. And so that's how I've made friends with some people that direction. Yeah.
Nice.
You are the man, Brian.
I try.
Your network is wide ranging. Okay. What else is going on here in our world of sports? I think that note right there on this Yormark guy, I think it just shows how much college football is becoming about marketing.
Yeah.
And you got to help these guys understand the marketing game. So getting a marketing guy to sort of lead the conference, I think, is in line with all the NIL stuff and where you need to be savvy.
Yeah, that's, and good for the, again, I'm looking forward to hearing the scouting report on this gentleman because, again, I have the utmost respect for my buddies that are up there in New York that do all this because I think they know what they're doing. So if the Big 12 is trying to hire, like you say, a marketing guy, I still think that we're in a mode right now where we're going to have college football. The best 25 teams in the country are going to play games every week. I think we're going to break away from conferences, at least in football. And these universities are going to make huge dollars off TV packages with the best 25 teams playing against each other every week.
All right, the Rangers whooped the Royals. Garver with a home run, 10-4. Martin Perez went 6 innings. He gave up 4 runs, and that was good enough. It's a 7 o'clock first pitch tonight, 6:30 pregame. It's going to be Gray against Heasley. And we have Leody Taveras coming up on the Rangers Player Show at 3:20 today. Looking forward to chatting with him. He's off to a better start this year than last year. And we've heard that he likes to go hunting. So we're looking forward to a hunting conversation with Leody Taveras possibly coming up at 3:20. Hopefully that's good and reliable information. I've been hunting, I believe, 4 times now. Never fired a shot.
Yeah, see, I'm the same way. I've lived in the most hunting states you can live in. Texas, Louisiana, Wisconsin. I'm the guy that will sit in the blind. I'll buy breakfast when it's over with. I'll put the gun in the corner. I'm really not interested in popping up and firing the ducks. It's not about the shots and stuff like that. I don't trust myself
with a gun.
With a gun, I don't. And there's people walking around in fields, quail hunting and stuff like that.
Rabbits.
And they're like, all of a sudden you just level off. Like all of a sudden, dogs
unsafe.
point, and then all of a sudden the birds go up, and you're like, okay, do I have to look and see who I'm standing next to? Am I pointing at something? Do I turn the gun? That's my biggest fear is walking through a field.
A lot of accidents.
And just all of a sudden level off on somebody.
Man, my dad and my uncles took me hunting when I was like 12, 13 years old for Christmas. And I didn't shoot anything, but they did, right?
Yeah.
They didn't let me leave without killing it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they was like, here you go, boy.
I
had to kill it. Break his little neck. Yeah. There you go.
Well, these little birds?
Yeah, twist it.
Yeah, it was tough, bro.
I tell you what, like I say, I've been in some of these hunts before. I want to deal like on a recruiting trip with some guys we were recruiting, and they took us all hunting, and we went to a place. It was like the movie The Birds, Alfred Hitchcock's movie, where like as soon as the dogs jumped out of the truck, they went on point. I mean, immediately on point. And I'm like,
good trained dogs are awesome to see when they go hunting.
I'm putting on the vest like the dogs are already on point. What do we got?
They know what's up.
They know what's up. And literally the guy threw his hat in the bushes, and all of a sudden, like this one like pheasant like is flying at me, and I'm just like, I hit 3 shots, and the thing I hit it, and it goes over the top of my shoulder. Dang. I mean, it was like a kamikaze. It's just gonna end it. But it was going. These birds were going up like basketballs. I mean, it's like, vroom, vroom, and then they would go down, and then they'd go back up, and then this was just a slaughter. Is what this thing was. But it wasn't hunting; it was just a slaughter.
And did that experience there then frighten you? Is that the moment that you decided I don't want to do this again?
No, it's just I'm not good with a firearm. Yeah. I'm just not good with a firearm, and I don't want to hurt anybody.
Well, I would be uneasy with so many people around and the guns going up and down and sideways. It'd be really easy for somebody to get hurt. So accidents do happen in those kind of situations.
There's things like I say, like Lucy, they take the blood and put it on your face, that kind of thing.
All types of wild stuff.
Yeah, my jaw got like the blood dried. So my face, it was like I couldn't talk. I was like, oh, it's kind of like my lips couldn't move.
Man, that's a lot of blood.
Yeah, blood all over my face.
On your face?
Yes, it was like the bird was flying
from the blast.
The blast
got the blood all over your face.
It was so close. It got the blast. Yeah. Just the bird went over the back of me.
Why didn't you wipe it off though?
No, they're like, oh, good kill, Brian. Good kill. I'm like, this sucks.
He's over there traumatized, shaking.
Yeah, I was. Seriously, I'm like, what the hell did I just do? This bird was trying to attack me.
Yeah,
it was coming right.
You manned up on his ass. That's what you did.
Yeah, that thing. And that dog went over. The dog couldn't even pick it up. It was so damn big.
Dang.
And then what's embarrassing afterwards? It's like they cleaned the bird and they put them in like little packaging, and then we took them home, and you wrap the bacon around them and jalapenos and stuff. All that's great. But yeah, they made it look like we were
spitting the little BBs.
Oh yeah. They took all that was out. All that was out.
I love it. Well, we'll see if Leody Taveras has a similar story. He's coming up at 3:20.
He probably does. Yeah.
Now, I think most hunting people do. Let's check the truckwreck.com fan text. I know we're late, but those birds are bred only to hunt. Oh, if you go out on a guided thing like that, they probably stuff them full. They can barely fly.
They can't fly. They can't fly.
You boys need to go bow fishing. I know. I've seen those videos. That looks like a lot of fun.
Shoot ahead.
I like to hunt it where you can walk and you go from different area to different area. You're trying to see what's around. I don't like to sit in the blinds forever.
Yeah, the stories get told in the blind.
Yeah, so, I usually get too drunk to hunt after that.
Yeah, that's you're right. That's why one time I had some a whiskey in the blind, and it was so damn cold, and I had it in my suit, and I started just drinking it out of the bottle, and I was just sitting there, and I got too drunk. I just left my gun in the corner, and everybody else is popping up like, take them, and everybody pops up like, oh, good kill.
No, you're just a cheerleader now.
Yeah.
All right,
and the dog, I tell you what, the dog was smart. The dog looked at me like, we're like, back, bring it back. And that water was so cold, that dog's looking at me like, I ain't jumping in that damn water. It's cold, you idiot. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you, dog.
All righty. Well, we are off and running. Thank you for that story time, Brian. I did not expect that. That was outstanding.
I can't hunt.
G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30 right here on The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at FC Dallas before we do anything else. It is a battle of the best in West on Wednesday. Nation, here we go. What's the lowest you could see the Cowboys finishing in the division? TruckWreck.com fan text is open. We've talked about how the Eagles look, and most people would say it's possible Philly finishes ahead of the Cowboys. But what about the Giants? Okay, wide receiver Sterling Shepard talking with the team website. I'll tell you what he said here in just a second. The segment's brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. Those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. Yeah, he was asked about the new offense. This is wide receiver Sterling Shepard with the Giants. Kenny Golladay said similar things. Shepard's quote, "It has potential for a lot of big plays." He shared his belief that the amount of motion the team will be doing from snap to snap creates that potential, and it will stress opponents trying to slow down the Giants. Moving parts all day long. It kind of gets overwhelming when you look at the motion list. They have it broken down on our tablets, so when you look at the motion list, it's so many different motions you can do. It'll be good getting a lot of our playmakers moving around. It's going to be tough on defenses. Cowboys struggled with big plays. I don't think just motion will make a bad offense good, but I think there's a lot of potential with that Giants offense, Brian. And John Owning noted the Cowboys struggled more against motion last year than most every other team in the league. They're good against static offenses.
Yeah, and keep an eye on the Giants. I mean, they added Evan Neal. They yet to really get that offensive line situation squared up. They've sent resources at it through the draft. They've sent resources through the free agency. It just hasn't really materialized. They're not very good inside, I don't think, at the guard center spot. But with the tackles, with Andrew Thomas, we'll see what Evan Neal. I really liked Evan Neal, man. That's a mammoth guy.
Is he a rookie?
Yeah, he's a rookie from Alabama. And so, yeah.
So they got Thibodeau and Neal.
They got Thibodeau and Neal as the guys they got. And then keep an eye on a kid named Wan'Dale Robinson, who's a wide receiver from Kentucky. They got him in the second round. And you talk about a guy that's a shorter guy, but a big-time playmaker. You know, slot, outside. I mean, for Kentucky has a pretty good team. They'll have one of the best quarterbacks in the country this coming up this season. But with Robinson, man, he's capable of catching a ton of balls underneath and making stuff happen after the catch.
Do you think third place in the division is on the table for the Cowboys?
You know, what's going to have to happen if somebody wants to beat the Cowboys, it's going to be probably about Dak Prescott not playing well or getting hurt. I still feel like the Cowboys have the best quarterback in the division. I think that's the one thing that could take the Cowboys down if he doesn't play well.
But the rest of the Eagles roster is better, isn't it?
I think the team you're battling against is against the Eagles. Yeah, that's the team I think you're battling for. The problem you run into is I do feel like that the Commanders are going to be better, and what we've talked about just here recently with the Giants, I think they'll be better. I don't think this is going to be one of these divisions where anybody who wins this division, I think it's going to be pretty tight with all the teams.
Yeah, I don't see the Cowboys running the table like they have the last couple of years.
3-4 games, kind of a lead. No, I don't see that happening.
Okay, so the other thing is just how much it's going to hurt to see the Giants come in and do what we thought the Cowboys were getting with Kellen Moore. Like, where's the motion? Why is it so hard for all NFL teams to see how much more difficult it is for defenses to make these kind of adjustments? Do they just not want to do all the work?
I don't know. I mean, that's to me, the more you talk to people, the more they assure me that, no, we've got things in plan. We've got some things in place. You watch the OTAs. I can't tell you how many OTAs and minicamp practices I've watched the last 2-3 years with this crew, and you get encouraged for some things, and then when the season starts, they don't do any of that stuff. So, I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, yeah, no, the Cowboys have got a lot of really great things planned. They might, but let's see them. I mean,
you saw enough motion to say that's possible?
I saw some stuff, with them with when you talk about CeeDee Lamb and playing him in the slot. And if you go back and you think about some of the things that they used to do with Cole Beasley, the in and out, the quick motions, the option routes and things like that, to try and get a little bit more separation, I think is what they're going to try and do. But again, this is mini camps, OTA practices. let's see him do it in week 1 against Tampa Bay.
We need to see it. We really do. There's a significant revolution going on, or it's back to the future. Everything is cyclical, but there's significant data that shows defenses, you give them too much to look at, and it's going to mess with their instincts. It's going to mess with their reaction times, and it can give you the quarter or eighth of a second that you need to slip through, and now you got a big play going. And obviously the Niners, the Rams, the Chiefs, it's just stupid. If you don't have Tom Brady, you got to be doing this stuff. And the Cowboys have not done nearly enough. And it's depressing that Kellen Moore has been unable to execute on that vision. It's time now for the G Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius Alexander.
Yeah. Shout out to the gentleman that's just dropped us off some pizza there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was great.
Mr. Fratelli.
Yeah, I've been having salads for lunch, though. You know what I mean?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I might take some home to go if there's some left.
You getting healthy?
I'm getting back in my bag. You know what I mean? I got a little out of control during the pandemic, cooking up stuff. Air fired, gave me a new attribute. I can cook now.
Yeah,
I can air fry things up.
Yeah, I'll ruin your diet on Friday. Get ready. Trust me, yeah.
That's a cheat day. I'm ready for you.
Yeah.
All right, where we last left off, there's a lady right here letting her son know that she's about to have some more babies, basically. He's going to have some siblings, and he's not a fan of it.
Oh, my God. Mama, come on. You already know. I don't want to have another sibling.
James.
Because, I don't even cooperate with y'all other kids.
What you mean you don't cooperate?
Because your kids get on my nerves and they be stressing me out.
They be stressing me out. Man, it was the cutest thing early this morning. Baby Remy wheels over to Abby. Abby's 10. Baby Remy's almost 10 months old. And she's in a rolly cart now.
Yeah.
And she comes up and puts her hand on Abby and goes, "Sister."
Yeah.
Sweet. It's so cool when the language skills start coming around.
It's beautiful.
So cute.
I'm concerned that this kid's name is James.
Yeah.
He's about, 5-6 years old? Man, James.
James could be a governor one day.
Old Otis. He got an old soul's name. Jeez.
Yeah.
It is an older name.
Gertrude.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Is it that old school, James?
James is biblical, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
The leaders.
Yeah. It's from the 80s, the 1880s.
The 1880s. Yeah.
Let's see here.
I had a buddy named James in high school. He went by Jamie.
Oh.
It was always a little weird.
Could he fight?
Yeah, he could.
Okay.
Boy named Sue.
Boy named Sue,
exactly. Yeah.
Let me see here. Let me get my little vibes together. All right. We've got a woman accused of hiding paraphernalia, drugs. She's in the back of a squad car, and the police can't check her because they're males. So they're waiting for a female to arrive to check this lady, but this is her excuse.
Whether they find it or not, you're going to jail for obstruction of justice.
I didn't obstruct any justice.
And trying to hide evidence.
I didn't.
Right here.
I didn't.
You don't want to watch this video?
Yeah, I would love to. Because I was fixing my lips.
Okay, there's a bag. So there's a bag right there being shoved into your pants.
That's not my bag. That's not a bag. That's my lips hanging out, dude.
There's a bag you're putting in there.
Whatever.
You go to the hospital and take it out. And it shows you taking it out of your pants by the top. And taking it.
I didn't though. Look, I emptied my pockets for you before I got in here.
In your pants, man.
There's not in my pants.
So we'll bring you to the hospital.
Okay.
If you can't retrieve it right now, it's multiple felonies to hide it on top of what you have. If you're honest with us, and you can retrieve it now, we may be able to help you out. But if you make us go all the way to the jail, and you have to.
Sir, I swear, when I'm telling you, I was adjusting my lips. I was checking my pockets to make sure I had nothing on me. To be honest, if you want, no, sir. To be honest, I was making sure I had nothing on me. Where's this female officer? Let her pat you down.
Well, now it's too. We have the evidence we need.
That's not evidence, though. I was fixing my lips.
Wow. Man, that's rough. It's been a while since I've heard audio like that. Remember the show Cops in the 90s was so popular.
So great.
So great. Why isn't Cops, everybody had their shirt off? There's always, nobody ever had, it's like when they're arresting, everybody had their shirt off. There was always something going on.
Shirt off.
Always a shirt off.
A beer in hand, a cigarette still burning a little bit, and he's always pointing at somebody else.
Exactly. I got them handcuffed, no shirt, pointing at somebody, whatever.
Yeah, I love it.
You got to go to where it's hot, where there's people outside raising hell.
There are. It was like 100 degrees at night. They're standing out there with no shirt on.
That's why I feel sorry for couples with AC in the car right now that are carpooling.
Oh yeah.
Y'all keep it cool, man. You just hot. You don't hate each other. You're just hot. Calm down a little bit. Everything's passive aggressive right now. Let's see. I got another one for you, fellas. How about Grandma Helen? She's an old lady. I mean, she's got to be late 70s, early 80s. She's got finished flirting with someone's husband. And I don't know what family member is talking to her, but maybe it's her daughter, her aunt. I don't know. I don't know who it is, but she's talking to a family member and just confessing and telling how she feels being an old 80-year-old lady.
You a lie. You saw how he was looking at me.
Oh, you didn't almost have a boyfriend because that man was married.
And Shell, this is something you don't understand. You really just refuse. I ain't got nothing to do with it. You married, so what?
Ain't no way that man. Do you think that man? He said they've been together 60-something years.
I don't give a if it's 110. When I tell you new stuff, it's hard to refuse.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
He wasn't going to jeopardize.
You don't know what he was going to do.
He was not going to jeopardize his marriage.
Come on now, be for real. And you know I ain't lying.
Of 60-some years to be with you. Now, come on. He ain't going to mess that up.
Sure, please.
And that would have rolled your conscience if you did.
No, it would. You tried to find Helen. Oh, that's some bullshit too. What is your problem?
So how? If he would have cheated on you with his wife of 60-some years, that wouldn't have rolled your conscience.
No.
You'd have had a clear conscience.
I had a ball.
And what about her?
I ain't got nothing to do with her. I don't even know her. But my head, I'm trying to make myself.
Bro, she's like 80-something years old.
Yeah.
Flirting.
Wow. What'd she say? New stuff is hard to turn down?
Hard to turn down.
Wow.
New stuff is hard to turn down.
Is it our champ? Older brother not happy. Mom's having more kids. Woman accused of hiding drugs. Grandma Helen just got finished flirting with somebody's husband, getting a talking to from a family member. I'm going to vote with Grandma. Lucius.
Yeah, man. Grandma Ellen, you know?
Yeah. Right?
You just refuse to understand.
I might be there one day. Yeah, how about let's go for the grandma.
By a score of 3-0, she's done it. Back of the old onion bag. Grandma Helen, your new G-Bag of the Day champion.
Somebody on the fan text said, Grandma for the streets. Y'all need to chill out. Y'all need to chill out.
Yeah, that was strong audio. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are we going with that?
Yeah, I promised you this. I've got my top 10 Cowboy position list. We'll do that next.
Coming up tomorrow on Sean and
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine knows you like the buying to be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, found new road, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is. Brought us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. Yesterday we ran through John Machota's top 10 Cowboys by position list.
We sure did.
And I think it's only fair. If you're going to criticize someone's list or go through their list, put your own list out there too. So I'm thinking about put my own list out there and, let people go.
You did go after him pretty hard. I was surprised.
I love John. I think he does a hell of a job. I think he covers the team really, really well. And that's a great thing. If you're willing to put a list out there and let people kind of pick it apart, that's a good thing.
I loved when he put tight end at 10.
I did too. Because I did the same thing.
Oh, did you? Nice job.
I did the same thing.
Yeah.
And I'll start with my top 10 list as we go along here for the Dallas Cowboys this year. Again, this is in response to John Machota's list.
I feel like you guys are doing a ranking list battle at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to have him on the show.
Yeah. I'd love to have John on the show. Absolutely. Number 10, he's right about this. It's Dalton Schultz and a lot of unknowns. They might like all these backups, but none of these guys are proven.
Yeah.
None of these guys are proven.
But it also says something about Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
Because at quarterback, it's Dak and a bunch of unknowns, but you still rank that highly.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, John did. I don't know about you.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this list yet, Brian.
Yeah. But like I said, I know what they have in Dalton Schultz. I just don't know what they have in Jake Ferguson, Sean McEwen,
Sure.
Jeremy Sprinkle,
Yeah.
Ian Bunting, guys like that.
And what do they have in Dalton Schultz? On a scale of 1 to 10.
I think got a really efficient pass catching tight end. Not much else.
That wasn't a number.
As far as him as a pass catcher, or is this a complete tight end?
Total player ranking.
Total player 6.
6. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. He's a 6.
He's carved out a nice career.
He has.
Congratulations.
He has. Got paid pretty well this year. Number 9, John had, for me, I had special teams at 9. And when I'm thinking about special teams, I'm thinking about the punt, the punter, the snapper, and the kicker. All right? And the punter and the snapper are outstanding. The kicker has never attempted a kick in the NFL game, and that has to be a concern.
Oh, that's going to hurt you.
Yeah. I mean, you cannot, they've got to figure out. Now, teams go with rookie kickers, the Bengals. I get it, And this kid, by all accounts, everybody talks about what he did at Texas Tech. He was he was one of the guys in the Big 12, and everybody was, with Dicker the kicker and all that stuff going on at Texas and stuff. And this kid probably didn't get as much shine, but I will say this. You cannot rank a special teams unit, especially a kicker. If you don't know who you have a plan, or I'm not saying not having a plan, but not having a guy that you feel comfortable with as that kicker. Again, special teams number 9 for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm Brian Broaddus' top 10.
It's got potential, though. If this rookie turns up, we can give him a different ranking. The punter's outstanding. The snapper's outstanding. But the kicker, but still.
The kicker can lose you games.
Snapper's like pass fail, and punter is like if you're not a great one, you still hit it like 3 yards shorter than the great ones do. So it's close enough. Like field goals can actually lose you games.
Yeah. This guy, that punter was mean, but the way that, he kicked them out of some trouble last year. Number 8, wide receivers. This group has a chance to rise once Gallup returns, but until then, it's Lamb, Washington, and Tolbert.
Wow, you got them low.
2 things. If Gallup is back sooner and Tolbert is a quick study, I think this group can move up. I don't trust Washington at all. I'm sorry. I just don't. Pittsburgh has always been able to develop wide receivers. They moved on from him. He was just move on.
And it wasn't even going to cost him a lot of money.
No. But you better hope that Gallup comes back quicker and Tolbert is picking it up and not missing any time. Number 8, wide receivers. Number 7, offensive line. Sure. I sure did see a ton of Connor McGovern at left guard. Maybe they're not just giving Tyler Smith this job. There's a lot of questions to me here. We've talked about this a bunch. The left tackle, the left guard. We talk about the right tackle, what's that's all about. That group's number 7 to me, offensive line. Running backs at number 6. This position is tied to the offensive line. If it struggles once again, it won't likely matter how well Elliott or Pollard play. Coaches will play into how well this group plays as well. If the coaches don't use these guys the right way, again, they might be 7 or 8 on your list. But right now, I've got him at number 6. But they're tied to this offensive line. We'll see.
And that to me right there, those last two is the key to the season.
Yeah.
Tell me this team can run the football, and I think they're going to win 11 or 12 games. I really think it's that big because I think the defense is going to be really good.
Number 5, safeties. Love Curse, love Hooker, love Smith. They need to figure out that fourth guy. If they figure out who that fourth guy is, then this group has a chance to elevate itself as well. But right now, I've got them kind of in the middle of the list.
It's fair.
Number 4, linebackers.
Wow.
Parsons is a star. Vander Esch is one of those sneaky off-season signings that could really, I think, could help.
He had a tale of 2 seasons last year.
Did.
He might have just figured it out. They said he was a late bloomer.
Yeah.
And, maybe it just took 4 years at the NFL level. Not unheard of.
Keep an eye on Jabril Cox, though. Not Jabril Cox, on Cox. My guy Cox said Jabril Cox. It's not Jabril Cox.
Yeah, it is.
It's Jabril Cox. I was thinking it's Jabril Cox. I was thinking it's safety from the thinking another guy, another Jabril. But anyway, keep an eye on Jabril
Peppers.
Cox. Yeah, Jabril Peppers I'm thinking of. But keep an eye on him. Once he gets back on the field, there's a lot to like about him.
Yeah.
I think the coaches will figure out something with him. So, linebackers number 4.
He's the LSU 4th rounder in the 21 draft, right? Is that what it was? 4th round?
Yeah. Number 3, quarterbacks. Prescott will physically be ready, but is he mentally ready? Making quicker decisions and processing needs to be better for him. Got the quarterbacks at number 3.
Yeah, and I can't fight you too much on that. I think that's fair. Physically ready? No, I don't expect anything to happen, as far as how he processes the game. I think that's where it is, and you don't really change how you see the space and the motion of players and how it all comes together. So the only thing would be to have a freakish, film study type of off season.
Yeah.
And maybe that's been happening. But we don't have any way of checking in on that, and I can't imagine that he's doing so much more than he's done in previous off seasons.
Everything I ever hear about him is how hard he works, and I believe it. There's not an ounce of evidence to say that he doesn't work hard. You can physically see how he looks when he goes out on the field. But again, he's going into year 7. Need better mental stuff from him. And I'm not saying he's a dumb guy. I'm not saying that at all. Just needed to be a little bit quicker and needed to see a little bit better too. I think then if that happens, I think he'll be ready to go.
It was bad how simple the coverages were last year that beat the Cowboys.
Yeah.
You can only put so much on the OC in the running game.
Number 2, cornerbacks. Cornerbacks. If Joseph shows he's ready, this group has a chance to be outstanding.
I like what you're doing here.
They need him to make that leap. Competition at the other spots will be good as well. Cornerbacks. I trust the 3 that are playing right now. I do. Diggs, Lewis, Brown. I trust those guys. They find a way to get Kelvin Joseph going. This group can really, really be good. And the others behind, I think they'll find those guys. But if you give me 4, this group's got a chance.
Yeah, and Kelvin Joseph has the potential to be an absolute star.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. A lot of people not pulling for him. The reality is the Cowboys are going to keep him on the roster.
Yep.
And his feet are blindingly quick. If he just stays healthy, I think through training camp and preseason, by midseason, we could really be looking at a breakout type of performer.
My number 1 group, John Machota's group, was the quarterback, right?
Yeah.
He had quarterback number 1. If you're following along, I've got the defensive line. I've said this all along about this group. I feel like, as a group, It has the best depth overall and are the best coached of all the positions.
Yeah, that's kind of Dan Quinn's specialty,
That is
isn't
his
it?
specialty. There are really good options to replace Randy Gregory at right end, by the way. I think they're going to be able to do that.
And Machota had the defensive line at 8.
Yeah.
That's a big disagreement there.
Yeah. I just and again, I never fault anybody that watches practice like John does. John studies this stuff.
He's all over it.
He's all
Yeah.
over it. So we're all going to be different about this stuff.
Do you think you need to take him in the film room and school him up, though?
No, he's okay.
Do you think there's stuff that he's just not picking up on that you're seeing out there at OTAs?
I'm just kind of I'm watching the guys. I just feel like like I said, the depth, the way they work, and the way they're coached. I think when we all get to Oxnard here in a month, I think that's where you're gonna see the most focus of this.
Don't you feel like Randy Gregory's speed is just irreplaceable? You can't make up for that.
I can't make up for his first that quickness. I can't make up for that first step. But I think the players, I am full on buying Dorrance Armstrong here. I think Dorrance Armstrong's got it figured out.
All right.
And I like Sam Williams, who they drafted as well.
Great content. Thank you so much. We're 29 days from Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, California. We're just, about 50 hours? 50 hours from the start of NBA free agency. That is right. Thursday at 5 o'clock. We have some excellent basketball content coming up next. 10 possible signings for the Mavs in free agency here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat about my friends at Men's
#1 Odyssey station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here, 105.3 The Fan. We have Rangers outfielder Leody Taveras coming up here at 3:20. You're 20 minutes away from the Rangers player show right here on 105.3 The Fan. Looking forward to that. The TruckWreck.com fan text is on fire today. You guys are doing some great stuff. 817 Brian, I question your ability to evaluate defense due to last year's assessment of the Washington football team. Ha ha, JK. Love ya. It's Jimmy and Hazlitt.
Yeah,
they started poor. Yeah,
they did. They struggled. They were really bad on third down, and they got in a hole. They couldn't get off the field on third down. And to me, if you look at I think that if they went back and evaluated Jack Del Rio, you mean the previous season to that, it's one of those units that kind of held them in. But yeah, they just weren't very good. And I felt like with their front seven, I really did like their linebacking core. I thought they could cover a little bit. But yeah, they really struggled badly on third down. That was something that killed them very early in the season.
They got it figured out late.
They did, and but it was too late at that point in time for them to do that. Yeah.
I mean, they really took care of business late in the year. They did a tremendous job coming around. But you're right. Brian was dead balls on wrong about that football team last year.
Was
at least to start the season. Mm-hmm. We have 10 potential Mavericks free agent fits here. Callie Kaplan in the morning news. Boy, she's doing some great work over there at the local paper, isn't she, Brian?
She is. It'd be nice to get her on the air. I think I've tried to reach out to her a couple times and get back to me on it, but. Yeah, I know she's been on and stuff, but she is outstanding at covering that basketball team.
You mentioned that you were trying to get a hold of her. Right? You reached out on Twitter, right?
Yeah, I tried. I mean, she must be a pretty private person because I couldn't get her number from anybody to try and text her that way. So
maybe she thought you were creeping on her.
I hope not. I was pretty
professional.
I was professional about
creeping hardcore.
No, I was very professional because I was saying, hey, really enjoy your work and the coverage of the team. We'd love to have you on air.
What's attached with a picture of your Crocs?
No, my red, white, and blue ones. Yeah, with those stars and stripe ones.
Getting your Brett Favre on?
Yeah.
I was. Yeah, I know what you're doing there.
Do you like yes or no?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, I was just wondering. The reason I was asking you is because I feel like some people say there's no way you can DM another person of. Maybe the opposite sex, but I don't even know if I want to say that without it being like inappropriate. What do you say about that, Lucius?
No.
You can't DM anybody?
Yes, absolutely. 100%. I can have total friends that are females and not even go that way.
You wouldn't even DM them?
I mean, it's not sexual. It's strictly platonic or, business or whatever the case may be. No,
I honestly tried to go through several Mavs sources that I had just to kind of see if they had her number so I could reach out, and nobody had it. And they're like, oh, no, I don't have her number. And
you got to send her a poke on Facebook.
Well, I figured I would just send her a message and try and be as professional as possible.
I think you should go like a photo of hers from 3 years ago.
Yeah, a whole bunch of them at one time.
Oh, that's what works? Yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
I think that...
Get her attention.
That's the more covert way of conducting something like that. But no, she's been on the show. She's been on somebody's show.
I think she was on with KNC.
Yeah,
I think she was. Yeah. She's a good guest.
She has, and she's settled in really nicely to this beat, and she's doing a hell of a job covering the Mavericks. But anyway, she has the top 10 potential Maverick free agents. Free agency starts Thursday at 5 o'clock. We're going to have wall-to-wall coverage with it in that opening half hour of the 5 on Thursday afternoon, and we'd love it if you could make it a point to come back and enjoy all the news with us. It should be a huge breaking news situation. Number 1 on the list, Goran Dragic. He is 36 years old. His salary last year, just $728,000 on a midseason buyout. So, if he's just going to get the veteran minimum, I think that's a no-brainer. Has it been played up too much that he wants to play with Luka? I don't think so. I don't know why he went to Brooklyn last year, though, instead of the Mavericks. And if he did it that one time, then I got to believe that it's possible it happens again. Miami, Brooklyn, Lakers, all that stuff should be in the card still.
Yeah, again, it was played up that, like you said, quite in a lot of different stories and stuff that he was interested in coming here, but that just never materialized. Maybe it was one of those situations too that he felt like going to Brooklyn. I mean, there's a lot of people. Brooklyn won like 4 of the last 5 games of the season when they were all starting to play together.
Yeah.
Maybe he was thinking like, oh, maybe this might team if we kind of get everything together, we got a shot, we make a run, and then they get swept.
Yeah,
so,
I hope the Luka thing is real.
Yeah, I don't know.
He'd help.
We always talk about that.
We do.
We always talk about friendships.
Luka was the ball boy on his team.
Yeah.
On Goran's team, Goran played with Luka's dad.
Yeah, I just to me that's like I say that he's the one that would have to answer that question because there's a lot of people that put it out there that I trust and know, and when it didn't materialize, I'm like, well, what am I missing here?
Yeah,
and maybe it might have been the thing where he just got a little bit of cold feet on it after, but that Brooklyn experience probably wasn't a very good one for him either.
No, like 469 says, hell no to Dragic. He did not have an efficient year last year. He had sat a lot. But he doesn't play enough minutes to really give you a good idea what he's capable of. And on that team, there's not a lot of room, especially once Kyrie Irving came back, for him to be the ball handler. He is a ball handler, Reed, and they're asking him to play off the ball and be more of an attack guy when he does get it. I think it was a weird fit. Hopefully he does come to the Mavs, and Jason Kidd can find the perfect role for him. Number 2 on the list, top 10 free agents that might make sense for the Mavs, Gary Harris. 27 years old. Last year, he did make $21 million as a member of the Orlando Magic. We would need the taxpayer mid-level exception of about $6.3 million to work with Gary Harris. But Callie writes that he's one of the best 3-and-D options on the open market this offseason. He was traded from Denver to Orlando in the Aaron Gordon swap a couple of years back. But he was a really nice player around Jokic up there in Denver and went on some nice playoff runs. I enjoyed watching him. And if the Mavs could get him, I think it'd be a big ad. Okay, Derek Jones Jr., last year was at $10 million with the Chicago Bulls, 25 years old. He could add to the Mavs' defense-first focus under Coach Jason Kidd as an athletic big off the bench to fortify the rotation. $6 million. That seems a lot more realistic than trying to get Gary Harris Jr. for $6 million. I think maybe that's something you could pull off. He's got great length.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, and again, if the thing is, it's going to be about trying to find some defenders and trying to find guys that fit in that role of being able to. Now they obviously with Sean Sweeney here and what he's been able to do and how he's worked with these guys. I mean, it was amazing the turnaround the first month of the season, month and a half of the season, how bad things were, and all of a sudden things kind of turned around. There was a nice buy-in. So any one of these players that they're evaluating, the buy-in has to be. It's got to be one of those guys that are coachable. And the buy-in has to be a part of this as well.
All righty. Speaking of possible buy-in, a guy that makes DFW his home is next on the list, JaVale McGee. He's only 34 years old. Seems like he's been in the league forever. But that's the kind of mobile big man, I think, that could really help you with the shot blocking and the rebounding and stuff like that. So I'd give a big old thumbs up to JaVale McGee. I still think you need another big. So why not McGee? Especially at veteran minimum. Malik Monk, shooting guard, 24 years old, former lottery pick. Last year he was with the Lakers at $2 million. In a tumultuous season, Monk's increasing consistency and reliability shined. He averaged 14 points on 47% shooting from the floor.
There you go.
The 2017 lottery pick outplayed his veteran minimum contract to emerge as a potential fallback option if Brunson departs and leaves a big void in the Mavericks' backcourt rotation. That's fascinating right there. The biggest story of the week, one of the biggest stories of the summer and of the year is, are the Mavs going to let Jalen Brunson go? Brian keeps telling us that not everybody in that organization is convinced he's the guy. I think it's possible Malik Monk gives you enough of that, and he gives you more athleticism, a much better defender. 14 points. If you could get him for the taxpayer mid-level exception at $6.3 million, boy, that would be a hell of a fallback plan from Jalen Brunson, Brian.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right about that. And again, it's going to be about trying and take advantage of that, because that, they want to tell you about, if he were to go, we mentioned about Hardaway, we mentioned about Wood, but that mid-level exception becomes super important. I think that's the piece that's going to get the player that's going to be brought here.
That's going to replace Brunson?
That's the player that mid-level, whoever the mid-level exception is, that's the player that's going to replace Brunson.
Well, I would feel much better about it if you could keep Brunson or even if you could trade Brunson to the Knicks for a combination of guys or a single guy like Alec Burks, somebody like that, and then you add on top of it Malik Monk, then you could really have a 9 or 10 type of deep rotation, and that'd be exciting, but yeah, Malik Monk, not as good as Jalen Brunson, not really going to light the house on fire with his passing or his rebounding either, but an efficient scorer and a guy that can absolutely handle the ball pretty good. Theo Pinson is next on the list here, a top 10 available free agents that might make sense for the Mavs. He was with the Mavs last year on a two-way deal, maybe a veteran minimum type of compensation would work. She writes a qualifying offer of $1.94 million. After his arrival, Pinson fostered such strong team chemistry that the Mavs converted him to a two-way contract for the rest of the year after the 10-day deal for COVID.
Yeah.
And he led the fine-wielding bench hype squad throughout the second half of the season. Got Mark Cuban fined a bunch of times for the bench being a little bit unruly during play, but I definitely want Pinson back for that reason. If it's not going to affect the salary cap too much, the energy that he and Tim Hardaway Jr. and those guys provided, the way they heckled the opposition, I want more of that.
No, a lot more. I mean, that it was funny how when you would watch those games, especially late in the season and stuff, those guys were in plain clothes all the way down near midcourt, past where Jason Kidd and those guys were, standing themselves. So, yeah, the camaraderie and stuff like that, being great teammates, pulling for each other, that stuff never goes unnoticed. It's part of the atmosphere. It's part of the vibe.
You make it fun.
Traveling around the country playing basketball. Yeah, it's a job, but you also, these guys are like brothers, and so you got to make those relationships work out when you're together that much.
You see how much the crowd affects the players, right? You go on the road, you feel a little bit more threatened, a little bit more intimidated. If you know there's 10 guys on the bench that really, really got your back, it's something, I think it can definitely affect your psychology of how you compete. And then the other thing is if you come back to the bench and the other guys are just like staring at their sneakers or whatever, like you're on an 8-0 run, there's not enough high fives, and they're like, well, I don't care, I'm not playing. It takes away from the joy of it, and it's tough, but that's why such strong character from your bench can be such a big factor. The enthusiasm, and it's really up to the coaches. I think you got to tip your cap to Jason Kidd for making those guys feel involved and empowered in a way to make that fun and a great experience even for the guys that aren't playing. Otto Porter Jr. is next on the list, 29 years old, formerly of the Wizards. He was just with the Golden State Warriors on their championship run. He has durability issues, but he has tremendous length and made 37% of his three-point shots last year. So I think for, a couple, $2, $3, $4, $5 million or something like that, Otto Porter Jr. could be a great asset for the Mavs. And Callie Kaplan writes here in the Morning News, his stats last year should make him one of Dallas's most coveted targets this offseason. That's very peculiar phrasing. Sometimes when you're reading these beat writers' words and you're looking for something to read into, they're talking with team officials.
Yeah.
And that really jumped off the page to me when I was reading it, Brian.
Yeah, that's, but you're absolutely right, though. Last year was like, if you'd have to go all the way back to like the 18-19 season before you get, where you talk about, that Porter played 56 games in 18 and 19, but since then it was 41, 15, 14, 28, 25, 3, and then last year it was 63 with Golden State. So yeah, he's had his issues, but you're absolutely right. When a beat writer will throw you a little nugget like that, keep an eye on that. She's very well connected there.
Maybe that's your mid-level exception. If they could get another really good 3-and-D perimeter player, that'd be outstanding. Taurean Prince is number 9 on the list. Remember him last year with the Timberwolves? He was fined $15K for the obscene gesture towards Luka Doncic. 28 years old, Baylor product, San Antonio native, 37% from 3, and great defense for the T-Wolves last year. Taxpayer mid-level exception for him as well. You're looking at $6 million. That'd be another awesome acquisition. TJ Warren, a small forward with the Pacers last year at $13 million. You might be able to get him for the veteran minimum. Hasn't played since December of 2020 because of a left foot injury, but the Pacers say Warren has progressed well in their last update in March, so he might be looking for the type of prove-it deal that the Mavs would be willing to offer, and you could end up, if he stays healthy, with a tremendous asset. All right, thanks to Callie Kaplan for that piece of content there in the morning news. Thanks to you for making us part of your day. Free agency starts 5 o'clock on Thursday, and we're going to be all over it, including, we do it every afternoon at 5:20, the Expressway, 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, it's time for the Rangers Player Show, and Leody Taveras, Rangers outfielder, is going to join us, talk about his second season up with the team here next on 105.3 The Fan.
Download the Odyssey app and
All right, welcome back. It's time for the Rangers Player Show, and outfielder Leody Taveras is going to join us here in just a second on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers Show is brought to you by Texans Can, cars for kids, right off the car, not the kid. And the segment is brought to you by Mark Rubin and Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS credit card or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to live in life again. So call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS. We have a G-Bag Ask Us Anything coming up at 3:40. So if you have some questions on the top of your mind that you've been wanting to ask us, maybe it's about the football team, NBA free agency, the baseball team, or whatever else, the radio station, that's your opportunity coming up at 3:40 to ask us anything here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, joining us now is Rangers outfielder Leody Taveras, and a good afternoon, sir. Thanks for coming on.
Good afternoon, man. Thank you, guys. How you doing?
Doing great, thanks, and congrats on being off to a better start this time around than last year. What did you learn from your experiences last year that have helped you out this time around?
Thanks, man. I've been learning a lot. I've been working a lot to get better. I think everything is different right now. My standpoint, defensively, offensively, everything is different. My confidence at the plate, at the field, everything is better right now. I think that's the point.
I bet you're having a lot more fun this time around.
Yeah, 100%.
Is it just, Leody, is it a matter of being just comfortable? I mean, you're such a highly touted player and stuff, but is it now just being comfortable again this time around and feeling better about the surroundings you're in?
¿Cómo se siente mejor la diferencia de que cuando estabas aquí antes? ¿Cómo te sientes como?
Yeah, it's a big difference this year. Right now I feel more prepared. Like mentally, I feel really good. So I feel now I can help the team more than ever. So I feel prepared right now. I think that's the point that helped me a lot.
Did you change your batting stance? What made you want to do that?
Yeah, I changed everything. In spring training, they talked to me about make some change because they think I can be a better hitter. So I say, let's do it. And they talked to me, and I went to AAA to work on that. And you see the result. Everything is different. I feel really good, and I think this was part of my batting stance.
Yeah. What's it like, Leody? You're doing a great job with your English, by the way. I want to give you the thumbs up on that.
Thumbs up, yes.
Thank you, man.
What's it like coming to the U.S. and having to learn a new language while trying to break through to the big leagues at the same time?
Man, before I signed my cousin, he played baseball. He talked to me about it. He told me, hey, if you learn English, it's going to be easier for you. So I put that in my mind. I say, I got to learn. I got to put in work because what I'm going to be, that's the language. So I got to forget the Spanish and do a better job with the English. That was one of my points.
So do you have like an app on your phone, or do you go to a class? Do you have a tutor? What's that process like?
Honestly, we have an app. The team pay me an app, and they do like a class too. And I was trying to ask everybody, I was trying to learn. And I was afraid to learn. I asked everybody, hey, how you say this, and that helped me a lot.
Well, it's probably pretty difficult. You probably learned some choice words being in a locker room like that, clubhouse, right? Some guys, you hear some words you probably don't want to use, right?
Yeah. But, sometimes you got to learn because you don't know what to.
Do you have a favorite that you've gained mastery over? What's your favorite words for talking trash in the English language at this point?
No. I'm always like trying to talk like right. I'm not that type of guy.
Okay, all right, maybe. Well, we're having a blast watching you break out like this. What else could we know about you? Is it true that you like to go hunting?
Yeah, I just love to go hunting. And PlayStation. I used to play PlayStation.
Okay.
When I have off days, something like that. Yeah, I'm not a guy that go out a lot. So I used to stay at home with family and used to play a little bit of PlayStation.
What's your favorite game on PlayStation?
Call of Duty, yeah.
Okay. So do you play the new one and everything? Are you doing Warzone and all that?
Yeah, Warzone. I'm good at it. So if you want to join, let me know.
Yeah. I'd love to play with you. What's your favorite loadout to use right now?
I use the M13 right now and the MP40, so that's what I'm using, the new map.
Okay. And what do you think of the new map?
The new map is good. So it's more like a multiplayer because it's more fire there,
Yeah.
The old one was a lot of campers, so now you got to fight,
I love it.
I think it's better.
Okay, so when you're playing with teammates and stuff, do you feel like do you have to you obviously working on your English on that, but do you ever revert back and all of a sudden you're using your Spanish when you get excited, telling your teammate get over, and you start rattling off the Spanish and have to catch yourself a little bit?
Yeah, I have to use my Spanish when I get mad sometimes, but usually we used to play together. I used to play with Martin, Adolis, Santana. We used to play together every time, so we don't need the English right there, but most of the time we speak Spanish.
So are you the best player on the team amongst those guys?
Honestly, yes. Yeah.
So how good are you? What's your kill death ratio or whatever?
My radio is 162. It's the hiders right here in the team, so that's good. My kill percent is more than 5 per.
That's legit. Yeah, that's strong.
Good.
So now, how about the hunting? Is that something you're still doing? Have you done any hunting in Texas yet?
Not yet in Texas. I used to do it in Dominican, with my friends. So I have to find a way to do it here. I may we do it with Raul. We talking about that. But I have to do it, man, because that's something that I love.
What's your favorite thing to hunt for?
Bear. That's what we do in Dominican, bear.
Bear?
So
Bears? Bears.
Yeah, bears.
I didn't know there was bears on that island. That's very interesting. So,
yeah. We have to go so far to find it, but we have there.
So, have you ever had a close encounter with one where he was charging you or something?
Nah.
What is your dream hunting trip? What would you like to go do? Like grizzly bears in Alaska or something, or what do you have in mind that you haven't done yet?
I saw a series in Netflix with Alonso with the Mets. He was hunting with somebody, some professional guy. I would like to do that sometimes, I don't know if you see it, but he was in the mountain for a day, doing something crazy. I would like to do that.
So you're would you do survival stuff? Would you if they dropped you in the mountains somewhere, you think you'd be okay surviving on your own? We got that in us?
You never know, man. We come from Dominican. We need to find a way to survive. You never know.
You never know. Right.
It's Rangers outfielder Leody Taveras here on 105.3 The Fan. Who was your favorite ball player growing up to watch?
It was my cousin and usually Carlos Gomez. Those two guys was my favorite player.
Is there a lot of pressure? I mean, you be from the Dominican and there's so many great baseball players from there. Is there a lot of pressure playing in the major leagues and knowing that you represent that country with all the great ball players they've had?
No, man. I just go in there and do what I love. I don't have pressure in my mind. I'm trying to do what I can do to help the team. And I don't have pressure, honestly. I'm just trying to do my best.
Okay, so we thought you said bears like grizzly bears. The listeners on our text machine are saying you said birds. So you're hunting birds, right, that fly in the air?
Yeah.
Bears.
Oh, okay. I thought you said bears. I was thinking bears like grizzly bears. Okay, birds.
That would be something else.
All right, we're good.
Leody, we appreciate you so much. Again, congratulations on your success. We wish you nothing but the best out there. So give them hell tonight in Kansas City. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. God bless you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There he is, Leody Taveras here. I'm going to send my my username over there to John Blake with the Rangers, see if we can get this set up. Maybe we'll stream it or something.
So,
I think we could have some fun.
So his ratio and all that's outstanding then?
Yeah, that's really good. That's well above average.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, that's your kill death ratio.
Uh-huh.
So average would be 1-to-1 and his is 1.67. So that's almost like getting 2 kills for every one time you die.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right. No wonder he's a hunter and all that. But, speaking of birds, we're going to give him some wings.
Okay.
For being on our show today. He gets a $100 gift certificate to Pluckers. They got 7 DFW locations, so hopefully he can find himself to eat. I thought he said bears.
I thought he said bears, too. My jaw dropped.
Yeah, I couldn't believe there were
bears.
Now
I think it's funny that he said birds, and we think bears. I think it's hilarious now.
I'm glad everybody else thought that, and I'm glad the folks on the text thought that to save us there for sure.
I mean, hunting bears, that'd be crazy.
That would be crazy, because I was like, damn, they're on that island?
Yeah.
That's what I was tripping out on.
I was thinking and then I was thinking survival guy, because he was talking about watching mountains show and all. I'm like, okay, hunting bears from the Dominican, that's pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, we had, it reminds me of having Jay Novacek on maybe 6 or 7 years ago, but we were at Dickey's in Fort Worth.
Oh, yeah.
And Jay is always a fascinating interview because he's going to slow play things and he's witty, but he's kind of he'll try to sneak them in on you. But he was telling us this story that he had just come down from Alaska and they had gone up in a helicopter into the mountains and found a big old bear up there that they were going to hunt. You couldn't fly and shoot the same day. It's the rules in Alaska because they don't want you flying around shooting all the bears. So you got to fly in, find the bear, camp, and then wake up and go find him again. And the bear was onto him.
Yeah.
So when it came time to, take care of business or whatever, the bear's looking at him and starts charging him.
Yeah.
So, how about that for a hunting experience? It's one thing to go out and do it and the whole adrenaline rush of taking an animal like that and, for whatever reason that you have. But it's a whole nother feeling when that animal could kill you. And then another feeling when you realize that animal is trying to kill you.
Yeah. What happened next? Did he put the knife in his mouth and jump out the helicopter and jump on the bear's back and get to work?
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised with Jay Novacek, right? Yeah.
Did he rope it?
No doubt. Yeah, no doubt. And then he had some witty comment while he gave it a DDT to end the damn fight or whatever. But he didn't want to delve into too many of the details.
God, I thought that fool said bears.
I did too. I honestly did.
Yeah. That was something though.
It's hilarious.
And that was fun. I thought that was a cool conversation with Leote Taveras. He needed a translator a couple of times. But
his English is good.
Yeah, and he sounds like a really fun guy.
He is.
Yeah, so
you need to go on and play with him one night. See what it's all about. There.
Yeah. Okay. 972. I thought he said bears too. I literally started Googling bears in the Dominican Republic. Yes, sir. Thanks to Leote and thanks to the Rangers for setting that up. We have a G-Bag Ask Us Anything. Anything you want to ask us at 877-881-1053. The truckwreck.com fan text is open and we're back with it here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about Twin Peaks.
The Fans Brew Crew Tour continues rolling through the Metroplex. Join us at Hop Fusion Ale Works, 200 East Broadway in Fort Worth, Saturday from 1 till 4. Have a brew with Lucius Alexander, Eric Chiafalo, and Zach Wolchuk. Plus, get your hands on a one-of-a-kind 2022 Brew Crew pint glass while supplies last. Get more information on the Fans Brew Crew Tour on our events page at 1053thefan.com.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals, buyersbarricades.com.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's time now for a G-Bag Nation Ask Us Anything. The truckwreck.com fan text is open and ready to handle all your questions. 877-881-1053. First question from the 817. Wait, he didn't say Bears? I had to step away for a minute. Yeah, he didn't. I thought he said Bears, and we were continuing the conversation with Leody Taveras about hunting. And then a few minutes later, the subject changed, and I looked at the text to see what you guys were saying about it, because I thought it was going well. And some of you guys were like, he said birds, not bears. Makes a lot more sense for a hunter in the Dominican Republic. I mean, that'd be kind of scary to have a huntable population of bears on an island the size of the Dominican Republic. You know, wouldn't be that attractive.
But what do you do with a bear when you catch it? Do you eat a bear? Like
you can, yeah. Make
a
rug out of them.
I know you make a rug out of just a rug that you lay down and it's always going at you.
Yeah, I had some pretty good homemade bear sausage once at a party. Yeah, a listener. He liked to hunt bears, and we were at his house, and we were hanging out and stuff like that, and he had the bear carpet, the rug in front of the fireplace and all that, and he's like, yeah, would you like to eat them? I said, well, sure, why not? And so he brought out some bear sausage, and it was good, the kind that you would put on like a charcuterie
It's
board.
got to be super gamey. There's no way a bear meat tastes decent. I would only eat that 60 days into a starvation. Like, all right, we got to eat something.
I didn't think it was going to taste good, but for whatever reason, I didn't have any reservations about it, and it didn't seem too gamey. No, but I was a little sick, so I don't know if my taste buds were firing. I think I probably had 2 or 3 brewskis. It was a while back. Okay, it's a G-Bag Nation. Ask us anything, though. Fire up your questions. What kind of stuff do you have for Brian about these Cowboys? We're 29 days from camp. 317 brought us with Matt Ryan at the helm and Reggie Wayne in the wide receiver room. How do you feel this leadership can take the Colts to an AFC championship or Super Bowl?
Yeah, it's funny that they just, down the stretch, I just don't expect them to fall apart the way they did, and maybe it a lot had to do with them going out and get their quarterback. But, man, that's a team that's got a physical offensive line. They run the ball very well. You talk about Matt Ryan, say what you want about him. He's capable of just lighting you up. He can have great days throwing the ball. I think they made the right decision moving on from Carson Wentz. Defensively, losing Matt Eberflus will hurt the Colts, I think. So, that's something that, to me,
they could go to the Super Bowl, though.
Yeah.
I felt like they've been ready to do something if they just had a good quarterback.
That's the quarterback thing has held them back. But to me, like I say, losing Eberflus, man, that's a big one to me.
Yeah.
Because I think he did a great job of defensively getting them to where they needed to be.
Do you think CeeDee Lamb's a legit number one, or is he more like Juju Smith-Schuster and the numbers decline?
Man, I worry about this a little bit because I thought CeeDee Lamb, I think he's a one, but what type of one? Is he the one of like the guy in Cincinnati or Minnesota? Probably not. But I worry. I worry about, the coach is going to find the ways to take advantage of him like at Oklahoma. The player I saw at Oklahoma I thought was rare. I really did. Explosiveness, the way he catch the ball, run after catch. I don't feel that way about this guy. I don't feel like that they really take advantage of the type of player he is.
More skeptical about the coaching than the talent, though, it sounds like.
I think the coaching has something to do with the talent.
Yeah.
I think that, when you could be a super talented player, and if the coaches don't find a way to look, think about Micah Parsons last year.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't talk about Micah Parsons as a rush end.
No.
We really didn't talk about that. All of a sudden, Dan Quinn, those guys said, no, maybe this guy could do that.
Okay, at 877-881-1053, it's a text us, ask us anything. How do we get a trade with the Knicks knowing JB is going to be a free agent? Please explain that. Well, you could say on the Mavs side, if you want to sign him, that's cool, but we're going to think about offering him a lot more. Maybe we won't offer him a lot more if you would like to do a sign and trade. And in that situation, the Mavs would sign him and agree to immediately trade him to New York, and they would send players back. And it wouldn't be able to be dollar for dollar because, Brunson's contract situation is a little bit different than some others. But if you sign him to a $25 million contract, you'd be able to take $12 or $13 million back. And the Knicks have a number of those guys who are around in that price range that I think could help this team. So basic answer is they're signing trades in the NBA. Okay, 214. Did y'all see the news article with Mike McCarthy and Stephen Jones comparing beer guts? I don't think that's real. I think that was just a joke that like a pro Eagles blogger was making in the caption of a picture. I'll try to track down that story. I would love if it really happened. I know people are talking about it on Cowboys Twitter, that Mike McCarthy and Stephen Jones stopped down practice to ask the players to give critiques of their respective beer guts. That would be next level cowboying. But I don't think that happened.
Which one of us is shaped like Alfred Hitchcock? Come on now.
Right?
Yeah. It looks like Mike had lost some weight.
It does, yeah.
Impossible.
Yeah, I think. I think he got recommitted, in the offseason, being a little bit healthier. Hey, Brian, do you think Dak will scramble more this year, 9-7-2?
Yeah, I think so. I think we've talked about this, Dak healthy, Dak in shape, Dak feeling better about, his leg and maybe the calf and stuff like that. I kind of feel like that when Dak Prescott feels the game, and that means when he's involved, when he's running the ball and he's able to take some hits during the game and things like that, I think he's a better quarterback. Yeah. So, I could see him running a lot more this season.
214, Gavin, will you ask Broadus for a scouting report on TJ Vasher? This is the wide receiver from Tech, right?
Yeah, the practices I saw, TJ Vasher dropped a lot of balls.
See, yeah. We always get these college wide receiver stars, and for whatever reason, you can be a star in college and not have a chance.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll make some nice days in Oxnard. He'll get people buzzing and talking about him and all that, but until it's an actual NFL season and I see you on the field making plays against starting defensive backs, I don't think you can play. Unless you were drafted in the first round.
No, that's, again, I didn't get to see every single practice we had, but I saw drops. And, I was asking people about that. I'm like, well, and I know DallasCowboys.com, they listed him as a guy that had a really good OTA minicamp sessions and stuff. I'm going to just be honest with you. Those guys and gals that work over there, they see a lot more than I do because the practices happen right below them. So maybe they're having an opportunity to kind of take a peek and see Vasher, but I know there were several opportunities he had to catch the ball and he dropped them. So I was when I saw that article, I was kind of like, that's different from what I saw.
682 says I'd take Derrick Rose and Burke from the Knicks. That would be amazing if they wanted to do that. Brian, do you think Diggs will one up what he did last year out of the 4.69?
I wish they would play him more in press coverage because I think he has great ball skills. And, and I think sometimes as a corner, you have to be a little lucky and you have to position yourself in order to make plays. And so when he's in press coverage, he has the ability to make plays. It's when he plays off that he could get exposed a little bit. So I hope they play him more in press.
817, is there a way to get Julius Randle back in a trade with Brunson? Why don't you handle that, Brian?
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, to me, when you visit with the folks at the Mavs about Randle, it's one of those, they're not overly excited about, talking about Julius Randle. And I'm just going to pull up some of the stuff that I was, was talking about with him. I said, this with Randle, I said, was there any kind of hate for Julius Randle? And a couple of my guys over there said, hate, no, no. He, needs the ball in his hands a lot and has been inefficient. So, and he doesn't defend very well either. Yeah. There's another thing that people were talking about over there. So
they still don't like him, even though the regime has changed with the Mavericks.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Okay, that's Brian brought us Cowboys insider, becoming a Mavs insider as well, which we really appreciate.
Here's a good one for you, Dawson. Okay. I work for Pepsi Company. I listen to 105.3 The Fan all day. Tolo, what is your favorite Pepsi product?
Ooh.
You got any favorite? Because you drink a lot of soda, that's why I say that.
I would have. What are all? Diet Pepsi. I think it's a good standby if you can't get a Diet Coke. But what are the rest of their products look like?
I don't know. I got Crush, Peach Soda, and Doritos. I like that one.
Okay, yeah.
They got a lot. Pepsi owns a whole lot of stuff out here.
Lay's, Gatorade.
There we go.
Holy cow.
The great
Quaker
Gatorade.
Foods.
There we go. Told you, Pepsi own a whole lot of stuff out here, bro.
I do like a good Cheeto. Propel. That's a quality water. Aquafina. Yeah, a lot of
Shout
good
out
stuff.
to you, girl.
At 877-881-1053. Brian, what's the number one missed opportunity, career or personal, that you wish you could get a do-over on?
Should have never left Green Bay. Should have never left Green Bay. Every guy that I worked with ended up being a general manager in the league.
So you just wait until they make you a GM and then you leave? Is that what you're thinking? You just work your way up there?
I wanted to go. I thought I knew it all. I thought I knew it all at 35 years old, and I really didn't know anything. And I left a really great situation in Green Bay to go and work in Philadelphia for a year. And then I moved and I moved and I moved. The guy who replaced me in Green Bay is still there in Green Bay. That just tells you how long ago.
Tell the 35-year-old guys again, you didn't know anything, but you thought you did?
I thought I knew everything. I thought I knew everything. I thought I knew everything about football, and I didn't. And, I went and we ran the draft in Philly. It worked out great from what I knew. But if I had just stayed in Green Bay, I might be in the league as a general manager somewhere. Because a lot of the guys, everyone, the John Snyders, the John Dorseys, all these guys got Reggie McKenzie, all these guys that I worked with got general managers jobs. And I left and didn't get one. So that just don't always feel like, what is it, Lucy's always telling me about the grass is not always greener, right?
It's
not always greener.
Don't let the green grass fool you.
Yeah, don't let it fool you, because when you think you think you know it all and you think you could go somewhere, and that would be the advice I would be. If you feel like you got it bad, how bad do you really have it? Go back and evaluate that, because you really probably don't have it too bad.
All right. Thank you so much for the great questions. Truckwreck.com fan text. You guys are doing amazing work over here. We have hour number 3 coming up, the top 15 Cowboys scenarios for the season, from most likely to least likely. 29 days till camp. We'll continue to discuss it right here in the G-Back Nation. I want to chat.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. There's some leftover text questions, Brian. What's the most mud bugs you've ever eaten in one sitting?
I don't know the number of pounds, but I was one time part of a crawfish boil that it ended up on the back of an 18-wheeler, like a flatbed of an 18-wheeler.
Okay.
So it took a crane to dump the crawfish onto the 18-wheeler flatbed on the back.
Wow, is that sanitary?
Yeah, I don't know. Eating crawfish is probably not sanitary.
This sounds like a college bit or a rich person bit.
This was down in Thibodaux, Louisiana, and they had it parked, and then they just they cooked the crawfish, and then they took a crane and just dumped it along the bed, and you stood around the bed.
That sounds kind of fun, actually.
Yeah, it was. It was actually really, really cool. So there's, you can go through. I know some of these times we go through, 2 sacks of crawfish, say 70 pounds of crawfish. I guarantee I've eaten 6 to 8 pounds of crawfish, maybe 10 pounds of crawfish.
Over what kind of period of time?
But you peel them. You peel them.
That sounds like so much work.
Yeah, it's just you peel, so you're eating that just a little bit of that tail. So it's the weight of the crawfish with the bodies and everything is 10 pounds.
Okay.
But then you're just eating.
How much you're actually eating is a little different.
Is a lot different.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, we have the Athletics, John Machota, Cowboys 2022 season, 15 scenarios ranked from most likely to least likely. We're going to take this bad boy in inverse order, and coming in at number 15, this is the least likely. Cowboys reach the Super Bowl. Machota writing, it hasn't happened in the last 26 years, so it's obviously the least likely scenario other than Jerry Jones hiring a GM or selling the team. That one's impossible, but yeah.
Good job, John.
Is that an actual scenario? Do you think the Cowboys could actually make the Super Bowl at any time? It's starting to feel like it's an impossibility.
Yeah, I just feel like it's going to come down to, again, these coaches. Are you going to, the type of offense? Dan Quinn figure out again how to get everything he can out of this defense? I think the defense is even going to be better. Don't know about the turnovers and stuff, but I think you're going to see pressure. I think you're going to see him play the run better. Their defense that can carry him in some of these games. I worry about Mike McCarthy. I worry about Kellen Moore. I worry about Dak Prescott. I worry about them using the offensive players. And I think that's what you're going to have. You're going to have to be able to find a way to, like you say, run the football, show some balance. Don't put it all on Dak. Try and figure some things out here. The defensive staff figured things out. I think the thing that could hold this team back is offensively.
After Aaron Rodgers won the Super Bowl with the Green Bay Packers, Mike McCarthy had him for another 10 years or 9 years, whatever it was, and he couldn't get back. I don't know how he's going to get back with a significantly lesser player at quarterback and less of an offensive line now. The opportunity for this team was 2016, and the only thing I'm encouraged by is they appear to be legitimately focused on doing an actual rebuild. And I think this year is kind of a teardown. It's a mini teardown, but they're going to have some money to spend here in the upcoming off seasons. But I would be totally stunned, maybe more than any other year that I've covered this team, certainly since 2014. Number 14, speaking of that number, Tank Lawrence leads the team in sacks. I think that's pretty likely. I can see that happening.
Yeah, I think Tank is in for a big year. I said there's a couple of guys there defensively I think that are going to be the type of players that are, they're going to need to win a lot of these games. I think Tank's that guy. I think the pressure that he's able to get, him getting hurt in week 2, it just threw everything off, but him in the lineup, I think he'll be fine. I think I'm buying him, and I'm also buying Dorrance Armstrong. Those are my two guys.
If Dorrance is getting you pressure and Micah Parsons and maybe Osa, then I think Tank could find himself,
absolutely,
in enough one-on-one situations to dominate. The problem since 2018 for him has been the defense has known he's coming, and every year but last year when he was hurt, he hasn't had enough help at all. Number 13, Cowboys win a playoff game. That's John Machota's. We're going over the top scenarios for 2022 from least likely to most likely. And he's got this one down at 13, Brian. He doesn't think that's very likely.
No, I mean, I think it's going to be a very competitive NFC East this year. I don't think it's going to be one of those things where the Cowboys win this thing by 3 or 4 games. I think it's really going to come down to potentially the last week of the season, and we'll see. The schedule, it's not as difficult, but everybody in the NFC East has a lot of the same teams they're playing, except for the exception of the teams, the first place, second, third on down. The Cowboys are playing Cincinnati in that extra game, and so I think that will be very, very difficult itself. But yeah, I just kind of feel like, though, that it's going to be a fight to win the division, much less try and win a playoff game.
And if you win the division, you might face the embarrassment of being a division winner to lose to a wild card team for a second year in a row. Losing to the Niners, who had to eke into the playoffs, led by Jimmy Garoppolo, that's the reason I would have not gone all in on this roster this year. And I don't kill him too much for letting veterans go, because I think that gave them confirmation we're not that close. We've had a really good run of drafting, but we have made a few too many mistakes to be in a position. So let's take a half step back, and I think that's what they're doing this year. I would not pick them to win a playoff game as we go in, and try to keep me accountable to that, because I know they'll go on a big run against this horrible schedule. But what else we found out last year? What was confirmed? It's a team that's been feasting on its division and beating bad teams in order to get double-digit win seasons. But outside of the NFC East against quality competition, they most often lose, and at times look bad doing it.
Yeah, I'd say the division is going to be better, and you're going to have to find a way to win some of these games that you're going to have to steal 1 or 2 somewhere down the line. You just can't get beat up by the Rams and Tampa and Cincinnati and others, and feel like that you're going to be very good come playoff time.
Number 12. Predictions for 2022. Dallas makes a trade for a veteran player during the season.
I wouldn't be surprised if they made a trade for a player, and if the wide receiver crew is not as good as they think it is, or they're worried about maybe Gallup coming back, then I would say that that would be the position I think they would make a trade for, a wide receiver. They've done it before. They've allocated resources, they've allocated money, they're willing to go find a receiver if they have to. But I'm very confident, though, that Michael Gallup's ahead of schedule.
Yeah,
I really do. So hopefully it's not 3 games he misses. Maybe it's just 1 game he misses.
I'm back in my spot, that I was going into the offseason, and I'm thinking long-term about center and left guard. If there's a veteran center out there, and there's been a number of them, there's a number available in the draft again. I think they should have a higher priority on fixing that spot if there was a trade to be had, because I think the receivers are enough, maybe even more than enough if you can run the football.
Yeah.
And right now, I don't think they've taken any steps in the right direction of being able to run than last year. Number 11, Tony Pollard rushes for more yards than Ezekiel Elliott. That would be interesting. Zeke had just 1,000 yards last year. Pollard finished with 719. I think it's going to happen because I think Zeke's getting to an age where either his production or injury is going to put him on the bench a little bit more. And these coaches and Kellen Moore is going to cut through more of that BS and just get the better player on the field than deferring to Ezekiel Elliott, who's well liked by everybody.
From your lips to God's ears.
I hope so. Yeah, I think it's going to happen. And if it doesn't, I won't be surprised. But I do think
if it doesn't happen, they'll get fired.
Yeah,
because then that's not using all the offensive weapons that they have.
Yeah. I don't think Zeke's good enough to carry in the run game. Number 10, Tyron Smith plays more than 13 games.
Okay.
Wow, I would bet against that. And that's his number 10 scenario. He's ranked them in inverse order from most to least likely. So number 10 still pretty unlikely. If that happens, I think they're going to be in great shape. Mm-hmm. I mean, what do you think happened in the 49ers game last year, though?
The 49ers have a really good front. And what happens is, when you miss time and, I'm trying to think of the players that came back from COVID that were any good. That was a struggle for some of those guys. I mean, the guys that came back.
Tyron had it late?
Yeah. That was the thing. That was the problem. So
I guess I wouldn't think of COVID hurting you at offensive line. Like, is it that tiring?
Strength.
Oh, the strength.
Yeah. Strength, and then again your wind, your mobility, stuff like that. I mean, that was all a problem.
Heading in the direction of more likely now as we approach the midway point. Number 9 is Dalton Schultz getting a long-term contract in the next month. He's set to play under the tag at $11 million. The last I heard, the sides were not coming closer. No. That would be a long shot at this point.
That would absolutely.
I'd put that down there with Cowboys reaching the Super Bowl. Number 8, Prescott runs more than 55 times. He ran 52 times. That was his career high in 2019. I'm sorry. He averaged 63 rush attempts per season during his first 3 years, and it's come down in each of the last 3 years. I think you got to push it. I think, if they're being honest and I'm Dak Prescott, I go to the team and I say, listen, I'm playing my best football when I'm a physical element in the running game. We're our most feared when, I'm taking yards that the defense is giving us. If we're not going to be able to run the ball, I need to do something to put the defensive dynamics more in my favor. So I would hope somebody in there is going to insist on it. Either the GM, the coaching staff, or the player himself. Like, are you kidding me? We're going to let this go? I'm the kind of guy that can take some yards.
I think this is going to happen very naturally to him.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be, he is going to realize there's going to be some games where he is going to have to make some plays. And it's not just going to be with the arm. I think he's going to take off and run when he has to. I see him being smarter about getting down and not taking as many hits, but he's not afraid to lay his shoulder into somebody too. But I think that you're going to see him run the ball more this year.
That could change everything for me. When you're actually playing 11 on 11. And I think you make a good point that it's going to happen naturally. There doesn't have to be a conversation.
No conversation.
But what would be better if there was a conversation and they said when they line up in these formations, Dak is probably going to have to end up running because based on the film last year, that's a total quagmire for us. We're like, oh no, we don't know what to do with the football. How about we just plan on him running a few times and let them know if you want to line up like that in this shell coverage with the spy in the middle, just waving his hands and reading Dak's eyes, that's fine. We're going to go block you up. We're going to make it look like we're passing, and then the ball's going to get snapped, and we're going to block the hell out of you, and Dak's going to have 20 yards. I think that is absolutely what this team needs to get the defense back to respect in their running game. Either that or a change of the starting running back. Number 7, Tyler Smith starts every game at left guard. Pretty realistic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's not an injured guy in college, was he?
We'll see. No, we'll see. No, he played a lot, but right now it's Connor McGovern has been the starter at left guard.
Number 6, Parsons wins Defensive Player of the Year. That's pretty likely. Yeah, I could definitely see that.
That's number 6.
Yeah. There's a number of good players. Obviously, T.J. Watt, Aaron Donald, Myles Garrett. There's a number of good players, but I think Mike has got a pretty good shot at it. Number 5, the Cowboys win at least 10 games. The current BetMGM odds have Dallas's over-under at 10.5. They won 12 games last year. I don't know if I bet that 10.5 right now.
I think I'm somewhere between 9 and 10 on them right now myself.
Yeah. I'd probably be leaning more towards the under. Number 4, Dallas finishes top 10 in takeaways for a third consecutive season. I'd bet on that. I think that's a pretty good bet there with Diggs leading the charge here. Number 3, Diggs intercepts at least 5 passes. Yeah, I'll take the over on that. I don't think there's anything you can do as a quarterback because he's going to have plays where the receiver has created separation and the quarterback's going to think he's open. And then with that speed, that recovery speed that Diggs can come up with, his jumping ability in his hands, it's just too tempting to throw at him. I think 5 is a safe bet.
Yeah, but you also got to understand, though, too, if he plays off coverage, that's where he gets exposed. So if I think they need to. I think the interceptions you talk about will be there if they allow him to play press. It's when he's off, he doesn't drive on the ball like you. I mean, you've seen others that really drive on the ball and make plays and are able to do that. He's more of a guy when he gets in position, he can knock balls away or intercept balls, or he'll get some overthrows too. But again, I think the majority of his stuff is when he can play tight. I think that's when he's at his absolute best.
Number 2, CeeDee Lamb finishes top 10 in receiving yards. I think that's a pretty good lock. He had 79 catches, 1,100 yards last year. He had to be pretty dang close to top 10 in receiving yards. And now with Amari Cooper, I think it's just going to be even more targets. And number 1, Dak Prescott throws for at least 4,000 yards and 33 touchdowns. That's a lock.
It's a lock, yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully he can get over 5,000 yards and 40 touchdowns.
Yeah, I think over the 4,000, 33 touchdowns will be interesting.
Yeah, I think MVP's in the cards. Again, a lot of it's going to come back to the running game, but Dak has shown a tremendous ability to put together the stats. It's stats against winning teams that we really need. But MVP, I think, is super doable, especially if you look at the quality of teams they're facing, the quality of quarterbacks they're facing. They should have lots of opportunities to run it up. It's time now for Brian Broaddus and his segment of the day. Next, where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, Gavin Dawson has a guy that has a similar addiction. We'll talk about that next.
All right. Let's talk about our friends at Diamonds Direct, though, because response to their amazing financing offer I've been telling you about has been off the charts. So there's great news. They are extending it through this. as they were in a tiebreaker now after the third set. She was facing match point. But it's really incredible to watch somebody that, who's 40 years old now, and you can relate to being washed up, and she's physically exhausted. She's just battling it out. She's having to take like a little bit of extra time between points and all that. And the gal that she's facing isn't very good at all, but it's clear that, she needs to get her cardio right. She hasn't really been playing competitive for about the last year or so, had a significant injury, and this is her comeback attempt. And it reminds me of like watching Jimmy Connors back in the day when he tried to make his comeback and he was playing in the U.S. Open in his 40s and all that. But here she is, and obviously Venus is there and her husband is there in a little box, and everybody's fired up watching Serena trying to gut out this victory. She's up 2-0 in the tiebreak now. Brian, I know you're a big fan of tennis.
Yeah, you feel like you're watching it's more impressive to me, all the championships and accolades she has as one of the great athletes of all time.
Been playing 3 hours now.
Yeah, she's playing 3 hours. She's 40 years old, and this is all about guts. This is all about the will to win and not be put down. Yeah. And she is, you're right. She's battling against an opponent that, in a first round match that back in the day, she would have just dispatched her like in an hour.
Yeah.
She would have taken care of this lady in an hour.
Yeah.
And now she's 3 hours into it, and she's finding a way. She really is finding a way, and it's amazing to watch.
It is. It's really something. There was a moment in between points about 4 minutes ago during the break where she was kind of turning around and getting set to get in position to serve, and she was so tired she almost lost her balance.
Yeah.
You know what that's like after a big run or something, and you're so winded and you got your hands on your legs. She's got to figure out a way to burst and sprint and get to the net in between points, and she gets back into moving pretty good. But as soon as the point is over, she's just gassed.
Yeah, she's to the point now where like where she was so great was her lateral agility and the ability to get to those drop shots or protect the baseline. That was her game, and she's such a powerful player. Yeah. And you kind of still see flashes of that where it gets on that forehand and she just smashes that thing. Yeah. So the will is clearly there. To try and finish this thing off.
The will is there, and she's exhausted, but the technique and the form keeps snapping back in. She is up 4-1 now in the tiebreak and could be just a couple of points away from advancing through round one of Wimbledon. Serena Williams back in action. Segment here is brought to you by Soda, that's state of the art, and the Frankels. You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again, and those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. Here's Broadus with the segment of the day.
Yeah, I appreciate that, General. Thank you, and Lucius, for that. I ran across a couple of articles. I know I teased something about an addiction, that you and this gentleman I'm about to talk about share.
Powdered donuts.
I'll talk about it. I got it for you.
Right.
I got it for you. But before I get to that,
yeah.
You see the interview with John Daly?
I didn't.
The other day?
No.
John Daly, he was interviewed on this podcast, and I don't have the name of the podcast. I'm sorry, but it was a interview with John. John's always fun to watch get interviewed because he doesn't care. He'll tell you exactly what is on his mind. He'll give you an honest opinion. I love that about him.
He's the Charles Barkley of golf.
He is, and he's still a fan favorite. Everybody plays on the Champions Tour quite a bit, and. He probably, with the talent he had, probably could have won a lot more. A couple of majors to his credit. He's got a PGA championship. Remember that from Crooked Stick in 91. And then in 95, he won the Open Championship. But
I loved that too. That was back in the day before cable and when the golf majors were on, you were just ecstatic to have that much sports on TV.
Exactly. Well, he was interviewed last week, and he said there was a couple of things that he said. Asked a question about, his number of wins on the tour. And he says there's two things that if they let me do on the PGA Tour throughout my career, I think I could have won a lot more. And he says, if the PGA Tour let me play drunk, I'd win a lot more tournaments.
No way. Do you really believe that? I don't think so.
I don't know. With him?
He probably has had some amazing hammered rounds.
Yeah. He said, I'd win a lot more tournaments if I was drunk playing.
Well, and some of those drinkers, they get around that age and they start shaking if they don't have a drink.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's got to crack a couple of coldies in the clubhouse before he heads out at the first tee.
Yeah. So if he's drunk,
calm your nerves a little bit.
Calm
for
your
sure.
nerves. Yeah. Calm your nerves. And the second thing he said is, if the PGA Tour allowed him to play barefooted, if he said that would be nice. And if you ever watch the videos of John Daly, like my favorite one was he was at his club in Arkansas, and he's got on blue jeans, no shirt, and a hat, and he just a cigarette hanging out of the corner of his mouth, and he just tees up a ball, lets it fly, and it just crushes it.
Yeah.
And you're like, and I wonder, is John Daly the greatest athlete that we've ever seen that didn't care about his body or anything like that? I mean,
oh no, I think there's guys that have abused their bodies a lot more. He just happens to be one of the greatest that didn't have like the natural metabolism to process all that stuff and get it out. It just sits on. He's got one of those slow metabolisms where every calorie he takes goes right onto his body. And he's got a ton of vices. I think it's impressive how much he can abuse his body and continue to play at a high level. Don't get me wrong, but I think other pro athletes have done it a little bit better. When you start talking about these baseball and basketball players that could stay up all night partying, and then show back up at the yard or the arena the next night, reeking of booze and still drop 20 points.
That is amazing. I just, because of him, what was that study we saw, or that story where the guy followed how many bags of M&Ms, how many Diet Cokes, how many cigarettes, zero water. Yeah, that whole thing. All right. Here's the man that shares an addiction with you, Gavin.
See, I think when you're on John Daly, I was expecting that to circle around to the Diet Cokes because he loves those too.
Well, this is something different than for you. And Lucius brought this up earlier because we had a Tolo text in about Pepsis, right? And this comes to us from across the pond. There's a man with an unusual addiction. He drank 30 cans of Pepsi a day.
Oh,
for 20 straight years.
How? I mean, the calories and the sugar, that's like 4,500 calories just in soda, right?
Yeah. This man in the United Kingdom, for over 20 years, he said he drank 30 cans of the soft drink per day. His Pepsi habit cost him around $8,500 a year. But now he says he prefers water.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So
she goes up 6-5. Serena just had 2 incredible drop shots in a row. And she is up 6-5 the tiebreaker, Brian.
This thing is crazy.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, keep filling me in. You're doing a great job. The hubby's
she was down 5-4.
Yeah,
she went up 4-0, and then Fan came all the way back with 5 in a row, but now she's up 6-5.
Yeah, Tan's in trouble here. I mean, the hubby's just, come on, Serena, come on.
Oh, that's a fist bump and a knee throw. She's feeling rejuvenated.
She is feeling a little bit. She's got to end this thing. She has got to end this thing. All right, well, 41-year-old Andy Curry. He's a supermarket worker.
I bet he is.
Yeah. He says he finally got.
I would never hire him. I knew his addiction was like that. You definitely can't work in stocks, bro.
Andy,
come up short on this count when you work here.
Andy, where are you going? I'm going to get something to drink. Like Andy,
let me
come
see
back.
your hands, bro.
Andy, come back. Andy, where are you going? I'm getting something to drink.
Sure you are.
But sure you are. But he says he's finally gotten over his Pepsi addiction, which lasted 20 years and cost him not only thousands of dollars, but also his health. Yeah.
That is 150 calories each can. I looked that up.
Yeah.
He must have been massive, right? This is obese? Is there a picture of him?
I haven't seen a picture of him
Maybe
yet.
he burned a lot of calories, but that's like twice the amount of calories a grown man should have.
There's no way.
That's just Pepsi. You haven't eaten a single thing yet.
I mean, on a daily basis, I watch you drink between 2 and 3 Diet Cokes, right? On a daily basis, right? Between 5. I was being nice. Is it 5?
You can be honest. Yeah, it's about 5.
Okay.
About 60 ounces of Diet Coke.
Because you have the big game day cup there, right? The big styrofoam cup.
Yeah.
Was that a Diet Coke?
That was.
Okay.
Yeah.
but you drink a lot of water along the way, too.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, which I don't do. You and Lucius are great about drinking the water.
drinking the water.
You guys told me I would be a lot cooler, like temperature-wise, if I drank water.
Yeah. Cool yourself down.
Okay.
A lot of benefits to it, but yeah, I got into a kick of drinking water. I got a canteen that I fill with ice, and that makes it a lot more enjoyable than getting a bottled water or getting a cup of water, because I have that with me all day and I'll fill it up 2 or 3 times, but I know it's always going to be perfect thirst-quenching ice-cold water. I love that.
There you go.
In the Hydro
I
Flask.
hate ice cold water. I can't
do?
drink it.
Lucius drinks it straight out of the jug.
Yeah, I like it straight out of the jug, room temperature water, so I can get it down. Ice cold water when I'm like trying to lose belly fat, because the cold water is supposed to help your metabolism or something like that. That's what they say.
See that?
Yeah. I don't
So
know.
you're more of a guzzler than a sipper.
Bloop, bloop,
Yeah.
bloop, bloop, bloop.
Yeah.
Well,
Pause.
I was waiting for that. Curry, he's from a place called Bangor, North Wales. He estimates since he began his unhealthy Pepsi habit in his 20s, he is taken in somewhere in the neighborhood of 200,000 cans of the soft drink. Over 200,000 cans of the soft drink is what he's saying.
I bet he got some hips on him.
Yeah, there's no picture of this guy. But he said, okay, here we go.
I picture him swollen.
Here we go.
Picture me swollen.
The
It's 8-7 tan.
That's Mike McCarthy, so he's working on a hip-hop album this summer. It's called Picture Me Swollen.
Boy, Serena, she looks like she could use a Pepsi right now. She's taking a lot of time.
Yeah.
She really is. She's doing her best to hang in here. All right, the breaking point for our guy Curry, he ballooned up to 266 pounds, and doctors warned him that his health was in jeopardy.
Yeah.
With diabetes, heart disease, potential pancreatic cancer, all being potential results of his habit.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he was sitting in trouble at 210 pounds, I think.
Yeah.
260. Whew.
He said, I've always loved the taste of cold Pepsi. Nothing could beat it, and I just got hooked.
And then the burn in your throat. Oh, I like the burn.
He said, I would work nights, so I always liked the sugar rush to keep me going. I go through 4 or 5 2-liter bottles of Pepsi a day. So he was, he said because he worked at a place called Tesco, that must be the supermarket. He says, I could just buy it straight after work and take it home. But due to the easy access to the soda and because of his occupation, his habit was also costing him financially as well. He said, it cost me a fortune, to be honest. I would have bought a car every year for that same amount I was spending on Pepsi. I just needed to go have it. As soon as I woke up, I'd go to the fridge and pour myself a large glass. You're not that bad, are you?
No, I do. I like one. I like one in the morning. Yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, no. Did Serena just get beat?
Serena lost. Yeah, Serena, she did. 10-7 in the tiebreaker.
Damn.
It's unfortunate. I think, I don't know. Even though she's 40, I think she can get in a lot better shape. You know, I think this is probably like oh boy, if I'm going to do that at this age, I got to, really stay in shape. I think that was her Luka Doncic message at 40 years old.
Yeah, Serena, let's see if she gives it the waving of goodbye. She got into this tournament on a what they call a wild card exemption.
Little exemption, yeah,
but,
for being a legend.
For being a legend. And so let's see if in fact that there she goes. That smile and the wave. And she's going to wave them all off. And that might be
that's
it. That might be it.
Could
right?
be it.
That might be it. Standing ovation from the folks at center court. And good for her for at least giving it one more go. I would like to say this will probably be her last time we see her.
Could be the end of an era. The post-game press conference with her is always interesting. We'll see what she has to say here over the next hour or so. Maybe we'll have some breaking news on it coming up at 5:20 when we kick off the Expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, it's time to go around the NFL. We'll get you the top stories from the world of pro football and what's happening there as we sit 29 days from Cowboys training camp. That's next year on 105.3 The Fan. I'd love to chat with you about my friends at AbsoluteBeautySolutions.com. We'll get you 20% off any
City of Irving for its Sparks and Stripes celebration. July 4th at the Levy Event Plaza with live music, food, drinks, fun for the kids, a water show on Lake Carolyn, and fireworks simulcast on 98.7 K-Love. Presented by Mrs. Baird's, along with Uncommon James and Texas Truck World. For more information, head to irvingevents.org.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine knows you like the buying to be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We're going to go around the NFL, get you top stories from pro football here in just a second. Our Brew Crew Tour continues on Saturday. Pick up your glass along with Lucius and Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk at Hop Fusion Ale Works just south of Fort Worth on Saturday 1 to 4. There as our Brew Crew Tour continues. Let's go around the NFL, brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.
Let's go around the NFL, G-Bag style, on 105.3 The Fan.
Real quick, first down here, the Commanders and Terry McLaurin have agreed to terms on a new 3-year deal per multiple reports. The numbers vary. Some reports say 70, some reports say up to $75 million, but nice little payday there for Terry McLaurin. Not quite, at that superstar area that are pushing $30 million, but pretty dang close to it, and congrats to Terry for getting the big dough.
Well, I'll tell you what, the thing about it, too, is not bad for a guy who was a third-round pick, by the way. It just shows you when you pay attention there to the draft, sometimes you can get you one. I think the thing with, he's a young enough guy, too, 3 years, then all of a sudden maybe back at it, Maybe, this is kind of one of those things you always look for, like the long-term security. I mean, I think he's getting $26 million signing bonus, which is the largest a receiver has ever received. So, maybe he gets back at it here, 3 good years, and next thing you know, Terry McLaurin's back.
That's what I'd want if I'm the player. A lot of these 5- and 6-year deals are really just 3-year deals.
Yeah.
So if you can really only commit to me for 3 years, maybe I don't want to give you a bunch of essentially options on the back end. Yeah. Here's Broadus with second down.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield is speaking out now. He was at a football camp this week in Norman, Oklahoma, working with a bunch of kids. It actually looks like it was the Baker Mayfield camp with the kids' T-shirts and stuff like that. So good for him for teach
you how to drink beer and talk about your teammates behind their back.
Yeah, exactly. But they were asking him about if something happens with Deshaun Watson, would he be interested, in coming back and helping out that situation? And he says, no, I don't think that for that to happen, there will have to be some reaching out. But we're ready to move on, I think, on both sides. So he's saying it's a mutual decision for both sides to move on. He said his goodbyes to the team on social media this offseason. He was frustrated because of the shoulder problems and stuff like that. But, he's kind of riding that horse of it's a mutual decision. They don't want me. I don't want to be here. But he did say that he did cherish his experience in Cleveland, though. He says he's very thankful for the 4 years in Cleveland. There were a ton of ups and downs, learning experience I'll never forget with me. But, teammates, friends, relationships that I have for a lifetime. He was very thankful and grateful for the folks of Cleveland for where they treated him as well.
It sounds to me like they're going to have to go back to him at some point. And I'm sure if the Panthers or the Seahawks make them an offer on Baker Mayfield that's really awesome, they take it. But I don't think this Deshaun Watson thing is going to end without a very significant suspension. And they have a good enough team. Yeah. If he's healthy, they're probably a playoff team. You're not going to find that elsewhere in a backup. So I think right now it's on Browns management to say, like, okay, we thought we had a better solution and maybe we got a little bit too loose-lipped talking about Baker. We offended him. And now it's time to go back to him and try to mend this fence and try to get another season of football out of him.
I felt like that they had a deal in place with the Carolina Panthers. I was hearing that through the grapevine, but they were just trying to figure out the money that he is owed. And again, it's not a huge, for a quarterback, it's not a huge contract, but Carolina is trying to get the Browns to pay a little bit of that salary.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The breaking news, Serena Williams fell in the first round at Wimbledon. First singles match since being injured in the first round of last year's Wimbledon. Rallied multiple times in her first-round match on center court, but was unable to win, losing the decisive third-set tiebreaker 10-7.
Yeah, it's Father Time, as we always say, is undefeated. And, she's had a remarkable career. I mean, just remarkable. But it makes you even now appreciate at 40 the way she battled tonight what Tom Brady does.
Yeah.
And to play at a high level like that, and just again, Tom Brady's probably got some stuff working in his body that we'll find out one day what that was all about.
What do you think it is, HGH?
I don't know, but for him to play as
he's using those Tour de France drugs.
Is for him to play the way he does at 44 years old. It's incredible. So
it does that blood platelet thing where you can take your blood out and put it back in and it's supposed to heal you up.
It's kind of like a rock star deal, like we blood transfusions and stuff like that, like the Rolling Stones used to get stuff like that, to kind of
pump myself back, Mike.
Get you back going again. Yeah. But to watch her play today, you could tell, man, it was the will was there. The will was there. The body just wasn't. That was.
I think what Tom's doing is closer to golf than it is tennis, though. The cardio required for 3 hours. You're actually moving for 3 hours.
Oh, I know.
There's no chilling on the bench for 20 minutes. There's no halftime for 12 minutes.
I'm just impressed for somebody 40 years old, the way they battle.
It's tough.
It's tough.
It is. Okay, here I have CBSSports.com's 9 players entering make or break seasons. Number 1 on the list, DFW's own Jeffrey Okudah. Had a troublesome rookie year.
Yeah.
Year 2, he had big plans to break out. Tears his dang Achilles in the season opener. Still one of the top graded wide corners ever. 6'1", 205.
Love the guy.
4.4 speed, 41-inch vert, and he was incredible on tape at Ohio State, wasn't he, Brian?
He was, man. He was. Absolutely. I mean, he's a guy that you kind of thought about maybe trading for if they were not happy with him. New GM, new coaches, new all that. Maybe you take advantage. But, man, the Achilles and all that, that's a tough one to come back from as well.
That is very tough, and hopefully – he can bounce back and have that career that's very promising. At least he was a top 5 pick. The signing bonus, the huge guaranteed money that's going to keep rolling in for him. He is set for life, but I'm sure that's not what he's thinking about right now. He wants to get that amazing NFL career that he's been eyeballing. Jalen Reagor is next on the list, the wide receiver now with the Philadelphia Eagles. He's never had a single 60-yard game in his career, so he's very close to being a bust.
Yeah, the B word is going around in Philly right now. So keep an eye on that situation. And there's a lot of people I know that liked him. Very surprised that he went to Philadelphia and then struggled the way he has.
Okay, veterans on their last legs. A.J. Green, the wide receiver. He has stayed with the Arizona Cardinals. And they have Marquise Brown and, of course, DeAndre Hopkins. He could never really stay healthy. I think when he is healthy, he can still be a pretty good player.
Yeah.
Dante Hightower, the outside linebacker with the New England Patriots. He's back with them. Devin Bush, players who dipped after playing well early and are now in a prove-it year with the Pittsburgh Steelers. It looked like he was a breakout, no doubt about it, star. One of the most athletically capable linebackers in football, but he really struggled last year, so this is kind of a make-or-break year for him being a star with the Steelers. Darius Slayton, wide receiver with the Giants, super speedy 5th rounder in 2019, had an immediate connection with Daniel Jones, but as a sophomore, he upped his receptions by 2 and had 11 more receiving yards, but scored only 3 times. And last season, the former Auburn burner was far less productive with just 28 catches for 339 yards. It seems like as a rookie or a second-year player, they'll really try to get you involved, and then if they don't like what you're doing with the ball, suddenly your production can dip, even though you might be getting more experience and becoming a little bit better of a player. Then 5th-year option players who signed a huge extension or play on a different team next year. Tremaine Edmonds with the Bills. Baker Mayfield, of course, the quarterback we just talked about. Bradley Chubb, the outside linebacker with the Broncos. I didn't realize that things did not go well for him last year, but he is in one of those make-or-break situations as well. Okay, Jalen Brunson content makes me feel like Cubes needs to find the money to make it happen. That's coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing before we do anything else, though, because if you need or want a new vehicle right now, you're going to want to call D&M Leasing at any local area code 35 lease or go to dmautololeasing.com. It's the best way to acquire new vehicles. It's the easiest, and you save a lot of money. Plus right now with the supply chain.
Rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler's in the house getting ready for the Texas Rangers pregame that is coming up at 6:30. There's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. I'm Gavin Dawson. Brian Broaddus is here, of course. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Wolchuk and Chiafalo have morning duty for the rest of the week.
Me too.
They're having to wake up super early and conduct the broadcast, filling in for Sean and Troy. And I think RJ was back this morning, but 2 out of the 3 are missing there. Let's do this, though. Let's talk about some sports. And I got to tell you, after reviewing this article, ESPN Insider with Kevin Pelton today, the answer to me becomes pretty clear on how the Mavericks should approach giving Jalen Brunson more money than the Knicks. So let me say that. I mean, the only way you would let him go is if you have a great plan to find another perimeter ball handler who can come close for significantly less. And maybe they have somebody in mind with their mid-level exception. We were talking about Malik Monk earlier, 13-point per game score, shot about 48% from the floor. But unless you have something brilliant, and I don't think you can be sure when you're talking about players of Malik Monk's level or the mid-level exception type of player. So it's pretty much a topic on how wise it is to give Jalen Brunson big money, even though he's not an all-star. And on the surface, you're like, well, what are you doing justifying giving him close to the max? We'll talk about those angles, and we want your feedback. The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. We are now just 48 hours from the start of free agency. Tune in Thursday night. We'll unpack everything that's been breaking. But the Mavericks at this point can just outbid the Knicks. New York does not have the ability to go to a full max of around $35 million per year. And even if they did, the Mavericks could just guarantee another full year.
Right.
New York can only offer 4. The Mavericks could do 5. Jalen's dad, Rick, made it clear in a piece with Tim McMahon a few months ago, this is just business. Highest bid gets it. And with the 5th year and the added tax situation, it would be as much as like $50 million more that Jalen would have to turn down to go to the Knicks. And maybe he just wants to go to New York that bad. But if you're Jalen Brunson right now, you got to be honest with yourself and say, okay, I believe in myself, but my value might be the highest right now that it's ever been. And if I turn down that 5th year guaranteed and the state tax benefits of being in Texas, 3 or 4 years from now, I might be getting ready for free agency and not be close to the commodity on the market as I am right now in 2022. I don't know how you turn down that 5th year guaranteed. I just don't know. Keep in mind, 1 year ago, Jalen Brunson was getting benched in the playoffs against the Clippers because Rick Carlisle couldn't find a good place for him to be productive and not kill you on defense. So that's kind of how his career has gone. So at 877-881-1053, we get into this article from Kevin Pelton. And he approaches this in a pretty interesting way because he's a numbers guy. He's numbers based. And it's a subject we've discussed over the last couple of days on the show. The premise is, is Jalen Brunson ready for a bigger role than the one that the Mavericks have had him in? And he's approaching it from not only the Mavs perspective, but from the Knicks perspective as well. Can Brunson be an efficient scorer with higher usage? And kind of what we've been talking about is, well, yeah, if you only attempt 3 3-pointers per game and all of your other shots, you're taking advantage of the space the 3-point shooters and Luka Doncic gets you, can you really go take what the defense is offering, or do you have to let the defense dictate to you exactly what they want and then take the open shots as they come? And I think that is a legitimate point of concern if you're evaluating how valuable Jalen Brunson could be for the Mavericks or for the Knicks. But here's the numbers. Brunson actually played 1,200 minutes without Luka last year, which boosted his usage from 17% of the team's plays with Doncic to 27% without him. All along, Jalen Brunson maintained an average of 56.5 true shooting percentage. It was the same. The usage with Doncic on the floor, without Doncic on the floor. I'm just as good at getting quality shots, even though I'm using the ball almost twice as much. Toss in Brunson 7.4 assists per 36 minutes with Luka on the bench. That's kind of elite assist numbers for a point guard. That more than doubles his average with Luka on the floor, and there wasn't really a good comparison for that level of production in the NBA last season, writes Kevin Pelton. He was kind of amongst his own company. CJ McCollum probably came closest when it comes to usage and true shooting percentage, though McCollum averaged just 5.3 assists per 36 minutes. Is Jalen Brunson as good or better as CJ McCollum? I don't know, but that's what the numbers say. And Brunson was even better with Luka on the bench in the playoffs, ramping up his usage to an incredible 34% with a 559 true shooting percentage. So even as good as that playoff run was, his numbers when it comes to his absolute field goal shooting efficiency was a little bit better actually in the regular season, and you have 1,200 minutes of basketball to look back on that as far as a sample size. So, I know I kind of held the floor there for a while, Brian. I know you have thoughts on it, but, Pelton found a number of comps for guys like this in recent seasons. Terry Rozier and Malcolm Brogdon and Tyreek Evans and Dion Waiters, guys that had supporting roles, and they were thought, well, there's no way he could do more and still be efficient, and those guys did. Harrison Barnes was the lone exception, and he actually did it with the Mavericks, where, I don't know, maybe that's part of why they're worried about what Jalen Brunson could be. But to me, the takeaway is you got to keep Brunson, and as a matter of fact, you should give him the ball a lot more and let Luka Doncic be his off-the-ball shooter so Luka can rest up, be more effective when he has the ball, and maybe play better defense. What do you have for me, Brian?
Yeah, I think everything you're saying is absolutely right. The thing that I wonder what in the Knicks' resolve is here, because when you talk to people or read about or hear, the Knicks struggled last year because they didn't have really a primary ball handler. They had to use Alec Burks they had to use him, from what I'm understanding, he's like a wing that they used as a point guard. And
they had to use Julius Randle a lot of point forward.
And the offense was stagnant. It struggled. There were a lot of things going on there that just, set the Knicks back. And so you wonder the Knicks' resolve here of, we've got to go get a point guard.
They're thinking Brunson answers all this stuff.
Yeah, they're thinking like, damn, last year we had so many problems, just handling the ball. And, here you have, the president of the club, now dad is an assistant coach. He appears to be looked at as an answer, as like, hey, we had all these problems with our offense, point guard. We had all these problems. This is our guy, so I could see their resolve. I could also see this.
I'm saying, man, even if they have such resolve that they feel nervous and they blow out more salary to get to 32, 33, 34, I'm still matching.
Yeah.
I can't let a player this good go. Well, I think you get a bigger role for him next year, and his trade value continues to tick up and up and up, and it would be a very tradable asset.
This sounds like a really shaky thing to say.
All right.
Do you think that Brunson is using the Knicks to drive up the Mavericks' offers?
Oh, absolutely. I think that's possible. Yeah.
But
I also think he really wants to go there. His dad's living there.
No, it might be a situation where, son, it's a business. It's about our money. It's about money. It's about getting you the best offer.
Yeah.
If you really want to come to New York, I'm not going to stop you.
It might be a situation, too, where he wants to go run his own team. Yeah. And here, the one thing they can't give him, they could give him money, but they can't give him a court without Luka Doncic on it for 35 minutes a night.
Yeah.
And that might be the thing, like, okay, Dad, I want to come play with you. I like, obviously being a Northeast guy, the New York Knicks, and we're in basketball Mecca and all that. But, I can... If these stats do extrapolate out and I'm playing 38 minutes a night being the primary ball handler with a usage rate close to 30, I'm going to be a perennial all-star, Dad, Yeah. It's not only about money, it's and going to New York, but it's about the chance to carve out a massive legacy, helping the Knicks become more of a good team, but the opportunity to go try to be a 25-point per game scorer. I could maybe sell sneakers. Could I actually play well enough that I am a perennial all-star, and could I do that with the Dallas Mavericks? Now you start talking about, would you rather be an MVP candidate or be a role player on a team going for a championship? And, I mean, as much as we all like to say we got to be team first and everything, that opportunity to be the star and have it all be about you, I think would have to be very attractive as well. But how do you react to it if you're the Mavericks at 877-881-1053? Brunson's on notices. Defenses will hone in on him now, and he won't be the same. 832, why do y'all keep forgetting we have Dinwiddie? He's just as good as Brunson. Come on, guys, this is getting ridiculous. It's Jalen Brunson, not a big deal. Shaking my head. Well, this is something that advanced stats do, is they allow us to have a different perspective on what our eyeballs and brains think we are seeing. And that's why analytics and sabermetrics have been so popular and powerful across sports, is because it challenges conventional wisdom. And the next thing you know, you go, oh, wow. See, I had him pigeonholed because he's short, and it looks like every time he gets into the paint, it's like a 10 out of 10 difficulty to get the shot up without getting it blocked. But what the numbers actually tell you is he is the most efficient scorer for a guy that's in non-Luka minutes. The most efficient scorer. C.J. McCollum was the only thing close, and he actually gave you 2 more assists per 36 minutes than what C.J. McCollum did. As far as Dinwiddie, he's a significantly different player. Than what Jalen Brunson is. And I don't know who I would prefer, but Brunson's 4 years younger. He doesn't have the problem with the knee. And something happened in the playoffs where Dinwiddie turtled. And I think Jalen Brunson has a champion's heart, and you saw that in the playoff series. His limitations are physical. I don't think Dinwiddie has physical limitations, but he just couldn't rise to the occasion enough. There were just a couple of games, the one against Phoenix and maybe a couple against Golden State, where he'd actually been proud of. Okay, Gavin Brunson's not worth that. Mavs are already cap locked. Don't do it for a guy who wants to run his own offense and not be in Luka's shadow. I think that's a good point, but he has demonstrated for 4 years he can be good, in Luka's shadow. He's willing to accept that role. And if what his dad said is accurate, that it's more about money than being able to run the show, that's what you need, is really, really great players who are willing to sacrifice and not be the guy. And I think, Brunson and Luka have proven that. It's one of the advantages of building a team to the draft. You get all these guys young, and they can grow up and really learn the different subtleties between their roles and their teammates. Truckwreck.com fan text is open for you on this subject. I know you guys need to have something to talk about, but this conversation is pointless. He's gone. Well, I don't think we get the feeling from the Mavs front office that they believe he's gone. Do you?
No, I just had an insider just send me a message. He must be listening to the show. He says he thinks he's gone.
He is gone.
And he says, he was also saying that he said, because he heard me talk about the leverage stuff.
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't think this is a leverage play at all. So that's kind of where that. There's just one individual.
Okay.
One Mavs insider that feels like that he might be gone.
Well, I would say he's gone because the Mavs don't want to pay.
Yeah.
You have the ability. I'm not saying he's as good as Steve Nash. I don't know if he's as good as C.J. McCollum. But he's a really, really good basketball player.
Yeah.
And if nothing else, you sign him, you pay luxury tax for a little bit. Dwight Powell's deal is going to come off the books. I mean, you got such horrible money spent on this, and if you're worried about that pushing you into the luxury tax threshold to the point that you can't keep a good player, I don't think you make the fans bear the brunt of, your bad decisions on Dwight Powell, or Kristaps Porzingis actually put Davis Bertans' contract on your books now. There's a number of bad ones, but I don't think you're going to find a player capable of giving you what Jalen Brunson does for the mid-level exception. And, all respect to Tim Hardaway Jr. or Christian Wood, those are guys that catch the ball and are looking to go by somebody and score. I'm either taking the jump shot or I'm putting the ball on the floor and getting around somebody and trying to get to the rim. That's completely different than bringing the ball up the court and trying to get a team into its offense and being able to do that efficiently. You saw the problems that it caused in New York. We've seen the problems for a long time. It's been Luka Doncic and a bunch of guys that couldn't help him. And you're patient with Jalen Brunson. You wait 3.5 years. Luka's out hurt, and he finally gets the opportunity to prove it to you, and he goes out there and beats the Utah Jazz, somebody seated higher than you in the damn playoff tournament. And what happens? At that point, you say, "Oh well, we don't think he's good enough." Really? So we're back to, oh wow, I hope we can get somebody for the mid-level exception to the veteran minimum that can help Luka Doncic. I hope this isn't, Mark Cuban being a cheapskate with the luxury tax. I hope this isn't his ego because he only wanted to give Jalen Brunson $14 or $15 million 5 months ago, and he's proven out to be, flat out wrong on that one. But I worry that Mark Cuban, who's done a good job of taking a back seat throughout this rebuild, might be getting his pocketbook involved. He hasn't been a luxury taxpayer since they won the championship. He's been saving a lot of money over the last decade, and I would hope now is the time to sacrifice. Now, if they say, no, it's not about money, it's not about ego, we have a better plan, you better go execute it, because this team is not going to take a half step back. This is a big step back. Gavin, you're drooling over Jalen Brunson. Stop. I get it. He's short. He's pudgy. He has short arms. But basketball is a game. Basketball is a game of skill and balance. And if you can get guys off balance or use a little bit of leverage to get up underneath them and knock them off balance and get the ball in the hoop, you're just as good as the tall guys. There's no rule that says you got to be tall and be able to dunk to be a good basketball player. He's one of the most efficient scorers in all of the game. And the story today from Kevin Pelton shows to me that with a much bigger usage, he's going to be able to maintain those levels. And we're going to watch Jalen Brunson go play in New York just like we watched Steve Nash, with nothing but resentment and frustration for how Mark Cuban handled the situation. That's my prediction. So if he's gone, then so be it. And hopefully the Mavs have a great plan to recover from what I think is going to be one of the biggest mistakes they've made. Bobby Belt joins you in 13 minutes. We kick off the Expressway in 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. Let's talk about Expressway, 35 minutes of uninterrupted content. LA Live with Lucius Alexander sitting out there. Coming up in about 20 minutes, he'll play you the G-Bag of the day, hit some randos, good entertainment. But we kick off every Expressway with what's been breaking. And everything in the world of sports segments brought to you by Rubin & Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS credit card or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders, get you to live in life again. Call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS. We were just talking about it last segment, and we're now 48 hours from the start of free agency. We are going to break down everything in the 5 o'clock hour Thursday with these NBA moves. But the story from Callie Kaplan that just hit in the Morning News website, Mavs expect Jalen Brunson will sign with New York Knicks in free agency. This is just a month after Nico Harrison called it the top priority. We've got to figure that out. We're not in control of it, but he's definitely a priority. We want to re-sign him. He knows we want him back and to be a part of the future, but he will not be, Brian. And I don't know if a sign and trade is possible. Still, maybe after the Mavs realize we're going to lose him, maybe they'll start working on what they might be able to get back from him. A player like a backup point guard, Derrick Rose. Maybe that makes sense for both parties, or maybe they'll make Alec Burks available or something like that. And then it goes to how do the Mavs make sure this doesn't hurt too bad?
Yeah, the Knicks have got to figure out a way to clear more cap, though, right? When they get this thing done. So it's about maybe.
I thought their draft day moves put them around 25.
They could still. I think they still have to do something else. I think I'm just trying to read about, because they were talking about Noel Burks. They could trade those two and then waive Taj Gibson, and that would just give them under $25 million in cap space.
Okay.
So a large chunk of that, if not all that money, will be used to convince Brunson to join the team. From seeing some stuff here.
Well, if you heard last segment, I'm disappointed by it. But there's a way out. There's a way out. You have Tim Hardaway Jr. coming back. You have Christian Wood coming back.
Yeah.
These are good attacking players. Maybe scoring overall, you're better than what you were in the playoffs. But as far as playmaking, getting shots, they need to get something back in a trade or with their mid-level exception out there to find another ball handler. But yeah, that should pretty much put a bow on where that story is headed, at least for today. And we'll hope that over the next 48 hours, something develops in talks regarding a sign and trade or some other way that the Mavericks can benefit from that. There was the end of a different kind of era with the Mavs today. Their last day one employee from 1980, assistant GM Keith Grant, has retired. Started as the equipment manager at 22 years old. After a college baseball career at Oklahoma City College. 42 years on the job. That's double what Dirk did.
Yeah.
Former assistant GM now, Keith Grant. He's held the title of assistant GM since 1998. He worked for all three Mavs owners, all 10 head coaches, including Dick Motta twice. He was part of all Mavericks Western Conference Finals runs, 2 Finals runs, and, of course, the 2011 championship.
It's amazing.
So, yeah. A cool, great guy. Keith Grant, great guy. A lot of.
It's funny. I have never met him, and I feel like I've kind of met a lot of the gals that work in these industries, but I've never met him.
He's always around. I think Chris introduced me to him a number of years ago.
Yeah, I was, and I've been to enough basketball games and stuff that maybe you thought you would bump into him along the way. But heck of a run, man. Yeah. 42 years. That's amazing to stay in athletics that long, professional sports that long.
Yeah, same team, hell of a run.
Well, and you think about it, like you said, you usually when that's the case, it is usually an equipment man or a trainer or somebody like that. That's the one. It's not usually a front office guy that's hanging on that long.
Yeah. So now Nico Harrison gets to start the process of finding the next assistant GM. And he's probably looking, to mold the front office a little bit more in the way that he's looking, maybe more of a modern guy. Russell Westbrook's picking up the $47 million option on his contract. That's the biggest no-brainer ever. Almost $50 million for one season of basketball. Yes, I believe I will opt into that. Thank you.
Yeah.
8-time All-Star, 2017 MVP. And I don't know, the Lakers are saying publicly like they want to figure out a way to, build around him, and the new head coach, Darvin Ham, saying all the right stuff. Yeah. Big 12's targeting Brett Yormark to be its next commissioner, the former COO of Jay-Z's Rock Nation, Brian.
I'm on that one.
Okay.
I'll have an update for you guys tomorrow on him. How about that?
Sounds good. Serena Williams lost a decisive third set tiebreaker at Wimbledon. So she is a first-round loser in her first game back since getting injured in round 1 of last year, her first match back. She struggled at times. She labored. We were giving you a little bit of play-by-play back there in the 4 o'clock hour, but she's exhausted. And if she wants to continue her career right now, she's going to need a massive commitment to physical fitness. And at the age of 40 with her career, I just don't know where you'd find the motivation to do that, especially considering she has so many business possibilities.
While we were doing our show and doing that last segment, I know she was doing her media obligations and stuff. I'm going to go back and take a peek at that because it looked like to me she was fielding a lot of questions. And so I wonder if some of them had to do with maybe her, potentially coming back.
It's just tough, I think, when you have so many other options. You've started a family, and you're 40. You're the most successful tennis player of all time. I think it would just be fascinating to see, what would drive you. Some people are freakish and they're like, well, I want to just keep playing, but only if it can be at a high level. That's the other thing. Like once you start losing weight earlier than you used to, it can be a really difficult and bitter pill to swallow, especially when it's total jobbers that beat you. Like Harmony Tan. There's no way.
Well, if you look at her career, I think she's only lost like 3 times in the first round of her career. So Harmony Tan, if she would have played Harmony Tan like back in the day, Harmony Tan would have been beaten in 53 minutes today.
Yeah.
That's how quick that thing would have been 6-0, 6-1.
Yeah.
It's just, and it was tough. I mean, for her to have to play a match that was 3 hours, 18 minutes, that was tough today. And you wonder, did she gets through this round, but you wonder, okay, about the second round, what's happening there? You're playing against a better opponent. I've seen her play at such a high level. It was hard to watch her play today. I love the grit. I love the toughness.
Little Willie Mays in center field vibes.
I love the battle, but it a little bit reminded me of Emmitt Smith carrying the ball.
Yeah.
Late in his career with the Cowboys, we couldn't block for him well enough. We couldn't do anything well enough for him, and he was going in there and he was taking shot after shot after shot and, not going anywhere. And here's this proud warrior of a competitor,
and
you feel bad for him. I'm happy she gave it a go, but man, that was a hard one to watch today.
It's on ESPN now. Nick strong favorites to land Jalen Brunson, and we're sitting right here in the middle of some breaking news. I guess we should do the read breaking news on the Fan presented by Beat the Streak for tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcast to Beat the Streak. Is the story breaking? Jalen Brunson, it's believed he is going to sign with the New York Knicks. With the departure of Brunson, at what point do we blow it all up and trade everyone, including Luka, for long-term assets? You don't. I mean, the thing that sucks is you don't have an opportunity to replace Brunson. You just don't have the resources to replace him. And if you think you're in a championship window like the Golden State Warriors, you just pay the luxury tax. If you're a billionaire, you just pay the luxury tax and say, well, we'll deal with it. If we got to hand over $50 million in revenue sharing, that is fine. But we were one step from the finals.